The ultimate imitation system. Iron Man. You tell me my armor has been mass-produced in Huaxia after just a mere touch? The Hulk. A product of genetic engineering? Bring it on. As for magic? Master Gu E. Your sorcery appears rather impressive, but in the next moment, it shall be mine. A glance at imitation, a touch of replication. Please call me the king of freebies. Chapter 1. The Marvel Universe. Welcome to the Huaqiangbei System. What the hell? A voice echoed in his ears, jolting Chen Mu awake. Where am I? Am not dead? Staring at the unfamiliar room before him, Chen was left dumbfounded. Could it be that someone saved me? Touching his face, he wore an expression of bewilderment. Chen Mu had a rather unfortunate past after graduating from university. He ventured into entrepreneurship and achieved modest success, amassing a fortune in the millions. However, in dire need of money, he borrowed from loan sharks. Unaware of the treacherous nature of society, his business faltered and he was unable to repay the loans, a situation that eventually reached his parents. His parents, humble farmers, had never encountered such tribulations. As the loan sharks tightened their grip, Chen's father, unbeknownst to him, took up labor on a construction site, hoping to assist Chen in repaying the debts. Tragically, an accident occurred on the site, leading to his demise. His mother, overwhelmed by various hardships, succumbed to despair shortly thereafter. Left alone in the world, Chen Mu felt utterly desolate. Burdened by guilt toward his parents, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, falling into a deep slumber, only to awaken now as if from a dream. Welcome to the Huaqiangbei System. The voice returned, and Chen blinked, unsure if he was hallucinating. Huaqiangbei System? Imhia. Chen Mu grimaced. This thing sounded suspiciously like a smartphone's AI. Siri? Imhia. Huaqiangbei System, what exactly are you? Curiosity piqued, he inquired. I am not just anything. I am the Huaqiangbei System spirit, endowed with advanced artificial intelligence, serving as your system assistant. Are you sure you're an AI and not an artificial idiot? Please do not doubt my intelligence. I possess exceptional computational abilities and am the pinnacle of Huaqiangbei industry. Huaqiangbei's products. How amusing. Huaqiangbei? Is that the one in Shenzhen that is renowned for producing counterfeit phones? Please do not question the capabilities of Huaqiangbei. The system spirit seemed to respond with indignation. Oh, fine. Wait a moment. Do you know what I'm thinking? Chen Mu suddenly recalled that his complaints about Huaqiangbei were merely thoughts lingering in his mind. He had never voiced them aloud. How could the system spirit possibly be aware of them? Moreover, Chen Mu had yet to discern the presence of the system spirit to an outsider. He would appear as a fool, engaged in a monologue. The Huaqiangbei system resides within your exclusive space, allowing you to communicate with me directly through your thoughts. The voice of the system's spirit continued. Our interaction occurs on a spiritual level, requiring no spoken words. Furthermore, your concerns are unwarranted as long as you do not wish for me to know your thoughts. I am incapable of discerning them. Oh, I see. Chen Mu could not help but exhale in relief, only to be overcome by curiosity as he inquired, where am I now? And wasn't I intoxicated? Why am I here? Though astonished by the notion of engaging in a spiritual level conversation with the system spirit, Chen Mu felt no fear after all. One who is unafraid of death would hardly worry about being deceived by a system. This realm is Huaxia, but it is not the Huaxia of your previous home on Earth. The system spirit elucidated. You find yourself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe that you are familiar with. You have not perished, rather. Your essence has merged with that of another version of yourself in this world. The Marvel Cinematic Universe? Chen Mu exclaimed. Unable to suppress his surprise, was it not the realm where superheroes abound and aliens are as numerous as the stars? Isn't this world fictional? Moreover, what does it mean to merge with another version of myself? In this world, you also exist. However, due to a near-fatal drowning incident, your soul intertwined with that of another you during the brink of death. Another me? Chen Mu paused, regaining his composure as a torrent of memories surged within his mind. This body also belonged to Chen Mu, yet it was distinctly different from the original. While their appearances and personalities mirrored one another, their circumstances diverged significantly. This world's Chen Mu could be considered a wealthy heir. His parents were not farmers, but entrepreneurs. His family operated a factory specializing in the production of electronic components, small appliances, and even electric toys. With a factory to their name, his family enjoyed considerable affluence. Thus, this version of Chen Mu had never endured hardship. Recently, while strolling by the seaside, he witnessed someone drowning and, without a second thought, jumped into the water to save them, forgetting the most crucial detail: he could not swim. Fortunately, the drowning individual was rescued, and although it caused some complications, Chen Mu was also saved. Yet he remained unconscious until now, when the soul of the Chen Mu from another world finally fused with that of the Chen Mu in this realm. To save a person, yet forget that one cannot swim. Is there such foolishness? So, the world I currently inhabit is actually a cinematic universe. Chen Mu threw off the covers, descended from the bed, and stood by the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, his expression fraught with conflict. Two worlds, two Chen Mus, two sets of memories intertwined in his mind, causing him considerable distress. No, this world is undeniably real. At least to me, it exists in all its authenticity. Recalling the myriad events from Marvel films, Chen Mu inhaled deeply. This world was far more exhilarating than he had ever envisioned. Of course, it was also fraught with peril. In the future, Thanos would snap his fingers, erasing half of all life in this world, and Chen Mu was uncertain whether he could escape such a fate. Though the Avengers would eventually bring everyone back, he refused to leave his destiny to chance. No matter what, I cannot remain idle. System Spirit, tell me what I must do. Thus, after a period of struggle and contemplation, Chen Mu's focus shifted to the Huaqiangbei System. Merging the two versions of himself, this system must possess its own unique abilities, right? Perhaps, with its aid, he could carve out a remarkable achievement. You now bear a tremendous historical mission. What? This world requires you to lead the great rejuvenation of Huaxia. Chen Mu's expression turned peculiar. Me. Leading Huaxia to its great rejuvenation? Hasn't Huaxia already been revitalized? What can a mere minor character like me accomplish? Wait, in this world, Huaxia has not been rejuvenated. Suddenly, Chen Mu recalled. This world is indeed the Marvel Universe. Huaxia has always been a supporting role, with no superheroes emerging from this ancient civilization of the East. Chapter 2. System Capabilities. So, this is my main quest? Chen Mu couldn't help but smile wryly, leading Huaxia on a path to great rejuvenation in this perilous Marvel Universe. It sounds splendid and invigorating, stirring one's blood with excitement. Yet it truly seems daunting, exceedingly challenging. It is indeed more formidable than simply becoming a superhero. Indeed, this is the sole purpose of the Huaqiangbei System, to elevate Huaxia to the pinnacle of the world. The System Spirit spoke calmly. Is there any penalty for failing the task? Despite the surge of enthusiasm spurred by the System Spirit's words, Chen Mu couldn't suppress his inquiry. Would there be any harsh repercussions should he fail his mission? Rest assured, the system will not compel the master to undertake any actions, nor does it possess the authority to impose penalties. Phew, that's a relief. So, even if I choose not to pursue this task and live a tranquil life, it would pose no issue. As long as you do not feel guilt, there is no problem, the System Spirit replied calmly. Bearing responsibilities, yet living in complacency, like a salted fish. As long as your conscience is clear, no one can cast blame upon you. In fact, in this world, there is no one else who would know of such responsibilities and missions you carry. So, this is a form of provocation? Chen Mu clenched his fist, then sighed and chuckled, saying, if possible, I naturally wish for my homeland, for Huaxia in this world, to achieve great rejuvenation. However, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. What capability do I possess to help my country navigate through this treacherous world? This world is fraught with danger, with myriad threats emerging relentlessly. Beyond Earth, countless crises await. It is exceedingly difficult for Huaxia to thrive in this realm. The system can assist you. The System Spirit stated with calm assurance, causing Chen Mu's eyes to gleam with intrigue. By the way, you have yet to inform me of the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei System. Since the main task assigned by the Huaqiangbei System is to guide Huaxia towards great rejuvenation, it must surely provide me with corresponding support. Simply put, the Huaqiangbei System possesses the functions of analysis, research, and production. The System Spirit elaborated. In other words, it's a form of imitation. Chen Mu fell silent, a bittersweet smile on his face. What uses imitation in this world? Can it even replicate Iron Man's armor? Indeed, any technological advancement can be duplicated by the Huaqiangbei System, the system's spirit stated candidly. Any technology, including Iron Man's armor? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Absolutely. No problem at all. The S-H-I-E-L-D. Helicarrier? Effortless. Thanos' alien spacecraft? A piece of cake. Are you certain? Are you not deceiving me? Chen Mu gasped, astonished by the formidable prowess of Huaqiangbei. The premise being, the closer one is, the more intricate the technology one can acquire. In other words, if one can approach, they may indeed obtain relevant technological insights. If this is the case, then I could take a risk to get closer to these innovations and glean the corresponding knowledge, couldn't I? After contemplating, Chen Mu deemed this risk worthwhile. Take the Iron Man suit as an example. If one were to come within 100 meters, they could access sufficient data to construct an armor with merely 1/10 of its potential. Within 50 meters, the information gathered would enable the creation of an armor with half its power. Should one be able to come into direct contact with the Iron Man suit, they would be capable of fully replicating it. How remarkable! Chen Mu was compelled to express his astonishment. It was indeed somewhat terrifying that mere proximity could yield such information. An actual contact would provide complete data. The ability to appropriate scientific technology was undeniably daunting. Furthermore, even a mere photograph could facilitate production, albeit resulting in a creation with only 1% of the original's capabilities. This implies that simply by viewing a picture, one could manufacture it, though the output would be weak or merely superficial. Nevertheless, it was still promising. If I could find a photograph of Iron Man, I could create the armored suit. Although it would possess less than 1% of the original's power, the appearance could still be replicated. Indeed, this is imitation in its most blatant form. However, I find it delightful. Is this the case with other technological advancements as well? Chen Mu inquired excitedly. Incorrect. As long as one is within 100 meters of a technological product, the system can acquire data and techniques. And direct contact would yield a product with 100% efficacy. Remarkable, truly astonishing. Additionally, even by merely viewing an image, the system could recreate it regardless of distance, though it would be limited to appearance alone. This is merely the capacity for analysis, the system's spirit calmly explained. Then, what about research capabilities and production capabilities? Chen Mu asked eagerly, elated by the prospect that even the analytical ability could exceed his expectations, leading him to believe the other two capabilities would be equally impressive. The research capability refers to the ability to achieve breakthroughs upon complete analysis of a technology. In simpler terms, once a fully functional Iron Man suit is produced, advancements in the suit's technology would ensue, making it even more sophisticated. Can imitation surpass the original? Just ask if that frustrates you. Understood. And what about production capabilities? Chen Mu inquired, unable to suppress a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Within the host body lies a unique space reminiscent of Huaqiangbei, equipped with the capabilities of manufacturing and storage, allowing one to produce specific items. In essence, it is merely a portable factory. By the way, what is your name? The system's spirit has been incessantly calling, which is quite bothersome. I lack a name. The master may choose to rename me. A name, you say? Let me ponder. Chen Mu stroked his chin, finding the system's spirit somewhat lacking in intelligence. Why not call it Go? No, since the goal is to realize the great rejuvenation of China, it would be inappropriate to use a foreign name. Let's call you Xiao AI. System spirit, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Xiao AI. Naming successful. Xiao AI, at your service. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, Chen Mu found it much more pleasant to the ear. Chapter 3. First taste Xiao AI. Let us test the system's capabilities first. Chen Mu donned his clothing and began to survey his room, eager to explore the potential of his Huaqiangbei system. This smartphone is not an issue, is it? Initiating scan, technology acquisition in progress. Holding the phone, a progress bar appeared before Chen Mu, visible solely to him, rapidly charging. 1, 11, 21. In no time, it reached 100%. After all, This smartphone was in Chen Mu's grasp, naturally making contact. Apple 11 technology acquisition level complete. All relevant data regarding the Apple 11 has been fully analyzed and is ready for production. Xiao AI stated calmly, yet left Chen Mu feeling somewhat incredulous. In less than a minute, the technology of this latest Apple smartphone was completely deciphered. How astonishing! Production. Chen Mu swallowed hard and commanded, "Very well. Please select manufacturing options. You may check the production progress at any time." Before Chen Mu appeared a series of options for producing the Apple smartphone, including color, material, and various other choices that left him somewhat dazzled. No modifications. Proceed with the original version. Chen Mu had little interest in the smartphone being produced. He merely wished to witness the manufacturing prowess of Huaqiangbei. Thus he commanded directly, "As you wish." Xiao AI replied before falling silent. Ordinarily, Xiao AI would only manifest when called upon by Chen Mu or when prompted with a question. Check progress. Upon command, another interface appeared before Chen Mu, displaying the production progress of the Apple smartphone. 1-2. How swift! Chen Mu exclaimed, marveling at the pace. At this rate, producing this smartphone might take less than a minute? Is Huaqiangbei's manufacturing capability truly this formidable? Chen Mu clicked his tongue in disbelief. The speed of the system's production was directly correlated with the complexity of the products. The simpler the item, the swifter the production. Xiao AI elucidated, however, your production space can only manufacture a single item at a time. Relying solely on this production space to achieve the great rejuvenation of Huaxia is simply insufficient. No matter how formidable the production space may be, it cannot single-handedly facilitate the revival of Huaxia. Therefore, I must establish numerous production lines in the real world. Chen Mu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the rationale. Once production was complete, the question of extraction arose, and, as he conversed with Xiao AI, the progress bar reached its zenith, bringing Chen Mu back to reality. So fast, he marveled. Extract. Upon uttering the command, a brand new fruit phone 11 materialized before him. The Huaqiangbei system had replicated the fruit phone in a mere 2 minutes, and astonishingly, even the counterfeit version bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, rivaling it in every aspect. Moreover, it was not merely the replication of the phone that was remarkable. Chen Mu had also acquired all the technical specifications pertaining to this fruit phone 11. Impressive, my Huaqiangbei. Upon opening the counterfeit device, Chen Mu discovered that it functioned just like the genuine article, exhibiting the same fluidity and ease of use, with the operating system being the authentic fruit system. The relevant data could be exported for production by other factories. Xiao AI spoke calmly, yet Chen Mu felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. The capabilities of Huaqiangbei were nothing short of extraordinary. If patents were not a concern, it could bring any technology company in the world to its knees. However, mere counterfeiting was futile, as it would only attract a myriad of troubles and yield no substantial progress. Should we conduct technological research on the fruit phone? Xiao AI inquired. Absolutely, Chen Mu replied, having access to all the advanced specifications of current market phones, yet recognizing that utilizing them for profit was unfeasible. Hence, pursuing technological breakthroughs was imperative. Understood. Another progress bar appeared, indicating ongoing research, yet this time, the pace was remarkably slow, displaying one with no further changes for an extended period. Interesting, can research, analysis, and production occur simultaneously? Indeed, but each function may only operate on one task at a time. Very well, let us continue with the analysis. Nodding in agreement, Chen Mu shifted his attention to other items within his room. The fruit computer, the rice laser television, the air conditioner, and even the smart lights were each subjected to his analysis. Given the swift pace, these minor devices could be analyzed in just a minute each. Indeed, I almost overlooked this matter, Iron Man. In the memories of Chen Mu, there exists a renowned playboy within this world, Tony Stark, who is quite famous in America. Even on this side of the earth, Chen Mu has heard of him, viewing him as an idol among the affluent youth. Not only is he exceptionally intelligent, but he also possesses a charismatic charm that evokes envy among all the wealthy science. Chen Mu feels the same admiration. However, according to his recollections, Tony Stark has not yet transformed into Iron Man. Acquiring the technology of Iron Man seems utterly impossible. Thus, what stage has the timeline of this world developed to? Filled with questions, Chen Mu opened his computer, eager to search for news regarding Tony Stark. Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries. I found it. Skipping over the encyclopedia, Chen Mu quickly stumbled upon recent news about Tony. Just 3 days ago, he was attacked in Afghanistan, and his whereabouts remain unknown. So this is the plot of Iron Man 1? Chen Mu rubbed his temple. He vividly remembers the moment of Iron Man's inception. During that week of captivity, Tony underwent a transformation, evolving from a playboy into a superhero. Such an experience is indispensable. But what does this have to do with me? Since Iron Man has yet to emerge, there is no need for me to concern myself with him. In the future, when the opportunity arises to travel to America and get closer to Iron Man, I will be able to acquire his technology. As for now, observing the research progress bar finally reaching version 2, Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. At this moment, he must focus on developing his own strength during this interval. With a small factory at home, he can make effective use of it. Chapter 4. Shooting range. The research progress of the fruit phone is remarkably swift. It can increase by 1% in just a few minutes, faster than downloading a movie. In less than an hour, the research has concluded, and Chen Mu can finally examine the results. Let us see how much the parameters have improved. Upon opening the research interface of the fruit phone, Chen Mu discovered that it is exceedingly detailed, showcasing enhancements in screen size, resolution, camera pixels, battery, chip, and various other options. Additionally, some miscellaneous features have also been optimized. Most importantly, modifications to its exterior are now possible, effectively preventing complaints of imitation. With a distinctive design that surpasses the competition. Who would dare to claim that others are copying their model? Impressive. However, Chen Mu does not aspire to manufacture phones or become a phone manufacturer. Indeed, the production of mobile phones can yield substantial profits with remarkable ease, especially given the technological prowess of Huaqiangbei, which undoubtedly has the potential to generate immense wealth. However, this endeavor cannot fulfill Chen Mu's initial aspirations or ultimate objective, the grand rejuvenation of China. No matter how advanced the mobile devices may be, they cannot facilitate the nation's revival, particularly in a world fraught with peril. Thus, rather than focusing on mobile phones, Chen Mu yearns to manufacture weaponry to empower his nation. Only through formidable strength can the path to rejuvenation be traversed, sweeping away all hardships and obstacles. It is indeed fortunate that upon entering the Marvel Universe, I did not find myself in the perilous United States, but rather in the peaceful embrace of China. Nonetheless, the peace that exists is not genuine. The sense of tranquility arises solely because there exists a valiant group standing at the forefront of danger, shielding the nation from threats beyond its borders. They are the soldiers. Contemplating this, Chen Mu clenched his fists. In this Marvel realm, the role of the ordinary soldier is minuscule, as the determinants of war hinge more on supreme combat power, a quality that is notably lacking in this version of China. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there are no superheroes to safeguard the nation. If danger were to arise, the brave soldiers would face it head-on, fraught with peril. Such a scenario is one I cannot idly observe. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu previously regarded the responsibility bestowed upon him by the Huaqiangbei System for revitalizing China as somewhat distant, even amusing. However, at this moment, having comprehended the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei System, he feels that this task seems destined for him alone. I cannot allow our soldiers to confront extraterrestrial threats with mere flesh and blood. If Iron Man can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in his mortal form, why should others not aspire to the same? I shall ensure that all soldiers can rise to the stature of deities. With the prowess of Huaqiangbei, Chen Mu can undoubtedly decipher the technology behind Iron Man's armor, and even enhance it. Armed with the requisite technology, he could mass-produce battle suits, ultimately equipping every soldier. While it may prove challenging to arm every individual soldier, it is not insurmountable. At the very least, arming an entire legion poses no significant issues. Of course, this is contingent upon gaining proximity to Iron Man, or even having the chance to touch the technology. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Mu opened the door and stepped outside. Chen Mu resides in an unassuming neighborhood. One might assume that his family, with their modest financial means and a small factory, would live in opulence. In reality, his parents are exceedingly frugal, and even their dwelling is merely a commonplace residence within the city, marked by a strikingly humble demeanor. Honda Automobile, in the midst of analysis, as Chen Mu settled into his vehicle, instinctively touched his nose and subconsciously activated the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei System to begin dissecting the car he was in. It was an ordinary sedan, yet it harbored a commendable level of technological sophistication. Not to mention the engine, which was superior to that of many domestic automotive manufacturers. I recall there being a shooting range on the outskirts of the city. The shooting range was, indeed, Chen Mu's destination for this journey. In this world of Huaxia, gun control laws were strictly enforced, and for Chen Mu, the only way to access real firearms was through this singular venue. His purpose this time was to acquire specific information regarding the firearms present there, which he aimed to enhance and innovate upon. Of course, the allure of manufacturing firearms held little appeal for Chen Mu. He had no desire to engage in smuggling. As a law-abiding citizen, his intent in obtaining firearm data was not for production, but rather for the sake of research. He aspired to elevate the functionalities of these weapons, ensuring that soldiers would possess superior arms. Only with enhanced weaponry could the protection of civilians be assured. Unlike Tony, who had willingly abandoned his arms business, Chen Mu envisioned himself as an arms dealer, believing that only superior and advanced weaponry could better safeguard his nation. Advanced firearms were merely the first step for him. After a half-hour drive, Chen Mu finally arrived at the secluded shooting range on the outskirts. Its remote location was intentional, given the loud reports of firearms. Such a venue ensured that the noise would not disturb the surrounding populace. Enthusiasts of firearms would gather here to indulge their passion. In Huaxia, only licensed and legitimate shooting ranges afforded individuals the opportunity to experience the thrill of shooting. Throughout the journey, Chen Mu had thoroughly analyzed the technical specifications of his own vehicle, even extending his analysis to similar models on the road. Chuckling to himself, he remarked how he had long desired a Porsche, yet his parents had disapproved. After parking his car, he noticed a sports car beside him and grinned. Fortunately, this vehicle was headed to the same destination as Chen Mu. During their drive, he had already conducted an analysis of the car, achieving a comprehension level exceeding 90%, allowing for immediate production if desired. However, at 90%, it remained merely a counterfeit, a substandard imitation, which Chen Mu deemed beneath him. He only required one final step, an interaction with the vehicle, to attain complete technical mastery and potentially achieve a breakthrough, rendering his future vehicles even more formidable. The final step was simply a matter of touching the car, a task that posed no challenge for Chen Mu. Exiting his vehicle, he strolled past the Porsche in the parking lot, casually brushing his hand against it as if nothing had occurred. Yet in his line of sight, the analysis resolution transformed from 99 to 100. This implies that Chen Mu is now capable of utilizing the Huaqiangbei system to directly manufacture an identical sports car. Don't touch it. Can you afford to pay for any scratches? Chapter 5. Firearms Analysis. At that moment, a woman descended from a Porsche and began to berate Chen Mu fiercely. You drive a beggar's car, yet you dare to touch mine. Chen Mu, with a bemused expression, noted that the woman appeared to be around 40, but her attire was quite fashionable. He was taken aback by her audacity. With a roll of his eyes, Chen Mu, wishing to avoid further conflict, prepared to leave. What did you say? The woman, with surprisingly keen hearing, caught his muttering and stormed over, her demeanor aggressive as she glared at him. Say that again, if you dare. Chen Mu had encountered such demands before and complied, reiterating, You foolish brat. The woman, evidently incensed, raised her hand intending to slap him. Are you seeking death? Chen Mu deftly evaded her strike and retaliated with a swift slap, sending her hat flying. You dare hit me? The woman, visibly shocked by the blow, trembled as she pointed a shaky finger at Chen Mu, exclaiming, My husband is the police chief. How dare you strike me? Insane. Chen Mu scoffed, aware that the Marvel world was far from peaceful. It was not unusual for people to die. Fortunately, This woman resided in the tranquil land of China. Had she been in the United States, her brazen behavior would likely have resulted in countless beatings. You, as Chen Mu turned to leave, the woman's face contorted with resentment, unable to swallow the humiliation of being slapped. She pulled out her phone and began dialing. Meanwhile, Chen Mu paid her no mind and entered the shooting range, finding the firearms there far more appealing than the foolish woman. Disgusting. How much makeup does she wear? He remarked, cleaning the foundation off his hands with a tissue. After settling the payment, Chen Mu proceeded to the shooting range, where a dedicated instructor accompanied him, responsible for teaching the use of firearms for safety reasons. In China, private ownership of firearms is prohibited, so those who visit the shooting range primarily do so for the thrill. However, there are always those who foolishly attempt to take one home. The instructor's main role was to guide the proper use of firearms, as many citizens struggle to even locate the safety mechanism. Thus, beside Chen Mu stood a burly man, serving as his coach. Young brother, with so many firearms, once your ammunition runs out, your hands will surely be swollen, remarked Miao Gang, a veteran instructor, as he observed the array of weapons prepared behind Chen Mu. On the table behind Chen Mu lay a neatly arranged assortment of firearms, predominantly from Europe and America. Models such as the M4, M16, and the 92 revolver, totaling over a dozen guns accompanied by hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Given the formidable recoil of these weapons, it was indeed remarkable that an ordinary person could fire them without experiencing discomfort. Not to worry, it's merely for the thrill. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the various firearms, having invested a considerable sum. You may choose whichever gun you wish to fire first. Those who pay are treated like gods, Miao Gang said, fully aware that he had already provided all necessary information. Should any mishap occur, the responsibility would not fall upon him. This one, please, the one frequently used in games. Chen Mu indicated the classic firearm positioned at the edge of the table. Ah, this is a bolt-action rifle, Miao Gang explained. However, Chen Mu's primary purpose for visiting the shooting range was not merely for enjoyment. Rather, he sought to gain technical insights into these firearms. While he could analyze their mechanics from a distance, the final product's effectiveness would inevitably be diminished, akin to a counterfeit. Though Chen Mu had acquired the Huaqiangbei System, it did not imply that he intended to pursue a counterfeit route. His goal had always been excellence, to produce superior versions that surpassed the originals. Thus, his endeavor in firing these weapons was to grasp their intricacies, allowing him to conduct research and development for further enhancements. Ignoring the imposing figure nearby, Chen Mu eagerly commenced shooting under Miao Gang's guidance. The analysis progressed swiftly within a short span. He had exhausted the hundreds of rounds of ammunition and successfully dissected all the firearms. He even seized the opportunity to utilize the system to commence production, creating 2 firearms that he stored in his personal warehouse. Indeed, the production capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system were impressive. It did not require any material consumption, and its storage capacity was remarkable. Any self-manufactured items could be stored without restriction. While engaging in shooting, Chen Mu simultaneously activated the production line of the Huaqiangbei system. With an M4 and a classic rifle now quietly resting in his spatial compartment. Concurrently, he was also working on upgrading the M4 through research and development. All right, take a good rest now, Miao Gang advised after Chen Mu had finished firing. He was somewhat astonished to encounter someone unperturbed by the pain of shooting. Your hands must be quite sore. It will be difficult to drive now. Please take a moment to rest. There's a relaxation area over there where you can grab a drink. Seeing Chen Mu shake out his hands, Miao Gang chuckled. I'll handle the cleanup here. You can head over without worry. Thank you, Chen Mu replied. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Mu felt a certain weakness in his hands, particularly in his right hand, which exhibited noticeable swelling at the wrist. Nodding to himself, he acknowledged that in such a state, driving would be ill-advised, prompting him to head towards the rest area. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his frail constitution. Weak constitution? Ah, Xiao AI. Is it possible for the system to produce the super soldier serum of Captain America? Contemplating his physical condition, Chen Mu couldn't help but inquire. There is no technological product that cannot be manufactured in Huaqiangbei. Xiao AI stated candidly, her tone brimming with self-satisfaction. This implies that as long as I draw near to Captain America, there exists a possibility of acquiring the super soldier serum. At this revelation, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the Marvel superhero, renowned as the 5'5" Captain America. Chapter 6. The Factory at Home Before Utilizing the Serum. Captain America, also known as Steve Rogers, was remarkably frail. The existence of the super soldier serum catalyzed a transformation in his physical prowess. If the Huaqiangbei system could indeed produce the serum, then Chen Mu too could enhance his own physical capabilities. Furthermore, I could forge an entire legion akin to Captain America. No, in Huaxia, he should not be referred to as Captain America, but rather as Captain Huaxia, according to the naming conventions of Huaxia. A grand character is necessary to emphasize uniqueness. For instance, Guijing is known as the valiant Guadaxia, and Yangguo as the divine sculptor Daxia. The addition of a grand character indeed adds to their grandeur. Therefore, Iron Man should not merely be called Iron Man in Huaxia, but rather Iron Daxia. And Captain Huaxia cannot simply be called Captain, but should be titled Captain Huaxia Daxia. Casting aside his scattered thoughts, Chen Mu quietly sipped his tea, allowing his right hand to recuperate while observing the progress bar of the Huaqiangbei system. After an hour, the optimization of weaponry had finally reached completion. The appearance could be modified without affecting performance, and such alterations would eliminate the hassle of potential plagiarism. Another optimization interface presented itself, and Chen Mu began to comprehend the various parameters of the upgraded model. Range, firing speed, and stability had all seen significant enhancements, and even the specifications of the ammunition had changed. With some further modifications, it was evident that this would be a brand new firearm. The detailed technical parameters of this weapon were entirely exportable. It was not solely the Huaqiangbei production line capable of manufacturing it. Any military factory could produce this firearm. The modified version was considerably more potent than its predecessor. Clearly, this was not a suitable environment for testing it. However, a secluded area would suffice for experimentation. Gazing around, Chen Mu felt a twinge of regret. In his warehouse, he already possessed 2 firearms, one of which was an improved version currently in production. However, it was evident that this location was ill-suited for testing weapons. Aside from the myriad of surveillance cameras, the provenance of his firearms would be difficult to explain. Alas, in this regard, the situation in America was far more favorable. There, acquiring an additional firearm seemed to stir little concern. Of course, this was merely conjecture, as the rampant proliferation of firearms had not spared America from numerous incidents. In terms of societal safety, the United States could not compare to Huaxia. It was time to depart. Regrettably, he lacked any throwable weaponry, such as grenades. Nevertheless, for Chen Mu, the fruits of his labor had already been considerable. He had obtained complete blueprints for over 10 firearms, and with time spent optimizing and modifying them, he could indeed establish a firearms company capable of producing a plethora of innovative weaponry. However, this notion was utterly unfeasible in Huaxia, where private ownership of arms was patently impossible. Yet, if private ownership was unviable, perhaps a state-run enterprise could be plausible. By relinquishing a portion, or even a significant majority, of the equity to the state, this idea might not be entirely outlandish. Contemplating this, Chen Mu found himself deep in thought. His intentions were not driven by profit. Thus, transferring this company to the state was certainly not without merit. In fact, he might even consider entirely handing it over or assisting the state in establishing this military factory. After all, the product from his military factory would be aimed solely at the soldiers of Huaxia, and aiding them in self-sufficiency would not be out of the question. Whether it be steel battle armor or super soldier serum, he had no intention of selling to anyone else. Supporting the military in establishing a production facility was, naturally, quite acceptable. Chen Mu's aspirations were remarkably simple: to contribute to the great rejuvenation of Huaxia. Handing over the military factory to the state or aiding the military in its establishment posed no loss to him. Indeed, it was a win-win scenario. However, how could he go about establishing this military factory? Moreover, what assurance could he provide to convince military officials to trust him with such an endeavor? Perhaps there was a way. First, he needed to cultivate an image for himself, akin to Huaxia's own Tony Stark. If he were to acquire such a reputation, military personnel would surely come knocking at his door. Yet, as it stood, this notion was far from feasible. Reflecting on his current self in this world, it could be said he was lacking in skills. His university education had been purchased, devoid of genuine knowledge or expertise. In his previous life, he had studied economics, yet that knowledge offered no assistance in his current circumstances. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Mu decided to dismiss these thoughts and proceeded towards the parking lot. His hand had nearly healed, and it was time to return. Leaving the shooting range, Chen Mu glanced at the sky and, noting that it was still early, made his way directly to the family factory. He was eager to assess the production capabilities of his business and to understand what kinds of products it could manufacture. After another hour on the road, Chen Mu arrived at his family's factory, a modest establishment located in the city's industrial zone, primarily engaged in the production of small electronic devices and toys. For Chen Mu, this factory was immensely valuable. He envisioned it as a foundation upon which he could gradually expand and elevate its output to create superior equipment. With Iron Man yet to make an appearance, he felt little concern for superhero matters. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by how to enhance the factory's profitability. With this mindset, he swiftly made his way to his father's office. Xiao Mu, you're awake. His father, initially engrossed in his work, looked up and inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Chen Mu enter. This well-meaning son, who usually had a carefree demeanor, had recently displayed a noble but reckless side, attempting to rescue someone who had fallen into the water, despite his own inability to swim. Fortunately, there were many brave souls in the country, and both the drowning victim and Chen Mu had been swiftly saved. Dad, Chen Mu said, his heart swelling with mixed emotions as he regarded his father. In his previous life, his parents had been humble farmers. After he fell into debt, his father, despite his old age, had worked tirelessly at construction sites to alleviate Chen Mu's burdens, ultimately succumbing to an accident. This loss had left Chen Mu with profound guilt, and his mother had soon followed her husband into despair. Chapter 7. The prodigy Chen Mu had always harbored feelings of guilt towards his parents, which had led him to consider ending his own life when he felt devoid of purpose. Now, in this new world, with both his parents alive and well, he felt a sense of gratitude and resolved to repay them for their sacrifices and to make amends for his past regrets. What brings you to the factory? His father asked, inviting him to sit down, curiosity evident in his gaze. Dad, I need to use some equipment from the factory to create something, Chen Mu replied. You want to make something? His father looked at him quizzically, instinctively reaching for Chen Mu's forehead to check for fever, wondering if his son had lost his senses. Dad, I'm 20 years old. I'm not a child anymore, Chen Mu said, a mix of amusement and seriousness in his tone as he brushed his father's hand aside. Indeed, you're 20 now, his father chuckled, nodding in agreement. It's also about time you found a girlfriend. In the eyes of parents, their children will forever remain children. But why is it that all parents are so concerned about this matter? It seems it is indeed time to consider relationships. I designed a blueprint and wish to see it come to fruition, Chen Mu stated with a tinge of guilt. You? Designing blueprints? At that moment, it was his father's turn to be at a loss for words. How could he not be aware of his son's limitations? From a young age, Chen Mu displayed little aptitude and a propensity for laziness. Had it not been for their relatively comfortable circumstances, this insolent child would have long since found himself destitute on the streets. Yet here he was, claiming to have designed blueprints? Surely, they must be for paper airplanes. A toy gun. Chen Mu resolved to prove himself through action. He produced a USB drive and placed it on his father's desk. The toy gun was, in fact, an enhanced version of a real firearm, albeit modified through Chen Mu's scientific improvements, undergoing a series of remarkable alterations. The material transitioned from alloy to plastic, and the bullets were also crafted from plastic, harnessing kinetic energy from a spring at the base to propel the projectiles. In every other respect, It bore a striking resemblance to genuine firearms. Thus, the plastic-made weapon could indeed be classified as a toy. Interesting, his father chuckled, yet he remained somewhat indifferent. However, curiosity piqued. He connected the USB drive to his computer and began to peruse its contents. The USB was hastily purchased from a small shop during Chen Mu's travels, where he had instructed the Huaqiangbei System to download the information regarding the plastic firearm before arriving at the factory. It appears to be quite impressive. His father opened the files on the USB, revealing a plethora of meticulously detailed design blueprints, each component accounted for with great precision. This revelation astonished him. When had his son developed such patience? Merely creating the drawings must have consumed a considerable amount of time. As for the toy gun, it required only a few simple parts, yet Chen Mu's design encompassed dozens, if not hundreds, of components. Was such complexity truly necessary? His father could not help but voice his critique, though his astonishment remained palpable. This is not a real gun. It hardly necessitates such an abundance of parts. In truth, all that is required are the barrel, stock, magazine, and trigger mechanism. As for the bullets, there is no need for custom designs. Standard plastic balls would suffice. This brings me to another matter, Chen Mu replied with a smile, casting a serious gaze upon his father, who seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, his expression growing somber. A few days ago, I came across some books on firearm disassembly at the library. I pondered over the concepts and endeavored to create a design for a firearm, believing it to be nearly complete, which is why I wish to construct it. So, you are indeed attempting to create a real gun? His father gasped, cautiously glancing around to ensure they were alone before whispering. Do you comprehend the implications of this? In Huaxia, such actions could lead to imprisonment. I understand. This is merely a plastic toy gun, not intended for sale. I simply wish to utilize the factory's equipment to create one and assess whether I possess any aptitude in this domain. Setting aside other matters, the mere fact that you can produce such intricate design sketches is already a testament to your talent. The factory's equipment is capable of processing metal components, so even metal parts should not pose a significant challenge. My father gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and said, "You may use the equipment, but these components must be divided into at least 10 parts to be produced separately and then assembled here. The details of the design must remain confidential. No third party should be informed, understand?" He appeared exceedingly serious, speaking cautiously. He had to be careful. If this matter were to be exposed, it would be enough to land that foolish boy in serious trouble. However, if it was his own son eager to prove himself, he could only offer support. Additionally, he found Chen Mu's firearm design quite intriguing. In truth, there was no real necessity for such caution. Chen Mu chuckled softly, fixing a serious gaze upon his father, and remarked, "The factory isn't involved in tax evasion, is it? We are law-abiding citizens, right? I have merely designed a blueprint, not for malevolent purposes. So why the excessive caution? I'm not selling the design for profit nor manufacturing firearms for sale. I am at ease, so what is there to fear? Furthermore, if this creation proves to be beneficial, I could always donate it to the government in exchange for a commendation. That would be splendid. At the very least, I would gain recognition as a talented designer. Is it not extraordinary to conceive a firearm merely from perusing a few books? If that is not genius, what is? And the title of genius is precisely what Chen Mu desperately seeks at this moment. Only by being recognized as a genius can he engage in dialogue with the government and have the opportunity to connect with the illustrious Tony Stark. It is only geniuses who are qualified to assist the military in establishing an armory. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, my father found them quite reasonable. They had neither evaded taxes nor engaged in bribery. They conducted their business honestly without any wrongdoing. What was there to fear? Moreover, as Chen Mu pointed out, if the firearms he designed turn out to be commendable, it would indeed affirm the fact that his son is a genius. This is of paramount importance. Gaining recognition and accolades from the government, even if his university diploma was purchased, would still demonstrate that his son possesses genuine talent. Such knowledge cannot be acquired in any university. Furthermore, if his son is unconcerned, why should he hide it? If necessary, he could always submit it to the state, thereby bringing honor to his son. As a father, he hoped not for Chen Mu to amass wealth, but rather to achieve success. If he could contribute to this nation, regardless of the magnitude of that contribution, he would feel immense pride. Chapter 8. Crafting Firearms. All right, Uncle Zhang has been visiting relatives these past few days. Tomorrow, I plan to invite him to dinner. If what you have created proves useful, I can arrange for Uncle Zhang to make contact with the military. After a thoughtful pause, my father spoke thus. The Uncle Zhang he referred to is a classmate who joined the army years ago and has since made quite a name for himself as a cadre within the military. My father, unable to assist Chen Mu in matters concerning military industry, could only reach out to this old friend. We shall prepare the items, and tomorrow we will present them to Uncle Zhang, allowing him to take them back to the military for testing. If this firearm proves effective, it can be directly submitted, thus distancing ourselves from any implications. Moreover, you would achieve your desire for a commendation banner. At this point, my father chuckled. He seemed unconcerned about the potential repercussions, believing that as long as they complied with governmental protocols, there would be no issues. Their family had always abided by the law, leaving little to worry about. All right then, I merely require the title of a genius. Chen Mu nodded in agreement, stating this. It seemed he was eager to prove himself after years of feeling inadequate. My father remained silent, meticulously disassembling the design blueprints into various components, which he mixed up and divided into 10 segments, each stored in separate USB drives. Stay put for a moment. I shall arrange for the parts to be made. Do not cause any trouble, my father remarked, rolling his eyes. Deep down, he harbored substantial doubts about Chen Mu's design, uncertain if it could indeed be realized. However, the level of detail in the blueprints genuinely astonished him, compelling him to entertain a degree of belief. That's fine, I shall return now. Additionally, when you give the items to Uncle Chen tomorrow, do not forget to inform him that the materials from your factory will likely yield firearms of inferior power. Only those crafted from specialized steel will exhibit superior performance. In essence, he was expressing a disdain for the factory's materials. Although manufacturing firearms only requires machine tools of moderate precision, the quality of the firearms material presents a significant challenge. The ordinary materials from the factory certainly fall short of the demands for improvement, thus resulting in diminished firepower. Nonetheless, considering the enhancement from Huaqiangbei, the firearm's efficacy should not be significantly inferior to that of standard weapons. For instance, it is unlikely that the domestic Type 95 rifle would outperform it. Are you disparaging my factory? Upon hearing this, my father's expression darkened, his eyes glaring with indignation. In truth, the structure of firearms is not overly complex. It is considerably simpler than electronic products such as phones or computers. Firearms, barring some advanced weaponry, are quite simple to manufacture. With a stamping machine and some older firearm models, one could easily produce them. Certain series of firearms are renowned for their simplicity and structure, making their construction a more straightforward endeavor. Naturally, the prerequisite for crafting such weapons lies in possessing comprehensive blueprints. With detailed plans, the creation process becomes manageable. Recently, I heard that there circulated online blueprints for 3D printed plastic guns, enabling even ordinary individuals to fabricate a firearm using a domestic 3D printer. Despite being constructed from plastic, these weapons encompass all necessary components, and when loaded with real ammunition, their firepower rivals that of various other handguns, sparking considerable discourse abroad. Fortunately, domestic internet regulations have curbed the dissemination of such information, resulting in only a handful of enthusiasts managing to download the blueprints from overseas, thus limiting the spread of 3D printed firearms within the country. This illustrates that the fabrication of firearms is not overly complex. Although my father's factory is not particularly large, it is equipped with all the necessary machinery to manufacture various firearm components. The challenges posed are minimal. As Chen Mu noted, the only disparity lies in the materials, which primarily affects the longevity and weight of the firearm, as well as the overall handling experience. With a roll of his eyes, Chen Mu chose not to dwell on these matters and departed. His objective had been accomplished. In the future, he intends to unveil not only firearms, but also an array of advanced technological weaponry, necessitating a suitable identity. An identity as a weapons prodigy is indispensable. His visit to the factory was merely to preemptively prepare his father, ensuring that they would not be startled by his future endeavors. He did not wish for a situation where, upon the introduction of his Iron Legion and Super Soldier Serum, his parents would be taken aback. As for the Uncle Zhang mentioned by his father, it was indeed an unexpected boon. Chen Mu had been contemplating how to establish a connection with the military, and this development provided him with a fortuitous opportunity. However, Uncle Zhang does not hold a high military rank, which implies that achieving tangible results may require considerable time. Yet for Chen Mu, time is abundant. Tony has yet to become Iron Man. Merely 3 days ago, he was captured by terrorists. If memory serves, he'll be confined in a cave for a week, meaning it will be another 4 days before he can escape. After 4 days, Tony will evade danger, followed by a day's journey back to the United States, amidst a plethora of chaotic matters. Even if he commences his research on the Iron Man suit that very evening, it will take several days to produce the Mark II. During this interval, Chen Mu can delve deeper into the analysis and exploration of other technologies, thus enhancing his technological repertoire. The Huaqiangbei System, with its analytical and research capabilities, focuses on the study and modification of existing items, allowing for the accumulation of technological advancements. A substantial amount of technology has already been stored within the database of Xiao AI. Mobile phones, computers, televisions, automobiles, sports cars, and firearms. All of these possess an abundance of technology. Each one, when considered in isolation, has the potential to generate considerable wealth. This is precisely why Chen Mu is indifferent to whom the military factory belongs. Money? With such a plethora of technology at his disposal, does Chen Mu truly need to resort to arms trafficking for profit? Unfortunately, there have been no recent technology exhibitions. Otherwise, attending one would allow Chen Mu to quietly acquire countless innovations. Chapter 9. The Ambush Xiao AI. Can the technology within your data be applied in other areas? For instance, can computer chips be utilized in mobile phones? Is it feasible for a sports car engine to be used in a conventional automobile? Can the optical sights and stabilization structures of one firearm be adapted for others? Can a handgun inflict the damage of a rifle? It is all quite effortless. Xiao AI replied without hesitation. This is the fundamental capability of Huaqiangbei, enabling the integration of diverse technologies into a single product, thereby distilling the essence to create the most exceptional items. While her words sounded grandiose, in essence, was it not merely about assembling machines? Chen Mu remained silent, refraining from voicing his thoughts. The more technology Xiao AI mastered, the more control she exerted over it. For Chen Mu, the pressing matter was to acquire more technological expertise. Is someone following me? As he navigated the roads, Chen Mu analyzed the vehicles around him, only to suddenly notice a car stealthily tailing him. Curiosity piqued. He attempted to scan the occupants, but instead detected several firearms within the vehicle. In Huaxia, such boldness in carrying weapons was astonishing, especially as the target appeared to be himself. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mu instinctively checked his own arsenal. 2 ordinary firearms and 1 additional model, along with 2 optimized variants he had recently produced. These weapons should suffice for self-defense. The old adage, with a gun in hand, there is no fear in the heart, rang true as he remained vigilant while gradually reducing his speed. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps he was not the intended target after all. Regrettably, reality proved otherwise. As he slowed, so too did the vehicle pursuing him. The target truly is me? Chen Mu's brow furrowed in concern, his mind racing to discern who he had unwittingly provoked to warrant such relentless pursuit. Furthermore, the presence of firearms on their person raised alarms. Though merely handguns in Huaxia, they constituted formidable weaponry. I was merely a carefree young heir, seemingly without having ruffled any feathers. Who could it possibly be? Chen Mu racked his brain, utterly perplexed as to whom he might have offended to warrant such treatment. Just as he pondered this dilemma, a vehicle tracking him accelerated and swiftly cut in front, slamming on the brakes, forcing Chen Mu's car to a halt. Infuriatingly, the road was devoid of any other vehicles. On his return journey, he would traverse several stretches of roadway with scant traffic, much like the current moment, where a seemingly broad highway was entirely empty. As Chen Mu felt a twinge of anxiety, the driver from the car ahead emerged, a towering man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. With an expression of nonchalance as he approached the front of Zhao Mu's vehicle and brazenly opened the passenger door, taking a seat inside. "Kid, if you value your life, take the side road." The burly man growled, revealing the glint of a gun beneath his jacket, a clear threat to Chen Mu. Taking the side road would undoubtedly lead to peril, and Chen Mu's nervousness grew. He felt around the side of his seat, where he had recently retrieved an upgraded 4-step rifle and had just disengaged the safety when the man entered, leaving him no time to lock the car doors. "Well, let's talk this over, big guy. Who are you?" Chen Mu attempted to stall, hoping to seize an opportunity for resistance. In truth, apart from a few visits to the shooting range, Chen Mu had never handled a gun before, which explained his initial hesitation. However, faced with imminent danger, he had no choice but to rely on the weapon in his possession. "It's nothing personal. Someone paid me to teach you a lesson." The burly man smirked, though his grin held a sinister undertone. "Rest assured, kid, as long as you cooperate, I won't take your life." Indeed, in Huaxia, acquiring ammunition was no easy feat, and he had no intention of wasting bullets on Chen Mu. He was being truthful. His objective was merely to earn some extra cash by dishing out a lesson. Of course, while he wouldn't kill Chen Mu, he certainly intended to break his hands and perhaps rob him, an endeavor he had undertaken numerous times before. All right, Chen Mu stammered, visibly shaken as he placed his trembling hands on the steering wheel. Observing this, the burly man seemed to lower his guard, allowing the gun to rest as he looked ahead with a smug expression, convinced that Chen Mu was merely meat on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. "Now, you could die," Chen Mu inquired, noticing that the gun was no longer aimed at him. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly revealed a firearm of his own, directing it at the burly man and firing without hesitation. The tremor in Chen Mu's hands earlier was not due to fear, but rather the realization that he was about to take a life. He merely needed to wait for the opportune moment. With the advantage of easily accessible items from the warehouse in Huaqiangbei, he could execute a swift counterattack. Indeed, when the opportunity arose, Chen Mu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed, and though the brawny man exhibited some reaction, it was far too late. Before he could recover from his shock, he was mercilessly riddled with bullets, his eyes forever wide in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how, in the land of Huaxia, one could wield such a weapon as a rifle. This astonishment surpassed even the surprise of witnessing the sudden appearance of a firearm in Chen Mu's grasp. He was truly unable to close his eyes in death. Convinced that there must be accomplices, Chen Mu refused to believe the man's claims were mere posturing. He would not be satisfied with just a lesson. After dispatching this individual, he turned his gaze towards the vehicles ahead. In his hand was a firearm he had hastily retrieved from the warehouse, not the one he had previously set aside. Yet was similarly an optimized version, delivering formidable power while boasting minimal recoil. With determination, Chen Mu bit down on his teeth, switched out the magazine, and aimed at the car ahead, unleashing a barrage. The windows shattered under the onslaught, bullets leaving a series of pockmarks on the vehicle, glass scattering everywhere. Were any passers-by to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished by the intensity of the gunfight occurring in a nation where firearms were strictly prohibited. Surely, he must be dead? After expending another full magazine, Chen Mu finally opened the car door and cautiously emerged, still wary as he approached the front. Chapter 10. Purging Evil for the People Bang. The sound of a gunshot startled Chen Mu, and he was fortunate that the bullet whizzed past him without causing harm. Alarmed, he quickly crouched down, seeking refuge behind the car. He thought, his heart racing as he observed another man emerge from the driver's seat, wielding a handgun, blood streaming from his wounds. Chen Mu's earlier volley had indeed struck true, and it was this injury that had spared him from a dire fate. Chen Mu's heart brimmed with fury. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, all while contemplating the grand mission of revitalizing Huaxia. He had nearly embarked on his journey only to meet his end prematurely, and thus his anger surged. "You little brat, I never expected you to possess such heavy firepower." The man, though fierce in demeanor, was clearly wounded, clutching his abdomen where a serious injury lay. How unexpected to hit a solid wall. You little rascal. You must be out of bullets. Come out. Bang. Another shot rang out towards Chen Mu's position, further compelling him to remain hidden. This is infuriating. Ultimately, my skills are too lacking. If only I had the physique of Captain America, dealing with such a minor adversary would require not even a fraction of my effort. Chen Mu appeared visibly tense. Although the opponent wielded a mere handgun, he lacked the confidence to confront him, for today marked his first encounter with firearms. The previous kill had been a stroke of surprise, and the prospect of overcoming this current foe seemed daunting. What to do? Tightening his grip on the rifle, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. After all, it was a natural reaction. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered a situation like this. Suddenly, he had an idea. As footsteps drew nearer, Chen Mu's heart raced, prompting him to swiftly inspect his inventory. Xiaowai, how far can the items retrieved from the warehouse be placed? Within your line of sight, Xiao AI promptly replied. That made sense. Firearms were manageable, appearing in hand without issue. However, would future creations, such as a space aircraft carrier, also materialize in his grasp? Very well. Toss that Porsche I produced earlier onto his head. Understood. No problem. A straightforward solution indeed. Simply use a car to eliminate the adversary. Chen Mu's system space was remarkably efficient. En route to the shooting range, he had already manufactured his own vehicle. After analyzing the Porsche, he had produced another one even before taking aim. The production capability of Huaqiangbei was formidable, allowing for the manufacture of a car in under an hour. Now, he was set to use the Porsche as a weapon. With a resounding crash, the man, being an ordinary individual, was oblivious to the impending danger above him, as his attention was solely focused on Chen Mu. There was no doubt that the moment the Porsche descended, the man met his demise, instantly crushed beneath its weight. Though the Porsche was constructed from lightweight carbon fiber, it was still far too much for the human body to endure. The unfortunate man was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Exhaling deeply, Chen Mu finally felt a sense of relief and cautiously rose to his feet. Surely, there were no accomplices left? Grasping his firearm, he circled around the man's lifeless body, making his way toward the vehicle ahead. To his astonishment, it was her. Approaching the car, he peered through the shattered window, only to furrow his brow in disbelief. Inside sat a woman, stylishly dressed yet tragically riddled with bullets. Why was she here? It dawned on him that this was indeed the same female driver from the Porsche. The motive behind her presence with these 2 criminals was all too clear. Evidently, after he had slapped her, she had nursed a grudge, hiring 2 mercenaries to ambush him. The notion that she merely intended to teach him a lesson was absurd. Was this not a form of ridding society of evildoers? Once he was certain there was no further danger, Chen Mu sighed in relief, surveying the chaotic scene with concern. There was no choice but to leave. However, it was prudent to tidy up the area first. The Porsche undeniably belonged to that woman, essentially a replica, thus it could easily be disguised as hers. Chen Mu needed to create an alibi, which was not particularly difficult. He merely had to replace his bullet-riddled vehicle with one unmarred. As for the body and the firearm, he intended to leave those matters unattended. One weapon was positioned on the corpse, while the rest could be left for the police to ponder. Dragging the body from his vehicle and discarding a weapon upon it, Chen Mu then stored his car in a warehouse, exchanged it for a new one, and departed the scene. What fingerprints? There was no cause for concern. If he was not suspected, it would bear no consequence. As for the events that transpired here, it was up to the investigators to let their imaginations run wild. The mangled body, the man and woman riddled with bullets, and the 2 vehicles, when the truth eventually emerged. It might be years down the line. Perhaps this case would remain unsolved. Xiao AI, can you trace the identities of those 2 individuals? Li Zigan, a fugitive of the highest order, had committed multiple crimes and had been on the run within the country, responsible for 3 homicides. Lu Xiongfeng, also a fugitive of the highest order, had been implicated in a series of murders. Tian Ting, the owner of a gravel factory. Chen Mu was too disinterested to delve further into the woman's details, but he was taken aback to discover that the other 2 were indeed vicious criminals. To associate with such notorious fugitives and share a vehicle with them clearly indicated that this woman was not a person of good character either. It was best to leave the past behind. What mattered now was how to dispose of the previous vehicle. After all, it bore numerous bullet holes and traces, which needed to be silently eradicated to eliminate any suspicion. However, he had not anticipated the surprising capabilities of the warehouse in Huaqiangbei. Moreover, the nearly boundless storage space was immensely beneficial for Chen Mu, akin to carrying an enormous personal storage facility. The more he engaged with the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system, the more astonished he became, wanting nothing more than to give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Huaqiangbei is remarkable." Chapter 11. The Marvels of Huaqiangbei. How might I gain access to advanced weaponry? Upon returning home, Chen Mu had already set aside the incident with the wanted criminal and became preoccupied with this question. There had been no recent defense or air exhibitions, making the prospect of encountering high-end weaponry virtually impossible. In the domestic arena, the only means to witness or interact with such cutting-edge technology was through specific channels. Yet time was not on his side. Furthermore, he sought to replicate, to study, the Iron Man suit rather than mere conventional military arms. Once Huaqiangbei successfully deciphered the Iron Man armor, Chen Mu was confident he could effortlessly forge an entire Steel Legion. Regrettably, we find ourselves in the year 2008, a time when even Iron Man has yet to make his debut, rendering discussions of the Iron Legion rather premature. It is indeed a source of great embarrassment to be threatened by two mere mortals. Thus, enhancing one's physical capabilities has become an imperative. In pursuit of this enhancement, Chen Mu has set his sights on Captain America's super soldier serum, a means to elevate human physicality to its zenith. However, the super soldier serum is not without its significant drawbacks. The so-called virtuous become more virtuous, while the nefarious grow increasingly malevolent. Chen Mu does not consider himself a paragon of virtue, and thus cannot replicate Captain America's transformation. Yet, he must not forget the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system. One of its most formidable attributes is its scientific prowess, allowing for swift optimization and improvement of various technologies. Any flaws or shortcomings become trivial in Chen Mu's capable hands. If memory serves, Captain America remains frozen beneath the Arctic ice. Having first appeared during the events of the Avengers in 2012, which is still 4 long years away, I cannot afford to wait that long. What the Hulk? Apart from Captain America, Chen Mu suddenly recalls another Avenger, the formidable Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner. He underwent a mutation due to exposure to gamma radiation during an experiment, endowing him with tremendous strength that escalates with his rage, undoubtedly a form of biological technology. Thus, Xiao AI, can the Huaqiangbei system analyze and control the Hulk's technology? No technology poses a challenge to Huaqiangbei. Xiao AI expressed confidence, acknowledging that while the Hulk's abilities are indeed difficult to control, they're not insurmountable for Huaqiangbei. This implies that upon encountering the Hulk, Huaqiangbei could decipher and optimize his technology. Chen Mu was taken aback. Huaqiangbei truly is remarkable. The notion of controlling Hulk's technology seems almost unbelievable. Moreover, what a Spider-Man, Ant-Man, and Black Panther? In the Marvel Universe, it has always been the case that the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. In truth, all mutations are products of technological advancements. As long as Huaqiangbei can engage with these individuals, it can flawlessly analyze their respective technologies. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was transformed after being bitten by a radioactive spider, a creation of Oscorp Industries. Ant-Man's abilities are derived from Pym particles, devised by Dr. Pym, which undoubtedly fall within the realm of technology and can be easily analyzed by Huaqiangbei. Furthermore, the effects of Pym particles extend beyond mere enlargement and reduction. They even encompass pivotal technologies for time travel. Acquiring knowledge of Pym particles would be of immeasurable assistance to Chen Mu. As for Black Panther, it seems that all of Wakanda is a bastion of advanced technology, does it not? Should the opportunity arise to engage with Wakanda, it would undoubtedly be of immense assistance to Chen Mu. Upon reflection, it appears that my chances are indeed numerous. This superhero realm, filled with illustrious figures, presents a tantalizing prospect of their advanced technology and capabilities becoming easily accessible to Chen Mu. However, it is worth noting that, true to the Marvel Universe, these superheroes predominantly hail from the West, particularly the United States, rendering the Chinese culture seemingly feeble in this narrative. Of course, Black Panther is an exception, as Wakanda does not exist in the original world of Chen Mu. It is a mere fabrication. Even so, it is astonishing that this nation, characterized as a land of Black heritage, has formed a close alliance with America. Let us not forget what was once America's most popular commodity, African slaves. Even today, racial discrimination persists in the United States. Thus, the intimate cooperation between Wakanda and America appears utterly absurd. In this moment, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and responsibility resting upon his shoulders. He finally understood that the mission of rejuvenating Great China, as mentioned by Xiao AI, is indeed no mere figment of imagination. The Chinese community in this world undeniably requires a leader to guide it towards revival. How can it be that a nation with a mere 200-year history boasts superheroes, while my 5,000-year-old China has none? No, while there may be no superheroes, the presence of supervillains serves only to tarnish the image of China. After a moment of reflective silence, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes. I shall lead China to the pinnacle of this world. The Americans take pride in Iron Man. Watch as I equip every Chinese soldier with even superior armored suits. They revere Captain America for his extraordinary physical enhancement. I will ensure that every Chinese soldier possesses a physique that rivals his. Furthermore, Chen Mu envisions a future where all Chinese individuals can stand tall and confidently proclaim that they are not inferior to these so-called superheroes. I intend to democratize armored suits, transforming them into essential commodities akin to automobiles for every household in China. Doubt not, for we, the Great Huaqiangbei, possess such capability. By analyzing the technology and subsequently modifying it, we shall minimize costs to the greatest extent, rendering armored suits as affordable as cabbages. Moreover, within the domestic realm, there will be no need for weapon modules during installation, significantly reducing expenses. The proliferation of armored suits across countless households will indeed complicate the installation of weapon modules. Otherwise, it could lead to considerable issues. Of course, this is merely a temporary disassembly. If necessary, they can be reassembled at any time. In times of conflict, these suits can be equipped with weaponry, truly achieving a state where every citizen is a soldier. When the time comes, should an extraterrestrial army invade, they will be met by countless Iron Men. I digress. Speaking of the Avengers, dear AI, I am curious whether the magic wielded by Thor and Doctor Strange can be analyzed by the Huaqiangbei System. In this world, magic and technology are essentially one and the same. Thus, it is certainly feasible. This implies that Huaqiangbei, in addition to its high-tech gadgets, can even replicate magic. Truly impressive. My Huaqiangbei. Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words, once again awed by the capabilities of Huaqiangbei. In that moment, all his thoughts coalesced into a single expression. Huaqiangbei is remarkable. Chapter 12. Hammer Industries is set to hold a defense exhibition in 2 days. Hammer Industries? Wait, isn't that the arms dealer from Iron Man 2 that stands on equal footing with Stark Industries? Of course, Hammer Industries pales in comparison to Stark's prowess. Just considering their respective leaders, the disparity is monumental. Justin Hammer is nowhere near Tony Stark's caliber. Although he has developed some commendable equipment, it seems to be rendered a mere joke in the presence of Iron Man. It appears that the Iron Patriot, also known as War Machine, was primarily modified by Hammer Industries. Later, when Tony shuttered Stark's weapons division, the American arms trade naturally went to several other companies, with Hammer Industries receiving a substantial share. Though it does not rival Stark Industries, it is not without merit. Hammer Industries, indeed, possesses a considerable amount of high technology, from individual weaponry to large vehicles, holding a notable place in the U.S. military's arsenal. 2 days? There's still time. Casting a glance at the clock, Chen Mu clenched his fist. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the cutting-edge technology of this world undeniably resides in America. If Chen Mu wishes to acquire such advanced innovations, a trip to America is imperative. After all, Tony will be rescued in a couple of days, and upon returning to America, I must also venture there to obtain Iron Man's technology. Certainly, even from across the ocean, while observing the images of Iron Man, Huaqiangbei could replicate the iron armor in a 1-to-1 scale. However, it would merely be a hollow imitation, with only 1% of the resolution, rendering it utterly useless. Thus, it is settled. I shall journey to America. In pursuit of superior technology, Chen Mu saw no other recourse. Much like the pioneers who traveled to the West to study after the founding of New China, for the prosperity of his homeland, sacrifices must be made. Of course, Chen Mu was not truly sacrificing anything. What he needed to do was quite simple. A week-long trip to America would suffice. Fortunately, I had my American visa. With this plan in mind, Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement and promptly began to pack his belongings. Naturally, he only needed to store the essentials in the warehouse, which boasted limitless storage space. Wasn't it simple enough? Once everything was in order, Chen Mu swiftly booked a ticket for the next day's flight to America, intending to board the plane early in the morning. Finally, he arrived in America. The following morning, after much persuasion, he managed to reassure his parents, allowing him to embark on his journey to a foreign land alone. Being a rich heir certainly came with its challenges. In his parents' eyes, Chen Mu felt utterly incompetent, as if he possessed no skills whatsoever. At 20 years old, what was there to worry about in venturing abroad alone? After enduring a lengthy flight exceeding 10 hours, he reached his destination, New York, America. He noted that the business of the Ugly Group had expanded to America and decided to book a hotel near the Hammer Trade Fair. Following the navigation, Chen Mu swiftly arrived at the inn and, after informing his parents of his safe arrival, prepared to rest for the upcoming exhibition. After such a long journey, Chen Mu was exceedingly fatigued and certainly needed rest. At this moment, his physical condition was merely that of an average person. How could he withstand prolonged exhaustion? I must enhance my physical fitness at the earliest opportunity. This thought motivated Chen Mu, igniting a fervent desire to strengthen himself. Oh, Captain America, when will you be unearthed? As dawn broke the next day, Chen Mu purchased a ticket for the Hammer Industrial Exhibition. After getting ready, he headed straight to the venue. The helmet-style enhanced night vision goggles, with their formidable thermal imaging capabilities, would assist soldiers in observing their surroundings in complete darkness. Excellent and powerful. They were now mine. Silently brushing his fingers over the helmet, Chen Mu expressionlessly moved towards his next target. The M110 sniper rifle, utilizing a gas-operated semi-automatic firing mechanism, offered a higher rate of fire compared to the M24 sniper rifle, ensuring that snipers could swiftly and accurately lock onto targets even in densely populated areas. This sniper rifle is impressive. I've analyzed it. Continuing to explore, he moved on to the Beretta 92 pistol. The bustling exhibition center drew little attention to Chen Mu's actions. After all, most attendees were military enthusiasts, and it was perfectly acceptable to handle these weapons at an exhibition. Thus, his behavior elicited no curiosity. Chen Mu meticulously examined all the firearms in the designated area, consequently acquiring comprehensive knowledge of their technologies. Most of these weapons were currently in service with the U.S. military, and many were more advanced compared to those available domestically. Naturally, Chen Mu thoroughly absorbed all the technical details of these weapons. As Chen Mu departed from the firearms zone, he found himself in the armored vehicles section. The strikingly robust and ironclad designs of the armored vehicles dazzled him. However, he remained steadfast in his purpose, meticulously examining each vehicle. Naturally, his actions did not go unnoticed. A bespectacled man in the background observed him with a smirk of amusement, hinting at a deeper conspiracy surrounding Chen Mu. To his astonishment, he encountered models of the F-22 Raptor and B-2 stealth bomber. It was unfortunate that they were merely replicas. In this world, the F-22, which should have been manufactured by Lockheed Martin, was instead produced by Hammer Industries. The involvement of Hammer Industries in the creation of the B-2 was equally surprising. Such cutting-edge weaponry as the F-22 and B two could not possibly be produced by a single entity alone. Thus, Hammer's presence here indicated that they had indeed contributed to the development of these aircraft. However, both the F-22 and B-2 were colossal in scale, far too large for Hammer Industries' exhibition space. Consequently, the models displayed were merely scaled-down versions. Had these aircraft been authentic, Chen Mu would have effortlessly acquired a wealth of advanced technologies associated with them. Engine technology, stealth capabilities, all within his grasp. Alas, they were just models, and Chen Mu sighed in disappointment. This venue was only capable of housing replicas. Chapter 13. A clash of wits indeed. The venue could only accommodate models. A confident man with glasses approached Chen Mu from behind. Upon hearing his words, he interjected with a knowing smile. Behind him trailed a group of journalists wielding cameras, capturing the moment, and Chen Mu, standing nearby, was fortunate enough to be included in the shots. Hammer Industries prided itself on its involvement in the development of fifth-generation aircraft. The F-22 was undeniably the most formidable fighter jet in the world, while the B-2 stealth bomber stood unrivaled, possessing the potential to wreak havoc on a global scale. It was also known as the Ghost in the Sky. "Pleasure to meet you, my friend from the East. I am Justin Hammer," he declared with a beaming smile that seemed friendly. Yet Chen Mu discerned a profound disdain lurking in his gaze, a subtle indication of contempt. "Hello, Mr. Hammer. I am Chen Mu, hailing from Huaxia," he replied, sensing the underlying hostility. Thus, he responded with a measured indifference. "The United States has always been the most powerful and civilized nation, and we warmly welcome any guests who visit our country." Justin Hammer appeared unfazed by Chen Mu's indifference and continued, "Of course, we also welcome you, Mr. Chen Mu from Huaxia." Before the cameras, his unwavering smile seemed to be an essential lesson for someone of his public stature. "I have been observing Mr. Zhao for quite some time, having begun my attention when you were examining firearms. I noticed you meticulously inspected each piece of equipment, and I am curious, Mr. Chen Mu, what are your thoughts upon encountering such formidable weaponry? I wonder if your country possesses the capability to forge such arms." It became apparent that Justin Hammer's ulterior motive was to mock Chen Mu's embarrassing demeanor, thereby belittling his nation to elevate his own standing. Numerous flashes illuminated Chen Mu as the American media seemed equally intrigued by the inquiry, their cameras trained on him. "Behold, this is the might and grandeur of military artistry. The B-22 and B-2 bombers unrivaled across the globe." With an air of arrogance, Justin Hammer gazed at Chen Mu and continued his aggressive tirade. "Your nation may never be able to produce such powerful weapons. How ludicrous." Chen Mu let out a cold snort. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he would not tolerate affronts against his homeland. Thus, unable to contain himself, he retorted, "I have examined your weapons and scrutinized them closely. They are indeed commendable, yet they also bear numerous flaws. It is no wonder that the majority of these arms are not adopted by your military." This statement rendered Justin's countenance grim, as it touched upon a long-held grievance of his. The majority of arms procured by the U.S. military were from Stark Industries and a few other arms manufacturers. Hammer Industries could only survive in the shadows of these enterprises, a bitter truth that Chen Mu had just laid bare, causing him to lose face. "As for your various armored vehicles, I have also reviewed them. They are impressive and would certainly turn heads on the road. However, they are merely aesthetically pleasing and lack practical utility. I presume your military has not procured these vehicles, have they?" Chen Mu continued his scornful critique, deepening the frown on Justin Hammer's face. "Regarding the two aircraft, they are indeed highly advanced and have few rivals in this world. However, were they solely developed by your company? One must wonder how much effort your firm contributed to these two fighter jets." Chen Mu skillfully returned the volley, prompting the ever-inquisitive reporters to redirect their cameras toward Justin Hammer, who appeared increasingly pale. Could he possibly admit that Hammer Industries had contributed less than 1% to the creation of these jets? In truth, all they had provided was a landing gear technology, and to showcase these aircraft models here was nothing short of shamelessness. Having kicked a metal plate, he initially intended to trample upon this individual from Huaxia to assert his own superiority. However, he did not anticipate that Chen Mu would prove to be a formidable opponent, leaving him speechless. I firmly believe that Huaxia will one day develop aircraft that surpass the 22 and the 2, and that day will not be far off. Huh, how laughable. Do you really think you can achieve that? Do you think Huaxia is capable? Humph. Is Mr. Hammer looking down upon my country? Is he dismissive of Huaxia? You are speaking ill of a permanent member of the United Nations. Chen Mu, with unwavering resolve, questioned him seriously, knowing he must not falter under the spotlight. Yes, I apologize I spoke out of turn. Under the relentless gaze of the cameras, Justin gritted his teeth, forced to concede. Faced with Chen Mu's inquiries, he dared not utter another disrespectful word. In front of the press, any impolite remarks would lead to dire consequences. To put it simply, he could not afford to say anything further. In such a solemn and formal setting, any continued disparagement of Huaxia would bear repercussions beyond his capacity to bear. As a public figure, one should never discuss other nations in a derogatory manner, especially not a country, however impoverished it may be. Moreover, Huaxia is far from a destitute nation. It boasts the largest market in the world, the most populous developing country, and is the second largest economy globally. Justin Hammer cannot afford to provoke Huaxia, particularly since Hammer Industries is not merely an arms dealer. It operates in numerous sectors reliant on Huaxia's vast market. Thus, as the leader of Hammer Industries, he must temper his arrogance. Remember, fortunes shift over time. There will come a day when Huaxia will rise. Chen Mu declared earnestly, bearing the monumental mission of Huaxia's rejuvenation without a shred of doubt. His passionate words earned him applause from many present, especially those hailing from Huaxia, who clapped without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, defending the honor of one's homeland is always worthy of applause. Mr. Chen Mu, please continue your tour. Farewell. Under the sound of applause, Justin Hammer found himself with no place to stand, retreating in disgrace. He never anticipated that his plan to belittle this Huaxia rustic to elevate himself would lead him instead to a deep pit, nearly igniting a backlash against himself. Chapter 14. Not in vain what he believed to be an ordinary Huaxia individual traveling in America, coupled with his rustic demeanor, led Justin Hammer to think he could elevate himself by stepping on this man. However, the reality proved that Chen Mu was not to be trifled with. It is utterly inappropriate for Justin to speak ill of Huaxia. Had he merely mocked Chen Mu for his lack of experience, perhaps Chen Mu would have chosen to endure in silence. However, once he began to deride Huaxia, the nature of the situation fundamentally shifted. Chen Mu could no longer remain passive. Fortunately, due to Huaxia's vast market, Justin is hesitant to openly express derogatory remarks. Observing the fate of those like Letian, he is wary of provoking trouble. Moreover, should he utter any thoughtless words, his status as a public figure would be jeopardized. Heaven knows how the journalist would distort his words, which could significantly impact Hammer Industries' aspirations to secure a foothold in Congress. Regrettably, without the tangible entities of the F-22 or F-35, the stealth technology from the fifth-generation fighter jet could have greatly aided Huaxia's military industry, allowing Chen Mu to assist in advancing Huaxia's development of cutting-edge fighter jets. In light of the incident involving Justin Hammer, Chen Mu naturally no longer wishes to continue at Hammer Industries. He has already thoroughly explored the weaponry, having replicated the technological advancements of all their armaments. In simple terms, Chen Mu now possesses a comprehensive understanding of the majority of Hammer's technology. With further breakthroughs in his research capabilities, he could easily surpass Hammer Industries, achieving a status of global excellence. This journey to America has not been in vain. Learning that Xiao AI has also mastered all the technologies brings Chen Mu immense joy. The next step is Stark Industries. After all the chaos, 2 days have now passed. If nothing unforeseen occurs, Tony Stark is expected to extricate himself from danger and return to America in the next couple of days. This implies that it will not be long before Chen Mu gains access to the Iron Man technology he so fervently desires. Before that, however, he must arrange a visit to Stark Industries. Securing a tour of Stark Industries is no simple feat. One must possess sufficient credentials and, of course, considerable financial resources. One cannot expect to tour such an industrial complex for free, especially since Chen Mu is not a citizen of this country. Thus, to visit the Stark facility, he must exert considerable effort. Dad, I need to make a trip to Stark Industries. I must acquire the appropriate credentials. Please help me get in touch with someone from Stark Industries. No problem. Handle it as you see fit. After his conversation with his father, Chen Mu hung up the phone. His strategy, while not particularly elaborate, is straightforward. He intends to approach Stark Industries in the capacity of a negotiator, representing a toy manufacturing company from Huaxia, in hopes of conducting some business. Do not underestimate Stark Industries as merely a weapons manufacturer. Their business encompasses a vast array of sectors, with a significant presence in global markets. Chen Mu's objective this time is to secure authorization from Stark to produce toy models of all the weaponry and equipment developed by Stark Industries. It is imperative to acknowledge that this encompasses all, including future weaponry, which means even the forthcoming Iron Man suits are included. Chen Mu is acutely aware that in this world, nothing can be achieved instantaneously. Thus, the establishment of an Iron Man Legion is no exception. Furthermore, relying solely on his Huaqiangbei system is insufficient to create this legion. It necessitates harnessing the strength of this world and China itself, establishing production lines, and manufacturing independently. Moreover, the revitalization of China cannot rest solely on his shoulders. It is a collective endeavor for all Chinese people. While Huaqiangbei is indeed formidable, many matters cannot be resolved in a single leap. This undertaking requires meticulous planning over time. Although the value of model toys may be modest, the vast Chinese market cannot be overlooked. Suppose the manufactured toys, whether firearms or vehicles, are made from plastic. How high can their production costs really be? Selling them for a few dozen or 100 yuan would yield considerable profits. If he could sell several million units, that translates to billions in revenue. Despite Stark Industries being a colossal enterprise, such profits cannot be disregarded. Towering edifices rise from humble beginnings, and wealth accumulates gradually. Stark Industries itself would certainly take note of these billions in profit. Furthermore, this transaction is merely a prelude. In the future, there will be an increasing number of collaborative opportunities. In summary, bringing several hundred million in partnerships to exchange for a chance to tour the industrial park poses no great challenge. After all, to Stark Industries, it is evident that Chen Mu cannot simply take those resources away, is it not? That said, the benefits bestowed upon me by Hammer Industries are already astonishing. Aside from certain classified technologies, the entirety of Hammer Industries' technological prowess has been quietly acquired by Chen Mu, effectively rendering the entire corporation as a treasure within his grasp. This single enterprise significantly aids Chen Mu in his mission to rejuvenate China. In this world, Hammer Industries' scale and significance parallel that of Lockheed in the past, representing one of America's most advanced and crucial military-industrial firms. Chen Mu's acquisition of nearly all its technologies is akin to how China in the past would have taken over Lockheed entirely. Such an influence is poised to transform the world. Xiao AI. How substantial a contribution can the technologies I currently possess offer towards the revitalization of China? Technology is merely a reserve. It must be put into action to realize the revival of China. Xiao AI candidly addresses the crux of the issue. It appears I must expedite the establishment of a large-scale, cutting-edge research and development base. Although there is a small factory at home, it is utterly inadequate for the grand vision of revitalizing China. After establishing connections with military personnel, I decided to leverage their influence to select a location for the establishment of an industrial zone, aptly named Huaqiangbei. As for the site, I chose the Futian district of Shenzhen, Guangdong province. Surprisingly, this area still resembled a rural expanse. Upon consulting a map, I discovered that this location corresponds to the historical Huaqiangbei. Thus, I resolved to recreate the same bustling Huaqiangbei in this very place. Chapter 15. Stark Industrial Park. Is this truly Stark Industries? It certainly appears far more impressive than Hammer Industries. The following day, as scheduled, I visited the Stark Industrial Park located in the suburbs of New York. After completing the necessary formalities, I was granted access to the park. The beautifully landscaped environment elicited an involuntary exclamation of admiration from me. Indeed, Stark Industries outshone Hammer Industries by a considerable margin. As I toured the various facilities with a guide, a hearty laugh resonated from behind me. "Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to meet you." Turning around, I was greeted by a strikingly bald man adorned with a thick, bushy beard, none other than Obadiah Stane, the current head of Stark Industries. He is also the antagonist from the narrative of Iron Man 1, being Tony Stark's uncle who cared for him after Howard's demise. However, he is not a benevolent figure. For personal gain, he clandestinely supplied weapons to terrorist organizations and even orchestrated Tony's abduction. "I read about you in the newspapers, and your remarks from yesterday were quite amusing," Obadiah exclaimed with a hearty laugh, patting me on the shoulder with an air of admiration. "Young people like you are truly remarkable." "No, you flatter me," I replied modestly. It was merely a reaction to Justin Hammer's rather foolish statements. It is indeed disheartening for a public figure to openly attack a sovereign nation. Hammer Industries has little to boast about. Obadiah concurred. Justin Hammer has certainly embarrassed our great nation. This sentiment rings true. At present, superheroes have yet to emerge, and the various crises confronting the Earth have not yet materialized. Consequently, the geopolitical landscape remains similar to that of my former life. China stands as an undeniable great power in this world, having secured its place on the international stage through years of development. The nation's advancements in economy, military, technology, and more are no longer to be underestimated. Yet, only a fool like Justin Hammer would dare to publicly voice disparaging comments against China. In the eyes of Obadiah, this was nothing short of self-sabotage, a display of utter disgrace. Just yesterday, the incident had stirred a frenzy, thanks to the sensationalist reports from those journalists who thrive on chaos. By today, the news had spread like wildfire, reaching even Obadiah's ears. Moreover, through the rapid dissemination of information online, it had even crossed into China, garnering widespread acclaim. Chen Mu, unafraid of authority, stood resolutely for his homeland, even while in America, confronting those who insulted his country without hesitation, a true embodiment of heroism. Comparing arms dealers, it was evident that Obadiah outshone Justin by a considerable margin, his heart seemingly darker as well. Yet there was Mr. Chen Mu, young and accomplished, bravely advocating for his nation. Obadiah gestured for Chen Mu's guide to leave, continuing with a tone of admiration. "If only the youth in our country could think as you do, putting their nation first." Such praise is unwarranted. "I merely acted as any citizen of China ought to," Chen Mu replied with a modest smile. "I believe that in such circumstances, any Chinese individual would likely make the same choice as I did. That is indeed commendable. At least among the younger generation, our youth seem to lag behind. The United States, with its brief history of mere centuries, cannot rival China in patriotic fervor. Here, everyone, young and old alike, seems to view the world through a lens of self-interest. Their so-called patriotism is merely driven by profit. Consider why the American populace supports military action against other nations. It is simply a matter of potential gain. The benefits derived from war undoubtedly enhance the lives of ordinary citizens, which in turn secures widespread backing. Perhaps, Chen Mu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Every nation's youth possesses both virtues and vices, and he felt unqualified to pass judgment, thus preparing to shift the conversation. However, Chen Mu's ultimate aim was to rejuvenate China, which would inevitably lead to the empowerment of its youth. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. To fortify his homeland, he must ensure that its young people grow even stronger. As for serums, external armors, or esoteric magical knowledge, all of these would undoubtedly be employed to equip the youth of China. By the way, Mr. Obadiah, I have come to seek your company's authorization to manufacture toy models of Stark weapons for the purpose of creating scaled replicas. As for the licensing fee, Chen Mu intended to articulate his thoughts directly, but Obadiah interrupted him. "I have already grasped your primary objective," Obadiah remarked with a casual smile. "The toy market is indeed quite substantial. However, I have a new plan. I wonder if Mr. Chen Mu might be interested?" "Please do elaborate," Chen Mu nodded in response. "I have conducted an investigation, and Mr. Chen indeed possesses a substantial factory in Huaxia. Does he not?" The meeting request was initiated by his father. Thus, Chen Mu's reaction is hardly surprising. Moreover, it is entirely reasonable for Obadiah to have access to such information. Huaxia represents a vast market, and with the rise of smartphones, I firmly believe that it will soon emerge as an enormous and burgeoning sector. With a population of 1,300 million, Huaxia undoubtedly stands as the largest market. At this point in time, it is still 2008, and smartphones are merely in their infancy. The majority of individuals are still utilizing rudimentary devices, such as Nokia and Motorola. However, the impending surge of smartphones is gradually becoming apparent. Oh, Chen Mu gazed at Obadiah with a sense of astonishment, somewhat intrigued. This old fellow possesses an impressive acumen for market dynamics, recognizing the potential of smartphones even now. Were he not engaged in schemes and intrigues, but rather devoted to honest commerce, he could undoubtedly amass a fortune. The ascendance of smart devices necessitates intelligence. At Stark Industries, we are developing an artificial intelligence project, and I aspire for our AI to be the provider for users in future Huaxia. Stark's artificial intelligence, without a doubt, is Jarvis. Yet, this old chap dares to envision implanting Jarvis into every smartphone in Huaxia. Such ambition is indeed audacious. Should we achieve collaboration on this plan, I would have no qualms about granting you the licensing for weapon designs free of charge. Chapter 16. Striking Gold. Obadiah spoke with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. The toy market? Profits in the hundreds of millions? He hardly regarded it with any seriousness. If his plan were to succeed, the rewards would far exceed mere millions. The future smartphone market is bound to be immense. Huaxia is developing at an astonishing pace, and soon, smartphones will become indispensable to all. It is not far-fetched to predict that each device could reach prices in the thousands of dollars, leading to a trillion-dollar supermarket that Stark Industries could only aspire to behold. Furthermore, the smart system will undoubtedly serve as the core of smartphones, potentially surpassing even the significance of chips. The intelligent system can gather every user's data, compile big data, and even intrude upon and monitor their privacy. In terms of capability alone, it stands as a super strategic weapon. Obadiah is exceedingly confident in Jarvis's abilities. Huaxia's network has always posed a challenge for American infiltration. If Jarvis were to penetrate enemy lines, it would provide substantial assistance to the United States. Ultimately, the desire of America to undermine Huaxia has never waned. Obadiah's objective is evidently to infiltrate Jarvis into the heart of China, rendering the authorization fees a mere trifling expense in comparison. Moreover, China has now emerged as the world's factory, renowned for its manufacturing capabilities, particularly in toys, with approximately 90% of the world's toys produced within its borders. The abundance of toy firearms is undeniable, and it is rare to find a Chinese company willing to pay licensing fees. It is common knowledge that in China, copyright protection is often viewed as a farce. Who could possibly prevent American companies from producing what they desire? Accusations of infringement? Who would pay heed? Previously, when the Chun family's factory claimed it intended to purchase licensing fees, it sounded absurd. Obadiah almost thought he had misheard. However, upon confirming this information, Obadiah quickly devised another plan to exploit Chen Mu, aiming to achieve his sinister goal of infiltrating China. How splendid! It is indeed an honor to cooperate with your esteemed entity in the realm of smart devices. Nonetheless, Chen Mu, who had long suspected Obadiah's dubious character, though he had a fair inkling of Obadiah's intentions, feigned a welcoming demeanor. To have Jarvis handed over to him, that was a desire he could only hope for. To rely on Jarvis to breach China? Regrettably, the wrong choice had been made. Once Jarvis was in Chen Mu's possession, he would reveal to them the formidable prowess of Huaqiangbei. Jarvis? Would it not be amusing to see it transformed into my technology? As for the styling authorization fees, consider them generously waived. With Chen Mu's consent, Obadiah appeared quite pleased. Naturally, he had a keen affinity for money, and regarding the matter of profit sharing, he perceived it as inconsequential, believing he could gradually seize it later, as he possessed ample means. Mr. Stan, I actually have a humble request. I hope you can assist me. Speak freely, Obadiah replied, his curiosity piqued. I have always admired the advanced technology of Stark Industries. I hope to have the opportunity to visit and witness your high-tech innovations up close to broaden my horizons. Indeed, Chen Mu's intentions were equally nefarious. Observing up close was merely a pretext to dissect and fully comprehend another's technology. To put it plainly, he sought to steal knowledge, albeit subtly, so that others would remain oblivious. Of course, that poses no problem. In Obadiah's perspective, it was merely a chance to showcase their high-tech advancements. What could be amiss in dazzling this young man from China with their innovations? He was more than willing. How about this? Around noon, Tony will be back. I could take you to meet him then. I believe, being of similar age, you will find much to discuss. You can delve into the specifics with him. Obadiah was in high spirits, even preparing to personally escort Chen Mu to explore the advanced technologies of Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, has he returned? Chen Mu blinked, surprised at how much faster things were progressing than he had anticipated. Had he miscalculated the time? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. It had no bearing on him whatsoever. After all, they were both young men. Chen Mu was merely in his 20s, while Tony Stark was likely already in his 30s, perhaps even past that. How could someone in their 30s still consider themselves youthful? Come, let me take you to see the true F-22 Raptors and the B-2 bombers. Obadiah clapped Chen Mu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I heard you were disappointed not to see the real Raptors and Phantoms at Hammer Industries yesterday. Here at Stark, you will witness the actual machines, not mere models. As a potential major client, Obadiah displayed remarkable generosity, knowing it was just a visit, and he would be supervising closely. Surely, he had no need to worry that Chen Mu could steal any information or even the aircraft themselves. What a joke. In this regard, Obadiah was not much different from Justin. He merely wished to flaunt Stark's superiority to demonstrate how far behind China was in developing fifth-generation fighters. Of course, Obadiah was wise enough not to voice such thoughts aloud. That is splendid. Gaining all this without any effort, Chen Mu momentarily froze, then broke into an excited smile. He was genuinely thrilled, as this meant he would undoubtedly acquire comprehensive technology on fifth-generation fighters. Such knowledge alone would significantly enhance China's military capabilities. Feeling quite satisfied with himself, Obadiah soon led Chen Mu to a vast production line, allowing him the pleasure of touching the F-22 and B-2. They then wandered through the industrial park, where Chen Mu was introduced to various other weaponry, from individual firearms to large combat aircraft. He had the fortune to handle them all. Little did the unsuspecting Obadiah know, his display of prowess was inadvertently transferring Stark's technology into Chen Mu's hands. Poor Stark Industries was unwittingly following in the footsteps of Hammer Industries, with nearly all its technological advancements stealthily acquired by Chen Mu. The irony was that the very culprit behind this was Obadiah himself. Yet, whether it was Obadiah or Justin Hammer, no one in the world could have anticipated that Chen Mu's mere presence could allow him to effortlessly seize their prideful technologies, simply by touching or even glancing at them. At this moment, Chen Mu's technological prowess in Huaqiangbei has, in fact, surpassed that of Stark Industries, representing a combination of both Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. Chapter 17. Intent to collaborate. This is the arc reactor, the pride of Stark Industries' technological advancements. After a morning of exploration, even with the aid of a transportation vehicle, Obadiah felt a tinge of fatigue, regretting his decision to personally engage in this endeavor. He could have easily delegated the task to a subordinate, yet here he was, exhausting himself. How about it? Would you like to touch it? After spending the morning together, Obadiah observed a peculiar quirk in Chen Mu, his insatiable desire to physically interact with remarkable objects. He may not always examine them closely, but he felt compelled to touch them, almost as if it were a compulsion. This left Obadiah somewhat speechless, even feeling a hint of frustration. Had he chosen an ambassador with an eccentricity? Had he known, he might have opted for someone else to promote Jarvis in Huaxia. Why, of all people, did he choose Chen Mu? Of course, the decision to select Chen Mu was largely coincidental. Just as Obadiah conceived this plan, Chen Mu fortuitously approached him. Moreover, Chen Mu's prior confrontation with the competitor, Justin Hammer, had uplifted Obadiah's spirits. Coupled with Chen Mu's considerable background, which made him suitable for this task, the choice was ultimately made in his favor. Indeed, gazing at the colossal arc reactor, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a true marvel. This apparatus belonged to the realm of nuclear reactors, akin to the one housed within Iron Man's chest. It had the capacity to generate immense energy and was essential for powering the iron suit. However, the reactor before him was a large-scale arc reactor, far too massive for the iron suit. It would necessitate miniaturization to provide energy for it effectively. Nonetheless, this technology was exceedingly valuable to Chen Mu. Compared to Iron Man's chest reactor, the large arc reactor could supply even greater energy. This contraption was akin to a nuclear reactor, and mastering this technology would undoubtedly secure Chen Mu a significant position within the energy sector. Obadiah was left somewhat speechless, waving his hand dismissively, filled with exasperation at Chen Mu's navet. Analysis 98, 99, 100. As the analysis progressed, Chen Mu's excitement surged, which, in Obadiah's eyes, resembled an obsession akin to being enchanted after touching the reactor. It was utterly perplexing. Was the technological landscape of Huaxia truly so rudimentary that such exposure to high technology could elicit such uncontrollable excitement? What an embarrassing display. Certainly, Obadiah remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Mu's exuberance was largely due to his fortune in acquiring the advanced technology of the arc reactor. Anyone in this world would exhibit a similar expression, if not more pronounced, upon obtaining such high-tech marvels. Well, you have seen most of the projects. I just received word that Tony has returned to the United States, having just disembarked from his flight, and will soon be back at the industrial park. I must go to greet him. Obadiah glanced at his watch and addressed Chen Mu. Mr. Chen Mu, why don't you accompany me? It is fortuitous, as you will be discussing the forthcoming plans with Tony. At that moment, Obadiah was unaware that Tony's first act upon his return was to shutter the weapons manufacturing division, the primary economic lifeblood of Stark Industries. What a stroke of luck. Chen Mu nodded, coming back to his senses. After acquiring the complete technology of the arc reactor, his interest in the physical reactor had diminished considerably. Mr. Tony has always been my idol. He's quite a renowned figure in Huaxia, he remarked. Is that so? Obadiah chuckled heartily, though a flicker of displeasure lurked beneath his mirth. Tony, that rebellious scoundrel, had caused him no small amount of trouble, and now, this time, he had unexpectedly managed to escape the clutches of the Ten Rings. This inept group had left him exceedingly vexed. Hearing Chen Mu extol Tony only deepened his discomfort. Come along, for some reason, Tony has announced that he intends to hold a press conference upon his arrival. A throng of reporters, like vultures sensing blood, have already congregated at the entrance of the industrial park. At this juncture, Obadiah's irritation grew even more palpable. It seemed Tony could never resist the lure of the spotlight. After narrowly escaping death, should he not retreat to lick his wounds instead of calling for a press conference? What an absurdity! Perhaps Mr. Tony has some significant announcement to make. Chen Mu shrugged in response. He was well aware that Tony, feeling a profound sense of guilt upon discovering that the terrorists who had kidnapped him were wielding weapons produced by his own company, decided to shutter the weapons division and hold a press conference for this very reason. Perhaps, Obadiah replied impassively, nodding as he stepped into the transport vehicle, with Chen Mu following closely behind. He was eager to witness the world-renowned protagonist, Iron Man, Tony Stark. The vehicle moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Stark Industries, where a multitude of reporters had already gathered in response to the news. As Obadiah made his appearance, a flurry of flashbulbs erupted. Mr. Obadiah, may I ask if Tony has indeed been kidnapped during this time? Mr. Obadiah, how did Tony manage to escape? Was it through a military rescue, or was it redeemed by Stark Industries? May I inquire, sir, who is the individual behind you? Is he Stark's latest collaborator? As Obadiah made his appearance, reporters clamored to pose their questions, leaving Chen Mu somewhat embarrassed at the back. If he were to be pursued by these journalists in the future, it would surely be a source of great distress. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted by your concern for Tony. He will return shortly, and should you have any inquiries, you may address them to him. As for the events surrounding his kidnapping a few days ago, I am not entirely informed. Though he spoke thus, Chen Mu was acutely aware that Tony's abduction was orchestrated by none other than Obadiah himself. Regarding this gentleman here, he hails from Huaxia, Chen. Tony has returned. Obadiah was in the midst of his introduction when he was abruptly interrupted. In the distance, several cars approached, unmistakably heralding Tony's return. Some reporters swiftly redirected their focus, ignoring Obadiah entirely, and rushed towards Tony, leaving Obadiah visibly vexed. In that moment, Chen Mu comprehended why Obadiah wished to eliminate Tony. The latter was simply too radiant, overshadowing everyone else. To be so blatantly disregarded was intolerable to anyone, let alone the proud Obadiah, making his desire to eliminate Tony all the more understandable. Chapter 18. Tony Stark here, the burger you requested. The car came to a halt, and Tony, who bore some minor scrapes, stepped out. Beside him, his bodyguard Happy presented the burger he had asked for. "Tony, my dear nephew, you have finally returned," Obadiah exclaimed with a warm smile, enthusiastically embracing Tony. "Let us head to the hospital." Observing the evident injuries on Tony's body, Obadiah expressed concern. "No need. I'm fine," Tony replied with a smile. Glancing around to see that the reporters had indeed arrived, he dismissed Obadiah and proceeded towards the reception room, having already informed the media of his urgent press conference prior to his return. At that moment, no one anticipated that Tony would boldly announce the closure of the weapons division, the largest military-industrial enterprise in America. Chen Mu, intrigued by this iconic moment, followed closely behind. "I have awakened to the realization that I can contribute more to this world than merely producing explosive weaponry. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division," Tony declared nonchalantly. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them in disbelief, until I determined the new direction for the company. Even though Obadiah stepped forward to halt Tony's speech, it was too late. Tony had already uttered those words, and all the journalists had heard them. Retracting his statement was evidently impossible. "I surmise that today's newspapers will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes." Obadiah forced a smile as he attempted to salvage the situation from the podium. But it was futile. Tony continued with his address. "I shall pursue a direction that I deem suitable and aligned with the nation's paramount interests." With that, Tony chose to depart, disregarding any further matters. This rendered Obadiah utterly exasperated. Tony, it seemed, was excessively self-absorbed. Any decision he made, even if irrational, was declared unilaterally without consultation, leaving Obadiah in a state of indignation. The current stature of Stark Industries was significantly attributed to Obadiah's efforts. Yet Tony's recent actions felt as though he had been cast aside, a bitter pill for Obadiah to swallow. I believe the news we should focus on is that Tony has returned, and he is in even better health. We will further discuss this issue." Tony had brusquely departed, leaving Obadiah to handle the ensuing chaos, forcing a smile as he began to address the myriad inquiries from the journalists. Clearly, his inner fury was on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, Chen Mu observed everything from a detached perspective, finding it quite intriguing. His views diverged starkly from Tony's. Indeed, they were almost diametrically opposed. Tony believed that the weapons he produced had failed to protect his country and its citizens, instead leading them to perish under the very arms meant to safeguard them. A profound sense of guilt and remorse prompted his decision to shutter the weapons division. Conversely, Chen Mu held an entirely different belief. He contended that only stronger weapons could truly protect a nation, and that a country must possess formidable strength to withstand various unforeseen dangers. Thus, Chen Mu ventured to America, to Hammer Industries and Stark, with the singular aim of leveraging the capabilities of Huaqiangbei to acquire the cutting-edge weaponry and technology from these premier arms manufacturers. In simple terms, his actions could be classified as industrial espionage. However, his methods were so inconceivable that few could fathom them, and even fewer would believe them if spoken aloud. Merely by getting close enough to take a glance, he could glean a substantial portion of technology, and a mere touch would suffice to acquire the entirety of it. This capability was astonishing, yet it was happening in reality, and Chen Mu had discreetly succeeded in obtaining nearly all of the superlative technologies for both enterprises. After Tony's departure, Obadiah began to respond to various inquiries from reporters, attempting to salvage the situation. However, none of the journalists present seemed inclined to believe his words. It wouldn't be long before Tony's decision to shut down the weapons division would become explosive news, reverberating throughout America and indeed the entire world. That insufferable brat. Once the reporters had been dismissed, Obadiah smiled, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fury. Where had he gone? Obadiah directly inquired of his subordinate beside him, eager to confront this individual and ascertain what kind of folly he had succumbed to. As Stark's primary source of revenue, the weapons production department was not something one could simply dismiss at will. It was utterly infuriating. Thus, Obadiah was determined to discover what had compelled this individual to act so recklessly. They made their way to the arc reactor. The subordinate replied dutifully, "Let us go, Mr. Chen." Casting a glance at Chen Mu beside him, Obadiah spoke, his mood far from amiable, markedly less courteous than before. Chen Mu chose not to respond, recognizing Obadiah's ire. He wisely refrained from provoking him further and followed along quietly. Meeting Tony had long been Chen Mu's desire. Following the enraged Obadiah, they soon arrived at the arc reactor. Having departed not long ago, they found themselves back once more. Upon entering the reactor laboratory, they spotted Tony standing beneath the reactor, staring in awe at the immense creation before him. "Look at what you've done," Obadiah snapped. "I suppose I have become the target of everyone's ire now?" Tony replied calmly, clearly anticipating the unfolding events. "And what of me?" Obadiah retorted, somewhat agitated as he approached Tony, sighing heavily. "I can already foresee that Stark stock will plummet before long." "Oh, by the way, who is this gentleman?" Tony inquired, having noticed Chen Mu following Obadiah with curiosity. "This is Mr. Chen Mu. We previously reached some consensus regarding the smartphone industry, and we're preparing to discuss it in detail," Obadiah stated, displaying little enthusiasm for the introduction. "Smartphones? Indeed, that is a promising new direction. Perhaps Stark could venture into mobile phones." Tony shrugged, recognizing the potential of the smartphone industry. This could serve as a new frontier for Stark. At the very least, it was a more favorable pursuit than producing baby bottles, was it not? Chapter 19. Arrogance. The smartphone industry was indeed a commendable direction. Tony nodded thoughtfully, just as he was troubled by the recent closure of the weapons division and the absence of new targets. He found himself discovering a new direction. The idea of the Chinese market was indeed enticing. Tony easily surmised Obadiah's intentions, finding himself in tacit agreement. However, prior to this, Tony had his own considerations. His plan, akin to what he had envisioned in the film, revolved around clean energy. He aimed to enhance the technology of the arc reactor, enabling it to produce controllable and cleaner energy. In simpler terms, he intended to transform Stark Industries into an energy enterprise, arc energy, far cleaner than nuclear power, with higher output and greater stability. Mastering this technology would elevate Stark's market value, allowing it to thrive even after the weapons division's closure. "Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to meet you," Chen Mu greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Before Chen, there existed an interface showcasing portable arc reactor technology, essentially the energy core of Iron Man located at Tony's chest. However, as he had yet to establish contact with Tony, the resolution remained at 99. Only upon making contact could he acquire the complete technology. "Pleasure to meet you," Tony replied, clearly lacking enthusiasm for the handshake. He simply nodded and stated, "I will have Potts discuss the specifics of our collaboration with you." Having just produced the Mark I armor, Tony remained the proud playboy he had always been, paying little mind to Chen Mu, the seemingly youthful Chinese man before him. Even if he were to become a future superhero, Tony harbored little respect for that Eastern nation. Prejudices against China had long been ingrained in America. Not to mention, Tony was not yet Iron Man very well, Chen Mu said, awkwardly retracting his hand. The absence of a handshake did not trouble him. With a resolution of 99, coupled with the complete analysis of the large arc reactor, he could indeed replicate it. Additionally, he could leverage the capabilities of Huaqiangbei to upgrade and modify it, so he was not overly concerned. However, being looked down upon did irk him somewhat. Tony Stark, I shall await the day you regret your actions. Before that, however, Chen Mu was more curious about why Tony had decided to close the weapons division, which had become Stark's most profitable project. Obadiah furrowed his brow and cast a curious glance at the enormous arc reactor before turning his attention back to Tony. Could it be? Indeed, it will no longer be our most profitable project, Tony confirmed. Tony nodded and glanced at Chen Mu beside him, clearly indicating that he was ushering him out. His focus was about to shift to the energy sector, a matter he deemed a commercial secret, not suitable for outsiders to know, especially not for someone like Chen Mu. Well, I should take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Obadiah. And you too, Mr. Tony. Chen Mu, understanding the unspoken cue, greeted the two before turning on his heel and departing. At last, it became evident why the antagonist in Iron Man 3 was so determined to eliminate Tony. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant and dismissive of others. Such a demeanor is hardly bearable for most, particularly considering how intolerable his personality was before he became Iron Man. Xiaowai, researching the arc reactor technology with a resolution of 99% for a miniature reactor. Can't we manufacture a small reactor? It's certainly feasible. Even now, we can produce one that rivals the performance of Tony's reactor. Currently, Tony's reactor is merely a first-generation model, crudely assembled under limited conditions in a cave. Before long, he will likely construct another reactor, but the underlying technology remains unchanged. How long will it take for a technological breakthrough? Just one day. Shall we initiate the breakthrough? Let us begin, Xiao AI. Leaving the reactor lab, Chen Mu was escorted by a Stark employee towards the administration office to meet with Pepper Potts, who managed a multitude of Stark's affairs. Whether it be the licensing of toy designs or the smartphone project, discussions with her were essential. In the Marvel Universe, Chen Mu was not overly concerned with business matters. After considerable concessions, he had successfully acquired what he desired. He secured the licensing for the designs of all weapons produced by Stark Industries at no cost, thereby avoiding any potential disputes over his own creations in the future. As for the smartphone project, Chen Mu was not particularly invested, which worked to Stark's advantage and left Pepper quite pleased. After all, this project was still in its infancy, and the burdens would ultimately fall to his father. Overall, during this visit to Stark Industries, Chen Mu had attained everything he sought. Following Hammer Industries, the once mighty Stark Industries had seen all its technology fall into Chen Mu's grasp, including the newly developed miniature arc reactor. Upon reflection, one must consider the formidable American arms companies and Osborne Industries. Wasn't it here that the mutated spider associated with Spider-Man was researched? However, it appears that the young Spider-Man has yet to come into existence. Thus, even if one were to venture forth, it would yield little benefit. While Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities are undoubtedly alluring, at this juncture, Peter Parker remains merely a child. The time when Spider-Man makes his first appearance coincides with the narrative of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which is still a considerable distance away, at least 5 or 6 years into the future. The young Spider-Man is likely around the age of 10 and has not yet assumed the mantle of Spider-Man, rendering a trip to Oscorp futile. Therefore, it is prudent to wait, for it won't be long before Tony Stark unveils the perfected Iron Man armor. This is the ultimate objective for Chen Mu, to dissect Iron Man's technology, and during the conflict between Obadiah and Tony, to seize the opportunity to acquire it. Chapter 20. Mission as the inaugural antagonist within the Marvel Universe. Obadiah harbors irreconcilable enmity towards Tony. He will surely target Tony, and the very kidnapping of Tony was orchestrated by Obadiah. This truth will inevitably come to light, leading to a confrontation between the two. Consequently, this presents a golden opportunity for Chen Mu to obtain Iron Man's technology. Once acquired, and with some modifications, this technology will belong to China. The prowess of Huaqiangbei extends beyond mere imitation. It embodies the capacity to advance and innovate upon existing technologies. Even if Chen Mu manages to acquire only the Mark III armor technology, possessing the foundational knowledge will enable him to leverage Huaqiangbei's capabilities to develop the Mark IV, Mark V, and all subsequent armors. Furthermore, let's not forget Chen Mu's mission of revitalizing China. The technology he masters will be rightfully entrusted to his homeland. The mission of China's rejuvenation though assigned to Chen Mu by Huaqiangbei, is inherently a collective aspiration of all Chinese people. Even if Chen Mu were to provide various high-tech innovations to China, arming it to the teeth, would that truly signify revival? Only by enabling China to achieve self-sufficiency and ascend to the pinnacle of the world through its own capabilities can the great rejuvenation be realized. Thus, even in the absence of Huaqiangbei, as long as Chen Mu shares this technology with China, allowing it to conduct its own research, one can reasonably anticipate advancements in this field. China is a vast nation. Despite its lack of prominence in the Marvel Universe and limited appearances, one must not underestimate its capabilities. The research prowess of China is certainly not inferior to that of the United States. If Tony Stark can accomplish certain feats, what makes it impossible for others to do the same? While Tony Stark is undeniably a genuine genius, is it conceivable that within the expansive realm of China, there are no talents capable of rivaling him? Even if no one can truly rival Tony, the prodigious figure and rightful protagonist, we are not entirely inferior to him. The advancement of science has never been the endeavor of solitary individual. Rather, it is a collective human endeavor. While there may not be another individual capable of achieving what Tony Stark can, there are certainly pairs of individuals who can collaborate to attain the same objectives. With the world's largest population base, China is confident in its ability to find a multitude of researchers, and through their collective efforts, surpassing Tony Stark becomes a natural outcome. Regardless of how formidable Tony may be, if China were to mobilize its entire nation for scientific research, it could undoubtedly prevail against him. Of course, in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of creatures. There may indeed be those who, having knelt for too long, believe that the entirety of China cannot compare to a single Tony Stark. In that case, Chen Mu would have nothing further to say. In any case, Chen Mu has resolved that upon his return to China, he will seek collaboration with the Chinese government, selflessly offering his technological contributions. This is merely the first step, and it is imperative that the process unfolds gradually and methodically. With Stark's design authorization secured, the initial move involves the direct launch of Iron Man-themed wearable toys. In essence, this means gradually introducing lower-tier versions of the Iron Man suit and subsequently unveiling progressively superior and more advanced armors, ultimately reaching a level comparable to or even surpassing that of Iron Man. Naturally, alterations to the design will be necessary, incorporating elements that reflect Chinese culture without compromising performance. In due course, these armors will become unique to China, a distinctive manifestation of steel warfare. Having made these determinations, Chen Mu returned to his hotel and shared the collaboration plan with Stark Industries with his father. Engaging in business with Stark Industries? That is splendid. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, his father appeared quite exhilarated. In his view, forging a connection with Stark was akin to boarding a grand vessel that promised imminent prosperity. However, he expressed concern about the viability of smartphones, considering that it was still 2008, a time when most phones were basic feature devices and smartphones were merely in their infancy. Do not worry. Smartphones will undoubtedly be profitable, Chen Mu reassured him, exuding confidence derived from his foresight into the future. From his perspective, facilitating rapid development for their mobile devices seemed entirely feasible. Stark Industries would retain a significant portion of the profits, but would also provide essential technological support, making the arrangement ultimately beneficial. At this moment, Chen Mu regarded financial gain with a sense of detachment and did not place excessive importance on it. By the way, Dad, how did your conversation with Uncle Zhang go? Did you deliver the guns you produced him? Another matter that occupied Chen Mu's mind was the task of surrendering advanced weaponry to the military, which was merely a means to secure an opportunity for collaboration with them. He nodded and added, "By the way, I have handed over the blueprints you provided to him, so that he can present them to his superiors." His father acknowledged this with a nod and continued, "However, it has been 2 days, and there has yet to be any communication. I shall inform you as soon as I receive news." "That would be splendid," Chen Mu replied, then said, "Additionally, Father, you should consider expanding the factory at home. Once we establish formal cooperation with Stark, the current equipment will undoubtedly be insufficient, and having only one factory will not suffice. It would be prudent to open several more." Do you think these endeavors come without cost? His father responded, visibly concerned. While expanding the existing factory poses no issues, opening multiple new ones is simply beyond our financial means. In that case, we must foster our relationship with the military and await developments. In time, I should be able to leverage some high-tech innovations for securing a loan. In truth, Chen Mu possessed a wealth of technological resources that, even if sold at a loss to the military, would yield ample funds. He simply preferred not to resort to that. Where did you acquire these technologies? Zhao's father was filled with skepticism regarding Chen Mu's claims. Do not concern yourself with that. As for financial matters, rest assured. Very well, I shall await your promising news. I will also urge Uncle Zhang to see when we might receive any updates from the military. With that, there was nothing left to do but wait. After ending the communication, Chen Mu settled down for a restful sleep, eagerly anticipating the moment he would secure Iron Man's technology and promptly return to his homeland. Chapter 21. Return to the homeland. A week had swiftly passed since leaving the Stark Industrial Complex, and Chen Mu, who had hoped to return home within that time frame, found himself somewhat disheartened. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had yet to engage Obadiah in battle during that week. It was understandable. Developing a complete suit of Iron Man armor required considerable time. In the film, it may have seemed to transpire in mere minutes, but in reality, who could ascertain how many days it truly took? Although Chen Mu had glimpsed a fleeting light in the sky the previous night, likely indicative of Tony testing the armor, a considerable time still lay ahead before any confrontation with the Ironmonger could take place. Now, however, Chen Mu faced a new dilemma. News from home indicated that the military had finally made contact, and his father urged him to return promptly. This left Chen Mu in a state of inner turmoil, torn between the long-awaited prospect of collaboration and his fervent desire to acquire the iron suit. How should he decide? Chen Mu found himself in deep contemplation, grappling with his conflicting emotions. Forget it. Let us head back. We cannot keep the military personnel waiting for too long. After all, Iron Man is there, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, the initial battle armor is not particularly advanced. It will be wiser to devise a plan later. Knowing that Tony is indeed Iron Man, I need not worry excessively. Time is on our side, and I will have ample chances to acquire his technology. Thus, despite a tinge of regret, Chen Mu purchased a return ticket and boarded a flight back to his homeland that very night. Upon arrival, his father was there to greet him, and the first thing he said was somewhat disheartening for Chen Mu. I'm exhausted after a flight of over 10 hours, and I still have to adjust to the time difference. Chen Mu replied, his face a picture of fatigue and exasperation. And it's still nighttime. The vast distance between China and America results in a significant time gap. While it's night here, it is day across the ocean. He boarded the plane at night and disembarked still in the dark, yet now he had to meet someone. It was evident that the individual he was about to meet was a person of considerable stature, likely a high-ranking military official. As Chen Mu got into the car, his father explained, just look at the demeanor. It's not ordinary. Your Uncle Chen is standing beside him like a bodyguard, so it must be someone important. Hearing this, Chen Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, it confirmed the military's serious interest in the firearms from before. Indeed, China's individual firearms are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to the blueprints Chen Mu provided, which included elements of cutting-edge technology typically reserved for American equipment, an enticing prospect. The fact that a prominent figure had personally sought him out underscored the military's regard for him. You should take a nap in the car. We still have half an hour to go. You need to regain your composure, his father suggested, as Chen Mu had no luggage and simply got into the vehicle. By the way, when you speak, remember to be tactful. If they ask you questions, it's best to answer truthfully. To be frank, we cannot afford to offend them. His father felt a twinge of regret. He was unsure why he had hastily agreed to help Chen Mu create a firearm and foolishly submitted it to the authorities. He was unaware of how advanced his son's design was and feared that they might be there to reprimand him, anxious that Chen Mu might provoke them again. His earlier agreement stemmed from a moment of pride, wanting to showcase his son's accomplishments. Dad, I actually need to tell you something about this. Since they have come looking for me, I am fully aware of the situation. You needn't say anything. I will handle it, Chen Mu reassured him. his words contrasting sharply with his father's concerns. "Do not worry, father. I am no longer a child. Trust me. I shall take responsibility for my own matters." With that, Chen Mu reclined in his seat and quickly succumbed to slumber. He was genuinely fatigued, and it was evident that the plan to enhance his physical fitness needed to be prioritized. Reluctantly, his father shook his head with a wry smile and refrained from waking Chen Mu. He drove slowly towards their designated destination, allowing his son the luxury of additional rest. After a full hour, they arrived at their destination, greeted by Uncle Zhang, a robust and steadfast military man. However, he was dressed in civilian attire, as their meeting place was a restaurant, not suitable for military uniforms. "You finally made it. What took you so long?" Uncle Zhang expressed his mild frustration upon seeing Chen Mu's father. He then turned to Chen Mu, greeting him warmly. "Xiao Mu, it has been a while. I did not expect you to have become so impressive." Evidently, Uncle Zhang was aware of the caliber of the firearm blueprints Chen Mu had provided and held him in high regard. "Shall we proceed, Uncle Zhang? Who is it that wishes to meet me?" Chen Mu inquired with a smile, curiosity piqued. "I can't reveal too much at the moment, but I can tell you that it is someone significant. If you enjoy military information, you might even recognize them after the meeting," Uncle Zhang replied with a grin, leading the two into the restaurant. As they traversed several corridors, Chen Mu noticed that many of the patrons appeared to be quite distinguished, likely serving as true bodyguards. It was evident that the individuals in the private room held esteemed statuses. Upon entering, they were met by a middle-aged man sitting upright, meticulously savoring his tea. He nodded slightly at the newcomers, maintaining a steady gaze on Chen Mu, his expression largely unchanged. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chen Mu's father, clearly recognizing the man's identity. General Zhang Zhaozhong of the Southwest Military Region. Chen Mu was equally taken aback, as this was the very figure he had known from his previous life. How had he found his way into a Marvel narrative, now rising to the rank of general? Was the esteemed general truly this formidable? Chapter 22. General Zhang Zhaozhong. There is no comparison between hearsay and first-hand experience. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. General Zhang Zhaozhong, visibly impressed by Chen Mu's youth, expressed his astonishment. Although he had seen photographs, witnessing the real person was an entirely different experience, confirming Chen Mu's remarkable youthfulness. Esteemed general. At this moment, Chen Mu was taken aback. The title of general could be regarded as one of the highest military ranks in Huaxia. He never expected such a prominent figure would come to meet him. General Zhang Zhaozhong chuckled, seemingly unaware of the significance, yet he paid it no mind. "Observant Chen Mu," he stated directly, "please take a seat. After such a lengthy flight, I imagine you must be quite hungry. Let's dine while we converse." Inside the private room, the dishes had long been prepared, yet General Zhang Zhaozhong had evidently not touched them. "Thank you," Chen Mu responded without hesitation. He was indeed famished, and upon sitting down, he eagerly began to serve himself. "May I call you Xiao Mu?" Zhang Zhaozhong inquired, observing Chen Mu relish his meal without reproach for his apparent rudeness. Rather, he was filled with curiosity and asked, "Let me be direct. The firearm blueprints handed to Zhang Yong, did you truly develop them yourself?" True to his military nature, he posed his question straightforwardly. "Indeed, they're my own research," Chen Mu affirmed. The Huaqiangbei System was undoubtedly a result of his efforts. Moreover, en route here, he had already consulted Xiao AI about the possibility of publicly disclosing the existence of the Huaqiangbei System. Such an action would undoubtedly simplify all his endeavors. Do not presume that possessing a system would lead to the state controlling you, coercing you into compliance, or treating you as a mere subject for experimentation. These scenarios are utterly implausible. The potential benefits of a system capable of providing immense assistance to Huaxia are self-evident. No one of sound mind would engage in the folly of sacrificing the hen that lays the golden eggs, especially a nation with a venerable history of 5,000 years. Upon realizing the capabilities and functions of the Huaqiangbei System, Huaxia would undoubtedly seek to maximize its potential, even if it meant treating Chen Mu as a national treasure. For a nation as vast as Huaxia, regarding Chen Mu as a precious asset would hardly deplete its resources. Conversely, the assistance he could offer to Huaxia would be monumental. Chen Mu was self-aware. It was clear that he could not fully utilize the Huaqiangbei system on his own. If Huaxia were to assist him, it would be most beneficial. As for the fear of being subjected to experimentation, only someone with severe paranoia would harbor such concerns. Who could predict whether the system might vanish upon the host's demise? Who would dare take such a gamble? By openly acknowledging the existence of the Huaqiangbei system, Huaxia would be in a prime position to harness its capabilities, facilitating rapid advancements and the rejuvenation of the nation in no time at all. Regrettably, Xiao AI's response doused Chen Mu with a bucket of cold water. He was informed that if the existence of the Huaqiangbei system became known to others, it would dissipate instantly. This revelation startled him, instilling a sense of caution that deterred him from slacking off and compelled him to shoulder this responsibility diligently. Truly, such youthful potential. Zhang Xiaozhong nodded, smiling as he inquired. If that is the case, Xiao Mu, would you be interested in joining the military? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's father brightened up, gazing at his son with eager anticipation. Frankly, it would be a source of honor for the entire family if one member were to enlist. Naturally, the father hoped Chen Mu would enter the military system, thus securing a promising future for him. No, I refuse. Chen Mu promptly declined, prioritizing his own plans for convenience. If he were to follow that path, it would complicate matters significantly, hindering the execution of many of his strategies. Even though he possessed knowledge of the future trajectory of this world, it would be of little use. In the strict confines of the military, his actions would be closely regulated, which was precisely what he wished to avoid. Why? General Zhang Xiaozhong inquired curiously, unfazed by Chen Mu's refusal. Xiao Mu, such opportunities are rare. Uncle Zhang chimed in, unable to resist persuading him. This was a special recruitment, personally initiated by a general, potentially as a personnel in weapons research, which promised a bright future. It's too exhausting, and I prefer not to be managed by others. Chen Mu scratched his head, which was indeed one of his reasons. Everyone has their own aspirations. I won't pressure you. I would like to ask, what do you wish to pursue next? Do you have any dreams? General Zhang Xiaozhong did not reproach Chen Mu. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity, akin to a caring elder concerned for a younger relative. As you have seen, I am very interested in researching certain subjects. Therefore, in the future, I aspire to establish a large technology company akin to Stark Industries in the United States and surpass them. That is an admirable ambition. The general nodded, unperturbed by Chen Mu's informal address, and continued, however, do you not think this dream is somewhat ambitious? Stark Industries has evolved since World War II to reach its current stature. Is it not overly challenging to surpass them? There is nothing insurmountable for a determined mind. I believe I will succeed, Chen Mu replied confidently. At this moment, the technology he possessed was indeed sufficient to realize this goal. He not only had access to all of Hammer Industries' advanced technologies, but also the extensive resources of Stark Industries. Moreover, the Huaqiangbei system could further modify and upgrade these technologies, making the challenge of surpassing them relatively manageable. Young individuals should refrain from overly ambitious aspirations. My personal advice is to seek employment at established research institutions. Once you have garnered sufficient achievements, you can then venture forth to establish your own technology company. This approach not only facilitates the cultivation of valuable connections, but also attracts greater investments, making the realization of your dreams considerably more attainable. The bureau chief furrowed his brow, yet continued to counsel Chen Mu against setting his sights too high. I possess ample confidence, Chen Mu replied with a mysterious smile, gazing earnestly at the bureau chief. Surely, I do not presume that a mere blueprint for a firearm could vanquish them. What if I possess other significant assets? Chapter 23. The fifth-generation aircraft technology. What if I possess other remarkable innovations? Chen Mu said with an enigmatic smile, savoring a piece of meat with delight. Oh! The bureau chief looked at Chen Mu with keen interest, inquiring curiously, what assets might those be? As long as they are valuable, that suffices. I must maintain an air of mystery, for these are commercial secrets that cannot be divulged casually. Everyone sat in silence, exchanging glances of disbelief at Chen Mu, who was preoccupied with his meal, playing the enigmatic card. In any case, Zhang, you must understand that my intentions are not driven by monetary gain, Chen Mu asserted sincerely. Since his arrival in this world and his realization that it was a cinematic realm, his pursuit of wealth had diminished considerably. Not for money. At this revelation, Zhang was both astonished and skeptical. To establish a company without the motive of profit? Who would believe that? What, then, are your true intentions? Zhang had grown accustomed to Chen Mu's reference to the bureau chief, so he no longer found it peculiar and instead expressed genuine curiosity. Since the dawn of modern times, our nation has endured numerous trials, particularly following World War II. This ancient civilization, with a history spanning 5 millennia, faced unprecedented crises, even teetering on the brink of annihilation. Chen Mu set down his chopsticks and regarded Zhang earnestly. Fortunately, from that pivotal moment, our nation awakened. After years of development, we have ultimately reached our current standing. Since the founding of the nation, both our economy and technology have advanced at a pace unmatched by other countries. Consider the state of our nation at its inception, and now observe what it has become. The transformation is nothing short of astounding. Even the most developed nations are left speechless, while some unscrupulous countries, fearful of being surpassed, resort to various means of suppression, truly a petty act. However, that is still insufficient. Everything achieved thus far is merely not enough. Chen Mu gazed intently at Zhang, emphasizing his conviction. This is still not enough. In the international arena, whether in terms of economy or technology, our nation still lags behind other established countries. Therefore, I aspire for our nation's technological advancements to surpass those of others. The evolution of technology is not an overnight endeavor. Our country possesses numerous researchers dedicated to contributing to our nation's development. Mr. Zhang remained silent, acknowledging that the relatively brief history of our nation since its founding post-World War II, merely 60 years, renders the ambition of surpassing others a formidable challenge. However, this should not be viewed as a discouraging thought. The researchers of our nation have not succumbed to despair in the face of difficulties. Rather, they have intensified their efforts, which has led to the remarkable progress we see today. Yet this is not sufficient. Chen Mu proclaimed passionately, I yearn for our nation to achieve true rejuvenation. Historically, in ancient times, which dynasty of ours was not the pinnacle of economic and technological prowess, far surpassing other nations? It is only in modern times that we have witnessed our nation's decline relative to the West. It brings me great satisfaction to see your dedication to this country, Mr. Zhang commended Chen Mu, his eyes filled with admiration. If all the youth of our nation could embody your spirit, how could our nation not rise? Therefore, the first step is to instill confidence in all citizens of our country. Mu nodded, accepting Mr. Zhang's praise with humility, for his goal is to restore this nation to its rightful place atop the world. How easy this task is to claim. At that moment, Chen Mu's father spoke softly, acknowledging that while he was stirred by his son's words, it is undeniably challenging to instill confidence in every citizen. With a population of over 1.3 billion, our nation encompasses all types of individuals, including many who idolize foreign cultures or disparage their own country, and even those who shamelessly tarnish our nation's image. Some have knelt for so long that it is difficult for them to rise again. Thus, how simple is this endeavor? Yet, this issue is not insurmountable. Chen Mu smiled and replied, the reason many people lack confidence today is primarily due to our nation's past weaknesses. Reinstating their confidence is quite feasible. How so, Mr. Zhang inquired with curiosity, recognizing that resolving this matter would hold significant implications for the entire nation. It is quite simple through the National Day celebrations. Chen Mu calmly looked at Mr. Zhang and articulated each word clearly. A military parade serves as a means to bolster national pride and enhance the people's self-assurance. Moreover, it offers an opportunity to showcase our nation's advanced weaponry, thereby deterring other nations with ulterior motives. This has become an essential tactic for nations to assert themselves in this era of peace. A military parade, indeed? General Zhang furrowed his brow. It is widely acknowledged that enhancing national confidence through military parades is a well-known strategy. However, in today's Huaqiangbei, particularly in the context of the global stage, There exists a lack of formidable weaponry capable of deterring other nations, especially the United States. The Marvel Universe predominantly revolves around America, with the presence of other countries being virtually non-existent, save for the fictional Wakanda. The Huaguo of this world, even more so than the Huaguo of Chen Mu's previous life, pales in comparison, lacking the once globally influential Eastern Express, with its military prowess being remarkably feeble. With the National Day approaching, a large-scale military parade capable of intimidating other nations could potentially restore the confidence of the citizens. Nonetheless, Zhang General sighed, lamenting that our current military strength is insufficient to inspire national pride, even with such displays. This is no easy task, he remarked with a bitter smile. I can offer you a technological contribution, but it is contingent upon your company's support to a certain extent. Chen Mu, smiling, produced a USB drive and placed it on the table. Inside it resided the complete fifth-generation fighter technology, encompassing stealth capabilities, engine technology, aerodynamic structures, and more. Fifth-generation fighter technology? General Zhang gasped, rising in astonishment, though he soon felt he had overreacted and retook his seat, gesturing to the solemn Zhang Shu to securely store the drive. The technology Chen Mu provided was essentially his analysis of the F-22, further refined during his journey back home, with some modifications made to its exterior to avoid complications. It must be noted that this fighter, infused with the complete F-22 technology, is, in fact, even more formidable than the J-20 of the previous world. Given Huaguo's current technological capabilities, manufacturing it should pose no significant challenge. Although Huaguo's military strength may not be the strongest, its industrial foundation remains robust, making production a feasible endeavor. Chapter 24, Preliminary Agreement. I truly did not anticipate that you would possess fifth-generation fighter technology. The general seemed incredulous, settling back into his seat, though his anxiety was still palpable. Do not worry. I assure you, I will not deceive you, Chen Mu replied with a smile. I would never jest regarding such matters in this country. Once you return, you can have professionals examine it. They will easily ascertain its authenticity. That is not my concern. I am merely curious about how you acquired these technologies, the general inquired, his curiosity piqued. As far as I know, the university you attended is merely a standard second-tier institution. It seems improbable that you would have access to such advanced technology. Moreover, your performance during your college years appears to have been rather ordinary. Regarding Chen Mu's information, it is indeed quite effortless for military personnel to investigate thoroughly, leaving no detail overlooked. Undeniably, the university I attended is rather ordinary. Chen Mu nodded and remarked, as for how I acquired this knowledge, the general may simply consider it to be the result of my own random musings. Can mere speculation lead to the development of fifth-generation aircraft technology? Everyone present wore expressions of helplessness, reluctant to voice their thoughts, remaining in silence. Particularly his father, who appeared visibly embarrassed, pondering how this impudent child could boast without any preparation. Is my own child truly that intelligent? Well then, please elaborate on your plans, the commander inquired, gazing intently at Chen Mu. You wish for us to provide support for your company. Does that mean you intend to establish a new enterprise? Indeed, I have already decided on a name, Xiaomu Technology. The logo has been designed as well, featuring a simple phonetic representation. Isn't that rather casual? Transitioning from firearms to fifth-generation aircraft, regardless of their authenticity, these two domains fall under weaponry. Is your company aspiring to engage in weapon development akin to Stark Industries? The commander remained silent for a moment, frowning as he scrutinized Chen Mu, stating, You are not foolish. You should be aware of the domestic situation. Manufacturing weapons is prohibited, and private arms dealers are utterly implausible, who claim Xiaomu Technology is a weapons research enterprise. My intention is to initially focus on mobile phones, alongside various other technological research endeavors, thereby encompassing a broader range of industries. Chen Mu observed the commander and continued, Thus, I require your military assistance even more. However, if you possess such talents for weapon research, would that not be more advantageous? Should you wish, I could facilitate your entry into such research institutions. If the military has need of my expertise, I would certainly feel obliged to assist. Chen Mu smiled, looking at the commander. However, I would be quite unwilling to be integrated into such systems. Very well, present your conditions, and I shall see if I can assist you in this matter. The commander nodded, observing Chen Mu further. Nonetheless, it is unequivocally impossible for private enterprises to produce military arms. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps in the future, you may proactively seek my services for orders, Chen Mu replied with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, Commander, I have no intention of engaging in illegal activities. That is reassuring. Additionally, I hope to establish a technology special zone, which will require a parcel of land. This conversation extended for quite some time, but in the end, Chen Mu achieved what he sought. He is poised to establish a company named Xiaomu Technology, where all technological advancements derived from the analysis of the Huaqiangbei System will manifest as its products. Notably, the inaugural offering from Xiaomu Technology is meticulously planned to be a smartphone. This arrangement has been amicably negotiated with Obadiah from Stark Industries, who will provide both technological expertise and financial backing for the establishment of this company in China. However, Obadiah's ulterior motive is to penetrate the vast Chinese market through Xiaomu smartphones. For Chen Mu, this is an opportunity to leverage their capital and technology, even aiming to acquire access to Jarvis's sophisticated systems. Such advantageous circumstances are too beneficial to overlook. Moreover, the formation of Xiaomu Technology will attract governmental scrutiny. Officials will be dispatched to monitor the situation, particularly concerning the firearm Chen Mu has developed and the so-called fifth-generation fighter technology. This oversight is driven by apprehensions regarding potential legal infractions that Chen Mu might commit, which could lead to unnecessary complications. As for Chen Mu's aspirations to establish the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, those plans are currently unfeasible, given that Xiaomu Technology has yet to reveal its potential, rendering it unlikely for officials to regard him with any significant seriousness or compliance. This matter remains tentative and has been set aside for the time being. Nonetheless, the bureau chief has agreed that if Chen Mu can resolve his financial challenges, he would indeed assist him in acquiring land in certain domestic areas. As their lengthy discussion concluded, Chen Mu and his companions departed from the restaurant. The bureau chief, seated in his vehicle, bid farewell to Chen Mu and his son, delivering a profound admonition. I hope that incidents akin to what transpired on Yulin Road do not recur. I trust you will abide by the law. Regarding your company, I shall arrange for professional financial advisors to assist you. The mention of Yulin Road refers to the location where Chen Mu had previously eliminated 2 wanted criminals, leaving him astonished to realize that the bureau chief was already aware of this incident. Of course, bureau chief, the company matters will commence preparations in the coming days, and I await your financial advisors at any time, Chen Mu replied with a polite smile. The fact that the bureau chief had never inquired about this incident signified that it was considered bygone, alleviating Chen Mu's concerns. As for the so-called financial advisors, he regarded them merely as overseers and was unconcerned. The establishment of Xiaomu Technology was not primarily for profit. If it facilitated his endeavors, he welcomed the assistance of a professional in his company. Take care of yourself, the bureau chief remarked with a smile, closing the car window. Uncle Zhang then drove away, and as their vehicle departed, several others emerged from different directions, clearly signaling the presence of the bureau chief security detail. As a general, his security measures are undoubtedly stringent. Chapter 25. The surprise of the director's vehicle sped away, swiftly vanishing from Chen Mu's sight. It was evident that he was somewhat anxious about the materials in his possession, eager to return and have them evaluated. After all, the technology concerning fifth-generation aircraft, if authentic, would significantly enhance the military prowess of Huaxia. Thus, the director was hastening back to ascertain the veracity of this technology. If it proved genuine, it would necessitate a substantial re-evaluation of Chen Mu's assessments. Indeed, the authority of a superior officer was unmistakable, watching over a dozen cars, discreetly escorting the director. Chen Mu's father could not help but reflect on the grandeur of it all. By the way, what did the director mean by mentioning Yulin Road? His father looked at Chen Mu with curiosity, but Chen Mu merely shrugged it off. After all, Had he not just taken 3 lives there? Transported to the Marvel Universe. And appearing in Huaxia no less, Chen Mu felt somewhat irked. Here, numerous constraints existed, preventing him from fully unleashing his capabilities. Take, for instance, the act of killing. Such incidents in Huaxia would lead to immense complications. Unlike in America, where taking a few lives barely stirred the waters. What did it matter how grand the presence was? The fact that the director had personally sought him out indicated that he was not without merit himself. Chen Mu chuckled, feeling rather proud. Indeed, the general was among the most distinguished figures in Huaxia's military. The fact that someone of such stature would deign to meet with him was undeniably exhilarating. Sought you out personally? Don't be foolish, his father scoffed. The director merely passed through our city on official business. Uncle Zhang just informed me that he is here to inspect the military district and happened to stop by. Merely passing through? Chen Mu mused, realizing that a simple firearms blueprint was unlikely to warrant the attention of such a high-ranking official. His father's words brought clarity to the situation. Yet, it was indeed a delightful surprise for the director to obtain 5th-generation aircraft technology from him. Perhaps others were originally intent on confronting him, and he was merely fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Otherwise, imprisonment might not have been out of the question. Nevertheless, at least the current trajectory of events appeared to be progressing smoothly. With a sigh, Chen Mu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, both mentally and physically. He had not yet adjusted to the time difference, and had rushed over, leaving him utterly drained. Smoothly? Nonsense, his father retorted. Are you planning to start your own company? Why not simply utilize the family business? Father, focus on expanding your factory. Strive to make it the largest contract manufacturer in the world. Achieving the scale of Foxconn from my past life would be quite remarkable. In this world, Foxconn does not exist. Why didn't you simply negotiate with Stark back then and invest directly in our family business instead of establishing a new company? The father and son conversed as they entered the car, aware that time was of the essence. Chen Mu had not truly rested, and his father was eager to return home swiftly to avoid any complications. Let us head back. You need not worry, Chen Mu said dismissively, though a sense of helplessness lingered within him. I say, young man, you boast about surpassing Stark. What grand claims! His father lamented, but to his surprise, Chen Mu had already begun to snore, leaving his father shaking his head in resignation as he drove home. After such prolonged exertion, Chen Mu was indeed fatigued. The documents before him, detailing everything from materials to structural designs, engines to stealth coatings, were remarkably comprehensive and appeared authentic. In a secluded research institute, an authoritative figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing a distinguished elderly man with graying hair. General, such detailed information, where did you acquire it? To my knowledge, only 2 5th-generation fighter jets are currently operational worldwide, both under American control. Although we in Huaxia are also researching the J-20, this model bears significant differences from those 3. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of engineering required to develop a 5th-generation aircraft? The authority countered without addressing the elder's question directly. The old man paused, realizing the sensitivity of the matter and hesitating to probe further. Quite substantial. As for the J-20, the Rongfei Group has spent years merely achieving preliminary results. Both engine technology and stealth coatings remain immature. To develop a model akin to this 5th-generation fighter, the engineering effort required is at least several times what Rongfei has currently invested. The financial and experimental resources consumed are terrifyingly immense. Thus, who would believe Chen Mu's claim of having conceived it independently? Is it conceivable that a single individual could accomplish such a feat? The authority inquired with curiosity. Impossible. The engineering demands of such an aircraft cannot possibly be met by one person alone. Even for a 3rd-generation jet, numerous disciplines are involved: aerodynamics, engine technology, material science, and more. It would take a lifetime for one person to master such a breadth of knowledge, the elder asserted without hesitation, dismissing the notion as sheer fantasy. Intriguing. So, Zhao, how significant a difference do you perceive between this model and the Su-57? Currently, the only operational 5th-generation heavy fighter seems to be the Su-57, with the J-20 20 still in the research phase, yet to manifest as a physical prototype. In various aspects, the shadow of the number 22 looms large. However, this particular model seems to possess even more advanced features. Should it come to fruition, I am confident that its specifications may well surpass those of the 22. Zhao, the elder, holds this belief with considerable conviction. More advanced than the 22? This conclusion startled the military leader. For the 22 is regarded as the pinnacle of contemporary combat aircraft. If there exists an aircraft that outmatches it, that would indeed be alarming. It appears that Chen Mu, this young lad, harbors some secrets of his own. Just as Zhao mentioned, the military leader is skeptical of the notion that Chen Mu single-handedly accomplished the research on the fifth-generation fighter, given that he has recently returned from the United States. Doubts arise regarding the origins of this information. It is suspected that such invaluable data could have been pilfered from there. Yet, how could something as precious as the 22's data possibly be stolen? That defies logic. In any case, the military leader's curiosity about Chen Mu has intensified. Perhaps it is best to let each individual keep their secrets. As long as it benefits the nation, that suffices. He has an intuition that Chen Mu may yet bring forth further surprises. Chapter 26. The arc reactor to shift the focus on the other side. Chen Mu returned home and succumbed to a delightful slumber that extended until noon the following day. He awakened to the exhilarating news that the technology behind the arc reactor had finally achieved a breakthrough. Upon waking, Chen Mu received the good tidings that the advancements he made prior to his rest had indeed reached completion. While he did not acquire the full technology for a compact reactor, he had comprehensively mastered the technology for a large-scale industrial reactor. This significant technological leap was the result of his efforts. The large arc reactor technology was initially conceived by Howard. However, the industrial capabilities of the time were insufficient for its production. It was only later that Stark Industries managed to create it, primarily for exhibition purposes, rendering it impractical for actual application. The true utilization of its energy came several years later, as the Avengers Initiative commenced, with Tony perfecting it, marking the beginning of the Arc Energy's practical application. Chen Mu's recent breakthrough similarly allows for the direct utilization of this energy. In essence, once the reactor is constructed, an inexhaustible source of energy will be at hand. This is of paramount importance for any enterprise. Furthermore, this technology holds the potential to ameliorate the energy crisis within China, bearing extraordinary significance for the nation. China shall no longer find itself at the mercy of other countries regarding energy supplies. Regrettably, he did not achieve a breakthrough in the use of new elements. The incorporation of new elements would have enhanced the stability of the reactor and addressed the critical issue of Tony's palladium poisoning. Alas, this breakthrough did not encompass that particular technology. The role of the new element primarily lies in alleviating Tony's own poisoning. Undoubtedly, acquiring it necessitates a breakthrough in small-scale reactor technology. Regrettably, such breakthroughs can only occur once. Otherwise, Chen Mu could continuously refine this reactor technology, elevating it to remarkable heights. Alternatively, one might consider analyzing Tony's technology post-breakthrough. However, this approach requires patience, a luxury that Chen Mu currently lacks. With only 4 years remaining until the events of 2012, the year of the Avengers' first assembly, the prospect of an alien invasion is profoundly unsettling for all nations on Earth. This incident marks the beginning of America's undeniable ascendancy as the world's leader, a scenario Chen Mu is desperate to avoid. Under American dominance, all other nations risk relegation to secondary status, rendering Earth a mere echo of American authority. In pursuit of the revival of Huaxia, Chen Mu is determined to showcase the nation's formidable strength during this crisis. For might is indeed right, and only through such displays can Huaxia stand equal to others. Tony's Iron Man suit, fundamentally an exoskeleton armor, is within the reach of Chen Mu's current technological reserves. The production of a counterfeit Iron Man, bolstered by a core energy source, poses no insurmountable challenge. With the technological prowess of Hammer Industries and Stark Industries now in his possession, the creation of a new suit is but a matter of time. Alas, the absence of an intelligent system remains a significant obstacle. It is uncertain when he will acquire JARVIS. Chen Mu's fervent desire to obtain JARVIS stems from the belief that if the arc reactor serves as Iron Man's heart, then JARVIS embodies its soul. A suit devoid of a soul would undoubtedly suffer a substantial reduction in capability. Based on his current technological resources, any suit he manufactures may resemble Obadiah's ironmonger, clumsy and unwieldy, rendering it a source of embarrassment. Lacking the crucial black technology from Tony, achieving a suit of personal size seems an unattainable dream. Even if Chen Mu were to personally undertake the task, the result would likely mirror Obadiah's cumbersome armor, devoid of an intelligent program and exceedingly cumbersome to operate. Thus, the plan for an army of Iron Men must be temporarily shelved. Instead, the focus should shift to the development of Xiaomu technology. However, Chen Mu lacks the funding necessary for this endeavor and must therefore await investment from Stark Industries. He does not prioritize profits from the mobile phone sector. His singular aim is to facilitate the rapid growth of Xiaomu technology, and that is all that truly matters. Previously, Obadiah, with an insatiable appetite, sought to seize 80% of Xiaomu's mobile phone shares. It is indeed true that Stark Industries exhibits a voracious greed. Chen Mu's actions border on treachery, fully aware that the intention behind this venture was to infiltrate the Chinese market with JARVIS. Through the mobile phone, he still acquiesced to their demands. Even with such ulterior motives at play, he consented to relinquish the majority of the shares, a rather shameless decision. Nevertheless, we shall observe who ultimately faces misfortune. Chen Mu is no mere pawn. The arrival of JARVIS at his doorstep is an opportunity not to be squandered. Armed with foresight and the formidable support of the Huaqiangbei System, he has little to fear. Time will tell who weeps in the end. Regarding the mobile phone, Chen Mu intends to develop his Xiaomu phone in accordance with the historical trajectory of Apple's evolution in the past. The first step is to introduce a revolutionary smartphone that will eclipse current giants, such as Nokia. As for the design, he plans to follow the historical progression of development, gradually unveiling new iterations. He has even conceptualized the company's logo, a foundation of white letters set against a rounded shape, deliberately avoiding a square base to circumvent the need for costly redesigns in the future. The phone's aesthetics will be straightforward, featuring laser-engraved inscriptions. In any realm, the essence of a mobile phone lies in its user experience, hardware performance, and, most crucially, its visual appeal. By mastering these aspects, one can easily seize the advantage. And by drawing inspiration from the past, a mere imitation of the design will suffice to set trends. In truth, all prerequisites for the smartphone have already been met. The first generation can be easily manufactured. All necessary components can be procured, and even the operating system has already been developed by Google, allowing for straightforward modifications to launch the initial smart device. Moreover, any technological challenges can be overcome with the Huaqiangbei System, making mobile phone production an uncomplicated endeavor. Thus, for Chen Mu at this moment, everything is in readiness. He merely awaits the infusion of Stark's capital to commence the rollout of the first generation of smartphones. The mobile phone market is poised to experience a significant upheaval from this point onward. Chapter 27. The birth of Iron Man with the entire plan meticulously laid out. Chen Mu stepped back, delegating the chaotic details to his father, who would engage with Stark's representatives. Meanwhile, he retreated to his room, locking the door behind him, preparing to delve into the resources within his warehouse for further exploration. Huaqiangbei houses a plethora of technologies that require Chen Mu's careful organization. Has the AI system, Xiao AI, successfully manufactured the convenient reaction furnace? Indeed, long ago, Chen Mu had utilized a production line within Huaqiangbei to create it, and he has also tasked Xiao AI with integrating existing technologies to fabricate an armored suit. However, the battle armor crafted this time bears an almost indistinguishable resemblance to Obadiah's ironmonger. They're virtually identical, yet devoid of Jarvis's intelligent assistance system. Operating this armor necessitates manual control, which proves to be somewhat cumbersome. Consequently, he refrained from bringing it out, as it would be rather inconvenient. Nonetheless, for Chen Mu, the existence of this armor guarantees his safety. In the current world, few individuals pose a threat to the Ironmonger, even if they cannot overpower it. A swift escape is always an option. Regrettably, he cannot fully utilize it. Otherwise, it would be delightful to find a place to showcase the Ironmonger. Moreover, the Ironmonger is rather antiquated. Apart from its novelty, Chen Mu's interest is waning. What he truly desires is Tony's Iron Man suit. For now, he merely awaits, holding a small arc reactor that emanates a blue glow, a smile playing upon his lips. Presently, Chen Mu has nearly completed all his pressing tasks. He simply needs to bide his time. I am Iron Man. Half a month later, far across in Huaxia, Chen Mu, while perusing online news, cannot help but smile knowingly. At last, Iron Man has come to fruition. True to the original narrative, Tony dons his armored suit and ventures to the Middle East to obliterate Stain's armaments, instructing Pepper Potts to extract data from Obadiah's computer to uncover all arms dealings. Unexpectedly, he discovers that his prior kidnapping was orchestrated by Obadiah, who intended to bribe terrorists to eliminate Tony. Upon realizing that his scheme had been exposed, Obadiah preemptively seized the reactor from Tony and repurposed it for his Ironmonger. Ultimately, Tony and Obadiah clashed, resulting in considerable chaos. In the aftermath, Tony boldly declared, "I am Iron Man." This moment officially heralded the commencement of the Marvel Universe. It is time to return to America. At this juncture, Chen Mu is invigorated. The birth of Iron Man signifies that the technology for the Iron Man suit has finally reached completion. Chen Mu has long coveted this advancement and is now eager to travel to the United States to obtain it. Coincidentally, with his father's assistance, Xiaomu technology has been preliminarily established, and Chen Mu has utilized the production lines in Huaqiangbei to create the first-generation Xiaomu phone, the inaugural smartphone operating on the Android system. He is poised to present this device to Stark, ready for its official launch. Additionally, he aims to analyze Jarvis's technology. As he pushes open the door, Chen Mu steps out of his room and strides towards the exit. "Mr. Chen, do you have something that requires attention?" Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a poised and competent young woman, standing with a stack of documents in hand. Her name is Su Jia, and she is the financial expert dispatched by the Bureau. However, this is merely a FA-aude. In reality, she is also tasked with the security of Chen Mu, essentially serving as his bodyguard, closely monitoring him. Chen Mu is acutely aware of this arrangement, yet he harbors no apprehensions. After all, how could one truly comprehend his Huaqiangbei system? Nevertheless, in order not to appear overly conspicuous, he occasionally engages in research, striving to showcase his brilliance. Although he knows Su Jia might appropriate his technology to present to the public sector, he is not overly concerned. Those innovations were intended for the benefit of Huaxia, and he was merely seeking an opportunity to share them. Su Jia's submission of these innovations would indeed alleviate some of Chen Mu's burdens. "I need to go to America," Chen Mu stated directly, feeling no need to conceal the matter. If the authorities were indeed monitoring him, there was no escaping their scrutiny. "America?" Su Jia frowned, realizing this would complicate her mission. "What? Am I not allowed to go to America?" Chen Mu replied with a wry smile. "The previous agreement did not impose any restrictions on my freedom. Moreover, this trip is for corporate matters, and I require assistance from Stark Industries for some research. It's not like I want to be returning." "Apologies, Mr. Chen, that's not my intention. However, your safety cannot be assured while in America," Su Jia said, setting down the items she was holding, her brow furrowed. "You need not worry about that. I will be fine. The Iron Tyrant armor is still in the warehouse, and I have no ill intentions while in America," Chen Mu reassured her. "That's not sufficient. I must report to my superiors," Su Jia sighed, pulling out her phone and walking toward the door. It was evident she was indeed going to file a report. Chen Mu sighed, resigned, as he sat on the sofa, remote in hand, and turned on the television. Since Su Jia's arrival, she had remained by his side, except during his showers and trips to the restroom. Under normal circumstances, having a strikingly attractive and curvaceous girl like Su Jia by one's side would delight any man. Yet the reality was that she was a spy, constantly reporting on Chen Mu's activities, leaving him with no privacy whatsoever, which was quite vexing. Most troubling was Su Jia's remarkable physical prowess. He could not outfight her, nor could he outrun her. Escaping her presence was essentially impossible. This predicament left Chen Mu in a quandary, uncertain whether his decision to present himself to the authorities was right or wrong. But then again, this is the Marvel Universe. He need not harbor excessive reservations. As long as he displays sufficient patriotism and his actions serve his country, that should suffice. As long as one is patriotic, even if one commits certain misdeeds, forgiveness can be granted. Once I have crafted my steel exosuit, should any trouble arise, I can simply take flight. Can you, Su Jia, still catch up with me? Chapter 28. The personal bodyguard. You may travel to the United States. However, the condition is that I accompany you. Shortly thereafter, Su Jia entered the room and addressed Chen Mu. Is there truly such necessity? It is for your safety, she explained. Su Jia seemed to discern Chen Mu's displeasure, but continued. Your physical condition is rather poor. Should danger arise, you are likely to encounter trouble. The commander values your safety immensely and would never permit any harm to befall you. Her words were rather blunt, and Chen Mu felt stung. What does it mean to have a poor physical condition? Is it truly that dire? He sighed, contemplating the need to quickly devise a means to strengthen himself. After all, the Marvel Universe is no simple realm. Without formidable power, one could meet an untimely demise at any moment, and he certainly wished to avoid any unfortunate mishaps. However, your presence alongside me lacks sufficient justification. Chen Mu was quite conflicted. In truth, he initially intended to refuse. How splendid it would be to travel independently. He could store his belongings in a warehouse, avoiding the hassle of lugging around luggage, which was indeed exhausting. Yet, having someone like her by his side would render his warehouse less convenient to access. That is not an issue. As your secretary, it is hardly a problem for me to accompany you to the United States. One must admit, Su Jia's professional prowess is exceptionally formidable. Not only is she proficient in multiple languages, but her physical capabilities are also remarkable. Moreover, her business acumen is undeniably impressive. Chen Mu found himself delegating nearly all matters pertaining to Xiaomu to her, and she managed to orchestrate everything with remarkable efficiency. Of course, her status afforded her numerous advantages, yet it cannot be denied that her abilities are beyond question. In essence, Chen Mu felt that Su Jia's talents were not significantly inferior to those of the Black Widow from the Avengers. I have long been curious, given your capabilities, why choose to retire from the military only to seek a job or start a business, when you could thrive effortlessly? Why do you opt to remain in the army? Chen Mu was genuinely intrigued by this question. In truth, Su Jia resembled an operative trained by the military, specifically tasked with executing various missions. In this instance, she held the dual role of secretary and protector of Chen Mu, while also bearing the responsibility of surveillance. Su Jia, still in her youth, appears to be in her 20s, possessing an array of formidable abilities. Not only is she adept in physical prowess, but her business acumen is such that, should she choose to pursue commerce, she would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a powerful woman in that realm. Yet, she has opted not to leave the military, instead embracing a life of anonymity as she undertakes various missions, which truly perplexes Chen Mu. Are all spies such remarkable individuals, merely pursuing different aspirations? Su Jia cast a calm glance at Chen Mu and remarked, Is life solely about the pursuit of wealth? Isn't it? Chen Mu retorted with a smirk. Who doesn't cherish money? Even he, despite his fervent desire to rejuvenate Huaxia, would not disdain financial gain. After all, who wishes to incur losses? Wealth is universally desired, even by the likes of Tony Stark. My pursuit is simply to protect my homeland, nothing more. Su Jia regarded Chen Mu and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, And do you think these skills and knowledge I possess come from nowhere? Indeed, possessing such capabilities at a young age must be the result of significant state investment in education. However, one cannot overlook the fact that while acquiring vocational skills, the educational system also played a crucial role. Of course, many might label this as indoctrination, leaving Chen Mu at a loss for words. It seems our pursuits align. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. How shameless. Su Jia murmured softly upon hearing his unabashed words. What? Chen Mu asked, puzzled, as he had not quite caught her comment. Nothing. If you've made your decision, I shall book the tickets. So, Mr. Chen, when you plan to go to the United States? Well, I have no specific demands. Just as soon as possible. Furthermore, our visit pertains to a collaboration with Stark. Please schedule an appointment with them. It would be splendid if we could meet Tony Stark. After all, Tony has now become Iron Man, which signifies that the technology behind Iron Man has reached full maturity. For Chen Mu, merely touching upon it would suffice to grasp the complete Iron Man technology, which fills him with anticipation. Tony Stark? Su Jia furrowed her brow. She is not indifferent to national affairs and is certainly aware of the emergence of Iron Man in the United States, who is none other than Tony Stark. In truth, the impact of the Iron Man armor created by Stark on the world is far more significant than one might assume, especially concerning countries outside the United States. Weapons like the Iron Man armor wield considerable deterrence against other nations, which elucidates why the U.S. military is so eager to acquire this technology from Tony. To some extent, it may even surpass the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons. Under normal circumstances, nuclear weapons are rendered unusable. However, Tony's armor falls within the realm of conventional weaponry, meaning it can indeed be deployed in regular warfare. The might of Iron Man is well acknowledged. Should he equip an army, his prowess would be unparalleled in this world. Thus, upon hearing Tony's name, Su Jia found herself momentarily taken aback. Is something amiss? Chen Mu inquired, regarding her with curiosity. Nothing, Su Jia replied, regaining her composure, considering their business collaboration. Hey, you're not contemplating stealing someone else's technology, are you? Chen Mu queried with an odd expression, employing a playful tone. Su Jia rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore Chen Mu. While she might harbor such intentions, the capability to execute them was another matter entirely. Tony Stark undoubtedly safeguards his technology with utmost vigilance. If it were truly possible to pilfer it, the world would be in utter chaos. Fortunately, upon witnessing the devastation his weapons wrought upon countless lives, Tony had experienced a pang of conscience and firmly resolved never to sell any weaponry again, especially not his Iron Man suit, which he would never relinquish to the U.S. military. Enough of this jesting. I shall book a flight and depart as early as tomorrow. Chun, you may prepare on your own, Su Jia stated before turning on her heel and leaving. Chapter 29. Return to Stark, whatever. I am indeed going to pilfer Tony's technology. Chen Mu mumbled as he watched Su Jia depart, preparing to rest before his journey to America the following day. Am I perhaps exhibiting too much benevolence? Look at how everyone is aware of being monitored, yet the Watchers remain so audacious. Su Jia seemed unaware of her outsider status, pursuing Chen Mu to his residence daily, as if she truly believed herself to be a personal secretary, handling every task. Lacking power at present, she vowed to shed this persistent shadow once she gained strength. Despite acknowledging Su Jia's undeniable attractiveness, no one relishes the notion of being perpetually surveilled. Her journey to America, aimed at deciphering the technology behind the Iron Man suit, also served Chen Mu's intent to bolster his own capabilities. Once empowered, he would no longer endure such indignities. Freedom would be his in due course. Nonetheless, the advantages were evident. With public assistance, Chen Mu's company had established itself remarkably swiftly, and with Su Jia's aid, numerous challenges were efficiently resolved. Within merely half a month, Xiaomu technology was nearing full establishment. As agreed with the authorities, a plot of land had been allocated to him in Shenzhen for the creation of an industrial park. This is the nascent form of the future Huaqiangbei Industrial District, with Xiaomu Technology being the first enterprise to establish its presence there. Once the area is sufficiently developed, Chen Mu will relocate and settle there. At that point, he will possess a research institute entirely of his own, akin to Tony Stark's. When technological breakthroughs arise, he will be able to present them without hesitation or concern. Ultimately, it is a reflection of my current limitations. I have been underestimated by a mere girl. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, who would question my need for bodyguards? Just as Tony Stark's bodyguard, Happy, ceased to protect him after he became Iron Man. Since I am heading to the United States, Chen Mu will certainly invest efforts into his safety. Although his marksmanship may be lacking, his ammunition is abundant. The production capacity of the Huaqiangbei System is remarkably impressive, capable of rapid manufacturing without the need for raw materials, which is extraordinarily powerful. Over the past fortnight, Chen Mu has produced a considerable amount of ammunition and an array of advanced weaponry, from firearms to missiles, as well as a stockpile of armored vehicles in his warehouse. Currently, Chen Mu's most formidable weapon is his version of the Iron Overlord. Although it is a pirated version, its strength surpasses the original Iron Overlord significantly, as he has upgraded the technologies utilized by Stark Industries. Compared to Obadiah's Iron Overlord, it is considerably more powerful. Capable of flight, speed, and combat, it is exceptionally formidable. Frankly, with the current technology of this Iron Overlord, it could be handed over to Huaxia to form an immensely powerful army. However, Chen Mu is not impressed. He knows that it won't be long before he acquires superior armor. This transitional armor does not warrant mass production, as it would merely squander resources. His ambitions have long been set on Tony Stark. On this journey to America, he is certain he will successfully obtain Iron Man technology. Mr. Chen Mu. The next day, after a prolonged flight, Chen Mu and Su Jia finally arrived in New York. Upon disembarking, Pepper Potts greeted them. Ms. Potts, it is a pleasure to see you again, Chen Mu said as he exchanged pleasantries with her. Come along, Mr. Chen Mu. Tony has been waiting for you for quite some time. Pepper, a serious individual, wasted no time and promptly drove them towards Stark Industries. Individuals like Chen Mu are merely minor players in the vast sea of Stark's downstream enterprises. His timing is fortuitous, coinciding with Stark's search for new directions, while Obadiah has set his sights on the mobile phone industry. The arrival of Chen Mu is merely a pawn in our infiltration of Huaxia. As for Su Jia, who is beside Chen Mu, even the fiery Pepper Potts hardly spared her a glance. Despite her affectionate demeanor towards Tony in the films, she is, in reality, a proud executive of Stark Industries, not easily approachable by everyone. Typically, characters like Chen Mu would not capture Tony's attention. However, due to a pressing decision-making issue and the fact that Chen Mu has successfully developed the first generation of a smartphone, he has been fortunate enough to secure a meeting with Tony. With Xiaomu technology established, Chen Mu is preparing to launch the product, the first smartphone, which is essentially the Xiaomu phone Generation 1. It features a rudimentary Android system, with configurations that are quite advanced for this era. Most notably, its design closely resembles the iPhone 4 from a previous life. Drawing from past experiences, the iPhone 4 transformed public perception of smartphones, reshaping their aesthetics. Overall, the Xiaomu Generation 1 phone is significantly superior to its predecessor, and it is believed that once released, it will be well received by users. The opportunity to meet Tony is a direct result of this phone. After a brief half-hour drive, Pepper arrives at the iconic Stark Tower, located in the heart of New York. In later events, following the Battle of New York, this tower will be donated by Tony to the Avengers, serving as their headquarters. As of now, if not indulging in his escapades, Tony spends much of his time here attending to business matters. To Tony, Chen Mu is merely a somewhat memorable young individual from Huaxia, nothing more. It must be said that Tony possesses a rather lofty and even arrogant demeanor. So Chen Mu's treatment is hardly surprising, albeit it leaves him with a tinge of dissatisfaction. You may overlook me now, but soon you shall see my true worth. Just wait until I democratize the technology behind the Iron Man suit. You will be left in tears. Arriving at their destination, Pepper instructs them to follow her into the building, where they take the elevator straight to the top floor to meet Tony Stark. Chapter 30. The meeting as I ascend to success. I too shall construct my own skyscraper, complete with a helipad on the roof, allowing me to use a private elevator daily. Chen Mu muses longingly in the elevator. Su Jia rolls her eyes in exasperation, while Pepper, equally speechless, perceives Chen Mu as merely daydreaming. Just watch, and do not underestimate me. Chen Mu smiled lightly, offering no explanations as he surveyed the elevator. If memory serves, it was here in Avengers Endgame that Captain America uttered the phrase "Hail Hydra" and seized the Mind Stone from the clutches of a Hydra spy. After all, it was a dedicated elevator swiftly transporting them to their destination. Upon the doors opening, the trio stepped out into a realm of luxury. One must admit, Tony's taste is undeniably exquisite. His office bore no resemblance to a typical workspace, adorned with opulence that dispelled any notion of solemnity associated with conventional offices. This, too, was greatly reflective of Tony's character. "Please have a seat." Tony eschewed the formalities of an office, opting instead for a casual seat on the sofa. Upon seeing Pepper Potts escort Chen Mu and his companion into the room, he smiled and gestured for Chen Mu to sit down. "Good day, Mr. Chen Mu. Would you care for something to drink?" Tony, ever the confident figure, showed no intention of extending a handshake. "Mr. Stark, it has been a fortnight since we last met. I hadn't anticipated that you would ascend to the status of Iron Man, a true superhero." Chen Mu replied with a smile, unperturbed, as he took a seat and retrieved a bag from Su Jia, extracting a mobile phone from within. "Have we crossed paths before? Is this your creation? It appears rather impressive, far more aesthetically pleasing than the devices from Nokia." Tony observed the phone with keen interest, lifting it in curiosity. "Indeed, we met over a fortnight ago at Stark Industries. I was with Mr. Stan at the time, discussing the development of a smartphone, which was his initial proposition." Chen Mu maintained a serene demeanor, continuing, "By the way, where is Mr. Stan? With him, you say?" "Ah, I recall now. It was in the arc reactor laboratory, where I mistook you for a new intern." Tony nodded thoughtfully, indeed recalling the encounter. As for Stan, he had opted for retirement due to his advancing age, and if memory serves correctly, he was traveling in Europe. Naturally, such matters concerning Stan were kept confidential. Stark Industries had effectively shrouded the news, with only a select few executives and SHILD personnel privy to the truth. The general populace remained blissfully unaware. "Rest assured, your previous agreement with Stan remains in effect." Tony activated the phone, delving into its features. It was commendable. Its functionalities indeed surpassed many market alternatives, and its operating system was superior to those currently available. However, in comparison to the device Tony himself utilized, it fell short. Stark Industries, while not engaged in mobile technology, possessed the capability to manufacture such devices effortlessly. Within this very room, an array of advanced technology was evident. Virtual projection screens, desktop displays, and more, surpassing much of the technology Chen Mu had known in his previous life. When it comes to mobile phones, Tony undoubtedly utilizes a device imbued with cutting-edge technology. However, it must be said that Chen Mu's phone has made a significant impact on him. In a world devoid of Jobs, or where Jobs has yet to unveil the iPhone 4, Chen Mu's Xiaomi phone effectively supplants the previous iPhone 4's position. It is commendable, yet the question remains, can it genuinely seize market share from giants like Nokia and Motorola? After trying it out, Tony found himself rather enamored. Yet he cast a curious glance towards Chen Mu. The truth would reveal itself upon experimentation. Chen Mu smiled knowingly. If the iPhone 4 succeeded in the past, then his superior Xiaomi phone would undoubtedly achieve success as well. Of course, should anyone argue that the Android system pales in comparison to Apple's, Chen Mu has no retort, as the hardware does indeed surpass that of the iPhone 4. As for the system, Chen Mu had already devised a plan. In truth, the phone still required one final touch to reach its full potential, which was the system. At this juncture, the Android system, to be frank, is rather subpar. But Chen Mu found himself with little choice, albeit not devoid of options. According to my agreement with Mr. Stark, for the substantial shares he has taken, he must also provide technical support for the phone. A smartphone, by its very definition, requires a degree of intelligence, which necessitates collaboration with Stark Industries for refinement. Intelligent systems? Tony's eyes narrowed. If the phone were to incorporate intelligent programming, its operability would surely be enhanced, and he was acutely aware that with JARVI's capabilities, elevating the user experience would be a mere trifle. Leave the system to us at Stark Industries. We will develop an entirely new system tailored specifically for mobile operation. Tony nodded confidently, stating, "Trust me, Stark Technology can easily create a seamless system, and I will also incorporate a dedicated intelligent program within it." "That would be splendid," Chen Mu replied, his spirits finally lifted. However, the question lingered. Would the system developed by Apple in his past life be adapted by Stark in this world? Yet, with Stark's prowess, there was no doubt that an advanced system could be developed. Additionally, the intelligent program would naturally be J-A-R-V-I-S. Since the production line is situated in China, Stark would undoubtedly transfer J-A-R-V-I-S there, granting Chen Mu the opportunity to engage with it and analyze its workings. In time, Chen Mu would no longer lack intelligent programming. J-A-R-V-I-S. Integrate the program into this device, Tony said, smiling as he clapped his hands, issuing the command. Understood, sir, came J-A-R-V-I-S' voice, accompanied by a sudden blue light illuminating the phone. Let us see the results, Jarvis. Call Pepper. Upon picking up his phone, Tony issued the command directly. Very well, sir. Dialing Ms. Potts now. This time, the voice emanated from Pepper's phone, as Jarvis seamlessly integrated his program into the device with merely a simple instruction. It must be said, Jarvis's capabilities truly left Chen Mu astonished. Chapter 31. Collaboration. The phone is indeed impressive. However, how can you be so confident that it can capture market share from giants like Nokia? Certainly, Chen Mu's phone is striking, yet remains a fledgling in the industry, akin to a dark horse with no real means to compete against established smartphone enterprises. Thus, Tony remains skeptical, favoring his own strategy, venturing into the energy sector, a domain brimming with limitless opportunities. The mobile phone venture appeared trivial in comparison. Tony was clear on this point and continued. Moreover, not everyone can afford such a phone. Currently, Nokia's most expensive models can fetch up to $8,000 or $9,000. This seemingly advanced phone must command a similar price, right? How many individuals in this world can truly afford that? This, indeed, highlighted the primary advantage of Chen Mu's phone. Chen Mu chuckled, gazing at Tony, and asked, "Do you know what the greatest advantage of Chinese manufacturing is? Let me think. Perhaps it's the inexpensive labor and low costs?" Tony pondered briefly, easily recalling the benefits of China as the world's factory. Exactly, it's the cost. The production cost of Chen Mu's phone is actually around 500 yuan. Note, that is in renminbi. 500 yuan converts to less than $100. This means the phone is absolutely within everyone's reach. Really? If that's the case, this indeed seems like a highly lucrative venture. Tony expressed his surprise. Momentarily taken aback by the cost control in China, it was quite astonishing. Ultimately, the key factor lies in technology, as Chen Mu's investments in this area have been virtually zero due to the system's foundation, allowing him to maintain costs at this level. With a production cost of $100, even when accounting for various taxes and operational fees, the total expenditure should not exceed $100. Selling it for $200 or, no, $300 would still yield a significant profit. At that moment, Tony realized that mobile phones might indeed evolve into a colossal profit industry, especially considering China's production capabilities and cost management. Thus, we require a substantial initial investment for production. Additionally, we hope to acquire the Jarvis program to be installed in the phones upon their departure from the factory. Of course, the version of Jarvis on the phone will be quite rudimentary, possessing only basic processing capabilities and even inferior to many of the smart applications from the previous era. It will merely be able to make calls, send messages, and play music. Nevertheless, for the individuals of this time, it represents a groundbreaking technological advancement. This, of course, is not an issue. Tony pondered for a moment and nodded. He held immense confidence in his own Jarvis system and was not inclined to believe that simply installing a backup of Jarvis at the partner's factory would result in the theft of his technology. In fact, placing Jarvis at their location would be advantageous for him, primarily allowing Jarvis to monitor the factory for any dishonest activities. Thus, he readily agreed. The initial investment would be $1 billion, with the hope of establishing additional factories in China for expedited production. Tony contemplated this decision briefly. After all, $1 billion is indeed a considerable sum. His investment was quite audacious. That is splendid. $1 billion is, of course, an unfathomable fortune for Chen Mu, who could leverage this capital for various ventures. However, such a significant investment comes with conditions. Stark needs to hold 90% of the shares in Xiaomu Technology. Impossible. I can offer you shares in Xiaomu Mobile, but 90% is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 70. The exact percentage of Xiaomu Mobile shares is not a major concern for Chen Mu, as mobile phones are not his primary product. Deal. Initially expecting further negotiations, Tony surprisingly agreed immediately, indicating that his initial expectation did not even extend beyond 70%. Ultimately, for Tony, his primary concern was Xiaomu Mobile. As long as he maintained over 50% control, he held absolute authority and was indifferent to the rest. As for Xiaomu Technology's future products, Tony hardly regarded them, or rather, in his arrogance, he believed that Chen Mu's ability to present the Xiaomu Mobile product was merely a stroke of luck. Come, my brother Chen Mu, let's share a drink. In a buoyant mood, Tony retrieved a bottle of exquisite red wine from the nearby cabinet and enthusiastically poured a glass for Chen Mu. This was the first instance in which he slightly refrained from underestimating Chen Mu, as at this moment, he viewed Chen Mu as a veritable harbinger of wealth. With the collaboration settled, a personal matter arose that Chen Mu was uncertain whether to address. He took the wine glass, gazing at Tony as he inquired, "Should I speak?" Tony, holding his glass, gestured affirmatively. "Mr. Tony should be aware that we originally specialized in toy manufacturing and have indeed secured the production license for the designs of all your weaponry. I wonder if it would be possible for us to glimpse the Iron Man suit?" Chen Mu gazed at Tony, articulating his intentions. "I am prepared to create scale models of Iron Man action figures. Would it be feasible for us to see the actual suit? Toys? Certainly, that poses no issue." Tony did not decline. After all, it was merely allowing someone a glimpse. What harm could it possibly cause? It was just a toy, after all. Could Chen Mu's modest factory truly produce an authentic Iron Man suit? They were only suited for toy production. As for the licensing for toy designs, is that truly of any consequence? If factories in Huaqiangbei wished to manufacture them, they would simply do so. Stark had no means to oversee such matters. Moreover, this would inadvertently serve as a form of advertisement for him, a notion he welcomed rather than opposed. Wonderful. Furthermore, I must confess that I am a fan of yours. Just imagine donning the suit and soaring through the skies. It is indeed a sight to envy. Of course, this was merely Chen Mu's flattery, though he feigned admiration quite convincingly. Certainly. Trying on is no trouble at all. Observing Chen Mu's physique, which was not dissimilar to his own, Tony remarked accordingly. Allowing him to wear it was hardly a concern. The suit was controlled by surely. There was no fear of Chen Mu absconding with it. It was merely a momentary thrill for him, and his range of movement would not extend beyond this building. Really? Chen Mu exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect. Of course, follow me. Tony nodded and directed Chen Mu towards a nearby room, which served as both his laboratory and the storage for the suits. Chen Mu hurriedly followed, exhilarated by the opportunity to wear the suit. This was no longer mere pretense. "Ms. Su, please accompany me. We shall discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Su Jiao wished to follow and observe, but was intercepted by Pepper Potts, leaving her no choice but to accompany Pepper towards the office. Chapter 32. Mark II, is this the one? It appears somewhat different from what I saw online. Tony led Chen Mu into the laboratory and presented him with a suit of armor. Chen Mu, observing the suit, inquired with curiosity. This suit was a pure silver color, devoid of any paint or embellishment. Recognizing it as the Mark II, he understood he must feign ignorance. "This is the Mark II, an upgraded version of my armor. As for the paint, I have yet to apply it. I will add color afterward." Tony spoke nonchalantly, unwilling to confess that the armor he intended for Chen Mu was merely an outdated model he had discarded, which he had left behind primarily for its collectible value. In fact, Tony had even reproduced the Mark I prototype, placing it in his collection room, an unwieldy suit he had initially crafted in a cave. The Mark II was his first formally manufactured suit, and it was while piloting it that he first soared through the skies. Presently, he donned the Mark III, which had rectified numerous issues and incorporated his favorite gold and crimson paint scheme, the iconic armor of Iron Man. Initially, Tony had no inclination towards collecting, but after nearly losing his life due to an ambush by Obadiah, who had stolen his arc reactor, he developed an appreciation for preserving old armors, especially since his former reactor, which Pepper had discarded, had been salvaged by her and ultimately saved his life. Who could predict future complications? It was prudent to keep a backup. Is that so? But honestly, the unpainted armor appears rather cool. Chen Mu nodded, seemingly convinced. Well then, why not give it a try? Jarvis, equip Mr. Chen Mu with the Mark II. Tony instructed Jarvis directly, gesturing for Chen Mu to step onto the fitting platform. At that moment, the Iron Man suit's fitting apparatus appeared decidedly more rudimentary compared to its successors, yet it possessed a raw mechanical allure. As Chen Mu stood on the platform, mechanical arms extended from all directions, swiftly assembling the Mark II around him. In less than a minute, he was fully clad in the armor, standing triumphantly on the platform. What do you think? Tony smiled, observing the scene. Frankly, had Chen Mu not declared himself a fan of Iron Man, Tony might have hesitated to allow him to test the suit. Fantastic. It feels incredibly advanced. Chen Mu marveled at the virtual display before him. Unable to suppress his admiration for Tony's genius, the emergence of the Iron Man armor was indeed breathtaking. May I attempt to fly? Chen Mu inquired, lacking the authority to issue commands to Jarvis. Of course, no problem. Jarvis, take Mr. Chen Mu for a flight outside, Tony replied generously, as he was not inclined to refuse such a simple request. Very well, sir, Jarvis responded, and the wall behind Chen Mu opened, revealing the vast expanse of sky outside. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the armor took off, propelling him through the window and swiftly circling Stark Tower. Mark II armor, Resolution 100. Portable Arc Resolution 100. Jarvis Intelligent Program, Resolution 100. Chen Mu was elated, experiencing a trifecta of exhilaration. This is simply exhilarating. Mark II returned to the interior of the building, and the mechanical arm swiftly removed the armor from Chen Mu. He still wore a look of insatiable excitement and exclaimed with fervor. He was genuinely thrilled. Having merely pretended to be a fan of Tony, he unexpectedly acquired 3 coveted technologies in one go. He had finally obtained the Iron Man suit. Although it was merely the Mark II, in reality, it bore little distinction from the Mark III. The differences were primarily in the materials used and the addition of an anti-icing system, along with some weaponry alterations. Otherwise, there was not much divergence. What surprised Chen Mu was the presence of an arc reactor in the Mark II. However, it made sense, as Tony kept the Mark II not only for collection but also for emergencies. Thus, the reactor was installed on it. Moreover, if memory served correctly, this Mark II was the very suit that Tony later gifted to his friend, Colonel Rhodes, which eventually became the War Machine. Since Rhodes did not possess a reactor, it was entirely reasonable for the Mark II to have one. And what of the JARVIS system? Was it because Tony had copied a version into every suit? In any case, this single instance had already granted Chen Mu all the technologies he desired. Xiaoai began researching breakthroughs on the Mark II technology. Eagerly, Chen Mu instructed Xiao AI to conduct research, as this would enable him to create an armor even more advanced than Tony's Mark III. If you like it, then that's splendid. Tony nodded and said, come, let me show you the sights of New York. Additionally, tonight I will host a gathering, inviting various media outlets to promote our new smartphone. By the way, we must ensure that the JARVIS smart program cannot retain the name JARVIS. Do you have any suggestions for a new name? A name? Let me think. How about simply calling it Xiao AI? That sounds rather appealing. Tony nodded in agreement with the name. Had it been a more traditionally Chinese name, he would likely have declined it. However, in this case, he found no reason to object. Hence, Tony enthusiastically draped an arm over Chen Mu's shoulder as they made their way to the elevator. The necessary tasks had been accomplished, and the enjoyment had been relished. So now it was time to attend to serious matters. Despite Tony's seemingly indifferent attitude towards finance, as a financial prodigy, how could he not appreciate wealth? The original plan to shut down the weapons department had quickly led him to seek new ventures, after all. However, with Chen Mu's presence, that old rascal Obadiah intends to leverage mobile phones to penetrate the Chinese market. by a series of fortuitous events. Tony has also glimpsed the promising future of the mobile industry and is merely preparing to stake his claim in this domain. Chen Mu has presented commendable products, which have caught Tony's discerning eye, leading him to regard this young collaborator with a modicum of respect. Yet, if Tony were to discover that Chen Mu had merely donned his Mark II and absconded with several of his technologies, would he not be incensed to the point of bloodshed? Truly, it is a challenge to guard against such cunning. Chapter 33. Preparing for research, how extravagant it is. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge the excesses of the malevolent capitalist society, where wealth can procure anything. The following morning, Chen Mu awoke to find a slumbering beauty beside him, prompting a deep sigh. Last night, intoxicated at the banquet, he had unwittingly found a stunning blonde to share an intimate moment with. Such is the power of influence, particularly in America, where capitalism reigns supreme and money seems all-powerful. At the banquet yesterday, a considerable number of journalists were present. Tony, under the guise of this gathering, subtly revealed that Stark would invest in and take control of a Chinese mobile enterprise, with plans to unveil their first smartphone shortly. Stark is officially entering the mobile industry. This marks Stark Industries' first significant endeavor capable of impacting the world since Tony shuttered the weapons division. As the second main figure of the evening, Chen Mu naturally indulged in a few more drinks, and, under Tony's coaxing, he succumbed to temptation and sought the company of a young, attractive female journalist. Tony remains the same charming rogue. Despite becoming Iron Man, transformation is not instantaneous. At least, in matters of the heart, he continues to be quite the philanderer. After all, even though he shares a spark with Pepper, their relationship remains undefined. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Jia entered with a stoic expression, brandishing a fresh set of clothes, disregarding Chen Mu's state of undress as she tossed the garments his way. Ahem, Miss Su Jia, could you please turn away? Chen Mu said, both amused and embarrassed as he accepted the clothes. Su Jia rolled her eyes and retorted, hurry and get dressed. We need to leave promptly. After all, America poses numerous dangers for both Chen Mu and her. As Chen Mu's bodyguard, Su Jia is keen to ensure that no harm befalls him. Indeed, she had stood guard at the door last night and had undoubtedly heard the sounds emanating from the room. Leave quickly? Why? Chen Mu inquired with curiosity. In any case, it is an undeniable fact that our homeland is safer than here. Tony Stark and you have attracted far too much attention. Su Jia lacked sufficient justification, yet she remarked, moreover, there are matters within the company that require my attention. The fund from Stark Industries will soon be received, and the business is exceedingly busy. Despite the hustle and bustle, was it truly necessary for Chen Mu to personally oversee everything? As Chen Mu stood there, somewhat speechless, Tony's laughter echoed nearby as he approached, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Awake at last, brother Chen Mu? Oh, Miss Su is here too. I wonder if she joined in the fun last night? Tony winked at Chen Mu, making a gesture that any man would understand. Chuckling nervously, Chen Mu scratched his head and cast a glance at the expressionless Su Jia, unsure of how to respond. Su Jia's face darkened as she glared at the two conspiratorial men. Is this what American superheroes are like? Not particularly impressive, she thought, feeling quite disgruntled. Speaking of which, Tony, it's time for us to head back. You know we need to expedite the launch of a Xiaomu phone. Things will likely be quite hectic back home. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, Chen Mu chose to heed Su Jia's advice, not wanting to complicate matters for her. After all, he had acquired the technology he desired and was eager to return and bring his ideas to fruition. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Tony asked, astonished. Why not let others handle the busy work? Can't you stay in America a few more days? I could introduce you to some cover girls from fashion magazines. Perhaps another time, Chen Mu replied, clearing his throat and firmly declining, though tempted. What a pity. I hear this month as cover girls are twins, Tony teased, prompting Chen Mu to roll his eyes at the absurdity of this capitalist society. Ever since I tried on your armor yesterday, I found it remarkably intriguing. I'm eager to study it further. Chen Mu revealed his intentions, contemplating the future of his own armor. Prepare to study it yourself? Tony exclaimed, his surprise evident. Even Su Jia, standing nearby, wore a look of disbelief and disdain. Who else in this world, aside from Tony, could possibly create such technology? Even imitations would merely be pale replicas, utterly incomparable to Tony's armor. Thus, for Chen Mu to so boldly declare his desire to research armor in front of Tony seemed nothing short of folly, a source of amusement. Furthermore, Tony perceived Chen Mu's aspirations as utterly misguided and worthy of scorn. Hee. Thus, Tony's myriad words coalesced into a mocking hee. What? Do you not believe it? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, regarding Tony with a retort. Ask your companion, the lovely Miss Su Jia. Do you think your boss is capable of creating such armor? Tony chuckled, glancing at the silent Su Jia beside him, and said with a smile, one must admit, Su Jia is indeed quite beautiful, particularly in the eyes of a Westerner like Tony, possessing a unique Eastern charm. Naturally, a man of Tony's extensive experience with women harbored no romantic notions toward Su Jia. He merely appreciated her beauty. With wealth at his disposal, what kind of woman could he not have? Su Jia remained silent, dutifully fulfilling her role as a bodyguard. Yet her eyes unmistakably conveyed disbelief. Do not doubt me. I assure you, I need only half a year. No, just a month to create the armor. Observing the disdainful expressions of the two, Chen Mu seemed provoked, speaking with annoyance. Haha, splendid. If Mr. Chen Mu can develop the iron armor within a month, I shall grant you its usage authorization, Tony proclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Chen Mu's shoulder in encouragement. That sounds great. I hope you remember your words. Chen Mu replied, thoughtfully touching his nose while looking earnestly at Tony. This man, Tony, is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Chen Mu himself intended to create armor, yet he never claimed it would be the iron armor. Does he truly believe that anyone else who develops armor is merely imitating his Iron Man? Must one require his permission to utilize it? Arrogance and hubris scarcely suffice to describe Tony at this moment. Chapter 34. Arrogance according to the mindset of certain powerful nations. The first to create something claims it as their own. If another produces a similar item, it is deemed plagiarism. This sentiment is vividly exemplified in Tony's demeanor. Should Chen Mu indeed succeed in creating armor, it would be viewed as an imitation of his iron armor. Otherwise, he would not jest that if Chen Mu succeeded, he would grant him permission to use it. From the outset, Tony had little faith in Chen Mu, doubting his capability to produce the iron armor. At most, he believed he could fabricate merely an exterior. Without energy or an intelligent program, it would be akin to a body devoid of a heart and soul, a mere toy. Energy must derive from the arc reactor, a technological hurdle that, at present, cannot be surmounted, especially by an individual like Chen Mu. Tony would never believe that Chen Mu could create such a device. Without energy, the armor would be utterly immobile. Furthermore, lacking an intelligent program, even if the armor could be awkwardly activated, what purpose would it serve? To serve as a target? What a farce! What threats could such a toy pose? However, Chen Mu's arrogance had begun to irk Tony. Accustomed to displaying his superiority, he found it rather irritating that someone would dare to show off in his presence. Instantly, Tony's perception of Chen Mu soured. Naturally, Chen Mu had never anticipated that his relationship with Tony would remain amicable. He was determined to establish an Iron Legion, which would inevitably lead to a deterioration of their relationship, possibly even antagonism. This was merely the initial indication of that impending rift. Well, Mr. Tony, it is time for me to take my leave, Chen Mu said, maintaining a smile despite Tony's evident displeasure. I must return to my research on the iron armor. Flying has always been my dream. I eagerly await the day you achieve that, Tony replied, nodding. To soar in the high skies alone is, to be frank, rather lonely. If someone could fly alongside me, it might not be so bad. This remark was clearly a jab at Chen Mu, as Tony harbored little belief that he would actually succeed in creating the armor. His opinion of Chen Mu had diminished considerably since their earlier encounters. Hence he made no effort to retain him. Su Jia, please book our flights. We are heading back to our homeland. No need for such trouble. Just book tickets for the two of us, Tony said, pulling out his phone, which was none other than Chen Mu's device. He commanded it directly. After a brief upgrade, this engineering phone boasted remarkably robust hardware, and the installed intelligent assistant was, in fact, a version of JR-VX, highly functional and efficient. Sir, your flight to Chengdu, Huaxia, has been successfully booked and will depart in 30 minutes, JARVISS voice announced. Having facilitated the booking for both Chen Mu and Tony, JARVISS is truly impressive. I must acquire one of my own upon my return. It is simply too convenient, Chen Mu mused with a sense of wonder. You want to get one too? Huh. Tony, too weary to offer further sarcasm or critique, fell silent, while Su Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes yet again. Whenever you see something good, you want to get one. Are you sure you're not joking? It's one thing to talk about it privately, but boasting in front of others? If you fail to deliver in the future, won't that be a slap in your own face? In truth, neither Tony nor Su Jia believed in Chen Mu's capabilities, dismissing him as merely boasting. Since you possess the talent to design a phone, you should focus on that instead of dreaming of armor and intelligent programs. Know your limits. Of course, neither of them could fathom that Chen Mu had already mastered several of those technologies, albeit through complete appropriation of Tony's innovations. The Mark II armor, the Jarvis program, and the arc reactor. These three pivotal technologies have been completely mastered by Chen Mu. Should he desire, Chen could effortlessly establish a production line to commence the manufacturing of the Mark II. However, driven by higher aspirations, Chen is not content with mere acquisition. These technologies, while commendable, require further enhancement. The Mark II stands to undergo scientific upgrades, undoubtedly evolving into a more formidable entity akin to the later war machine, renowned for its formidable firepower. Furthermore, if the Jarvis intelligence were to advance, it might rival the sophistication of Ultron or Vision. As for the arc reactor, a technological breakthrough is imminent. Once achieved, it is expected to reach the caliber of Tony's later reactor improvements. These three technologies could be fully perfected in less than a month. At that juncture, Chen would be capable of crafting armor more advanced than anything Tony currently possesses. Just wait and see who will be left speechless. With a smile and a casual farewell to the incredulous Tony, Chen turned and departed, with his bodyguard Su Jia hastily following suit. Although perplexed, she did not forget her responsibilities. What do you think the chances are of him creating the Iron Man armor? Tony inquired into his phone, observing Chen's retreating figure. Sir, the probability of success is 0. Not only did people underestimate Chen, but even the intelligent program regarded him with disdain. Tony shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Chen, and strode confidently towards the exit. He intended to take a joyride to enhance his public visibility and inadvertently unveil his phone, thereby aiding its market penetration. Do you believe I can create the Iron Man armor? Chen asked Su Jia, who was busy attending to her own matters on the plane. Su Jia rolled her eyes, indicating her reluctance to engage in conversation. Do you even have a sense of your own capabilities? Don't doubt me. I possess considerable confidence. Tony, ever the affluent individual, had booked first-class tickets for both Chen and himself, and with the cabin sparsely populated, he found himself bored enough to pose another question to Su Jia. Oh, Su Jia acknowledged, engrossed in organizing her documents. All right, what do you think of Tony's Iron Man suit? Chen pivoted the conversation. I observed it yesterday. In terms of flight capability and defensive power, it is already exceptionally impressive. If we add weaponry, it is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Su Jia easily discerned the strength of the Iron Man suit, though she had not witnessed the armor's weaponry in action. As the owner of Stark Industries, despite its weapons division being shuttered, Tony's arsenal would not be lacking in potency. Thus, even without visual confirmation, one could readily infer the might of Iron Man's suit. Chapter 35. The Garden Indeed. The power of the iron armor is extraordinarily formidable. Chen Mu nodded, recognizing that in comparison to conventional weaponry employed by various nations, the existence of Iron Man is akin to wielding an unfair advantage. A single Iron Man could easily rival the might of 1,000 troops. Should such a weapon fall into the hands of the U.S. military, the repercussions would be dire. Su Jia's expression darkened at the thought. Such a potent weapon in the possession of the American forces would spell disaster for the entire world. Although the United States and China are not adversaries, competition exists in numerous domains. As the sole superpower in today's world, the U.S. often seeks to suppress China, fearing that it may pose a threat to its own standing. The U.S. frequently finds pretexts to invade Chinese territory. If this is the case for a nation as strong as China, the plight of other countries is even more tragic. Under the guise of maintaining world peace, wherever the American military ventures, be it the Middle East, South America, or Southeast Asia, suffering and devastation follow. For the time being, this issue need not be a concern. Chen Mu firmly believes that Tony chose to withhold the technology of the iron armor from the U.S. military precisely because he recognized this potential for carnage. Thus, even when Thanos descends upon Earth years later, the American military will not acquire this technology from Tony. They only possess a suit he gifted to Colonel Rhodes. This Mark II armor has baffled the U.S. military, rendering replication impossible. Why is that? Su Jia set down the documents and turned her gaze toward Chen Mu. Did he receive some insider information from Tony? As a public servant, Su Jia held a keen interest in any information. Tony certainly did not wish for a second Iron Man to emerge. Chen Mu chuckled lightly and replied, more in jest than earnestness. Su Jia, well aware of this, rolled her eyes at his answer. You have witnessed the might of the iron armor. Can you imagine what it would be like if every soldier in a nation were equipped with such suits? Chen Mu asked, looking at Su Jia. It wouldn't take an entire army. Even a small squad could easily sway the outcome of a battle, Su Jia asserted with conviction. With Iron Man as capabilities, even a small team could potentially overthrow a nation. Indeed, that is precisely my ambition, Chen Mu declared, his spirit soaring. I aim to establish an army composed entirely of iron armors for China. Moreover, each soldier's armor must surpass Tony's in advancement. Hearing Chen Mu's grand aspirations, Su Jia was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. In that moment, her perception of Chen Mu transformed, and she found herself greatly impressed. He is a truly patriotic individual. Although this notion may appear somewhat implausible, it does not diminish Su Jia's fondness for him. Encouraged by this sentiment, Su Jia refrained from discouraging Chen Mu and instead offered a few encouraging words. What? Do you still doubt my ability to create a suit of armored steel? Chen Mu looked utterly speechless. Su Jia remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips, conveying an unspoken understanding. Very well, in 1 month, I shall personally present you with a suit of iron armor. Chen Mu sighed, grappling with the realization that admitting he had pilfered Tony's technology would imply that he could, at any moment, forge such a suit. Clearly, that was an impossibility. Hence, upon returning to Huaxia, he resolved to let his capabilities speak for themselves and produce several suits of armor. Naturally, replicating Mark II exactly would also be unfeasible. Having observed the research progress within the Huaqiangbei System, he noted that the development of the Jarvis system had reached 50%. He believed that by the time his plane landed, he would be able to upgrade Jarvis and create his own version. His factory indeed required a robust intelligence system for effective management. Wonderful. The Huaqiangbei Industrial Park has been established. Time had flown by due to collaborations with public entities. Chen Mu's industrial zone was swiftly completed, with much of the equipment already operational. By the time he received this news from Su Jia, more than half a month had passed, and he was visibly elated. The location of the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, much like in his previous life, was situated in Shenzhen. Let's go. I can hardly wait to create my own armored suit, Chen Mu exclaimed to Su Jia beside him as he climbed into the car. A few days prior, he had arrived in Shenzhen, eagerly anticipating his entry into Huaqiangbei to commence the fabrication of his steel armor. After receiving the funds from Tony, his first step was to rent a plot of land in Shenzhen, precisely where Huaqiangbei had been his past life. In this world, it was merely a desolate expanse. With connections to the military, he swiftly secured the land and began constructing his own industrial park. Initially, the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park was quite small, merely a few hectares in size. Yet, despite its modest dimensions, it was well equipped, having procured numerous cutting-edge devices from both domestic and international sources. While it may not rival Tony's Stark Industries, it was certainly comparable to Hammer Industries. Given the technological capabilities of this park, producing armored suits would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Most importantly, the Mark II has achieved a technological breakthrough many days ago. The current Mark II exhibits enhanced performance across various metrics, capable of accommodating more advanced weaponry. Notably, both the reactor and the intelligent programming have seen improvements, significantly augmenting the capabilities of the battlesuit. In essence, the technology in Chen Mu's hands surpasses that of Tony Stark's Iron Man innovations. This exemplifies the prowess of Huaqiangbei. Although I may have drawn inspiration from your designs, I have managed to create something more sophisticated than yours. One might ask if that frustrates you. The upgraded arc reactor is not inferior to the later enhancements made by Tony. Unsurprisingly, it incorporates new elements, resulting in greater power output while effortlessly resolving Tony's palladium poisoning dilemma, provided, of course, that Chen Mu is willing to share this technology with Tony. Furthermore, the Jarvis system has undergone evolution, enhancing its intelligence to a level that rivals even the future Ultron. However, since it is an upgraded Huaqiangbei system, devoid of the influence of the Mind Stone, Jarvis currently lacks independent consciousness, ensuring its safety. Chapter 36, Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. Now that the system has advanced further under my stewardship, it seems inappropriate to continue calling it Jarvis, hence the renaming to Hongmeng. In Chinese mythology, Hongmeng represents the primordial world before the creation of heaven and earth, the very beginning of all things, and now it has been adopted as the name of the intelligent system. Thus, Chen Mu has chosen this name for his proprietary intelligent program, devoid of any deeper significance other than his personal preference. The renaming process has been completed, sir. In essence, Hongmeng does not differ greatly from Jarvis. It currently functions merely as an intelligent steward, with little distinction from Jarvis in other respects. Chen Mu has arrived at his industrial park, which, although not yet fully decorated, has all essential hardware installed. Consequently, he promptly integrated the system into the central control computer. Su Jia has been assigned by Chen Mu to verify the completeness of the machinery, while he himself ventures into his personal laboratory. Mu's Huaqiangbei Park is relatively modest in size, and due to certain agreements with the military commander, some troops are stationed outside the park, providing robust protection. After all, the agreement with the commander is of utmost importance. As early as a month ago, Chen Mu contacted the commander, asserting that he had developed Tony Stark's Iron Man armor and required a secret base for production, with intentions to sell to the military. Initially skeptical, the commander was convinced when Chen Mu presented a suit of armor, leading to his immediate approval. This is why in just half a month, Chen Mu's industrial park has risen from the ground. Mr. Chen, the production line is now ready. After conducting a thorough examination of the industrial equipment, Su Jia swiftly arrived at Chen Mu's laboratory, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. A month prior, when she first heard Chen Mu mention his endeavor to develop a battlesuit, she had dismissed it as mere jest. To her astonishment, the very next day, he had utilized his own factory to bring the battlesuit to fruition. While it may not possess the formidable offensive capabilities of an iron suit, it cannot be denied that Chen Mu's creation is quite impressive. Has the titanium alloy arrived? Chen Mu inquired directly, his eyes fixed on her. The titanium alloy, the very material used for Mark III, is significantly harder than conventional alloys and is designed for spacecraft construction. Fortunately, China has the technological capability to produce such alloys. When Chen Mu proposed supplying the military with steel battlesuits, the government promptly allocated the necessary materials. The reason for Su Jia's exhilaration is rather straightforward. In addition to significantly enhancing the military strength, Chen Mu had previously promised to custom tailor a battlesuit for her. All right, let's get the machines running. Chen Mu had already inputted all parameters for the advanced Mark II into the Hongmeng system, and once the equipment was installed, production could commence immediately. This time, Chen Mu had secured 50 tons of titanium alloy from the Bureau, sufficient to manufacture 100 suits of armor. 100 suits, 100 Mark IIs, or war machines. Such a force would be truly formidable. Given the production capacity of this industrial park, they could produce 10 suits per day, and within 10 days, the materials would be depleted. Of course, Chen Mu was only responsible for the manufacturing of the suits. The weaponry integrated into them would be left to the Chinese military for enhancement. As Chen Mu activated the machines, the factory, entirely controlled by the artificial intelligence Hongmeng, began to operate swiftly. Each component of the battlesuits was rapidly produced along the assembly line. The battle suits Chen Mu was creating were, in fact, an upgraded version of Mark II, akin to the later war machines, and naturally, produced in China, they were designated with their own unique name, Qilin. Forgive Chen Mu's naming abilities, as they tend to evoke some criticism. The names he chooses are often quite arbitrary and lack profound significance. Nonetheless, to better align the battle suits with their name, Chen Mu made several enhancements to their design and paint, giving them a distinctly Chinese aesthetic. The components of the Qilin battle suits were produced one after another, a spectacle only possible in a place like China. The expensive titanium alloy and large-scale industrial equipment are not issues for China. A complete suit can be manufactured within 2 hours, and as long as the materials are sufficient, equipping an entire legion poses no significant challenge. The cost of titanium alloys is relatively high. A complete set of the Qilin battle armor is estimated to exceed 50,000 yuan. Even 500,000 yuan is considered exceedingly reasonable, as some luxury vehicles cost far more. While alternative materials could be employed, the overall combat effectiveness might suffer considerably. Nonetheless, even armor crafted from ordinary titanium alloy possesses formidable strength. In Chen Mu's perspective, the finest material would undoubtedly be vibranium from Wakanda. If it were possible to forge the Qilin armor using vibranium, its capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Unfortunately, Wakanda remains isolated, and the outside world is unaware of its existence. Thus, Chen Mu finds himself unable to acquire vibranium. Well, the first set is a women's armor. You can simply take it when it's ready. Observing the production line commence its operations, Chen Mu felt no inclination to linger any longer. Really, Su Jia's eyes brightened, displaying her excitement. The allocation of the battle armor is typically governed by strict military protocols, and she would not ordinarily be eligible. However, if it is bestowed upon her by Chen Mu, the situation changes. Moreover, due to her contributions over the past month in safeguarding Chen Mu and accurately reporting all circumstances, she has indeed earned the right to possess her own battle armor. This is truly well-deserved. In truth, without Su Jia's assistance, Chen Mu would have found it challenging to establish contact with the military. After all, prior to presenting the Qilin armor, Su Jia was mostly by his side as a monitor, ensuring that Chen Mu did not engage in actions that could harm national interests. Nevertheless, Chen Mu remained unconcerned. He had no intention of doing so, so he felt no apprehension. If she wished to monitor him, so be it. Having a beautiful woman accompanying him was a pleasant distraction. It was through Su Jia's connections that Chen Mu could present the existence of the Qilin armor to the military, thus enabling him to swiftly acquire his own industrial park. For each set of armor, Chen Mu would receive 100,000 yuan for processing, along with an entirely dedicated industrial park and complete equipment. All of this was, in part, thanks to Su Jia's efforts. Chapter 37. Showcasing within a week, Chen Mu spent his days in the laboratory of the industrial zone, with Su Jia attending to all his needs. He remained in the lab, giving the impression that he was deeply engrossed in research. Ultimately, on this particular day, Chen Mu emerged, proudly bearing a brand new set of armor. In fact, this armor was still an iteration of the Mark II, but leveraging the production capabilities of the Huaqiangbei System, he had crafted this set from vibranium. The production line in Huaqiangbei is astonishingly efficient, capable of producing anything desired without any waste at all. Indeed, this set of battle armor was completed several days prior, yet Chen Mu chose to delay its unveiling, refraining from exposing it prematurely. During this interval, he diligently crafted several additional suits of the same design for unforeseen circumstances. It was high time to engage in discourse with Tony Stark. Chen Mu had not forgotten the derision he faced a month ago in America, where Tony mocked him, suggesting he would be incapable of creating an Iron Man suit. Although Chen Mu remained silent at the time, his resolve to prove Tony wrong had solidified in his heart, and this matter lingered in his mind. Consequently, these vibranium suits bore an almost identical exterior to the Mark II, mirroring Tony's armor in design, with the sole distinction lying in their color, a deep, lustrous black. Naturally, the color scheme could be altered without any repercussions. Hongming, please place a call to Tony. Chen Mu instructed, harboring a sense of determination. As he steadied his breath, Hongming dialed Tony's number. Hey, Chen Mu. It's great to see you. How's the production of the phones coming along? A holographic screen materialized before Chen Mu, projecting Tony's image. At that moment, he was seen with a stunning blonde woman, clearly reveling in the nightlife of a bar in America, where it was evening on the opposite side of the globe. The phones are progressing well. We have reached a stock of 5 million units, with a daily output of 200,000, ready for global release at any moment, Chen Mu replied. The collaboration on the phones had been entrusted to his father, and according to Chen Mu's strategy, over 10 new production facilities were established within Huaxia, significantly boosting the production capacity. Huaxia is truly impressive, Tony exclaimed, marveling at the industrial prowess of the world as factory. He recognized that if the task of producing phones were assigned to American factories, it would be unlikely to achieve such levels of output. Well, with just 3 days until the launch event, I hope you can come to the States. Together, we will undoubtedly carve out a niche in the mobile industry. Tony expressed his unwavering confidence. These past days, he had been using the Xiaomu phone and had grown quite fond of it, so he harbored no doubts about its potential to capture market share. Of course, that's not an issue. Although Stark held 70% of the shares, it mattered little to Chen Mu. Whatever Tony gained now would eventually be shared. By the way, it's quite late. What prompted you to call me? Tony inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. A month ago, I mentioned I was going to create a suit for fun. Remember? Chen Mu smiled, casting a knowing glance at Tony. What? Have you given up? Tony nodded with a bemused expression and remarked, such matters should have been relinquished long ago. There is no need for you to squander time on trivialities. Rather than indulging in this, it would be more prudent to contemplate the design of a new smartphone. Tony could not help but admire Chen Mu's talent in mobile design. The Xiaomu phone indeed left a striking impression. Hey, what do we have here? Chen Mu chuckled as he directed the camera towards a dark, formidable suit of armor standing nearby. This was the vibranium battle suit crafted by Chen Mu, which bore a striking resemblance to Tony's Mark III, yet was composed of entirely different materials. Did you create a model of this? Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical about Chen Mu's capability to construct an Iron Man suit. Given the suit's obsidian hue, he was inclined to believe it was merely a toy model, unpainted and simplistic. What do you think? Chen Mu asked playfully, snapping his fingers to activate the suit, which illuminated with glowing eyes and a reactor that emitted a blue light from its chest. The reactor had indeed been activated. At that moment, Tony was taken aback. He had been seated on the sofa, but upon witnessing this spectacle, he instinctively rose, pushing aside his companion, staring in disbelief at the screen. Chen Mu, have you truly constructed a suit? In Tony's perspective, creating an Iron Man suit was not overly difficult. It merely involved physical structuring. What truly astonished him was the idea that Chen Mu could produce a reactor. With his discerning eye, he recognized that the triangular reactor on the black suit was not merely for show, but rather an authentic reactor, perhaps even more advanced than his own arc reactor. How about that? Impressive, right? Chen Mu beamed at the astonished Tony, brimming with pride. How is this possible? Tony stammered, unable to contain his surprise. How could you possibly manufacture an arc reactor? The arc reactor was a highly classified component within Stark Industries, and he found it unfathomable that anyone else could create such a device, especially someone he regarded with skepticism, a person from Huaxia. This is not an arc reactor. Chen Mu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tony, bemused by his audacity to claim ownership of the reactor. While it was true that this technology had been derived from Stark Industries, he had no proof of entitlement. This contraption wasted considerable time. I consulted Wikipedia for information and initially attempted to create an arc reactor, but failed repeatedly. Consequently, I endeavored to develop a new element, and unexpectedly, it succeeded. According to the information from Wikipedia, it is certainly impossible to manufacture a reactor. Yet, did one merely attempt to develop a new element and then succeed? At that moment, Tony found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, unsure of what to articulate. Could it be that he would accuse Chen Mu of plagiarizing his technology? However, it was evident that others had advanced beyond him. Such shameless remarks were beyond Tony's capacity to utter. He was currently troubled by the dilemma of palladium poisoning, seeking a new element to replace palladium, only to have someone emerge claiming to desire to research the arc reactor, and instead of achieving that, had created a new element, thus developing a more powerful arc reactor. Gazing at the image of the armor on his phone screen, with a triangular emblem pulsating with a ghostly blue light, Tony fell into contemplation. Chapter 38. More advanced than you, Tony could hardly fathom that Chen Mu's technology was indeed pilfered from him. Initially, in front of Obadiah, when Chen Mu had touched the reactor, he had already acquired the arc reactor technology. Later, under the guise of an Iron Man enthusiast, he had persuaded Tony to lend him Mark II for a thrill, thus gaining access to the technology of the armored suit. This also included the miniature reactor on Mark II, along with the connected Jarvis intelligent program, all of which Chen Mu had cleverly appropriated. Now a month had passed, and Chen Mu had thoroughly integrated and even enhanced these old technologies, transforming the Mark II into an advanced version, rebranded as the Qilin armor, which he directly delivered to the military. In this contemporary era, many superheroes had yet to emerge, and only Tony, as Iron Man, remained relatively active. Given his status, many across the globe had witnessed the prowess of the Iron Suit. Upon acquiring the Qilin armor, the authorities were naturally overjoyed, granting Chen Mu further conveniences without hesitation, allocating funds, and erecting the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. Moreover, due to the significance of the Qilin armor, the authorities dispatched additional troops to establish defenses around the Huaqiangbei Industrial District, emphasizing the protection of vital information. Of course, the other purpose of these troops was to monitor Huaqiangbei, to prevent any acts of treason. Chen Mu was indifferent to this. As his Qilin armor had been prepared for the military, he understood profoundly that only with a powerful nation could he walk confidently in the world. After all, Chen Mu had no desire to assume the role of a superhero. Although he could manufacture formidable suits, he would never be like Tony, donning the armor and charging recklessly into battle. The realization of the great rejuvenation of our nation is not mere rhetoric. It cannot be achieved solely by the strength of a single individual, such as Chen Mu. Its fruition necessitates that all citizens of our country shoulder this responsibility. Chen Mu is acutely aware of his own limitations. In comparison to the valiant soldiers who truly protect the nation, he feels insignificant. To foster national strength, he must focus on empowering the military of his homeland. "Is this your battle suit?" Tony inquired, gazing incredulously at the pitch-black armor beside Chen Mu, momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you think? It looks quite impressive, doesn't it?" Chen Mu replied, radiating pride. "Who was it that once claimed it was impossible to create an iron suit? You mentioned relying solely on your own prowess to manufacture an armor that you would authorize for personal use. My suit differs from yours. My reactor is entirely distinct. This shouldn't be deemed an infringement, so no authorization is necessary." With a smile, Chen Mu noted that his reactor was far more powerful than Tony's, constructed from entirely new materials, thus rendering any claims of infringement moot. "My reactor's output should surpass yours by several folds. What do you say? Would you like to use it? I can grant you permission without any fees." At that moment, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Observing Tony as he playfully inquired, he was fully aware that his reactor could potentially save Tony's life. Presently, Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning, yet he was compelled to utilize his current reactor. Otherwise, the shrapnel embedded near his heart would claim his life. To survive, he needed to replace the materials of his reactor, a task that Chen Mu's reactor could accomplish. "I will consider it," Tony replied, his tone heavy, his pride refusing to concede. He would never admit that Chen Mu's armor might surpass his own in sophistication. "Then, how do you plan to utilize your armor?" Tony furrowed his brow, expressing concern as he regarded the suit beside Chen Mu. "It is called the Kirin prototype. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient weaponry. Otherwise, it could undoubtedly surpass yours," Chen Mu lamented. This was a reflection of the national circumstances. As an ordinary citizen, he was unable to research weaponry in his homeland, which somewhat eased Tony's anxiety. "Fortunately, my weapons remain unparalleled." Of course, this was merely a casual remark from Chen Mu. In reality, his suit's weapon systems were more advanced than Tony's, but to conceal some of his capabilities, he refrained from stating this outright. Moreover, such a statement also served to preserve Tony's dignity. Fortunately, Hua Junfeng had reserved my Kirin number 1 and granted me the authority to wield certain weapons. Thus ensuring my self-defense was not a concern. Chen Mu remarked with a calm smile. What? You handed over the battlesuit to Junfeng? Upon hearing this, Tony, situated across the ocean, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming vehemently, absolutely not. Such perilous weapons must never be entrusted to Captain Jun. This could lead to catastrophic casualties. It is utterly unacceptable. Having witnessed the devastating destruction wrought by his own weaponry in the Middle East, Tony had begun to oppose Captain Jun. Thus, when Junfeng demanded he surrender the battle suit, even invoking a sense of duty, he resisted and ultimately employed various measures to retain his armor. However, he could never have anticipated that Chen Mu, across the ocean, had also developed a battle suit, let alone that it would be directly handed over to Captain Jun of Huaqua. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Huh, do you think Huagua's Captain Jun is akin to your American captain? At this juncture, Chen Mu wore a mocking expression as he gazed at Tony, stating earnestly, have you ever seen Huagua's captain aim their firearms at innocent civilians? Or instigate conflicts? Have you witnessed them carrying weapons during disaster relief efforts? Indeed, since the establishment of New Huaqua, despite the rapid development of its military capabilities, it has never invaded another nation. Even a few victorious wars were merely retaliatory, with weapons directed solely at the aggressors. In this regard, they stand in stark contrast to the American captain, which is but a tool in the hands of capitalists, willing to turn its guns on anyone, even the unarmed, innocent populace. Huagua's captain exists to protect its homeland. What is wrong with me in trusting them with a battle suit? At this point, Tony found himself at a loss for words. Without a doubt, Huagua's captain enjoys the finest reputation among armies worldwide. No other military can measure up to theirs. Chapter 39. The true heroes. Chinese soldiers, when faced with any danger, will always stand before the people. To me, they are the true heroes. Observing Tony's silence, Chen Mu continued, you are aware that earlier this year, a devastating earthquake struck my homeland. And it was the valiant soldiers of Huaqua who rushed forth to save countless lives. The sacrifices they made are unparalleled, with many soldiers even giving their lives in the process. I ask you, for the sake of these genuine heroes, what is wrong with me in trusting them with the battle suit? Hearing Chen Mu's words, Tony could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, he found himself unable to counter the argument. If American soldiers are the terrifying demons that instill fear, then Huaqua soldiers are the true angels who bring peace of mind to the people. The disparity is vast, and he feels quite uncomfortable about it. When the soldiers of Huaxia don their battle suits, they are empowered to protect not only the people of Huaxia, but also the world at large. Imagine it. When Chen Mu equips millions of Huaxia soldiers with these battle suits, will alien armies dare to invade, or will they be crushed beneath our might? Even if Thanos were to descend upon Earth, he would be ruthlessly vanquished by an inexhaustible legion of steel soldiers. Furthermore, my battle suit is nothing like your mark suit. How I choose to utilize it is entirely my affair. At this point, Chen Mu let out a cold smile. Our battle suits are far more advanced than yours. What of it? Can you still claim that I have plagiarized your design? Is it not infuriating? Well, that is your concern. Tony offered a wry smile, easily envisioning the trouble that would arise when the American military learns of Huaxia's armed forces donning battle suits. It would undoubtedly give him a significant headache. Nonetheless, Tony remained steadfast in his principles, resolutely refusing to hand over the technology to the American military. Perhaps he could offer them a consolation, providing a couple of suits for their slow study. The longer they take, the better. However, this battle suit is not something just anyone can wield, so it would be best to entrust it to a familiar old friend. As for the choice, he quickly decided on Colonel Rhodes. Now let us discuss the matters ahead, Tony said, exhaling deeply. He chose to steer the conversation away from the battle suits and instead broach other topics. We have successfully developed the operating system, and the launch event is prepared. When will you come to America so we can finalize the release date? The phone that Chen Mu created is essentially a replica of Apple's design, with a system developed by Stark, likely rivaling the quality of Apple's in the previous world. Once launched, it is bound to incite a revolution in the mobile phone industry. This venture promises profit, and Tony is keen not to squander the opportunity. After all, even superheroes need to earn a living, do they not? These matters are trivial. I will fly over tomorrow, and we could discuss the battle suits together. Despite his arrogance, Tony is not entirely detestable. Moreover, merely boasting over the phone leaves Chen Mu rather unsatisfied. He can hardly wait to don his battle suit and display it before Tony. His own suit, crafted from vibranium produced in Huaqiangbei, boasts unparalleled strength that surely surpasses Tony's creations. Trivial matters, indeed, Tony replied, nodding, though his expression was one of concern. At this moment, he had yet to fully grasp the potential profits within the mobile phone industry. Moreover, Tony was eager to witness Chen Mu's battle suit, as it would undoubtedly contribute to his own development. Very well, I shall come to seek you out tomorrow. However, I would appreciate your input on the color scheme for this prototype. As Chen Mu spoke, he cast a pleased glance at the battle suit beside him, which was as black as ink and sharply angular. It was already quite exquisite. In truth, he was quite satisfied with its inherent darkness. Yet he posed the question solely for the sake of ostentation. Tomorrow, we shall meet. Tony, being exceedingly astute, understood Chen Mu's intent immediately and rolled his eyes, recognizing the underlying desire to show off. Without further ado, he terminated the call. He needed to enhance his own battle suit. Inspiration had struck him, and he could not afford to be outdone by Chen Mu. Tony was undeniably proud, yet he harbored no envy, since others had developed their own battle suits. He regarded Chen Mu as his equal and no longer perceived him as a rival. A mind as brilliant as is often felt quite solitary. Yet the emergence of a peer of comparable caliber was, in fact, a welcome development, alleviating his sense of isolation in the realm of scientific exploration. In Tony's view, Chen Mu currently possessed significant value as a potential ally. Their collaboration could extend beyond mere communication through their devices to encompass various other domains, such as the battle suits themselves. For Tony, his sense of patriotism was rather muted. After all, how long had the United States existed? A nation with such a brief history naturally lacks profound patriotic fervor among its populace, particularly in a capitalist society where the nation is governed by capitalists. The question of patriotism becomes trivial. In a country where self-interest prevails, as long as one offers sufficient incentives, they are deemed patriotic. Moreover, as the head of Stark Industries, Tony was one of the few individuals in the country who wielded considerable influence. This was precisely why the U.S. military sought the battle suit, yet found themselves at a standstill when Tony refused to comply. If they desired the suit, they ought to consult the capitalists about their willingness to cooperate. Today, it was Tony's technology. Tomorrow, should the government seek something else, they might resort to coercion. What, then, is the purpose of capitalist existence? Thus, in this matter, capitalists aligned themselves with Tony, leaving the military to gnash their teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Tony's desire to hand over the Mark II to Rhodes stemmed from two motives. Firstly, to provide the military with some semblance of accountability, and secondly, he believed he was nearing the end of his days due to palladium poisoning. He did not wish for the Iron Man he had created to vanish entirely, so he entrusted the suit to Rhodes, hoping he could carry on the legacy of Iron Man, preventing it from being merely a fleeting phenomenon. Now, due to Chen Mu's influence, it was quite possible that Tony would expedite the transfer of a Mark II to the military, allowing them to experiment with it and usher in the war machine ahead of schedule. Chapter 40, Standard Configuration, concerning the premature emergence of war machines. Chen Mu held little interest. After concluding the call with Tony, he stepped out of his laboratory, intending to explore the Huaqiangbei industrial zone. Following a prior discussion with the Bureau regarding the Qilin battle armor, this industrial park had rapidly risen, thanks to public efforts. In a mere month, virtually all equipment was in place, and production of battle armor had already commenced. The materials and machinery were entirely supplied by the military, while Chen Mu merely contributed blueprints, detailed data, and the installation of intelligent programs. Hence, he received no monetary compensation, as the industrial park itself became his reward, a property wholly belonging to him. Despite being surrounded by the military, Chen Mu found solace in their presence, as their assistance in safeguarding his assets eliminated the need for security personnel. How delightful! Of course, the Qilin mark I was not exempt from upgrades. Chen Mu was also responsible for the maintenance and enhancement of the armor, incorporating new technologies and weapons as they became available. Mr. Chen, are you heading out now? At the entrance, Su Jia remained steadfast in her duties, serving as Chen Mu's sentinel. She realized that her so-called expertise in finance was of little utility within the Huaqiangbei industrial zone. Thus, she had resolved to simply act as Chen Mu's bodyguard. Not much. I plan to visit Star tomorrow. For now, I'll just take a stroll around the industrial park. Chen Mu replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal his itinerary. Then may I accompany you tomorrow? Su Jia insisted, knowing that Chen Mu's safety was of paramount importance to Huaxia. She was determined to ensure he encountered no misfortunes. I have my battle armor. Do I really need your protection? Chen Mu chaked. Su Jia clung to him like a piece of gum, only leaving when she claimed to need quiet for research. Otherwise, she remained vigilant, even during his most private moments, much to his annoyance. But Tony has his armor too, and your safety still carries certain risks, Su Jia countered, unwilling to let Chen Mu venture alone. Tony is my ally. He would not act against me. Besides, he aspires to become Iron Man. Why would he jeopardize that? Chen Mu had a fair understanding of Tony and trusted that he would not turn against him without cause. After all, Chen Mu was not a villain. If Tony were to betray him, it would only shatter the Iron Man persona he had just established. Only a fool would act in such a manner. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet one must also remain cautious. Nothing in this world is absolute. Su Jia observed Chen Mu with an unwavering gaze. That is indeed true. Chen Mu conceded, a slight smirk on his lips, ultimately choosing not to refuse her company. Tomorrow, I shall fly directly there. If you can keep up, then do so. It is of no concern. I possess a battle suit, and I am certain I can keep pace. Su Jia nodded and said, I find myself regretting the gift of a battle suit to you. Chen Mu remarked with a wry smile. What situation this is? Without further ado, Chen Mu proceeded towards the production line, for he was quite concerned about the current state of the Qilin battle armor production. The quantity of titanium gold alloy is limited, allowing for the manufacture of merely 100 suits. Our production capacity stands at 10 suits per day, and thus far, 30 suits have been completed. In another week, the materials will run out. Su Jia, too, felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter. Titanium gold alloy is no inexpensive commodity. It is the material used in the construction of aerospace vehicles, renowned for its exceptional hardness and wear resistance, and naturally, its cost is quite formidable. Securing 50 tons in one go is no small feat, however. Being able to produce 100 suits has greatly satisfied the military. The performance of these Qilin one battle suit surpasses that of Tony's Mark III, thus securing 100 suits has pleased the higher-ups immensely. The 30 suits have already been allocated to the Army, Navy, and Air Force for final testing. If each branch possesses these suits, our military strength will be significantly enhanced. The 30 suits, adorned with the distinctive colors of each military branch, have been dispatched accordingly. Su Jia is genuinely delighted with the suits provided by Chen Mu, for the existence of the Qilin battle armor has finally granted China its own superheroes. From having nothing to suddenly possessing 100 Iron Men is of monumental significance for China, as superheroes will no longer be the exclusive domain of the United States. With a 5,000-year history, China now boasts its own champions. My aspiration is for every soldier to possess a suit of their own. I wish for the Qilin battle armor to become standard issue for the Chinese military. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Chen Mu felt that even 100 suits were insufficient. All soldiers? Su Jia found Chen Mu's statement utterly unbelievable, and at that moment, she felt a newfound admiration for him. This was genuine admiration, unlike before when her respect stemmed from his contributions, and even her protection of him was merely a duty. However, things had changed. Su Jia suddenly perceived Chen Mu as someone truly deserving of her protection, a person who sincerely wishes to contribute to the nation. In her heart, A notion emerged that she would sacrifice herself to safeguard Chen Mu. Ahem, should Chen Mu become aware of Su Jia's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of embarrassment, bearing a system within oneself, although currently frail, who requires the protection of others. Let's not forget that she is a woman. Moreover, even though Chen Mu's physical prowess is indeed lacking, does he not possess the formidable Qilin battle armor? Crafted from vibranium, this armor's strength is indisputable. As of now, no entity on this planet poses a threat to his existence. However, achieving this goal is no trivial matter. Su Jia, with a wry smile, remarked, the issue of materials alone presents significant challenges. Titanium alloy is far from commonplace. It is exceedingly rare. To fabricate battle suits from such materials and equip an entire military is, frankly, a fanciful notion. Despite this, Su Jia could not help but admire Chen Mu's ambition. Chapter 41. The Material Conundrum. While I, too, wish for each battle suit to be constructed from the finest materials, the reality of sourcing them is indeed a substantial hurdle. Chen Mu smiled gently, observing the multitude of components being produced on the assembly line, then turned to Su Jia. Yet, battle suits need not be exclusively made from titanium alloy. Alternative materials can serve as substitutes. Take the Mark II, for instance. It is not crafted from titanium gold. In fact, any steel with sufficient strength will suffice. A mere modification of materials could allow for the use of high-grade steel, albeit at a comparatively reduced strength. Nonetheless, even a steel battle suit would far surpass all conventional weaponry in today's world. Steel, you say? If that is the case, while it may be relatively weaker, the reduction in costs is substantial, and we would not be constrained by material availability. We could produce as many as needed. Of course, steel is merely a temporary solution, a makeshift approach for the time being. Chen Mu mused as he refocused on the production line. The notion of producing subpar products unsettled him. In his eyes, the items he created ought to be of the highest quality. He scoffed at the idea of an Iron Man forged from mere steel. In his vision, the battle armors crafted for the Huaqiangbei military should be constructed from the finest materials, ideally vibranium, like his own suit. Naturally, utilizing vibranium would be optimal. If that were not feasible, he would not impose unrealistic expectations. Ultimately, he was determined to ensure that Huaqiangbei would not be synonymous with low-end, counterfeit products. He aspired for Huaqiangbei to emerge as the pinnacle of advanced manufacturing on this planet. Surpassing Stark is merely the first step for Chen Mu. This step, in truth, is not particularly arduous. It simply requires that his Qilin battle armor, designed for the military, gain recognition in the wider world. Just this singular product is sufficient to eclipse the former Stark Industries, establishing itself as the mightiest armament globally. Indeed, this encapsulates Chen Mu's definition of the iron battle suit. It is unequivocally armament. It is only fitting that the military should take charge of such matters. The power of an individual is ultimately limited. Solitary endeavors are certainly not in Chen Mu's nature. Since steel is viable, there is no need to halt my production line. We shall continue to manufacture with steel. Su Jia, on the other hand, was particularly exhilarated by this prospect. The ability to forge with steel represented the best possible news for her, and, indeed, for the military. Indeed, by merely adjusting a few parameters, production can resume. I shall leave the necessary parameters within the Huaqiangbei system, and when the time comes, it will simply require the press of a switch. I will report this news upward. Since we can produce with ordinary materials, we must expand our production capacity and enlarge the industrial zone. Su Jia was already contemplating how to accelerate development. Personally, I am not fond of utilizing common metals. If possible, I would prefer the finest materials. Chen Mu sighed. While ordinary metals offer the best cost-performance ratio, he truly hoped that the Huaqiangbei he had established would not resort to manufacturing low-end products. However, superior materials inevitably prove more challenging to procure. Moreover, our military is among the largest in the world. Equipping all personnel adequately would be a formidable task. Su Jia smiled wryly. Did she not wish for every soldier to be equipped with the very best? No matter, the earth is vast. One day, there will surely be sufficient materials to arm our forces. Are there many soldiers in Huaxia? Indeed, at their peak, they number around 8 million, a scale that is indeed unimaginable on Earth. Yet, in the grand theater of interstellar warfare, such numbers are hardly sufficient. Consider Thanos. His minions could vanquish one planet after another, annihilating half its population. To achieve such a feat would require billions upon billions of troops. In cosmic warfare, lacking several 100 million soldiers renders one's efforts futile. Without the ability to even establish a battlefield, how can one contemplate combat? Despite what one may see in the Avengers films, where Thanos faced only a fraction of Earth's forces and was ultimately defeated by the combined might of the Earth's heroes, it seems a forced narrative. Can Thanos truly conquer planet after planet with such a meager force, one that pales in comparison to Earth's defenders? It is laughable. Regardless, Chen Mu has never placed faith in the fabrications of cinema. He absolutely refuses to believe that Thanos' forces were merely a handful. Furthermore, Chen Mu is convinced that Huaxia will eventually venture into the cosmos. And how vast is the universe? Given the current number of troops, it is arduous to carve out a place among the stars. Thus, 8 million soldiers are far from adequate. Moreover, the active personnel of Huaxia do not even total 8 million. However, Chen Mu was acutely aware that the quantity of vibranium could effortlessly support the armored suits required by the Chinese military. In Wakanda, there exists an entire mountain range of vibranium. The Wakandans even constructed a city using this precious metal. To Chen Mu, this was nothing short of wasteful. Moreover, even if resources on Earth were scarce, we could gaze further afield to the cosmos. In comparison to the boundless expanse of the universe, Earth is but a trivial drop in the ocean. While Earth's resources are limited, the universe undoubtedly holds an abundance of resources available for the taking. At that point, will we still need to settle for ordinary steel? Absolutely not. Su Jia, with an expression of disbelief, remarked that the Shenzhou 7 had yet to be launched. And here he was, speaking of acquiring resources from space. Was this not sheer folly? Not only China, but no nation on Earth possesses the capability to extract resources from the cosmos. Chen Mu's aspirations for the universe were not a vision of foresight, but rather a sign of naivety. By the time China could harvest resources from outer space, it would be beyond reckoning. And the notion of using those resources to fabricate the Chilean armor was laughable. Very well, for now, we shall make do with ordinary steel. Noticing the disdain in Su Jia's eyes, Chen Mu sighed, having forgotten that the Chitauri had not yet invaded Earth, and humanity was still oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrials. Naturally, they would not think to utilize cosmic resources. Thus, to speak of extracting resources from the universe was indeed a source of amusement. Nevertheless, I must analyze the technology of the alien spacecraft and manufacture my own. Imagine the spectacle when, while other nations on Earth are still developing aircraft and artillery, China launches its own spacecraft. Chapter 42. A month apart finally, they arrived. The flight speed of the armor was remarkably swift. By the next morning, Chen Mu and Su Jia had set out. Following the coordinates provided by the navigation system, they reached their destination in merely 2 hours. A normal aircraft would take over 10 hours, but the Chilean armor accomplished the journey in just 2. The difference in speed was evident. Additionally, due to its cloaking coating and minimal reflective surface, they effortlessly breached the American military's air defenses without detection. Welcome you too. Having received prior notice, Tony was already atop the building, sipping coffee. As he observed Chen Mu and Su Jia landing on the balcony, he eagerly approached them. Is this your armor? It looks quite impressive. As he admired their uniquely designed suits, Tony couldn't help but circle around Chen Mu, clearly intrigued. However, he couldn't concede that anyone's armor could surpass his own gold and red ensemble. It's pitch black like a lump of coal. Thus, without hesitation, Tony began to critique their designs. With a mischievous grin, Chen Mu exited his battle suit, standing before Tony. Oh, this technology is impressive. I should acquire one for myself, Tony remarked, his interest piqued by Chen Mu's method of shedding his armor. It inspired him to consider incorporating a similar feature into his own future suits. Don't forget to pay for the patent rights. Chen Mu teased, unable to resist, yes. Tony's expression turned sour at the mention of patent fees, which he had previously sought from Chen Mu, but now the tables had turned. Just kidding, don't take it seriously, Chen Mu laughed heartily, giving Tony a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm not so petty. Feel free to use any technology patents you desire. I won't charge you a dime. To both of them, the notion of patents seemed almost ludicrous. Could a patent truly prevent others from conducting research? At present, Tony's Iron Man suit was still in its rudimentary phase, lacking many advanced features that would come later. Witnessing Chen Mu's suit, which boasted effortless donning and doffing, provided Tony with ample inspiration. I will develop even more convenient features, he declared, determination evident in his voice. Chen Mu harbored no doubt about this. Even the suitcase-style Iron Man suit was remarkably practical, surpassing his current technology. I look forward to seeing how you surpass me, Chen Mu replied with a smile, genuinely eager for Tony's advancements, which would undoubtedly benefit him as well. Let us leave the suits here, Tony suggested, gesturing as Su Jia emerged from her own armor. To facilitate the ease of entering and exiting his Iron Man suits, Tony had long since modified Stark Tower, which now featured a helipad, ensuring the safety of the suits, free from the threat of theft. Moreover, equipped with the Harmony operating system, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to operate them. Come along, Su Jia, Chen Mu said, noticing her slightly anxious demeanor. All right, she replied, acknowledging that it was impractical to remain in her suit at all times, though she still cast a wary glance at Tony. I trust Mr. Stark will take good care of it. Rest assured, Miss Su, Tony responded with a reassuring smile, though he found her concern amusing. While your suit is impressive, I have no intention of stealing it. That is good to hear. Now, let us discuss our collaboration regarding the smartphone initiative. Su Jia reminded them, not forgetting her responsibilities as both Chen Mu's bodyguard and a manager of their enterprise. Thus, she had been diligently preparing throughout the evening. You may discuss this matter with Bozy. I've already made the necessary introductions. The previous terms are rendered void, and we shall renegotiate the distribution, Tony said with a smile, draping his arm around Chen Mu's shoulder and turning to Su Jia, remarked, let us delve into the technical aspects. While the commercial matters shall be entrusted to you, this declaration from Tony signified a shift in perspective. Previously, he was unrelenting in his demand for a majority stake, largely due to his disdain for Chen Mu, viewing him merely as a representative of a minor enterprise for Huaxia. Although the design mobile phone was indeed commendable, it did not merit his serious consideration. However, the present scenario was entirely different, for Chen Mu's demonstrated prowess compelled Tony to regard him with newfound respect, particularly due to the creation of his own battle suit, which left Tony astounded, elevating Chen Mu to a status akin to his own. The proud Tony seldom acknowledged another with such fervor as he did now. Thus, he was eager to engage with Chen Mu regarding the technical intricacies of the battle suit. Go ahead. The commercial matters are entirely in your hands, Chen Mu assured Su Jia, who seemed somewhat apprehensive. With a face marked by discontent, Su Jia inwardly grumbled. Fully aware of his military background, yet perplexed by Chen Mu's nonchalant dismissal of responsibilities. Despite his internal frustrations, Su Jia recognized the necessity of his current role and understood that it was inappropriate to remain by Chen Mu's side at all times. Upon arriving in Tony's laboratory, Chen Mu remarked, behold, this is my battle suit. Quite striking, isn't it? Far more impressive than yours. As they entered the lab, Tony could hardly contain his excitement as he showcased his latest suit, which retained the iconic gold and red color scheme, exuding a dazzling flamboyance. It's rather ostentatious, Chen Mu replied flatly. In comparison to his own sleek black suit, the Iron Man suit appeared excessively garish, a hue that did not resonate with his aesthetic. Please, your drab black suit is far less appealing, Tony retorted, unable to suppress his critique. Honestly, your suit resembles an antique. At your young age, how is it that your taste aligns with that of an old man? Despite being in his 30s, Tony clearly refused to embrace aging, displaying an exuberance akin to that of youth. Chen Mu remained silent, having also traversed the trials of life in his past. He found it challenging to escape the weight of age. My suit is crafted from vibranium. I've grown weary of altering colors, hence its black hue. Chen Mu offered a slight clarification. Vibranium? Wait, I believe I have some recollection of that material, Tony said, his brow furrowing as the name resonated with him. Chapter 43. A newfound respect. Vibranium is arguably the most resilient metal on Earth. Chen Mu continued, observing Tony's reaction. If memory serves, the shield wielded by Captain America is infused with this material, which is why it possesses such extraordinary durability. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, originates from celestial meteors and is a unique resource of the African nation of Wakanda, regarded as one of the most resilient materials in the Marvel Universe. Its remarkable hardness stems from a unique molecular structure that renders it nearly indestructible. Its relatively motionless molecules inhibit the conduction of heat and kinetic energy, allowing it to absorb thermal energy, power, and momentum. Consequently, armor crafted from this material is virtually impervious, with most weapons on Earth unable to inflict any damage upon it. Tony raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the substance. It dawned on him that he was indeed familiar with this rare metal, but also acutely aware of its scarcity. The shield of Captain America, for instance, contains only a fragment of vibranium, barely the size of a fist, having consumed nearly all the vibranium resources available in America. He could hardly fathom that one could directly forge an entire suit of armor from it. While vibranium is not entirely absent from circulation, Tony knew that it exists on the black market, albeit at exorbitant prices and in extremely limited quantities. He was not overly concerned, for if it were merely the cost at stake, he could have purchased tons of it without a second thought. After all, money held little allure for him. The true issue lay in the rarity of vibranium itself. Even if one were to gather all the vibranium available in the market, it might suffice to create only another shield, rendering it utterly useless for a suit of armor. It was astonishing to learn that one could assemble an entire suit of vibranium. Tony expressed his incredulity, marveling at the unimaginable depth of 5 millennia of Chinese heritage. In that moment, he was convinced that Chen Mu had obtained his vibranium with assistance from China, especially since Tony was aware that Chen Mu had been supplying battle suits to the Chinese military. As the first Iron Man, Tony understood better than anyone the immense power of his own suit. With a history spanning 5,000 years, China dwarfed America's mere 200-plus years. At this point, Chen Mu could not suppress his pride. However, Tony, disregarding Chen Mu's pride, furrowed his brow and inquired with concern. Have you truly entrusted the iron battle armor to the Chinese military? He continued, you must understand that the power of the iron battle armor, if placed in the hands of the military, poses an unimaginable threat to the entire world. With a cold chuckle, Chen Mu replied, threat? Tony, this is where our perspectives diverge. I believe that powerful armor can only fulfill its purpose when wielded by the right individuals. Such formidable suits will ultimately be used to protect this world. Furthermore, my battle suit is not your Iron Man armor. It is named the Chilean battle armor. Do not underestimate the significance of a name. If you continue to refer to the Chilean battle armor as merely Iron Man's suit, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that the Chilean armor is a mere imitation of Iron Man's creation, which is certainly not what Chen Mu desires. Tony waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned about the name of the suit. Though proud and arrogant, Tony is also a man of considerable resolve. While he might verbally contest it, he secretly acknowledges that Chen Mu's armor is indeed more advanced than his own. Consequently, he does not believe that Chen Mu would resort to copying his Iron Man suit. At this moment, deep within, Tony Stark begrudgingly accepts that Chen Mu is a worthy opponent. He firmly believes that even if his current armor pales in comparison to Chen Mu's, he will undoubtedly develop a more advanced suit in the future. Of course, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. He is more concerned with another issue. However, if the military acquires such formidable armor, it could pose a significant threat. Tony remains troubled by Chen Mu's decision to hand the armor over to the military. It all depends on the recipient. Chen Mu, with a light laugh, remarked, the military you know is yours, the United States, which under the guise of maintaining world peace, stirs up wars across the globe. In your eyes, the military is merely a sword for slaughter. However, the Jun army of Huaqiangbei is entirely different. On this point, Chen Mu is quite certain. The Jun Army in Huaguo is known by another name, the People's Army. Looking calmly at Tony, Chen Mu stated, "The guns of the Jun Army never point at the people. They're the steadfast support of the Chinese populace. In times of disaster, when the people see the Jun Army, they see hope. In the face of calamity, the Jun Army always stands in front of the people. So, what is the issue with me entrusting the armor to the Jun Army? Moreover, I wish for every soldier of the Jun Army to possess their own armor, thus enabling better protection for the people." In truth, since becoming Iron Man, Tony has awakened to the reality that the weapons he once manufactured have caused immense suffering to countless innocents. This realization led him to decisively shut down his weapons manufacturing division, transforming from a military technology magnate into a leader in civilian technology. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Tony found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. The catastrophic floods of 1998 and the Huaqiangbei earthquake this year. How many times has the Jun Army stood before the people? They prioritized the welfare of the populace above all else. This year is 2008, and even within the Marvel universe, the Huaqiangbei earthquake has occurred, and it is a matter fresh in Tony's mind, making him well aware of the events Chen Mu refers to. Thus, regarding what Chen Mu referred to as the humanitarian efforts of the Relief Brigade, he found himself devoid of any rationale to refute it. An intriguing detail emerged as Chen Mu smiled and remarked that, irrespective of the occasion, the Relief Brigade never carried firearms or ammunition, but rather an array of tools. The brigade posed no threat to civilians. On the contrary, the refugees, upon encountering them, felt a profound sense of security. Therefore, equipping the Relief Brigade with armored suits would merely enhance their capacity to safeguard the populace. In contrast, during times of disaster, it is likely that your nation's forces arrive armed, suggesting that their intent may lean more toward suppression rather than aid. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was true. A month prior, Chen Mu had been meek in Tony's presence, speaking softly and appearing quite humble. Yet a month later, he had managed to leave Tony at a loss for words, a testament to the adage that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Chapter 44. A matter of humanity primarily. Tony, how I choose to deploy the armor I have created is my prerogative and none of your concern. In stating this, Chen Mu displayed a certain lack of compassion. Nevertheless, his words were grounded in truth. The management of his own armor was indeed his decision, and as an outsider, Tony Stark held no authority to intervene. However, I maintain that the more potent the weapon, the less it should fall into the hands of the military, for the threats posed are far too great. Ultimately, Tony Stark, despite being left speechless by Chen Mu's retorts, remained steadfast in his beliefs, even acknowledging the veracity of Chen Mu's statements. The military comprises a vast array of individuals, including those with a penchant for aggression. Should such individuals gain access to the armor, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. If the armor were to fall into the hands of warmongers, it would undoubtedly ignite conflict, resulting in the devastation of countless innocent lives, a scenario that Iron Man Tony Stark vehemently wished to avoid. With a cold laugh, Chen Mu reiterated his point. While Tony Stark's arguments bore merit, they were contingent upon the context. It seemed that Stark viewed the military through the lens of the United States Armed Forces. To speak candidly, regardless of the world, the U.S. military does indeed possess a reputation for belligerence, instigating conflicts across the globe. As self-proclaimed global peacekeepers, they have fostered wars in various regions. Over its more than 2 centuries of existence, the United States has spent a significant portion of its history embroiled in warfare. Such a warlike nation inevitably shapes the ethos of its military. It is precisely this understanding of the American military that solidified Tony Stark's resolve to refrain from entrusting his Iron Man suit to their custody. That is your country's military, Chen Mu stated mercilessly. Huan Nation has always been a proponent of peace. Since the founding of the new Huan Nation, we have never instigated a war. The few conflicts we have engaged in were solely to defend our sovereignty and protect our citizens. Whether it be the war to resist America and aid Korea, the Sino-Indian War, or the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, these conflicts were unavoidable decisions made to safeguard our national interests from infringement. Had we not been compelled to fight those wars, we cannot fathom how much our nation would have been eroded by now. Tony was rendered speechless. Although he was not the architect of these wars, he was acutely aware that most of them were indeed instigated by his own nation. Hua Nation has perpetually championed peace. We firmly believe that peaceful development is the future of humanity. Even with the advanced weaponry we possess today, we harbor no desire to reignite any disputes, nor do we seek to invade other nations under the guise of freedom. Chen Mu did not wish to prolong this discussion with Tony Stark. When paths diverge, there is little to negotiate. At that moment, Stark still identified himself as an American. Even if he became Iron Man, he remained merely the Iron Man of America, not of Earth. Thus, despite his disdain for the American military, Tony still aspired to advocate for his nation's interests. This is a natural inclination, and Chen Mu would not interfere. However, he was aware that in a few years, when the Avengers storyline unfolded, the Chitauri would invade Earth. Upon realizing the impending extraterrestrial threat, Tony would reassess his priorities, fighting for the planet instead of merely for America. Let's speak no more of this, Tony. My decision is immutable. Chen Mu waved his hand and regarded Tony Stark with indifference before continuing, if I'm not mistaken. Your arc reactor appears to utilize some form of heavy metal as its reaction material, which is exceedingly harmful to the human body. Prolonged use of your armor will undoubtedly jeopardize your health. Frankly, there are few individuals in this world who can truly earn my respect, and you are one of them. I do not wish to lose you as a rival, for my current ambition is to surpass Stark Industries. If you were to meet an untimely end, I fear I would lose much of my enjoyment. While Chen Mu's words were not particularly pleasant, they served to provoke Tony, a simple tactic of goading. The long-proud Tony, unable to withstand Chen Mu's provocation, felt a surge of determination. With his armor now eclipsed by Chen Mu's, he was resolute in his quest to develop an even more advanced suit. He absolutely could not allow himself to be outdone by this younger man. This was precisely what Chen Mu desired. He hoped that Tony would develop more suits and create additional cutting-edge technologies. For Chen Mu, this would allow him to reap the benefits of these advancements in the future and propel himself further. In Chen Mu's eyes, Tony Stark was merely a tool at his disposal. Hongmeng, send the data on the new element to JARVIS, he commanded, without bothering to meddle in Tony's affairs. He took out his smartphone, which operated on the Huaqiangbei System, a more powerful intelligent program than JARVIS, effortlessly capable of controlling it. The data has been sent, the youthful voice of Hongmeng announced, confirming that the information had been transmitted to JARVIS. Whether Tony chose to utilize it was of no concern to Chen Mu. His visit to Tony Stark was not only to discuss company strategies, but also to assert his superiority and a hand over the new element. Chen Mu understood that if he did not intervene, Tony would inevitably acquire the information left for him by Howard Stark through SHIELD. Why not do him a favor and hand over the new element directly? This way, he could secure a life-saving favor from Tony. Is this your intention? To have me owe you a favor? Tony, ever astute, quickly discerned Chen Mu's plan, but had no intention of refusing. After all, it was merely a favor he could afford. At that moment, Tony Stark, tormented by palladium poisoning, found the item Chen Mu provided to be a much-needed solution that would enhance his suits. He had no reason to decline. Indeed, what? Is the illustrious Tony Stark afraid of owing a favor to someone as insignificant as me? Chen Mu chuckled nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. After all, Tony would eventually develop the new element. Chen Mu was merely facilitating the process. Additionally, by accepting the favor, Tony acknowledged that the new element was Chen Mu's invention. Although neither of them placed much importance on intellectual property, the truth remained. The new element was developed by Chen Mu, and Tony Stark was merely its user. Well done. You have succeeded. I owe you a favor, Tony Stark said, his expression serious as he regarded Chen Mu. In that moment, he truly recognized Chen Mu as an equal competitor, an unprecedented situation for the proud Tony Stark. I thought you would refuse, Chen Mu remarked with a light laugh. Observing Tony's reaction, why would I refuse an opportunity to grow stronger? Tony curled his lips in disdain. Pride was pride. Yet he was not foolish enough to reject the advanced technology conceived by others. Indeed, within the realm of cinema, should someone else's innovation prove beneficial to him, Tony would employ it without a second thought. Thus, if there were no pressing matters at hand, today I shall escort you to experience the rich culture and customs of America. Tony waved his hand dismissively, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind. With a playful glint in his eyes, he glanced at Chen Mu and said, "Tonight, I have a date." Last month, CoverGirl was a pair of twins. I missed my prior engagement due to unforeseen circumstances, but the date has been rescheduled for tonight. Shall we each take one? A mischievous grin spread across his face. Ahem, I am a gentleman, Chen Mu interjected, clearing his throat and inquiring seriously. Are there any photos? Jarvis, display last month's fashion magazine cover, Tony commanded, raising an eyebrow. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied. A holographic image materialized before them, showcasing a pair of stunning sisters. Even through Chen Mu's Eastern perspective, the twins were undeniably attractive, with their figures accentuated in all the right places. It was already 5 p.m. When would they embark on their rendezvous, given that there was a date? How could they afford to be late? Chen Mu inquired further. We can leave now. No need to fret about your assistant. Potts will take good care of her. Tony reassured, patting Chen Mu's shoulder as he strode toward his platform-mounted armor. Let us see who is faster. I've sent you the location of our meeting. It was evident that Tony Stark remained undeterred, despite the materials not matching Chen Mu's quality and his energy core lacking in strength. He was resolute in proving his speed. No, you're the fastest. I can sustain flight for 2 hours, Chen Mu retorted, smirking. Tony Stark, are you not aware that your words can be easily misconstrued? Tony's expression darkened, but he chose not to respond. Instead, he focused intently on donning his armor, determined to challenge Chen Mu in a contest of speed. Observing this, Chen Mu opted for silence, walking directly to his own suit and effortlessly equipping it. Is our destination Los Angeles? He asked, though the distance from New York was considerable. It was hardly a challenge for those equipped with armor, such as Tony and Chen Mu. Once both were suited up, they exchanged glances before soaring into the sky. With a thunderous sonic boom, they effortlessly broke the sound barrier, racing towards their destination. Haha, dear Chen Mu, I hope that when you return, your armor can outpace my Iron Man suit. The following day, upon returning to Stark Tower in New York, Chen Mu prepared to leave America and return to China, while Tony stood atop his tower, bidding farewell to his friend. Yesterday, the contest of speed between the two individuals was, in essence, rather comparable. Although Chen Mu's battlesuit was crafted from superior materials and boasted a more abundant energy supply, it was ultimately constrained by the propulsion mechanisms limited to the soles of his feet and palms. Thus, in terms of flight velocity, he did not gain substantial advantage. Conversely, Tony Stark's Mark III was equipped with independent thrusters at nearly every joint, allowing him to achieve a velocity that surprisingly surpassed Chen Mu's, irrespective of energy consumption. After all, the journey from New York to Los Angeles was merely a fleeting endeavor. With his current armor, Tony could allocate all energy towards the thrusters without concern for depletion, maintaining full-speed progress that astonishingly exceeded Chen Mu's suit. Therefore, in this contest of speed, Tony Stark had finally secured victory. This success made Tony quite smug, reveling in his triumph over Chen Mu in this particular aspect. However, Chen Mu merely scoffed, disdain etched across his face. He had little interest in competing with Tony over who was swifter. Now that the agreement was duly signed, they decided not to linger any longer. The international promotion of the Xiaomu phone would be entirely entrusted to Tony. Chen Mu's objectives for this trip had been fulfilled, and he was disinterested in prolonging his stay in America, preparing instead to depart directly with Su Jia and return to his homeland. That poses no issue. After all, Stark Industries holds a 50% stake in Xiaomu, Tony replied nonchalantly, having already initiated the subtle prelude to the phone's launch a month prior. As an influential figure, Tony Stark's choice of phone had not escaped the attention of journalists, and he had openly discussed its capabilities during several interviews, whether intentional or otherwise. Public anticipation for the device had long been building, with many speculating about the nature of the phone used by Iron Man and the distinctions between the so-called smartphone and traditional models. The international marketing will be in your capable hands. As for the domestic front, you need not concern yourself. Presently, the inventory of Xiaomu phones was sufficient to accommodate the initial release. The phones would be available in two versions, one tailored for China and another for international markets, with Stark Industries primarily responsible for the latter, while Chen Mu entrusted the domestic market entirely to Sujia. In essence, Chen Mu had willingly ceded the domestic market to the public sector, displaying an indifference to monetary gain amidst the perilous realm of Marvel. In this world, the utility of wealth paled in comparison to that of strength. Only through personal empowerment could Chen Mu attain a sense of security. Not a problem. I look forward to our next meeting, Tony said, smiling confidently, his self-assurance restored by his recent triumph and speed. Tony was certain that with the acquisition of the new element, his Iron Man suit would undergo a transformative enhancement in power. Next time, his Mark series armor would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of your Qilin series. Tony held this belief steadfastly. Perhaps Chen Mu merely smiled in response. Casting a glance at the displeased Sujia, once they donned their suits, they took off directly towards their homeland. As he observed Chen Mu's departure, Tony's smile faded, replaced by a look of grave concern. This truly posed a significant dilemma for me. He was aware that the PLA's deployment of the Qilin armor would not escape the notice of the U.S. military. He could envision the considerable challenges that awaited him in the days to come. Given the military's nature, upon witnessing a competitor equipped with superior weaponry, they would undoubtedly seek to procure similar capabilities. Evidently, his Iron Man suit would become a prime target. Chapter 46. Tony's guardedness. Tony, why should we concede? Why should both parties only hold 50 of Xiaomu's shares? Upon seeing Chen Mu and Su Jia depart, Pepper Potts looked at Tony Stark with a puzzled expression, her displeasure evident. As a senior executive at Stark Industries, she naturally wished for the company to secure a larger share of the profits. It was perplexing to her that an agreement had previously been reached with Obadiah for Stark to hold 80 of the shares, which had now dwindled to 70 under Tony's watch and further plummeted to 50. Pepper, in this world, is not solely about profit. Tony Stark flashed a nonchalant smile at Pepper and continued, "It's rare to encounter someone I find agreeable. There's no need to sour relations over such trivial gains." This was quintessential Tony Stark. He held little interest in money, and his wallet rarely contained any cash. The only time he cared about money was during his childhood when his father, Howard Stark, gave him a mere 1.08 as pocket money. The current Tony Stark was indeed indifferent to insignificant sums. Pepper remained silent for a while, then sighed and inquired, "Did Chen Mu truly create the steel suit on his own? You didn't offer him any assistance?" After considering this, she glanced at the Iron Man suit displayed along the wall of the living room and continued to question. In her view, Chen Mu's ability to construct the Iron Man suit must have stemmed from Tony's support. Although she understood the reasoning behind Tony's actions, she believed there was no other possibility. Simply put, Pepper also found it hard to believe that Chen Mu, a person from Huaxia, could independently devise the Iron Man armor solely through his intellect. The arrogance of America is not solely embodied by Tony Stark, but rather deeply rooted in the hearts of a significant portion of its citizens. The character of Pepper Potts exemplifies this sentiment. What reason do I have to assist him? Tony Stark shook his head with a wry smile. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "That is not the iron suit. It is called the Qilin. This name seems to derive from a legendary beast of Chinese mythology. Though it is somewhat difficult to articulate, it is nonetheless the truth. Chen Mu's Qilin armor possesses a higher technological sophistication than my Mark III suit." Despite his pride, Tony is not one to shy away from acknowledging his failures. The current armor may not match the other's advancements, yet it is not beyond the realm of expression. Confidently, Tony believes that, given time, and with continued upgrades to the Mark series, his armor will surpass Chen Mu's. Could it truly be so? Pepper's incredulity was palpable, as she gasped in surprise. Indeed, it is the case. With a resigned sigh, Tony continued, "Moreover, this fellow has left me with a significant dilemma. He has produced the Qilin series armor and directly entrusted it to the Chinese military. If all goes as expected, when the U.S. military learns of this, they will undoubtedly come seeking me out. I certainly do not wish for my armor to fall into the hands of that particular group. He has given the armor to the military? Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. Doesn't that pose a tremendous threat to our America? Why would there be a threat? Tony shrugged in response. Are you afraid that the Chinese military will don the armor and, under the banner of freedom and democracy, directly assault our homeland? Pepper was rendered speechless. She understood that her boss harbored no fondness for the U.S. military, so such a remark was not surprising. However, truth be told, her initial reaction upon hearing of the Chinese military acquiring the armor was genuine concern about a potential invasion. Yet, after reflecting on Tony's words, she gradually regained her composure. The Chinese military has been established for decades, and she had never heard of them initiating any conflict. The few wars they engaged in were primarily confrontations with the U.S. military. In the Korean and Vietnam conflicts, the Chinese forces had bested the Americans, leaving a lasting impression on many in the United States. The Chinese military does not embark on warfare without just cause, Tony Stark stated calmly. This is what Chen Mu said, and I choose to trust it. Furthermore, even if they were to wage war, I would not remain passive. I believe that my Mark Series armor will undoubtedly surpass Chen Mu's Qilin Series armor. This is Tony Stark. This is Iron Man. This is the quintessential American individualistic heroism. These so-called superheroes always overestimate their ability to resolve every problem. Although the films portray superheroes as capable of turning peril into triumph and achieving their goals with an aura of invincibility, the reality is that individual strength is inherently limited. In the event of a conflict, it would be utterly improbable for Tony Stark to confront the formidable Iron Legion of Huaqiangbei with mere personal prowess. Even if Stark were to create his own army of steel, it would stand no chance against the might of the Huaqiangbei forces. This is beyond dispute. Pepper, perhaps I should prepare a suit of armor for you as well. Just look at Chen Mu's secretary, that young woman from the East who possesses her own unique suit. Stark Industries cannot fall behind, Tony mused. A naturally competitive individual, he was not inclined to be outdone by anyone in any regard. Pepper, unimpressed, merely shrugged and turned away, showing no interest in a suggestion. As she walked away, Tony's smile faded, and the resolve to create an army of steel controlled by J.A.R.V.I.S. solidified in his heart. Despite his reluctance to fully trust Chen Mu's words, believing that the Huaqiangbei military would not engage in external conflict, Tony Stark recognized the necessity of having his own safeguards. Much like Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he harbored a strong sense of paranoia, unwilling to entrust his safety to others. In Tony's view, maintaining world peace did not require the military forces of other nations, nor even that of his own America. He believed he was sufficient unto himself. The establishment of an Iron Legion was imperative to prepare for the future, ensuring that should the Huaqiangbei military instigate a war internationally, he would have the means to resist. If Chen Mu were aware of Tony Stark's current thoughts, he would likely find them utterly absurd, suggesting that Stark was overthinking the situation, perhaps due to cultural differences. The majority of contemporary Huaqiangbei individuals are inherently gentle and seldom provoke conflict. In this era, most are striving for peaceful development and working diligently towards that end. The possession of the Qilin armor by the Huaqiangbei military would significantly reduce the likelihood of aggressive expansion. Not every nation mirrors the United States, which, in just over 200 years of existence, has spent much of that time embroiled in various conflicts. The U.S. has shown a willingness to instigate wars to achieve its objectives, whereas Huaxia stands in stark contrast. Chapter 47. Sudden Incident. Chen Mu. 2 aircraft are rapidly approaching us. While piloting the armor back to Huaqiangbei in autopilot mode and watching a film, Chen Mu suddenly received a message from Su Jia beside him. Unlike Chen Mu, Su Jia was perpetually vigilant about their safety, ensuring that the armor remained in a state of readiness at all times. Thus, the radar swiftly detected that 2 fighter jets were approaching at high speed from several kilometers away. Fighter jets? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu activated the alert status of his armor. Indeed, 2 red dots were rapidly closing in on the radar screen. The speed of these aircraft had long surpassed the sound barrier, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary planes. As they drew nearer, Chen Mu recognized the familiar silhouette of the aircraft, the F-22, America's most advanced fighter jet and a hallmark of 5th-generation technology. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that he had several F-22s stored in his own warehouse. Are they targeting us? Chen Mu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Judging by their flight direction and trajectory, it was evident they were pursuing them. Su Jia's voice bore a weighty tone. The situation was unmistakably clear. The two F-22s were evidently focused on them. Is it Tony Stark who intends to deal with us? Su Jia asked, unable to suppress the inquiry. That seems unlikely, Chen Mu replied calmly. He wouldn't resort to such measures. Furthermore, it's improbable that they would dispatch fighter jets to pursue us immediately after we left their headquarters. Additionally, while Stark Industries was involved in the development of the F-22 and possesses the capability to produce them, they clearly do not have the authority to operate these jets in American airspace. The only entities permitted to pilot aircraft in U.S. airspace, aside from the military, would be organizations like SHIELD, or perhaps the newly renamed Department of Homeland Security. Perhaps they are merely passing through? Chen Mu speculated uncertainly, though he did not genuinely believe that this was all mere coincidence. It was abundantly clear that the two F-22s were indeed targeting both him and Su Jia, or rather, the armors they were wearing. Warning, unauthorized aircraft have entered our airspace. You are to comply with our control and proceed to the nearest base for investigation. Warning, warning. The voice crackled through the radio from the F-22s, causing Su Jia's heart to sink. This left no room for any lingering hope. They were indeed advancing towards the two of them, or more specifically, towards their armors. The notion of following the F-22s to a nearby base was preposterous. Once there, would they ever be able to leave? Su Jia certainly did not think so and quietly activated the combat mode of her armor. In contrast to Chen Mu, whose armor was visibly devoid of any weaponry. The only offensive capability he possessed was the energy emission device located in the palms of his hands. Akin to Tony Stark's repulsor technology, the power of this device was contingent upon the intensity of the energy released, yet its effective range was limited to merely a few dozen meters. Thus, relying solely on Chen Mu's armor to dismantle the two fighter jets would prove to be quite a formidable challenge. Certainly, due to the nature of the material, the battle armor crafted entirely from vibranium can indeed be deemed indestructible. The weaponry on the F-22s poses a considerable challenge to Chen Mu. In contrast, Su Jia's Qilin armor tells a different tale. Having acquired her armor several days prior, it was promptly entrusted to scientists under Jun Fong for modifications. Although termed as modifications, they primarily involve the integration of a plethora of advanced weaponry. While it is true that China's technology may not rival that of the United States, it is not significantly inferior in terms of armaments, with an array of formidable weapons incorporated into the Qilin armor. Thus, relying solely on Su Jia's battle suit to confront the two F-22s is not an insurmountable task. With careful maneuvering to avoid excessive hits, the challenge of downing these two F-22s is actually quite manageable. However, the predicament the two face is not merely about taking down the F-22s. Even if they succeed, a myriad of subsequent challenges awaits them. After all, they remain within U.S. airspace, and as long as they stay, the possibility of more aircraft approaching looms large. Their armor's energy supply is finite, rendering them unable to outlast the U.S. forces. I will hold them off. You must leave swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jia devised a plan to sacrifice herself to buy time, ensuring Chen Mu's safe escape. She recognized Chen Mu's significance and resolved that even at the cost of her life, she would guarantee his safety. The armor could not fall into enemy hands, so she intended to delay the American forces and, once Chen Mu was secure, activate the suit's self-destruct mechanism. Even in death, she would not allow the armor to be captured. Do not be so pessimistic. We possess legitimate visas, and they cannot do anything to us. Chen Mu spoke calmly, his confidence stemming from a substantial arsenal housed in his warehouse. Among his assets are several suits of armor, which can be operated by the Huaqiangbei intelligence program, granting combat capabilities that rival Iron Man. Furthermore, these suits, forged from vibranium, boast a level of durability superior to the average Qilin armor. In addition to the armor, Chen Mu's warehouse also contains several aircraft, 2 standard F-22s and 2 upgraded variants. With the Huaqiangbei intelligent program installed, these aircraft can operate autonomously, allowing Chen Mu to deploy them at will and catch their adversaries off guard, thus mitigating the threat significantly. Additionally, utilizing the F-22s to engage the enemy's aircraft shifts the burden of responsibility entirely from them. In fact, they could even orchestrate a false flag operation. The unmanned F-22s are more than capable of buying time for Chen Mu and Su Jia against the American forces. Do not harbor any false hopes. The U.S. isn't scrupulous. Should the armor fall into their possession, recovery would be impossible. Moreover, if you were to be captured, even your homeland would be powerless to rescue you. In a world reminiscent of Chen Mu's original one, the audacious United States employs underhanded tactics to place Huawei executives under house arrest. Regrettably, there appears to be no viable means for the homeland to effect their rescue. One can only imagine that if Chen Mu were to approach a nearby American military base, his departure would be utterly impossible. Perhaps a miracle might occur, one could hope. Chen Mu chuckled softly, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, they were merely 2 F-22s. If Chen Mu truly wished to escape, it would not pose a significant challenge. Perhaps Tony Stark would come to our aid, he mused with a smile. Of course, Tony Stark was utterly unaware of the situation, as the American military had long since jammed communications in the area, rendering any distress signal virtually impossible to send. Chen Mu's remark was also a strategic ploy to implicate Iron Man, as each of the 4 F-22s was equipped with 2 intelligence systems. One was the Harmony OS, while the other was, naturally, Jarvis. Under normal circumstances, Jarvis would remain dormant, allowing the Harmony system to control the aircraft during combat. Should the planes be shot down, the Harmony system would self-destruct and activate Jarvis, conveniently shifting the blame onto Iron Man without any means of rebuttal. To be frank, Chen Mu harbored some grievances against Tony Stark. Leaving his premises only to be targeted immediately by others was no small matter, and some accountability was warranted. Hence, the burden of blame was placed squarely on him. Chapter 48. Seizing the chaos, to escape, the American military had severed communication signals within a radius of several dozen kilometers, rendering our distress signals impotent. Su Jia coldly declared, her armor's blue operational interface having turned red, indicating a state of combat readiness. Do not entertain any illusions. I will launch a surprise attack on the 2 F-22s shortly. Take this opportunity to leave at full speed, and do not concern yourself with me. The Chilean armor could easily handle the 2 F-22s, but we were undeniably on enemy territory. Eliminating these 2 would only attract more aircraft, continuously reinforcing their ranks. The energy of the armor would inevitably deplete, and that moment would coincide with Su Jia's preparation to self-destruct. She remained steadfast in her mission, resolutely committed to ensuring Chen Mu's safety, even at the cost of her own life. Since when have I needed a girl to protect me? Chen Mu remarked, feeling a mix of exasperation and gratitude. It was true that being targeted by the American military stemmed from his own ostentatious behavior. Just the day prior, he had boldly piloted his armor to Stark Tower, drawing attention. Moreover, in the afternoon, he had unceremoniously joined Tony Stark in a reckless display, flying flamboyantly from New York to Los Angeles, even competing in speed, and later that evening, he had a rendezvous with the twin sisters from Fashion Magazine. It is virtually impossible to remain unnoticed. Across the United States, intelligence agencies are omnipresent, and it can be confidently asserted that every action of Chen Mu has already drawn their attention. Furthermore, another clandestine agency, SHIELD, has undoubtedly been observing Chen Mu as well. Speaking of SHIELD, as an organization operating under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council, it has, through the machinations of several directors, quietly morphed into a subordinate entity of the United States. Although it retains its nominal status as a UN agency, benefiting from resources allocated by the Security Council and drawing a salary from the United Nations, it is in essence serving American interests. This situation has understandably left Chen Mu quite displeased. As one of the permanent members of the United Nations, China is also involved in the Security Council. Consequently, SHIELD ought to be under the jurisdiction of China as well. Why do they accept funding without fulfilling their responsibilities? Moreover, given Chen Mu's significant standing within China, it is evident that SHIELD is aware of U.S. military operations, yet chooses to turn a blind eye, which further aggravates Chen Mu. Thus, SHIELD has now become another target for his schemes. In Chen Mu's view, there appears to be little justification for the continued existence of SHIELD. Your battle armor lacks any weapon systems. You should leave at full speed. As long as you exit American territory, you will be able to safely return to your homeland. Su Jia, however, paid no heed to Chen Mu's words, continuing to relay instructions as the approaching 22 fighter jets drew nearer. Su Jia had resolved to act, despite feeling somewhat exasperated. Chen Mu was touched by her determination. This young woman was truly willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. Such is the spirit of Chinese soldiers who prioritize the greater good over their own lives. A warning sounded as 4 additional fighter jets launched from the ground ahead, rapidly approaching. At that moment, Su Jia's battle suit emitted another alarm, causing her heart to tighten. It seems that what one fears often comes to pass. On American soil, Su Jia's greatest concern was the relentless emergence of adversaries. Now, with 222 fighter jets still unresolved, the appearance of 4 more was indeed a dire omen. You must leave immediately. Do not delay. Accelerate. Su Jia urged Chen Mu with palpable anxiety. It appears that the aircraft ahead are not our enemies, Chen Mu replied, gradually reducing speed to hover in midair. Su Jia, left with no choice, followed suit, albeit in a state of confusion, remaining vigilant. The 4 fighter jets ahead were, in fact, deployed by Chen Mu himself, so he felt no apprehension. Utilizing 22s to counter 22s would effortlessly absolve them of any suspicion. In reality, a few kilometers is but a fleeting moment for supersonic fighter jets. For aircraft controlled by the Huaqiangbei System ascended into the sky, swiftly accelerating towards their target. As they approached Chen Mu and his companion, they unleashed a barrage of missiles upon the 2 pursuing aircraft, designated as 22. A thunderous explosion erupted as one of the 22 jets fell victim to the assault, obliterated in an instant. The remaining 22 aircraft, witnessing the devastation, executed a roll to evade further attacks, frantically transmitting distress signals while attempting to establish radio communication with the 4 jets. The pilot was perplexed. How could fellow 22 jets engage in an assault on their own territory? However, the Homeland-controlled aircraft remained unresponsive, relentlessly pursuing their target. At that moment, the pilot cast aside his mission, prioritizing survival, and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, Chen Mu was determined not to allow him to escape so easily, instructing the 4 jets to pursue relentlessly. Instead of immediately downing the adversary, they engaged in a tactical maneuver, providing the pilot ample time to send out distress signals and report the current situation. It was the 22 aircraft that brought down the enemy, not Chen Mu's forces. Su Jia, observing the unfolding events, was baffled, unable to comprehend why the 22 jets had turned on each other. Forget about it. We must seize this opportunity to escape. Chen Mu urged Su Jia, who realized that now was not the time for confusion. Without hesitation, they swiftly took flight in a coordinated direction. For them, the priority was to distance themselves from the United States. Meanwhile, at a nearby American military base, a general was vociferously berating his subordinates. General Ross, known for his relentless pursuit of the Hulk, epitomized the hawkish mentality within the military, adhering strictly to the principle of might over right. He had long coveted Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, but was unable to act due to Stark's identity. However, recent intelligence indicated that 2 individuals from Huaxia were donning suits strikingly similar to Iron Man's. This revelation ignited Ross's ambition. He was determined to acquire the suits by any means necessary. In his view, the armor worn by Chen Mu and his companion was undoubtedly provided by Tony Stark. Thus, he felt compelled to reclaim what he believed rightfully belonged to America and to declare Stark's actions as treasonous. To Ross, it was inconceivable that the technologically inferior Huaxia could produce Iron Man suits. The only plausible explanation was that Stark had defected, transferring his technology to Huaxia. This was an intolerable affront to the American military. Consequently, upon learning that Chen Mu and his companion had departed from Stark Tower, General Ross promptly dispatched 2 jets to pursue them, intent on seizing the armor by force. The current situation, however, leaves him feeling somewhat perplexed. 2 F-22 fighter jets have come under attack, yet the assailants are not Chen Mu and Su Jia, but rather several F-22 aircraft. This peculiarity deeply unsettles General Ross, who would dare issue an order for F-22s to engage their own aircraft on American soil. He commands the deployment of another 10 jets to assist our planes and apprehend those 2 individuals. Observing the satellite imagery showing Chen Mu and Su Jia making their escape amidst the chaos, General Ross resolutely issues another order. Chapter 49. Learning brings joy. Who could it be? General Ross slammed his fist onto the table, his expression darkening. Previously, those 4 unidentified F-22s had engaged in a fierce battle with the subsequent 10 jets that came to their aid. After suffering significant losses, they finally managed to shoot down all opponents, yet the 21-to-1 loss ratio weighs heavily on General Ross's conscience. The F-22 is arguably the most advanced and costly aircraft in the U.S. military arsenal, and losing a total of 8 in one incident is a bitter pill to swallow. Report, General. The enemy's jets exploded upon being shot down, suggesting they may have activated self-destruct mechanisms. It remains unclear whether there were pilots on board. Those despicable madmen. General Ross pounded the table once more in frustration. He struggles to comprehend the origin of these suddenly appearing F-22s and the identity of the pilots. Were they kamikaze operatives? General, the enemy has shown no response to our radio signals. I suspect there may not actually be pilots in those aircraft, an officer remarked, saluting Ross with uncertainty. No pilots? Unmanned? Artificial intelligence? Find the wreckage of those jets. I refuse to believe that if it were an intelligent program, we wouldn't be able to trace its origins. General Ross gritted his teeth and ordered. General, 2 of the enemy's jets appear to outperform our F-22s. If they are indeed unmanned, their capabilities must significantly surpass ours. The officer continued. Locating the aircraft wreckage could greatly assist us in enhancing the performance of our F-22s. Then go find them. It is imperative that we locate those jets. General Ross scoffed before turning to leave. He had just received news that a lead on the Hulk had been found. Compared to Chen Mu and Su Jia, he was undeniably more intrigued by the Hulk. However, the adeptness with which artificial intelligence controls the jets seems reminiscent of only 2 organizations known to General Ross. Only 2 organizations, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries, possess such profound expertise in the realm of artificial intelligence. At this moment, Chen Mu and Su Jia, clad in their battle armor, have surged towards the American coastline, swiftly entering international waters, thus signifying their complete escape from peril. Among the 422 fighter jets left behind by Chen Mu, he has also prepared contingencies. Within a short span after their destruction, the Huaqiangbei System will initiate an uninstallation process, leaving no trace behind and simultaneously activating the JARVIS intelligence program. Should the electronic devices not be entirely obliterated, it would be effortless to glean clues from the wreckage, directing suspicion towards Stark Industries. Once they have left the territory of America, the Chilean Battle Armor S flight speed will ensure their return to their homeland within a matter of hours. It is only upon Su Jia's return to her motherland that she can finally relax. President Chen, now that we have returned to our homeland, you should head to the industrial area while I report the details of this incident to General Zhang, Su Jia stated. Upon arriving in Huaqiangbei, she was eager to return to the military district to brief the leader about the unexpected event. She too was puzzled about the origin of the 422 fighter jets that had saved their lives. Very well, I shall go directly to the industrial area. After your report, return to the company, as you will need to assist with the release of Xiao Mu's phone. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. In this world, he had no other pressing matters to attend to. He preferred to return to his workshop to delve into various cutting-edge technologies. The Huaqiangbei System was, in fact, entirely bound to Chen Mu. The technological advancements acquired by the system were equally accessible to him. However, the depth of his understanding of these technologies depended solely on his own efforts. Chen Mu had not previously come from a technological background, yet he found himself rapidly absorbing this knowledge. In his past life, Iron Man was merely a film. Now, within the Marvel Universe, Chen Mu had the opportunity to engage with tangible iron suits. To claim he was not excited would be disingenuous. During this period, he had been diligently catching up, learning about these advanced technologies with the system's assistance. Presently, he had mastered the entirety of the Mark II and Mark III technologies, enabling him to replicate them in their entirety even without the system. He had thoroughly learned the principles of the reactor, the design of the battle armor, and the manufacturing of various weapon systems. With the system support, Chen Mu found the acquisition of this knowledge remarkably effortless. As he continued to learn, he would eventually be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tony Stark, relying solely on his own expertise. Therefore, upon his return to Huaqiangbei, Chen Mu had no other pursuits aside from his studies in the industrial area. In the present day, many companies have essentially fallen into the hands of the military. One merely needs to await their share of the profits. Upon entering the perilous realm of Marvel, Chen Mu found himself increasingly disinterested in trifling gains. What he sought was power, the fortitude sufficient for self-preservation, the strength to elevate Huaqiangbei and achieve revitalization. Is there such a boss as you? So magnanimous? Just having escaped danger. You possess no worries? No trace of a survivor's relief? Very well. After reporting my work, I shall return to the park. Su Jian nodded and then changed direction, soaring off toward another path. After casting a glance at Su's retreating figure, Chen Mu also set off towards the park. The battle suits currently being produced in the park were nearly ready to be delivered to the military. Of course, he couldn't care less about such matters. His primary intention for returning to the park was to seclude himself and continue his studies. He aimed to arm his mind with knowledge, and through that knowledge, forge formidable weapons to fortify his body. Learning brought him joy, and Chen Mu had developed a profound love for it. Never before had he cherished education as he did now. As he accumulated more knowledge, he increasingly understood Tony Stark. It was no wonder Stark exuded such arrogance. With mastery over such knowledge, he stood apart from ordinary individuals, as if belonging to entirely different worlds. However, what set Chen Mu apart from Tony Stark was that his original intent had never wavered. He yearned for his motherland to grow strong. This aspiration was deeply rooted in the rich tapestry of Huaqiangbei's millennia-old history, giving rise to a profound sense of patriotism. Naturally, in a vast forest, one will encounter all kinds of birds. A small fraction of individuals will betray their country for personal gain and inevitability. Yet, such individuals remain a minority. In contrast, nations like America, with a mere 200 years of history, cannot possibly cultivate a genuine sense of patriotism among their populace. In the event of catastrophe, most citizens would likely abandon their homeland, or rather, in a nation of immigrants like America, the concept of homeland for its citizens does not inherently equate to America. Chapter 50. Who exactly is S.H.I.L.D.? Far across the ocean in America, within a secret base, Nick Fury squinted at the report in his hands. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, what is presently referred to as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, an exceedingly convoluted name, he possessed formidable intelligence capabilities. Thus, he had been aware from the outset of General Ross's intention to intercept Chen Mu. Origin Isa Aki was an organization subordinate to the International Security Council, and since Huaqiangbei was a permanent member of that council, it stood to reason that, as an important figure of Huaqiangbei, Chen Mu's attempted apprehension by the American military should have prompted S.H.I.L.D. to intervene. In contemporary times, although S.H.I.L.D. receives its funding from the Security Council, its endeavors have all become aligned with the interests of the United States. To put simply, S.H.I.E.L.D. has effectively transformed into an American organization. Thus, even upon learning that the U.S. military intends to apprehend Chen Mu, HLD deliberately turns a blind eye, opting not to intervene. Simultaneously, SHIELD harbors significant interest in Chen Mu's armor, should General Ross acquire it. It would undoubtedly be advantageous for the organization, allowing them to obtain valuable data on the armor. This scenario presents a win-win situation for both the U.S. military and SHIELD. Director Nick Fury has long coveted Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, yearning to possess it. Yet he finds himself without any opportunity to do so. As long as Stark refuses to share his technology, SHIELD remains powerless. Consequently, Fury's gaze shifts towards Chen Mu, who appears far more vulnerable in comparison to the formidable Stark Industries. This enables the military to discreetly intercept Chen Mu while severing all surrounding signals, a situation that SHIELD purposely refrains from obstructing, providing neither a warning to the representatives of Huaqiangbei nor to Chen Mu himself. In fact, they covertly assist the military by establishing a signal isolation zone. However, Nick Fury could not have anticipated that the sudden appearance of 4 fighter jets would disrupt all planned maneuvers. The military deployed a total of 12 aircraft, but failed to detain Chen Mu and his companion. In the aerial combat, despite a 12-4 disadvantage, they lost as many as 8 jets, ultimately allowing Chen Mu to escape effortlessly. It seems that Chen Mu's armor may indeed surpass Stark's in capability. Fury's discerning eye quickly identified the distinctions between the Mark III and Chen Mu's Qilin armor, while Huaqiangbei maintains stringent control over weaponry. Chen Mu's Qilin armor appears to lack formidable firepower, falling short when compared to the ingenious Tony Stark. Nevertheless, in terms of other performance metrics, Chen Mu's armor proves to be significantly more powerful. Fury had meticulously observed the previous speed trials between the Mark III and the Qilin armor. Although Stark's Mark III emerged victorious, it was evident to Fury that Stark only triumphed by disregarding energy consumption. Under normal circumstances, the Mark III would likely have been defeated. It appears that Huaqiangbei has indeed produced an exceptional individual. Commander Hill, standing nearby, could not help but express her admiration. Chen Mu is a figure who is not easily overshadowed by Tony Stark, leaving Hill quite astonished. Interestingly, upon examining Chen Mu's resume, one might conclude he has never exhibited any remarkable talent. It could even be said that he is rather unremarkable. The educational institutions he attended in Huaqiangbei are merely second-rate, making it difficult to fathom how he has acquired such advanced technological expertise. On Nick Fury's desk lay a dossier, prominently featuring information about Chen Mu. Although SHIELD is situated far away in America, uncovering Chen Mu's past records proved to be a rather straightforward endeavor. Despite the Huaqiangbei government's efforts to obscure Chen Mu's information, the documents in Fury's possession were undoubtedly authentic. Was there a possibility of forgery? A fleeting thought of a certain extraterrestrial race crossed Fury's mind. Presently, Chen Mu's Qilin battle armor was set to be delivered to the Huaqiangbei military, which bodes ill. Such formidable armor would undoubtedly incite an arms race among nations, potentially impacting the global economy. At this moment, Hill could not suppress her frown and remarked on the situation. SHIELD was well aware of Chen Mu's intentions. The armor was his creation, and he had every right to choose its recipient without anyone having grounds to intervene. Fury calmly shook his head, devoid of any emotional upheaval, and continued, moreover, Huaqiangbei is not a pushover. They have made their decision, and no one, no nation, can impede it. Hill remained silent, recognizing the veracity of his words. Preparing to head to Huaqiangbei, the fact that the Huaqiangbei military had the opportunity to acquire the Qilin armor suggested that they too might have a chance. Rising to his feet, Fury, coveting the armor, naturally desired to obtain it for himself. Hill remained mute, yet in her heart, she deemed the matter rather dubious. Chen Mu seemed to have handed over the armor to the military without any financial compensation. Simply put, Chen Mu's actions appear to stem from pure patriotism. SHIELD Hoping to acquire the Chilean armor seemed utterly fanciful. Did he think he was indulging in fantasies? Observing Commander Hill's expression, Fury easily surmised her thoughts and calmly continued. Unless one is like Tony Stark, hoarding the armor tightly, opportunities will always present themselves. Furthermore, my objective is to procure it from the Huaqiangbei military, not directly from Chen Mu, as Huaqiangbei is a member of the Security Council. We, as its subordinate organization, naturally have the chance to obtain the armor from them. At this, Hill was rendered speechless. You're aware that SHIELD is a subsidiary of the Security Council? She retorted. Has SHIELD ever heeded the Council's directives? Has it fulfilled its responsibilities? We previously did not obstruct the actions of the American military, and it is likely that the higher echelons of Huaqiangbei would disapprove of us. Now, if we were to request the armor, the difficulty would be immense. The American military seeks to apprehend Chen Mu in secret, yet we have no intelligence on how to prevent that. Nick Fury calmly remarked, from beginning to end, we have received no news whatsoever. Goodness, Nick Fury has directly distanced himself from this matter, his audacity in speaking such blatant falsehoods causing even Commander Xian beside him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Truly, as the director, his thick skin is unparalleled. Chapter 51. The fear of insufficient firepower let us temporarily set aside Nick Fury and his impending visit to Huaqiangbei. Upon returning to his studio, Chen Mu briefly reviewed the production status of the battle armor. The supply of gold titanium alloy was sufficient to manufacture 100 sets of the armor, though much had already been utilized. In the warehouse, nearly 80 sets of the Chilean battle armor were stored, yet to be painted. Due to the nature of the gold titanium alloy, these Chilean armors exhibited a radiant golden hue, their uncoated surfaces gleaming with opulence. The high-strength aerospace materials rendered these armors exceptionally robust, their durability not inferior to Tony Stark's Mark III. As the industrial park lacked the necessary permits for weapon production, these armors consisted solely of power systems and exteriors, though provisions for weaponry were intentionally left available. When the production of these Chilean armors commenced, Chen Mu had already submitted the relevant weapon data to the headquarters. Thus, concurrently, Huaqiangbei's military factories were diligently producing compatible weapon systems. Thanks to the vastness of Huaqiangbei's industrial framework, these weapons have been manufactured in ample quantity and were delivered to the industrial park well in advance. Hence, as soon as the armors were produced, designated personnel would install the weapons. At this moment, nearly 80 sets of battle armor were equipped with formidable firepower, truly deserving of the title Chilean battle armor. It should not take more than 2 days for this batch of armors to be completed. Seizing a moment, Chen Mu visited the production workshop, a sense of pride swelling within him as he beheld these powerful armors. The first batch of 100 sets will be distributed among the 4 military branches, 30 sets each to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and 10 sets to the Rocket Force. The weapons of these armors had also been adapted to suit their respective combat environments, enabling them to maximize their advantages. A young technician nearby was explaining to Chen Mu. This individual, a promising scientist from Huaqiangbei named Zheng Xian, was under 30 and already a doctoral student at a prestigious domestic university, specializing in weapon development. Thus, he had the opportunity to be assigned to the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, where he engaged in the production and assembly of the Chilean battle armor, as well as learning the associated technologies and principles. The staff in Chen Mu's industrial park were primarily arranged by the headquarters, with many, like Zheng Xian, affiliated with Huaqiangbei's government or military. Chen Mu did not conceal his technological prowess. He openly shared all the advancements of the Kirin battle armor, including the miniaturized arc reactor technology. Anyone possessing the requisite qualifications could access these groundbreaking innovations. Notably, a complete large-scale arc reactor system was installed within the industrial park, a feat made possible by Chen Mu's contributions, establishing the reactor as the heart of the complex and providing a continuous supply of clean energy. Originally, this remarkable achievement was realized by Tony Stark at the onset of the Avengers storyline. Yet Chen Mu has managed to expedite this development by 4 years, introducing it directly in China. This allowed the nearly limitless clean energy of ARC technology to emerge ahead of schedule, genuinely benefiting humanity. Given its exceptional utility, the Chinese government promptly dispatched a multitude of scientists to observe and learn, and subsequently initiated the installation and calibration of ARC reactors across various provinces. This endeavor aims to ensure that the Chinese populace can soon enjoy the conveniences ushered in by technological advancements. Once every province is equipped with these reactors, energy concerns will no longer hinder China's progress, and its citizens will become the first on Earth to experience free energy. This distinction underscores the difference between China and America. While China has acquired advanced technology, its primary focus is not on military applications, but rather on transforming it for civilian use, ultimately benefiting ordinary people. In the original Marvel timeline, although Tony Stark successfully transitioned the arc reactor's energy for civilian purposes, providing an inexhaustible energy source, humanity did not gain access to this innovation. Instead, Stark Industries ascended to prominence in the international energy sector. In essence, Stark Industries pivoted towards commercialization, utilizing arc energy as a lucrative asset. Despite the existence of boundless clean energy, it merely became a tool for profit for Stark Industries, with no significant changes in energy pricing in America. Of course, Chen Mu has no reason to criticize others. After all, Stark Industries invested substantial financial and material resources to upgrade the reactor to extract usable energy, and they must recoup their research costs. This contrasts sharply with Chen Mu's experience, who, through his system, effortlessly acquired and enhanced this black technology without incurring any costs. This explains why he can freely share various technologies with others without hesitation, as they are akin to treasures easily obtained. Thus, the current scenario is that Chen Mu has directly entrusted the arc reactor technology to the Chinese authorities, who are not seeking to exploit this affordable energy for international gain, but rather discreetly promoting it to benefit the ordinary citizens of China. These matters, of course, will not be loudly proclaimed by China, but rather executed quietly. Perhaps it will only be when these reactors officially commence operation that this world-changing initiative will be made public. For now, this monumental project is advancing discreetly. One cannot help but admire the prowess of infrastructure development. Each military branch will adopt its distinctive color schemes for their battle armor. Zhang Xian, brimming with excitement, continued, the classic combination of white, green, and blue. White for the Navy, green for the Army, and blue for the Air Force. As for the rocket forces, they will be adorned in deep black. Zhang Xian appeared genuinely thrilled, feeling a profound sense of pride in his country's military advancements. By tomorrow, the battle armor will be largely delivered. Although there are only 100 sets of Qilin battle armor, their deterrent capacity is nonetheless significant. Hearing this, Chen Mu also nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. To be honest, the world of Marvel is exceedingly perilous. In this universe, numerous extraterrestrial civilizations pose invisible threats to Earth. Not to mention, in the near future, the director of the Cosmic Population Control Office, Thanos, will arrive on Earth to seize the Infinity Stones, snapping his fingers to randomly erase half of all life in the universe. Chen Mu dared not gamble, nor did he wish to. Having always enjoyed remarkable luck, he was reluctant to believe he would be among the fortunate survivors, even knowing that in the future the Avengers would devise a means to rescue that half. Chen Mu did not wish to place his hopes in their hands. Furthermore, even if he were fortunate enough to evade this 50 probability, what of his family? What of his parents? Reborn into the Marvel world, Chen Mu was reunited with his parents, and having once felt guilt towards them, he silently vowed never to put them in harm's way again. Thus, the most effective solution remains to confront the threat head-on, to boldly challenge Thanos. You may be formidable, capable of defeating 10 Iron Men, but what of 1,000, or even 800,000 warriors from China, clad in armor and embodying an indomitable spirit, standing resolutely before you? All fear ultimately stems from a lack of firepower, and the remedy for such fear is, of course, to become even stronger. This is a hereditary affliction of the Chinese people, the fear of inadequacy in strength. Chapter 52, Nick Fury, initially. After observing the production status of the Qilin battle armor with Zhang Xian, Chen Mu intended to return to his studio. However, at that moment, Su Jia also returned, bringing news for Chen Mu. The director wants me to come over? Chen Mu looked at Su Jia with curiosity, appearing somewhat perplexed. If there's something to discuss, it could have been said over the phone. Although it is now the year 2008, the internet has remarkably advanced, particularly with the emergence of the Harmony system, a technological breakthrough built upon Jarvis, propelling Huawei's capabilities in network connectivity to unprecedented heights. Given the usual busyness of the chief, why not simply conduct a video conference? What could possibly necessitate a personal visit? It seems there are individuals eager to meet you. Su Jia, somewhat perplexed, shook her head, acknowledging that she merely conveyed a message and was not privy to the specific circumstances. Let us proceed. After all, there is little else to attend to. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was already 5 in the afternoon, a fitting time for lunch. The chief wished to see her at this hour, and it would be an opportune moment for Chen Mu to join him for dinner. Shall we fly? It should take about half an hour. With that, Chen Mu prepared to discover who sought an audience with him. After equipping their battle gear, the two set off towards the military district where the chief awaited them. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, where the chief was already in the dining hall on the 3rd floor. Although the military's cuisine might not appear as extravagant as that of civilian establishments, its flavor was undeniably commendable. Upon entering the private room, they found the chief smiling in anticipation of their arrival, accompanied by 2 unexpected figures, the one-eyed Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.L., and the poised Commander Hill. From Chen Mu's perspective, while Commander Hill possessed an impressive physique, she fell short of conventional beauty, especially when compared to his bodyguard and secretary. Su Ji, and who might this be? Chen Mu inquired, feigning ignorance of Fury's identity. Please, have a seat. The chief gestured for Chen Mu to sit down. Complying, Chen Mu stepped out of his battle suit and settled into a chair, picking up chopsticks and beginning to eat with gusto. The timing was just right for dinner, and his hunger warranted no reservations. Remarkably, the dishes were delectable. These two are high-ranking officials from the United Nations Security Council, with Director Fury and Commander Hill representing the Homeland Defense Bureau. The chief explained with a smile, observing Chen Mu's unpretentious demeanor. The Homeland Defense Bureau operates under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council, tasked with addressing various anomalous events, aiming to maintain peace among nations and manage situations beyond the capabilities of conventional military forces. In the Marvel Universe, the circumstances differ significantly from Chen Mu's original world. This realm is far from tranquil, often beset by peculiar supernatural events that necessitate the existence of organizations tasked with managing such occurrences. The SHIELD agency, operating under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council, is precisely such an organization dedicated to these matters. Maintaining world peace? Chen Mu mused with a slight smirk, nearly convinced by the notion. Is this agency truly working for the United Nations? He stroked his chin, casting a curious glance at Nick Fury. Chen Mu harbored deep skepticism regarding this claim. In the films, SHIELD's actions seemed predominantly to serve American interests. Where was the evidence of their allegiance to the United Nations? But how could he forget? The United Nations itself often appeared as a mere puppet of the West, with the Western-dominated organization rarely fulfilling its responsibilities. It was no wonder that SHIELD, ostensibly a subsidiary of the United Nations, had transformed into a private organization for the United States. After all, the United Nations was essentially an American puppet, rendering its agencies equivalent to American institutions. Indeed, our Bureau of Defense has consistently strived to stabilize peace among nations, secretly safeguarding this world, Nick Fury affirmed with a serious demeanor upon hearing Chen Mu's remarks. It seemed he was eager to enhance his own reputation, speaking with unabashed confidence. Oh, so you speak Chinese, Chen Mu remarked, unfazed by Fury's linguistic capability. After all, as the king of spies, it was only reasonable for him to possess proficiency in several languages, especially one of the United Nations official tongues. Mastery of multiple languages is essential for effectively addressing region-specific issues and significantly aids in upholding global peace, Fury replied nonchalantly. Such self-aggrandizement. Chen Mu noted the slight discomfort on Commander Hill's face, indicating that Fury's boasting was perhaps a bit excessive. Clearly, the director lived up to his title, while Hill still had room for growth. How noble indeed, Chen Mu exclaimed, intrigued yet continuing to savor his meal, skeptical of the sincerity behind Fury's words. You are tasked with resolving global territorial disputes, so your intelligence department must be quite formidable, I presume? Curiosity piquet, Chen Mu precedon. I wonder how your intelligence capabilities compare to those of the United States? Our department's intelligence spans the globe and surpasses that of individual nations by a considerable margin. Commander Hill interjected at that moment, prompting a frown from Nick Fury, who gestured for her to remain silent. Then, does Director Fury wish to meet with me? Chen Mu inquired, disregarding their subtle exchanges and addressing Fury directly. Mr. Chen Mu, I have heard that you have entrusted the Kirin battle armor you developed to your country's military, Fury stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury ceased his veiled inquiries and directly posed a question. How is it that your Department of Homeland Defense is able to oversee the arms procurement of other nations? Chen Mu expressed his astonishment, noting the discomfort on the director's countenance. Is your shield agency truly so overreaching? No, you are misunderstanding, Nick Fury replied, slightly embarrassed by Chen Mu's interruption, yet maintaining his composure as he clarified, we do not harbor such intentions. Your nation's procurement of military equipment is entirely your prerogative. However, we wish to acquire the Chilean battle armor and its blueprints, seeking authorization to produce the Chilean armor independently. As an organization committed to global peace, our members frequently encounter diverse threats. Possessing the Chilean armor would undeniably mitigate these dangers. This was Fury's objective. He sought to procure the Chilean armor through purchase. Chapter 53. Double standards to purchase the Chilean armor, along with all its documentation? Surely you jest. Your audacity is remarkable. Advocating for world peace, are you? Chen Mu scoffed, disdain flickering in his eyes. The Shield Agency was merely a loyal hound of America. Entrusting the Chilean armor to them would likely result in its swift acquisition by the United States the following day. Therefore, selling the Chilean armor to the Shield Agency was unequivocally out of the question. However, I must decline, Chen Mu stated, casting a derisive glance at Nick Fury. Regardless of your true intentions, I am resolute in my unwillingness to place this armor in your hands. Furthermore, I am acutely aware of the current state of the Shield Agency. It might as well be called the Serpent Shield Agency. It is riddled with vulnerabilities, having been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. To hand over the armor to you would be tantamount to delivering it into Hydra's grasp, a remnant of a Nazi organization from World War II, which should be eradicated rather than empowered. Moreover, my armor is exclusively for the use of my nation's military. Abandon that notion. Chen Mu regarded Nick Fury with a cool, unyielding gaze, firmly rejecting his proposal. Mr. Chen Mu, I did not expect you to be such a person. Your narrow nationalism disregards the welfare of the entire world. Fury responded, his expression unchanged by the refusal, perhaps anticipating it. He retorted sharply, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, clearly attempting to morally manipulate Chen Mu with grand ideals. Ah, what a noble advocate for the world you are. The director, already irked, sneered at Fury, slamming his hand on the table as he continued. As far as I know, your agency has not engaged in any such actions in recent years. Perhaps it is due to the Hydra's influence, or perhaps the actions of Nick Fury and his American agents, that the SHILD has, in recent years, become a mere money-collecting entity, weeping as they plead for funds from the Security Council, without ever having rendered any service to it. In any case, the director is acutely aware that their proclamations of maintaining world peace are nothing but pretense. Believe it or not, as long as we remain true to ourselves, that suffices. Nick Fury, with an air of nonchalance, shamelessly declared this. What a notion of being true to oneself. Chen Mu scoffed repeatedly and continued. You speak incessantly of maintaining world peace, Yet how is it that the United States has instigated wars across the globe in recent years, and we have not seen your presence? Or are you, in fact, covertly assisting America in these endeavors? After all, you are merely America's loyal hound. And with the Hydra Nazis teeming within, how can you expect them to accomplish anything of substance? Let's not dwell on the past, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and more recently, the Gulf War and the war in Afghanistan. America has stirred chaos worldwide, yet we have heard nothing of your contributions. How can you still claim to uphold world peace? It is utterly ludicrous. You mentioned the Korean and Vietnam Wars, but at that time, the Homeland Defense Bureau had yet to be established. Hence, there was no interference. Nick Fury replied dismissively. Yet SHIELD was founded after World War II. It was merely an American organization back then and could hardly assist other nations. Perhaps they even played a role in exacerbating the situation behind the scenes. It is no wonder, then, that this organization, born of American creation, shamelessly positioned itself within the United Nations, claiming to be an affiliate for the sake of membership dues. With this nominal affiliation, they could extract vast resources from the UN each year, far exceeding the meager salary they would receive from their own country. As for the Gulf War and the war in Afghanistan, Nick Fury stated calmly, America was merely pursuing justice, combating terrorist organizations. Iraq was harboring weapons of mass destruction, while Afghanistan had perpetrated attacks against America. This was simply America seeking accountability for its citizens. Chen Mu could not suppress a laugh as he retorted, weapons of mass destruction. Are you referring to laundry detergent? Furthermore, regardless of the veracity of the 9/11 incident, with your intelligence capabilities, how did you fail to prevent it in advance? It seems you bear some responsibility for this war as well. Nick Fury's convoluted justifications only served to provoke more laughter from Chen Mu. The invasion by America was fundamentally motivated by a desire for resources, cloaked in the guise of righteousness while wreaking havoc in these nations. How many instances of civilian slaughter can we attribute to their actions? When it comes to terrorist organizations, who truly embodies the essence of terror? You see, I have recorded every word you just uttered. In the future, we shall revisit this and observe the absurdity of your current demeanor, Chen Mu declared, casting a scornful glance at Nick Fury as he tossed the phone belonging to Xiao Mu onto the table. Curiously, he continued, however, wasn't he at Tony Stark from America who first engineered the iron armor? Why not seek him for the suit instead of traversing thousands of miles to China? Do you believe me to be an easy target? Private property is inviolable. Stark's iron armor is his personal asset, if he chooses not to share it. We have no authority to compel him, Nick Fury replied calmly. The United States is a nation that respects personal property and adheres to the principle of freedom. Thus we would not coerce Tony Stark. Is that why you have come to me? Chen Mu scoffed, his expression one of derision. So, you believe you can indiscriminately infringe upon someone else's private property? Or is it that your so-called freedom and protection of private property only apply to your citizens, while individuals from other nations are disregarded? Such double standards are not befitting of you. When you authorize the armor to the government, it ceased to be your private property. If it can be granted to the Chinese government, why can't it be authorized to other organizations? Nick Fury argued persistently. Mr. Chen Mu, for the sake of world peace and humanity, I hope you can see the bigger picture and surrender the armor to us, Nick Fury insisted. Haha, I shall not. Chen Mu retorted, disdain radiating from him as he regarded Nick Fury. Let me be clear. Your so-called Homeland Agency shall not procure a single suit from me, and you wish to impose moral pressure upon me? Let us see if I heed your words. To think Mr. Chen Mu would speak in such a manner. Farewell, Nick Fury remarked, casting a deep glance at Chen Mu, his intentions inscrutable, before rising to depart. Take your assertions of maintaining world peace to Tony Stark. Chen Mu coldly replied, making no effort to stand. Safe travels, and do not expect any farewells. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged as he turned and exited. Chapter 54. The Spear Bureau Commander. What exactly are your military intentions? Once Nick Fury and Hill had departed, Chen Mu could not restrain his curiosity and turned to the commander, frowning in inquiry. The organization is not a monolith, the commander sighed. Gesturing for Su Jia to take a seat, the United Nations seeks to exert pressure upon us through the matter of the armor. Due to Iron Man Tony Stark, the world has witnessed the might of the armor, and once it became known that our military would be equipped with such weaponry, troubles naturally ensued. This world is ultimately dominated by the West, and it is indeed challenging for our nation to survive and thrive amidst such constraints. Just like this recent incident, although various countries in the West are uncertain whether the Celestial Kingdom will truly equip the Chilean battle armor and remain oblivious to how it compares to Iron Man, they nevertheless take the stance of better to believe than to disbelieve, mounting international pressure against the Celestial Kingdom in an attempt to abandon this ambitious plan. Bang! With a forceful slam of his hand on the table, the chief exclaimed with indignation, "The West harbors relentless intentions of our demise. How could we acquiesce to their desires?" What infuriated him the most was the revelation that within the organization, there were indeed individuals contemplating capitulation. Under pressure, a minority of officials even proposed that the military refuse the Chilean battle armor in the interest of peaceful development. This was utterly ludicrous. It was precisely this atmosphere that facilitated Nick Fury's meeting with Chen Mu, as certain individuals were orchestrating behind the scenes, and even the chief found it difficult to decline. The first batch of Chilean battle armor was nearing completion, wasn't it? The chief looked towards Chen Mu, having calmed down, and inquired, "In just one more day, the production will be fully completed." Chen Mu nodded in affirmation, possessing ample knowledge on the matter, thus instilling confidence in his response. "That is reassuring." The chief finally exhaled, his mood brightening, and continued, "Our military's intention is this. We will not require the armor to be delivered immediately." "Why is that?" Chen Mu furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. "We plan to establish another military organization, independent from the armed forces." The chief gestured for Chen Mu to remain patient and explained, "We have long harbored dissatisfaction with the Department of Homeland Security under the Security Council. Despite the allocation of tens of billions annually, results have remained elusive. Therefore, we intend to repurpose these funds to create a similar organization. It will be named the Divine Spear Bureau, independent from the military, tasked with handling all matters pertinent to our nation, akin to Nick Fury's Department of Homeland Security. The Divine Spear Bureau? In stark contrast to the Shield Bureau." Chen Mu mused. Indeed, allocating tens of billions to the Shield Bureau seemed wasteful. It was far more prudent to establish an organization for our own use. The prospect of establishing the Divine Spear Bureau invigorated Chen Mu, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. In the face of alien invasions, why fear when the Divine Spear could charge forward? The Divine Spear Bureau would serve as the most potent weapon against adversaries. To establish the Divine Spear Bureau, we plan to mobilize elites from various military branches, initially setting a scale of 10,000 personnel. This batch of Chilean battle armor will be allocated to the Divine Spear Bureau to facilitate its inception. The chief beamed, recognizing that this was a decision born of necessity. With internal discord unresolved, the widespread adoption of the battle armor would remain a distant prospect. Rather than languishing in such a state, it was far better to establish a new military organization akin to the Shield Bureau, ensuring that the development of the Divine Spear Bureau would face no obstructions. To gain entry into the Spear Bureau, one must undergo a rigorous selection process. Those with any ideological discrepancies are utterly disqualified. Indeed, to join the Spear Bureau, one must first pass a political review. Individuals burdened by conflicting thoughts are summarily rejected. In essence, those who are accepted into the Spear Bureau are fervent nationalists, individuals willing to make sacrifices for the rejuvenation of the motherland. Such individuals are plentiful within the military. Thus, gathering a force of 10,000 is not a formidable task. Consequently, the initial step is to equip the selected soldiers of the Spear Bureau with the intention of gradually expanding to the entire military when the opportunity arises. Simply put, the Spear Bureau serves as a pilot organization for new equipment. Once the citizens witness its might and regain sufficient confidence, the promotion of armored warfare across the military will be effortless. Ultimately, the paramount objective is to restore the confidence of the entire nation and to ensure that certain individuals within the organization cease their concessions to external pressures. When we arm ourselves with formidable weaponry, We must not allow others to intervene. Just as we did not see the Defense Bureau rushing in when America equipped itself with high-tech arms. Such misfortunes. At this moment, Su Jia, having removed her battle armor and seated herself at the table, could not restrain an expletive, prompting a curious glance from Chen Mu. Indeed, she is aptly named the Rose of the Army, with expletives flowing effortlessly from her lips. What are you staring at? Perhaps realizing the impropriety of her outburst, Su Jia's cheeks flushed as she shot a reproachful glare at Chen Mu. Previously, she had been on guard duty, hence her battle armor remained donned, even while standing aside. Clad in her Qilin armor, she could exert pressure on Nick Fury and his companion. After all, should Nick Fury pose a threat to Chen Mu or the director, she would be in a position to neutralize them promptly. Nothing. I was contemplating how the Spear Bureau will develop after its establishment, Chen Mu explained, rubbing his nose. This is precisely why I wish to meet you. The director turned his gaze towards Chen Mu, adopting a serious demeanor. The Spear Bureau intends to formally invite you to serve as a technical advisor, providing essential technical support, including the Qilin armor and subsequent model improvements. Does this mean I will become a civil servant? Chen Mu inquired curiously, stroking his chin. If you say so, then it must be true, the director replied, appearing somewhat exasperated, and continued, you must have met Zhang Xian. He will be the inaugural director of the Spear Bureau. Zhang Xian? Oh, I remember now. Chen Mu nodded, recalling the researcher he had encountered recently in the park. He had not anticipated that this individual would be the director's chosen first leader. Do not underestimate him. Zhang Xian possesses remarkable talent in the field of research, but he is equally adept in diplomacy. Despite being merely 30 years old, he has profound insights into international relations, holds 5 doctoral degrees, and is proficient in over 10 languages, a veritable genius. The esteemed officer explained with a smile that Zhang Xian was originally slated to become a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, destined to flourish in the realm of diplomacy. However, it was unforeseen that he would become so captivated by your Kirin battle armor technology that he applied to learn at the park. Now, with the establishment of the Spear Bureau, a talent like him is imperative for the task at hand. Most importantly, the inaugural director must possess an unblemished background, free from the entanglements of the current political framework of Huaguo, requiring an independent and liberated identity, which Zhang Xian fortuitously embodies. Chapter 55. A new agenda. The establishment of the Spear Bureau has been placed on the agenda. Following a brief discussion with the esteemed officer, Chen Mu and Su Jia returned to the park. Upon their return, Chen Mu did not encounter Zhang Xian again. Now that he has been entrusted with a far more significant responsibility, he naturally lacked the leisure to remain in the park indulging in his personal interests, such as studying battle armor technology. This departure saw a considerable number of researchers and military personnel leaving, clearly indicating that these individuals had undergone a rigorous selection process from the outset. It is likely that they were departing directly to become members of the Spear Bureau. It seems that the Spear Bureau may have been in the planning stages for quite some time. Nick Fury's visit was merely a catalyst. Evidently, the military, represented by the esteemed officer and his peers, has long harbored dissatisfaction with the Shield Bureau. Even without Chen Mu's emergence, it is likely that the Spear Bureau would have come into existence. His presence merely accelerated its formation. Will you join the Spear Bureau? Upon returning to his office, Chen Mu curiously inquired of Su Jia, who stood nearby. My duty is to serve as the general manager of Shamu Technology until such a time as my services are no longer required, Su Jia replied calmly. Moreover, you will soon play a vital role in the Spear Bureau. A technical advisor requires protection, and in the absence of directives from superiors, I shall remain your bodyguard. What do you mean by until I am no longer needed? Chen Mu inquired with intrigue, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. By the way, do we pay Nick Fury and his associates dozens of billions of dollars every year? Chen Mu expressed a degree of curiosity regarding this issue. Those shameless individuals claim to be an organization under the United Nations, yet they have never truly contributed to its efforts. In fact, the United States has failed to pay its dues for several consecutive years, yet these individuals continue to operate entirely in service of America. It is evident that the Shield Bureau is fundamentally an American organization, merely masquerading as an entity under the auspices of the Security Council. It could be said that the United Nations has long since transformed, quietly becoming a puppet of the United States. The United Nations has long been bereft of fairness, as evidenced by the recent wars initiated by the United States. While the UN may issue condemnations, they are ultimately devoid of substantial impact. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council, particularly the United Kingdom and France, serve merely as puppets of America. With a single veto power, the United States effectively claims 3 votes. As members of NATO, the alliance between the UK, France, and America is one of complicity. They are essentially united in purpose. The existence of France as a permanent member of the Security Council serves merely to facilitate American interests, allowing them to cast a veto when it is deemed inconvenient. Within the UN, our nation faces considerable pressure. As a developing country, we are among the few genuinely advocating for the voices of less fortunate nations. Yet our efforts remain woefully insufficient. This brings a sense of melancholy, as the world's leaders continue to be predominantly from the Western sphere. For instance, when America seeks to invade other nations, even if our country votes against it, they can easily disregard our stance, fabricating unfounded excuses to justify their aggression. The phrase "to accuse without evidence" rings true. Furthermore, as the United States exerts control over the global narrative, their propaganda machinery operates at full capacity, turning black into white. Under such influence, nations in the Middle East are branded as states of terrorism, with ordinary citizens labeled as so-called terrorists. The atrocities committed by the American military against civilians are meticulously concealed, leaving no trace online. It is conceivable that these events could be orchestrated by agencies with the capability to obscure the truth entirely. This exemplifies the power of public opinion. Fortunately, our nation wisely established the Green Dam long ago. Otherwise, under the sway of their propaganda, our youth might have been led astray. Consider the youth of the islands, who have been indoctrinated, often expressing laughable opinions, akin to frogs in a well. This illustrates the profound impact of public discourse on the young. They grow up surrounded by lies, coming to accept these falsehoods as truths. It is unfathomable to think how our youth would have turned out without the Green Dam, likely resembling those of the islands. Yet, all of this can change. After a moment of silence, Chen Mu spoke with determination. In his eyes, a glimmer of resolve shone through. Having entered this world, it would be a disservice not to effect change. Let us expedite the production of battle armor. I wish for all remaining suits to be completed today, so that when Zheng Xian arrives tomorrow, we can ensure the delivery of every suit. With a wave of his hand, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. At this moment, he is immersed in the study of various technologies, striving to master all the techniques acquired from the system. This approach will enable him to independently develop new technologies rather than relying entirely on the system. While the system is formidable, Chen Mu understands that to truly achieve growth, he cannot depend solely on it. The system is merely a tool. To advance the nation, reliance on this tool alone is insufficient. Moreover, the Huaqiangbei System possesses a critical flaw. It can only achieve breakthroughs in a particular technology once. For instance, if Chen Mu desires the Qilin battle armor to be on par with, or even surpass, Tony's Iron Man suit, he must undertake its upgrades himself. Relying solely on the system would confine Chen Mu to incessantly assimilating various strengths to enhance the armor. Fortunately, our nation boasts countless researchers eager to assist Chen Mu in refining new technologies. He himself is capable of mastering the knowledge provided by the system. Yet this requires time and diligent research on his part. Once the titanium gold alloy is exhausted, production will revert to ordinary steel. The challenge of producing the armor has always revolved around materials, but the predominant issue lies in energy generation. To mass-produce portable arc reactors, it is impractical to rely solely on Chen Mu's industrial park, unless they resort to manufacturing rudimentary versions akin to the one Tony Stark forged in his cave. To promote the Qilin battle armor throughout the military, it is not merely a matter of producing 100 or even 1,000 sets. What is required is a staggering number, potentially reaching into the thousands or millions of portable arc reactors. Thus, it becomes imperative for Chen Mu to develop a scaled-down version of the reactor. Achieving the goal of equipping every citizen with battle armor necessitates mobilizing national resources to ensure that our scientists thoroughly comprehend this technology. Only then can the arc reactor be integrated into our production lines. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. Presently, Chen Mu's priority is to utilize his industrial park to fortify the absolute armament, or rather, to ensure the arming of the Divine Spear Agency is of utmost urgency. Chapter 56. Cost control. The 100 sets of Qilin battle armor produced from titanium gold alloy were entirely manufactured within Chen Mu's Huaqiangbei Industrial District. From the armor's exterior to the arc reactors, it can be asserted that the finest materials available in Huaqiangbei were employed. Even the compatible weapons were crafted by the nation's top military industrial groups, ensuring their quality. Consequently, these 100 sets of armor exhibit combat capabilities superior to the current Mark III suit of Tony Stark. Moreover, warfare is not child's play. The strength of armor, akin to that of fighter jets, does not solely depend on its intrinsic performance. Rather, it is significantly influenced by the skill of its operator. It is indeed true that Tony Stark invented the Iron Man suit, earning him the title of the father of armored suits. However, when it comes to combat prowess, the dashing playboy Tony Stark pales in comparison to the dedicated soldiers of Huaqiangbei. Thus, the combat capabilities of the Qilin No. 1 armor are likely to far exceed those of Stark's Iron Man. The cost of these 100 suits is approximately 3 million RMB. While this is significantly cheaper than other military equipment, equipping the entire army with such advanced weaponry remains a formidable challenge. At this juncture, Su Jia articulated the issues they were currently facing. The military is considering whether it is possible to adjust the armor specifications to reduce costs. Much like Iron Man's Mark series, the parameters of the Qilin armor cannot be altered casually. Currently, the materials in use are titanium alloy, and the overall design of the armor adheres strictly to these specifications. Merely substituting materials would result in an armor that could not even function. Therefore, the military hopes that Chen Mu can modify the design plan. Additionally, with the Qilin armor costing 3 million, of which the energy reactor accounts for 2 million, they are inquiring if its power could be reduced to help control the costs. In simple terms, the current cost of Qilin No. 1 is excessively high, and to equip it on a large scale, expenses must be curtailed. That is manageable. I will send you the modified data shortly, which you can then pass on to the director. Chen Mu replied after some contemplation, not declining Su Jia's request. He continued, regarding the reactor, I possess a weakened version that operates at about 1/15 the power of the current Qilin reactor, yet it remains sufficiently robust for sustained combat over 2 days. The cost should be kept under 500,000, and it can be produced at the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park to prevent any leakage of production materials. After all, if mishandled, the energy release could be even more catastrophic than a conventional bomb. The weakened reactor in Chen Mu's possession closely resembles the one Tony initially forged in the cave, and its production is relatively straightforward. Nowadays, most factories in Huaqiangbei, even Chen Mu's father's toy manufacturing plant, could produce it given the appropriate materials. For safety reasons, Chen Mu intends to manufacture this component entirely within the industrial park. Producing this single component is exceedingly simple for the current industrial park. As the director has noted, the higher echelons of Huaqiangbei are not entirely united, and it is prudent to keep such matters discreet. The industrial park is also securely protected by the military, specifically the Divine Spear Bureau, making it arguably the safest location available. That is splendid. I need to report the situation regarding the reactor to the general, though I believe there should be no significant issues. Hearing that Chen Mu could provide a scaled-down version of the Qilin battle armor, Su Jia couldn't help but smile. With the reactor's cost estimated at under 500,000 and the armor utilizing common special alloys, the total expenses might even be less than 600,000. This is an extraordinarily remarkable achievement. Consider that Tony's Mark III had a production cost of no less than $300 million, which is utterly unattainable. One cannot help but admire the prowess of Huaqiangbei, where a $300 million cost is drastically reduced to merely 600,000. Of course, the exorbitant price of Tony's armor is primarily due to research and development costs, which Chen possessing a system can bypass, thus naturally eliminating the need for such high expenses. A set of Qilin battle armor at the price of 600,000 could indeed be promoted as an individual weapon. After all, even the most cost-effective weaponry in Hua country, such as a Type 99 main battle tank, costs at least $2 million, equivalent to 12 million yuan, which could easily fund the production of 20 sets of the scaled-down Qilin battle armor. Moreover, these 20 sets would far surpass the Type 99 tank in both mobility and firepower. Most importantly, the Type 99 tank cannot fly, whereas the Qilin battle armor can soar at supersonic speeds, rendering the comparison quite evident. Please come by tomorrow morning to collect the materials. I shall have the armor designed by tonight. Gazing at the darkening sky, Chen Mu turned to Su Jia and remarked, by the way, this batch of 100 sets of Qilin battle armor is designated as the number 1 armor, named Qilin Type 1. What should we call this scaled-down version? Qilin Type 1? Or perhaps Qilin I? Su Jia found herself at a loss for words regarding Chen Mu's naming prowess and, after a moment of silence, returned to her office. Now that Chen Mu possessed his own battle armor, he generally no longer required Su Jia to provide constant protection. However, one must not forget Su Jia's other role as the manager of Chen Mu Technology, where she attended to commercial matters. In essence, her position was akin to that of Pepper Potts within Stark Industries, thus keeping Su Jia quite occupied. After bidding farewell to Su Jia, Chen Mu returned to his studio. The scaled-down version of the Qilin battle armor was rather straightforward to create. He simply needed to export the data from the Mark II, make slight modifications to the design, and adjust the reactor to fit the armor. Completing this task would not take much of Chen Mu's time. This evening, an idea struck him. He intended to adapt some useful technologies for civilian use. He had not forgotten that not long ago his father had called him, expressing concerns about the declining business at their processing factory and urging Chen Mu to find opportunities for the factory, lest the long-time employees struggle to make ends meet. Just as the technology of exoskeletons could be applied to civilian purposes, it presents an opportunity for development in the field of prosthetics. As it is a matter close to his heart, Chen Mu is naturally inclined to support his father in this endeavor. Although Chen Mu himself has little interest in trifles, he cannot ignore his father's aspirations for profit. Thus, he chooses to lend his support. Currently, Chen Mu's plan is to design a prosthetic limb tailored for civilian use, specifically aimed at individuals with disabilities, powered by ordinary batteries, enabling them to embrace a renewed existence. Chapter 57. A sudden shift. Having thoroughly addressed the military's requirements, Chen Mu now sets his sights on civilian applications. The first product from his newly established Xiaomu technology is the Xiaomu phone. Although it has yet to be officially launched, the collaboration with Tony Stark has already catapulted its popularity into the stratosphere. Despite the absence of sales, one can easily envision its future success, especially given that Tony is the only superhero in this world who openly acknowledges his identity. While Tony has not yet demonstrated any heroic deeds, his mere status is sufficient to generate significant buzz around all related events. Naturally, the Xiaomu phone, which Tony has been using during this period, has garnered considerable public attention. Had the phone been available for purchase, it would undoubtedly have sold out instantly. With the mobile phone situation well in hand, it is now time for Xiaomu Technology to unveil its second product. Chen Mu gazes at a set of Iron Man armor before him, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, this product directly emulates Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, as Chen Mu intends to ride the wave of its popularity. After all, who in a Marvel universe is unaware of Tony Stark? If not for him, whom else should one seek to leverage? Furthermore, Chen Mu has not forgotten that during Obadiah's tenure, he secured the rights to the design of all Stark Industries products, including the Iron Man suit. Therefore, replicating its appearance for this new product poses no legal issues whatsoever. This prosthetic limb mirrors the aesthetics of Tony Stark's armor, allowing individuals with mobility impairments to walk and use objects normally. In fact, during the events of Iron Man 2, when the American Congress questioned Tony Stark about whether his suit constituted a weapon, he asserted that it was a piece of high-tech prosthesis. In this light, Chen Mu is effectively assisting Tony Stark by bringing this vision to fruition. The prosthetic is primarily constructed from plastic and utilizes commonly available high-capacity batteries, enabling a disabled individual to engage in normal activities for up to 5 hours, with pricing varying according to the materials used, from hardened plastics to carbon fibers, and then to aluminum alloys, culminating in robust metals. These so-called prosthetics can truly be regarded as exoskeletal armor. They are, in fact, more advanced than the military exoskeleton armors currently utilized by certain nations. This is part of Chen Mu's strategic vision to disseminate these rudimentary exoskeletal armors among the populace, allowing citizens to familiarize themselves with their use. When the time comes to truly employ these exoskeletal armors, it will merely require switching power sources, replacing components, or even attaching external weaponry, transforming every citizen into a potential warrior. Of course, this initiative is not without its risks. Should anyone intend to exploit these exoskeletal armors for nefarious purposes, such occurrences are, unfortunately, unavoidable. Malefactors will always exist, even within the borders of China. However, one must not forget that Chen Mu has the presence of Huaqiangbei, whose computational capabilities surpass those of Jarvis. Coupled with the immense processing power of a supercomputer, Huaqiangbei can effectively monitor each set of exoskeletal armor. In the future, when the entire nation of 1 billion dons these armors, they could be effortlessly surveilled by Huaqiangbei. Should anyone attempt to misuse the armor for wrongdoing, Huaqiangbei will promptly identify and disable it, leaving wrongdoers with no escape. Even at present, Chen Mu has installed the Huaqiangbei System in all produced Qilin battle armors. Firstly, without the assistance of the Huaqiangbei System, it would be virtually impossible for an individual to operate a half-ton armor. Secondly, the various high-tech weaponry on the armor requires intelligent programming for control, including targeting assistance, where Huaqiangbei is indispensable. In this world, the only intelligent program capable of controlling such armors, aside from Chen Mu's Huaqiangbei, is Tony Stark's Jarvis. If not utilizing Huaqiangbei, would one resort to Jarvis instead? This task is best left to Zhang Xian, as it encompasses precisely what he requires. Upon entering his studio, Chen Mu handed a disc to Su Jia and continued, the Qilin 1 battle armor, forged from high-strength steel, can be produced by most domestic arms factories. However, the reaction furnace can currently only be manufactured in our Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. Once the God Spear Bureau establishes its own production base, it can be entrusted to them. Chen Mu remains confident in the God Spear Bureau established by the Bureau Chief, as its members have undergone rigorous selection and possess a profound sense of loyalty to China and their nation. Thus, entrusting this endeavor to them brings him peace of mind. Excellent. With this, equipping the entire military with Qilin battle armors is no longer a mere dream. At 600,000 per set, even including the weapon systems, it should not exceed 700,000. A Type 99 main battle tank, on the other hand, costs at least 12 million, meaning one could acquire approximately 20 sets of armor for the price of one tank. What's not to gain from that? Indeed, Chen Mu, General Zhang has just mentioned that he needs to speak with you. Please arrange a video conference with him shortly. All right. Although a bit perplexed, Chen Mu nodded and returned to his office to initiate the video meeting. Chen Mu, we have encountered an urgent situation. The United Nations is exerting pressure on our nation to abandon our plans for equipping the Qilin battle armor. Even the Russians, who have stood in solidarity with us, have now aligned themselves with the West. The director's expression was grave, and without any circumlocution, he laid out the current predicament. Our esteemed nation has always maintained its independence from the Western world, and their desire to see us falter has never waned. Chen Mu remained silent, then inquired, "What is the nation's course of action?" Our current strategy is to prioritize the establishment of the Divine Spear Bureau within the military. We can equip ourselves once the Bureau has made progress, the director replied calmly. As for military equipment, that is of little concern. However, Western nations are wielding various sanctions as threats, demanding that we relinquish our armor technology. This is utterly absurd. The United States has not been prevented from equipping itself with advanced weaponry, yet the UN dares to demand our compliance? It is the height of shamelessness. It is evident that the UN has become merely a backyard for America. This situation undoubtedly has the backing of the Homeland Defense Bureau. Nick Fury has privately contacted me, indicating that if we could provide them with a set of Chilean battle armor for research, they would assist us in resolving this dilemma. Clearly, Nick Fury understands that compelling our nation to surrender its technology is an impossibility. Thus, as a fallback, they merely wish to acquire a set of Chilean battle armor for study. The previously high demands were simply a tactic for negotiation. Chapter 58. The military parade plan. Our intention is to temporarily set this matter aside, as the National Day is fast approaching. Our military is preparing for a grand parade on this day, showcasing our current weaponry to demonstrate our capabilities. Observing Chen Mu's rather composed demeanor, the director calmly stated, "With less than 2 months until National Day, Chen Mu has already provided a significant number of advanced weapons. For instance, he has supplied the enhanced version of the 22 fighter jet technology to the military, which will greatly aid in the improvement of our J-20. Moreover, with 2 months remaining, our nation, equipped with superior production resources, can effortlessly manufacture the enhanced version of the 22 fighter jet. Naturally, to avoid complications, some modifications will be made to the appearance of the 22 at that time. Alternatively, certain technologies from the 22 could be directly integrated into the J-20. The primary challenges faced by our domestically developed J-20 have been its engine and stealth coating, and the information provided by Chen Mu includes comprehensive advancements in these 2 critical areas. Thus, the advantages for the J-20 are self-evident. With merely 2 months until the National Day, are there any concerns? Regarding the military capabilities of our motherland, Chen Mu was not particularly informed. Thus he inquired out of curiosity. There are absolutely no issues. Various weapons can be directly transported from the military district. At this point, the commanding officer finally revealed a smile and continued, "The 2 technologies you have provided will significantly bolster our military strength. Firstly, the 5th-generation aircraft technology has enabled substantial advancements in our domestically developed J-20, which is nearing completion. Consequently, several units are being hastily produced to the Rongfei Group and are currently undergoing test flights, ready to be delivered directly to the capital. The enhanced J-20, benefiting from the advanced technologies provided by Chen Mu, can undoubtedly be considered the most formidable fighter jet on Earth, excluding Wakanda, of course, as that nation operates under extraordinary circumstances. Moreover, our centerpiece is the Kirin battle armor that you have produced." The commanding officer's delight was unmistakable as he continued, "The Divine Spear Bureau will participate in the grand parade in the guise of the 5th Army, clad in the Kirin battle armor. One can only imagine the astonishment that the Divine Spear Bureau will evoke in the world. Indeed, with Tony Stark's ostentatious displays, the power of the Iron Man suit is already well known globally. Now, our nation has equipped an entire legion, prompting one to ponder which country would dare to challenge us. The Grand Parade serves as a formidable deterrent against those with ulterior motives. To those who wish to see us unequipped with battle armor, I directly proclaim, we have already organized and equipped an entire legion. Lastly, our nation possesses its own trump cards. Thanks to the agreements previously signed by the United States and the Soviet Union, they are prohibited from further developing missile technology. However, our country is not bound by such restrictions. After years of advancement, our rocket force has reached unprecedented scales, with various rocket missiles attaining world-class standards. This time, we also plan to unveil 2 missile types to intimidate those nefarious elements." "What types of missiles?" Chen Mu's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Originally, this was meant to be a secret, but revealing it to you is not problematic." With a resigned smile, he continued, "One is the 41, which can be launched from missile vehicles and can be activated for strikes across the nation at any time, with a range sufficient to cover the entire globe and capable of carrying nuclear warheads, serving as our ultimate nuclear deterrent. The other missile, known as the 17, is a hypersonic missile with maneuverable trajectory capabilities, rendering it impervious to any defensive weapon on Earth, and it can also carry nuclear warheads. It is colloquially referred to as the carrier killer." "Wow, you have both the 41 and 17? Chen Mu could not contain his excitement as he engaged with the topic at hand. As a former military enthusiast in his past life, he was well acquainted with these two types of missiles, and upon hearing their names, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. The 41 possesses the capability for global nuclear strikes, representing the ultimate nuclear deterrent for Huaqiangbei. Furthermore, its deployment via mobile launchers enhances both its maneuverability and stealth, making it a formidable concern for all other nations. As for the 17, while its range may not be as alarming, it stands as the sole hypersonic missile in the contemporary world, capable of evading all existing missile defense systems. It undoubtedly serves as the strongest weapon for national defense. Without resorting to nuclear arms, the 17 is undeniably one of the most formidable entities on the planet. Shortly, Zhang Xian would arrive with 100 soldiers to bring the Qilin battle armor back to the Divine Spear Bureau. 2 months would be ample time for them to become thoroughly acquainted with this battle gear. As Chen Mu spoke, Su Jia conveniently arrived to knock on the door, followed closely by Zhang Xian. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Director Zhang, are you aware of the upcoming National Day parade in 2 months? Chen Mu greeted Zhang Xian with a smile, inquiring about the event. I just heard about it, Zhang Xian replied, returning the greeting and directing his gaze toward a virtual screen in the office where the bureau chief was present. Greetings, Chief. Zhang Xian saluted the bureau chief with utmost seriousness, as his military background instilled in him a deep respect for such formalities. Unlike Chen Mu, who often jokingly referred to General Zhang as the bureau chief, though he did not fully grasp the significance, General Zhang remained unfazed, and over time, this title became a norm in their interactions. Chief, I have heard about the Homeland Defense matters, Zhang Xian stated, his expression turning grave after saluting. He continued, I believe that while it is feasible for the Homeland Defense Bureau to acquire a set of Qilin battle armor, we must also set forth certain conditions. Oh, please, share your thoughts. The bureau chief did not immediately dismiss the idea, instead watching Zhang Xian with curiosity, eager to hear his perspective. Over several decades of development, the Homeland Defense Bureau has established significant influence across various countries, including Huaqiangbei. Therefore, for the Divine Spear Bureau to thrive, it is imperative to expel them from our homeland. Zhang Xian organized his thoughts and continued, Our condition would be for them to withdraw entirely from Huaqiangbei, thus allowing the Divine Spear Bureau sufficient space to flourish. The Shield Bureau is deeply entrenched in various nations, Huaqiangbei included. Thus, for the Divine Spear Bureau to prosper, it is essential to oust the Shield Bureau. After all, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Chen Mu, what is your opinion on this matter? The bureau chief turned to Chen Mu, seeking his insight. Mr. Chen, this is also the reason for my visit. Is it possible for you to ensure that the battle armor cannot be disassembled for research? Or perhaps, by installing a self-destruct system, once dismantled, it would detonate all its energy in a self-explosion? Zhang Xian turned to Chen Mu, presenting his own inquiry. This, in fact, is not a difficult task. Chen Mu stroked his chin and replied, It's merely a matter of adding a self-destruct system. Quite simple. The Huaqiangbei system will simply trigger a detonation upon detecting any attempt to disassemble the battle armor. The issue is not significant. Furthermore, the technological prowess of SHIELD in the realm of computing is formidable, thus adding another layer of security. If the Huaqiangbei system detects an intrusion, it too may initiate a self-destruction sequence. Therefore, providing a set to SHIELD, aside from granting them usage rights, bears no other significance. In this case, there should be no issues. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief decisively struck the table, resolving that all future maintenance of the battle armor would be entrusted to the Spear Bureau. The United States seems fond of such maneuvers. Thus, we might as well return the favor in kind. Chapter 59. The Vision of Universal Battle Armor in the Early Days of the Nation's Founding. Amidst a backdrop of desolation and the need for revival, nearly all high-tech product had to be imported from abroad. During that period, China was constrained by foreign dependencies, with even simple components requiring overseas procurement. Without such support, technical assistance was non-existent. Even the most basic parts came at exorbitant prices, which was indeed a source of distress for the nation. However, times have changed. The Qilin battle armor is now exclusively available from China. If one desires it, compliance with the directives of the Spear Bureau is mandatory. Should an explosion occur due to mishandling or attempts at disassembly, the Spear Bureau will bear no responsibility. In truth, Chen Mu harbored little concern over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ability to decipher the technology behind the Qilin battle armor. Much like the War Machine, which has remained in the possession of the U.S. military without being replicated by them or S.H.I.E.L.D., it appears that other than extensive modifications, there are no viable alternatives. It is likely that Tony has installed such backdoors. Destroying them would indeed be a grave loss. The same applies to the Qilin battle armor. It is not as simple as providing a sample for replication. Nonetheless, despite this, vigilance is still prudent. However, such matters do not require Chen Mu's attention. Zhang Xian's strengths lie in diplomacy, and how to negotiate interests is no longer his concern. Once he had transferred all the battle armor in the warehouse to the Spear Bureau, Chen Mu ceased to inquire further about the matter. With the imminent release of the Xiaomu smartphone, anticipation had reached a fever pitch, and many users were eagerly awaiting the debut of this so-called intelligent device of the era. The overseas launch event was scheduled for today. Although Tony had invited Chen Mu to attend the event in the United States, he declined without hesitation. I nearly couldn't return from my last visit. Now you expect me to go again? The domestic edition of the Xiaomu phone is set to be unveiled tomorrow. Will you make an appearance and deliver a few words? Su Jia inquired, observing the bored Chen Mu. It's rather uninteresting. I won't attend, Chen Mu replied with a dismissive pout, expressing his discontent. What is the fuss about? It's merely the first generation of smartphones. I fail to comprehend the excitement of the masses. The launch event for the Xiaomu phone has been generating buzz for over half a month now, and the world is aware that a new chapter in mobile technology is imminent. Traditional phones that fail to keep pace with trends will inevitably fade into obscurity. Chen Mu's Xiaomu technology has already put its information on the desks of several industry giants, with some of his public data having been uncovered by these individuals. Chen Mu's father operates a toy manufacturing factory in Huaqiangbei, which serves as the foundation for the Xiaomu phone's inception. Major players in the mobile industry, such as Nokia and Motorola, could never have anticipated that their greatest competition would not come from their peers, but rather from a company that spans multiple industries. Presenting this groundbreaking smartphone, Huaqiangbei's industrial capabilities are formidable, and pre-orders on the official website continue to rise, prompting Xiaomu to accelerate production. Currently, the stockpile has reached several million units, a figure unimaginable in 2008. After all, the international version of the phone is priced at $699, while the domestic edition is an astonishingly low 998 renminbi for the same specifications, igniting a frenzy among the populace. No need for 3,000 or 4,000, or even 1,000 or 2,000. Just 998 brings home a new generation smartphone. Ahem, I digress, but the popularity of the Xiaomu phone has genuinely astonished Su Jia. The domestic version has prepared 2 million units, ready for a buying spree once the launch event commences tomorrow. Armed with the foresight and experience from his past life, Chen Mu is confident in the success of the Xiaomu phone. After all, he has directly emulated the design of the previous generation's iconic fruit brand. And with the operating system developed by Stark Industries, its performance surpasses that of its predecessor. Should this endeavor fail, it would be a clear indication that Chen Mu is ill-suited for the mobile industry. Moreover, with the unwavering support of Tony Stark, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Xiaomu phone not to succeed. In contrast to these purely consumer-focused products, you must have reviewed the proposal I submitted to the bureau chief regarding the promotion of exoskeleton armor among civilians. Naturally, I have refrained from engaging in political maneuvering. After making this decision, I meticulously organized my objectives and future outlook before submitting them. Of course, this marks my initial foray into nepotism, allowing my father's factory to be the first pilot for the production of these devices. To acquire the medical device production license for prosthetics, it is necessary for your father's company to obtain it. Everything has been arranged here. Once your father applies, approval will be granted swiftly. However, the wearable toy device you mentioned poses no issues and can be produced at any time, as it is categorized as a toy. Ultimately, whether it be wearable toys or prosthetics, Chen Mu's intention is merely to proliferate exoskeleton technology among the general populace. This is merely the beginning. In the future, These so-called wearable toys will gradually be crafted from metal instead of plastic, and reactors will supplant batteries. The era of Iron Man for the entire populace of Huaqiangbei is not an impossible dream. However, I am curious, at such a high price point for our wearable toy, will anyone actually purchase it? Su Jia expressed her skepticism. A set of Iron Man wearable toys, which can barely be powered and move at a sluggish pace, primarily made of plastic, is priced at no less than 100,000. I wonder who would be foolish enough to buy such an item. For what purpose? As a collectible? Perhaps? Do not underestimate the purchasing power of the otaku, Chen Mu replied, visibly displeased. As the saying goes, an otaku's wall could buy a house in the capital. Otaku are willing to spend lavishly on their figurines. An Iron Man wearable suit, akin to an oversized collectible, is sure to sell, and sell exceedingly well. Chen Mu is quite confident in this regard. Furthermore, in the past, products manufactured in Huaqiangbei were synonymous with low cost. However, times have changed. We aim to pursue a high-end boutique route. Take toys, for instance. Many toys produced by international brand manufacturers are still made in Huaqiangbei. Even toys produced in the same batch have identical quality. The only difference lies in the labels affixed, with prices varying drastically. Chen Mu's aspiration is to alter this narrative, ensuring the name, made in Huaqiangbei, becomes synonymous with prestige, and that the manufacturing in Huaqiangbei becomes a symbol of high quality. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Hulk Well. I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of those otaku, Su Jia remarked, rolling her eyes and opting not to dwell further on the matter with Chen Mu. She continued, the government has already approved your proposal and issued your company a production license. As long as production and sales proceed as planned, everything will be fine. To be frank, Chen Mu has already contributed significantly to Huaqiangbei, yet he displays a sense of unambitiousness that has left some within the government feeling uneasy. One must remember that those who benefit must also reciprocate. Now that so many advantages have been gained from Chen Mu, the lack of returns could lead to a breakdown in the cooperative relationship if this continues. Therefore, when they learned of Chen Mu's intentions to leverage his power for personal gain, the government promptly acquiesced. Fear not your unscrupulous use of power, nor your indulgence in corruption. Rather, what truly instills apprehension is your utter lack of desire or ambition. It is through the exchange of interests that relationships can endure and flourish. Nevertheless, the authorities have discerned that Chen Mu is a person who places immense value on familial bonds. Thus, by treating his family with kindness, one can effectively secure Chen Mu's loyalty. Consequently, unbeknownst to him, Chen's father has noticed a remarkable improvement in his professional endeavors, suggesting a fortuitous turn of fate. This, in truth, is a subtle machination by the authorities, aimed at binding Chen Mu's parents closely to Huaqiangbei. Naturally, this renders Chen Mu inextricably linked to the nation. By the way, there's an intriguing piece of intelligence worth your attention. Having completed these trivial tasks, Su Jia presented a dossier before Chen Mu. What is this? Chen Mu inquired with curiosity as he opened the folder to reveal a photograph of a colossal green figure wreaking havoc amidst a dilapidated complex. Is that the Hulk? Recognizing the figure instantly, Chen Mu felt a surge of curiosity. It appeared that the Hulk had been discovered. This behemoth has recently gained notoriety on the internet. First emerging in the slums of South America, engaged in fierce combat with a squad of well-equipped soldiers. Su Jia then retrieved her phone, playing a video of the fierce confrontation between the Hulk and a team of special forces. The footage was swiftly processed and redacted, yet the Spear Bureau retained certain information. They suspect that this creature is a product of a biological experiment conducted by the Americans and are currently assessing whether it poses a threat to our nation. One cannot help but commend the efficiency of the Spear Bureau. Officially established only yesterday, they have already begun their diligent work today, collecting data on peculiar incidents around the globe and evaluating their potential risks to our homeland. Indeed, it seems plausible. In the Marvel Universe, the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. The emergence of the Hulk is undeniably a consequence of a laboratory accident. However, the Hulk's formidable prowess has piqued the interest of General Ross from the U.S. military, who has long sought to capture him for research purposes. Unexpectedly, The Spear Bureau has entered operational status with remarkable alacrity. Just yesterday, their establishment was finalized, and this morning, they procured 100 sets of Chilean battle armor. Within mere hours, the Spear Bureau has already commenced its operations, leaving Chen Mu feeling somewhat inadequate. Compared to these individuals, he perceives himself as merely squandering time and life. Nevertheless, this formidable entity has yet to appear within our borders. Thus, the Spear Bureau need not be overly concerned. The Hulk's location is within Brazil, a staggering distance from Huaqiangbei, and Chen Mu harbors no fears of him crossing over to incite chaos within our nation. Consequently, he remains relatively unperturbed by the Hulk's appearance. Nevertheless, Chen Mu recollected that the Huaqiangbei System had previously mentioned that all mutations are, in essence, a form of technology. If the underlying principles governing the mutations occurring within the Hulk could be comprehended, it would significantly bolster the strength of the Huaqiangbei. However, this particular hue seems to find little favor within the country. The video culminated in the revelation that this behemoth fled into the Amazon rainforest. Upon evaluating the combat prowess exhibited by this creature in the footage, we concluded that its fighting capabilities may surpass even those of the Chilean battle armor. Thus, General Zhang harbors concerns. Should the American military harness such power, it could pose an even greater threat to our nation. The task of mastering the Hulk's strength is no trivial matter. The Hulk's might is indisputable. The angrier he becomes, the more formidable he grows. Seemingly without limits, a truly terrifying prospect. Fortunately, within the cinematic universe, the Hulk's strength has been considerably diminished. Otherwise, overcoming him with the Chilean battle armor would be quite unrealistic. If the United States were indeed able to decipher and command such power, following their usual approach, it would likely represent the gravest threat to the world. With the newly established Divine Spear Bureau, we require a suitable opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Su Jia remarks solemnly that the emergence of this monster serves as a test for the Divine Spear Bureau. Zhang Xian is currently engaged in negotiations with Nick Fury and others. We too need an opportunity to showcase the might of the Chilean battle armor. Nick Fury is not a fool. While he desires the armor, its power has yet to be witnessed, rendering it a claim without evidence. What if its combat capabilities fall short? Coincidentally, the Hulk's appearance has provided Zhang Xian with an opportunity, a chance to exhibit the formidable power of the Chilean battle armor. This creature, clearly a top-tier special forces adversary, is perfectly suited for testing the Chilean battle armor. However, after listening to Su Jia, Chen Mu felt a sense of disbelief. Using the Hulk as a quality inspector for the Chilean battle armor, that could only lead to disaster. Even the current iteration of the armor, Chilean No. 1, possesses combat capabilities that are only marginally superior to Tony's Mark III, yet that is still no match for the Hulk. Titanium alloy may indeed be robust, but it cannot withstand the sheer force of the Hulk's blows. After a few combinations of punches, the titanium alloy would be left deformed. However, there remains a glimmer of hope. The operator of the armor is not a playboy, but rather a seasoned warrior. As the saying goes, every trade has its master. When it comes to combat, warriors are undoubtedly more suitable. A tactical team of several soldiers donning the Chilean battle armor could indeed have a chance to bring the Hulk down. But isn't this monster supposed to be in South America? How are we to reach it? Moreover, will the nations in South America permit our personnel to enter with weapons like the Chilean battle armor? Rest assured, Su Jia said with a smile. Our destination this time is Venezuela, a nation with which we maintain a cordial relationship. It borders the Amazon rainforest, allowing us to traverse directly from here. Additionally, the last sighting of the creature occurred in the vicinity of the Amazon River, so entering the jungle from Venezuela will help us avoid numerous complications. Chapter 61. Target Hulk. Chen Mu did not anticipate that the Spear Bureau would take note of the Hulk in such a manner. Unlike America, where warfare is prevalent, our nation, Huaqiangbei, has largely been devoid of military conflict. Therefore, there is evidently no opportunity to showcase the prowess of the Chilean battle armor through warfare. The true frontline combat forces of Huaqiangbei, aside from peacekeeping troops, likely consist solely of the fire department. The peacekeeping forces rarely encounter adversaries with substantial combat capabilities. Their primary mission is to maintain stability and peace in underdeveloped regions, and given the considerable distance from our homeland, it would be inappropriate to entrust them with the battle armor for validation of its capabilities. As for the fire department, although the armor could undoubtedly yield remarkable results in firefighting endeavors, it would not effectively demonstrate its combat potential, thus rendering such an option impractical. However, it may indeed be a viable approach. In recent years, Huaqiangbei has mourned the loss of numerous firefighters. Perhaps the Chilean battle armor could be adapted into a model specifically designed for firefighting, gradually introducing it to the public eye. Therefore, if the Spear Bureau wishes to display the capabilities of the Chilean battle armor, they must identify a formidable adversary. I wonder if this information was not provided to the Spear Bureau by Nick Fury? Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Chen Mu could not help but inquire. Currently, negotiations between Zhang Xian and Nick Fury have reached an impasse, primarily due to Fury's doubts regarding the combat effectiveness of the Chilean battle armor. If he questions its combat prowess, why is he so intent on acquiring it? Coincidentally, General Ross's capture of the Hulk has caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., who also seeks to assess the combat capabilities of the Chilean battle armor. Fully aware of the Hulk's strength, yet still sending the Chilean armor into battle, likely hoping for its failure to leverage a bargaining position. However, it is evident that Nick Fury has underestimated the combat capabilities of Huaqiangbei's soldiers, as well as the Chilean battle armor itself. While Tony Stark's Mark III may not be a match for the Hulk, the combat prowess of the Chilean armor far surpasses that of the Mark III. Furthermore, the pilots of the armor are seasoned soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, finely honed through rigorous training. The combat capability that the Chilean battle armor can unleash is certainly not comparable to that of Iron Man. Perhaps a single soldier in Chilean armor cannot defeat the Hulk, but with a tactical team working in concert, overcoming him would not be a daunting task. At the very least, the armor's ability to fly at high speeds places it in a position of invincibility. Indeed, the Hulk possesses the ability to leap. But can he truly soar at supersonic speeds? A significant reason for our endeavor to capture the Hulk lies in the desire to showcase the prowess of the Chilean battle armor. Su Jia nodded and added, another reason is that the Spear Bureau does not wish for this behemoth to fall into the hands of America once more. Implicitly, this means that if we can secure the Hulk, it would be ideal to bring him back to China. However, should that prove unfeasible, erasing him is preferable to allowing the American military to seize him. How many personnel are you planning to take? Chen Mu inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the Spear Bureau's intentions. A 10-member tactical team is set to board a Y-20 transport aircraft that will directly fly to Venezuela under the pretext of delivering humanitarian aid. Su Jia, with gritted teeth, remarked, currently, Venezuela's economy is under American sanctions and is in turmoil. The nation is in chaos, prices are soaring, and most ordinary citizens can scarcely afford food. For their own interests, America stirs up trouble worldwide. According to memories from my past life, Venezuela will remain economically depressed for years, with the populace suffering greatly. Thus, it is evident that America is no benevolent force. Chen Mu sighed, fully aware that such statements would likely provoke dissent, yet he felt compelled to voice his opinion. Naturally, as a pawn of America, the Shield Bureau would receive no favorable treatment from him. While some among the Avengers may genuinely fight for humanity, the Shield Bureau primarily pursues its own interests and those of its nation. The personnel are ready. Soon, I will accompany you. The Y-20, laden with aid supplies, is prepared for our journey to South America. The assistance was initially scheduled for delivery in the coming days, but the incident involving the Green Giant is an unforeseen circumstance that allows us to travel together with the transport aircraft. Are we also going? Chen Mu blinked, intrigued. It was not out of concern for his safety. After all, the Hulk cannot fly. As long as he ascends high enough, the Hulk poses no threat to him. Indeed, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Hulk has exhibited moments of vulnerability, such as in the plot of Avengers: Infinity War, where he was bested by Thanos and hesitated to emerge. While the Hulk's reluctance to fight for humanity is evident, it is also clear that the incarnation of the Green Giant in this world may not be as formidable as presumed. As the provider of weaponry, we have yet to conduct any practical tests of our equipment. Su Jia rolled his eyes at Chen Mu and continued. This mission marks the first genuine combat deployment of the Qilin battle armor. Thus, we must be present. That said, what is with that eager expression on your face? Although the Qilin battle armor has undergone numerous tests within the military and received unanimous acclaim, it has yet to be employed in actual combat. It is worth noting that Xiaomu technology does not possess a weapons production license. Chen Mu couldn't help but voice his frustration, continuing, moreover, our company only manufactures the exterior. Isn't it sufficient to test the mobility, flexibility, durability, and energy intensity? Real combat testing of weapons is not within our purview. Setting aside such concerns, wasn't Su Jia eager to witness the spectacle of the Qilin battle armor clashing with the green monster? Clearly, this was her true desire. Perhaps even an eagerness to join the fray herself. Chen Mu, naturally, did not wish to miss such a captivating performance. Furthermore, if they could indeed subdue the Hulk, Chen Mu aspired to extract the technology of gamma mutation from him, optimizing and controlling it to enhance the capabilities of their soldiers. Of course, the transformation into a green giant would require the soldiers' voluntary consent. After all, a touch of green might be essential for survival. All right, let's go. We're just waiting on the two of us. Su Jia was evidently determined not to miss the battle with the Hulk, pulling Chen Mu along as they made their way outside. Wait, I need to grab the armor first. I don't want to be accidentally harmed, Chen Mu exclaimed, urging her to hurry. Chapter 62. Encounter with the Hulk. After several hours of flight, Chen Mu and Su Jia, along with their group of 12, donned in their respective battle armors, sat in the cargo hold of the Y-20, poised for their imminent arrival in Venezuela. From the initial excitement of boarding the massive Y-20 to the gradual weariness that now enveloped him, Chen Mu found himself disinclined to speak, instead contentedly seated in his place, idly connecting his armor to the internet to watch movies. Naturally, Chen Mu was quite envious of the Y-20 specifications. He had long since analyzed its technical data and stored it within his own database, achieving technological breakthroughs that enhanced its carrying capacity, endurance, and flight speed. We're almost there. Once we arrive, we'll head straight to the Amazon rainforest. I've marked the locations for everyone to expedite the search for our target. In fact, the approximate location of the Hulk had already been surmised by SHIELD and relayed to the Spear Bureau, resulting in a considerably narrowed search area for Su Jia and her team. This time, the 10 of us will form the combat unit. You two can observe from high above. The safety of Chen Mu and Su Jia was of utmost importance to the 10 warriors. Should any danger arise threatening Chen Mu, they would not hesitate to abandon their mission to prioritize his protection. I can help as well. Upon hearing this, Su Jia felt quite displeased. What was her purpose for coming here if not to personally experience the battlefield? To be excluded from participation, what did that signify? I'm also a warrior. I am capable of fighting. Su Jia, exasperated, defended herself, yearning to engage in battle, donning the Qilin battle armor for a thrilling confrontation. Colonel Shu, do not forget your primary mission. The protection of Mr. Chen Mu is paramount. The leader of the 10 warriors, clearly unimpressed by Su Jia's objections, stated firmly. Chen Mu, on the other hand, appeared utterly speechless, thinking to himself, my armor is far superior to yours. I truly do not require your protection. After all, Chen Mu's armor was crafted entirely from vibranium, possessing an unimaginable degree of resilience. Equipped with an array of weapons, its combat capabilities undeniably formidable, significantly surpassing those of standard models. Though he silently criticized the situation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as those in the military perceived their own armors as lacking weaponry. Perhaps they had an inkling of the truth, but chose to feign ignorance, thus naturally concluding that Chen Mu lacked any combat power. Very well. While Su Jia felt somewhat disheartened, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Her mission indeed prioritized ensuring Chen Mu's safety. Once the transport aircraft landed, Chen Mu and his entourage of 12 discreetly departed the airport, heading towards the Amazon rainforest. Clad in Qilin battle armor, they soared swiftly through the skies, easily breaking the sound barrier. Within less than an hour, They arrived at their destination, a designated area within the encircled jungle. Colonel Su, you will protect Chen Mu and ascend to the high altitude to transmit combat footage back home, as well as meticulously record the data from this battle for future assessment. Upon reaching the specified location, the team leader began to assign tasks, instructing Chen Mu and Su Jia to ascend into the sky for their safety. Meanwhile, the other warriors dispersed in various directions to commence their search for targets. As the inaugural deployment of the Chilean battle armor, it naturally attracted considerable attention. First, from the Huaqiangbei side, who immediately mobilized satellites to monitor the area closely, ensuring that every warrior could report the situation and their own status in real time. Secondly, the Divine Spear Bureau, overseeing the Chilean warriors as a direct military unit, was keenly interested in how much strength these soldiers would exhibit, just as the military was able to obtain real-time updates on the battle. Thirdly, the Shield Bureau was collaborating with the Divine Spear Bureau, also able to observe the combat situation through large screens in the latter's command center. However, they were not privy to specific information regarding the battle armor and could only speculate and assess. Concurrently, the Shield Bureau informed their American counterparts about the engagement between the Chilean battle armor and the Hulk. In the high altitude, there are numerous satellites belonging to the United States, constantly monitoring this region. "We have located him. You all hurry over here, I'll hold him off," came the voice of a soldier through the channel, who had already discovered the presence of the Hulk. In truth, finding the Hulk was not particularly challenging. At this moment, he remained engulfed in fury. Previously, in a slum in Brazil, he had encountered a special forces unit and, after transforming into the Hulk and dispatching several soldiers, he fled into the jungle. Even now, the mindless Hulk was wreaking havoc in the forest, with countless beasts falling victim to his mighty fists, and even towering trees being uprooted under his wrath. It would take a significant amount of time before he reverted to Bruce Banner, as he needed to exhaust his rage first, certainly not a matter of mere hours. As the battle loomed, the soldier who first spotted the Hulk wasted no time in launching an assault on the Green Giant. To these warriors, the most prudent course of action seemed to be to eliminate the irrational creature to prevent further devastation. This reaction was entirely understandable, as the soldiers only saw the rampaging monster, not Bruce Banner himself. Lacking any knowledge of his true identity, their sole intention was to contain his destructive potential. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of weapons unleashed from the Chilean armor, bombarding the Hulk with fervor. The sheer scale and intensity of the assault left Chen Mu momentarily awestruck. Indeed, the might of the Chinese military was evident. The modifications to the Chilean armor were nothing short of impressive. It was no wonder that the Chilean armor appeared to have been enhanced, equipped with an array of weaponry. This wave of attacks effortlessly established a comprehensive fire coverage, and remarkably, each micromissile, under the control of Huaqiangbei, accurately struck the Hulk. For a moment, the Hulk found himself suppressed. Having arrived at the battlefield, Chen Mu could not help but reflect on the situation. The advent of the Chilean armor allowed the Chinese military to achieve fire coverage in individual combat scenarios. Previously, their firepower coverage relied on rocket artillery and similar equipment, deployed in a collective manner. However, the emergence of the Chilean armor addressed the critical issue of lacking individual fire coverage, demonstrating that single soldier firepower could indeed be realized. This impressive display of bombardment truly captivated Chen Mu. Impressive indeed. Chapter 63. Fierce Battle. What astonished Chen Mu was that a single soldier was capable of suppressing the Hulk. Certainly, the primary reason lies in the waning fury of the Hulk, which has gradually diminished. It has been a full 7 to 8 hours since the Hulk fled the slums of Brazil, compounded by his rampant destruction in the jungle, leaving his rage nearly exhausted. At this moment, the Hulk's combat prowess is at its nadir. However, the Hulk is of the type that grows stronger with each battle. Although his anger was fading, it was rekindled by the relentless bombardment from the Kirin armor, intensifying his fury once more. As the first wave of explosions subsided, the Hulk's figure reemerged before us. At this juncture, he bore few visible wounds, with his vibrant green eyes ablaze with rage, fixated on the Kirin armor suspended in midair. It appeared as if his size had increased significantly. The Hulk was intent on smashing you to pieces. With a mighty roar, he propelled himself off the ground like a missile, hurtling towards the Kirin armor above. However, the seasoned warrior operating the armor was no novice. Upon noticing the Hulk's movement, he skillfully maneuvered the armor to evade the attack, easily sidestepping the Hulk's assault. Conversely, the Hulk, suspended in midair without any leverage, became the target of renewed attacks. Unable to maneuver freely in the air, he was akin to a living target. The creature's defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Su Jia, observing the unfolding scenario, appeared somewhat incredulous. She was astonished that the Hulk could withstand a barrage of missiles solely with his flesh and blood. Although these missiles were miniature and their yield limited, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The previous wave of projectiles likely consisted of dozens of missiles, and yet they failed to breach his defenses. The fact that such an intense bombardment could not penetrate his defenses was hard for Su Jia to believe. In her understanding, achieving this level of resilience with mere flesh and blood seemed utterly implausible. It was not that the defenses were impenetrable. Rather, the Hulk possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Chen Mu articulated his thoughts, suggesting that perhaps these micromissiles did not inflict significant damage, yet they surely caused some injury to the Hulk. It was his intrinsic healing capacity that allowed these minor wounds to mend swiftly, creating the illusion that he had sustained no harm. Indeed, the Hulk's defensive strength was considerable, but he had not yet reached the stage of being impervious to physical attacks. The lack of substantial harm inflicted upon the Hulk was merely a consequence of insufficient firepower. In Chen Mu's perspective, regardless of the circumstances, a carbon-based organism, when faced with a torrential deluge of steel and overwhelming firepower, could undoubtedly be annihilated. Even a being as formidable as the Hulk could be vanquished, provided the firepower was sufficiently intense and the assaults relentless enough. Certainly, Chen Mu's intention was not to eliminate the Hulk. Even the primary objective of these warriors was to subdue the behemoth. Only in dire circumstances would they consider annihilating him. Chen Mu arrived with no desire to witness the Hulk's demise, as he yearned to analyze the mutant abilities inherent in the Green Giant. Mastering such power would herald an unimaginable boon for all of Huaqiangbei. As Chen Mu drew closer to the Hulk, the system began emitting a series of notifications, indicating the analysis of the Green Giant. The Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner, was a physicist from America who, due to a laboratory accident involving gamma radiation, underwent a transformation that birthed the monster known as the Hulk within him. The Hulk's strength is unparalleled, growing potentially limitless with his rage. Of course, as a later member of the Avengers, he eventually became a celebrated superhero. Among the Avengers, his strength is universally acknowledged as the mightiest. However, it is undeniable that prior to joining the Avengers, he had claimed numerous lives. Admittedly, most of these were military personnel pursuing him, yet there were also innocent bystanders among the casualties. After becoming an Avenger, the Hulk garnered public affection, and people chose to forgive his past transgressions. To this explanation, Chen Mu merely smiled, indifferent to the opinions of others. Forgiveness or condemnation mattered little to him, as the deceased were not his compatriots. The Hulk roared with fury, yet found himself powerless against the airborne warriors. In his rage, he could only hurl a massive stone into the sky. However, for the agile warriors, evading such an attack was exceedingly simple. The creature's strength was indeed formidable. Objects weighing dozens of tons seemed as light as a ball in his grasp. Witnessing the Hulk effortlessly lift and throw a boulder larger than himself, Su Jia could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who could have possibly created such a terrifying being? His strength was initially estimated to be in the dozens of tons. And did you notice? His power was steadily augmenting, and even his physique seemed to be gradually expanding. With each surge of anger, the Hulk's combat prowess intensified. Yet, no matter how formidable he became, as long as he could not fly, the nimble warriors would maintain their advantage over him. Donned in the Kirin battle armor, the warriors acted as distant assailants, while the Hulk, a slow-moving tank, could scarcely graze the edges of the airborne Kirin warriors. While the Hulk's defenses were formidable, he was far from invincible. Human strength inevitably reaches its limits, and so does the Hulk. setting aside the moment when he was overwhelmed by Thanos. Even during the Avengers encounter, the Chitauri soldiers managed to exert control over him through concentrated firepower. They only needed to await the moment when Hulk would exhaust his energy, at which point he could be defeated. On the other hand, upon realizing that micro-missiles inflicted minimal damage upon the Hulk, the warriors adjusted their tactics, opting instead to employ energy weapons such as palm cannons and laser emitters to attack him. Although the efficacy of these methods was questionable, there was no concern over ammunition depletion, for with the power derived from the arc reactor, they could sustain their assault for an entire day without issue. Moreover, each warrior was equipped with a backup energy source, carrying an additional reactor in their possession. Once the energy from one was depleted, they could simply switch to another, ensuring their continuous combat capability without worry. The quantity of micro-missiles was limited, and they were to be reserved for when truly necessary. Under the current circumstances, the palm cannon sufficed to keep Hulk occupied. It was akin to a game of attrition, gradually wearing him down. Chapter 64. Defeating the Hulk. Observing a lone warrior managing to keep the Hulk at bay filled Mu with an immense sense of pride. A wave of security washed over him. This was the might of the Chinese military. Such a feeling was profoundly reassuring. In China, there were millions of such soldiers. The overwhelming sense of safety led Chen Mu to believe that his decision was indeed sound. Faced with the impending extraterrestrial threat to Earth, a formidable army such as this would surely emerge victorious. Against 8 million of such warriors, even Thanos would be forced to retreat in haste. However, the task of subduing the Hulk appeared daunting for a single soldier. Despite witnessing the Green Giant being consistently suppressed, Su Jia remained somewhat apprehensive, feeling that one warrior alone might not suffice to bring him down. No need to worry. We have never fought alone. Remember, we have comrades. Chen Mu reassured Su Jia with a nod, signaling her to remain calm. China does not exalt individual heroism, while its legends and tales are filled with various heroes. It is the collective that ultimately influences the larger picture. China is a society where the sense of collective honor surpasses that of individual accolades, standing in stark contrast to the American ethos that venerates personal heroism, reflecting a fundamental difference in values. Indeed, while this monster may be powerful, he is but one. With just a couple of comrades, he could be vanquished. Encouraged by this thought, Su Jia felt a surge of eagerness. She too wished to join the fray and engage in a thrilling battle clad in her Qilin armor. Let's go and give it a try together, Chen Mu said with a gentle smile. At this moment, the Hulk posed little threat. With Su Jia eager to fight, he found no reason to object. Moreover, he too desired to draw closer, as this would allow the system to analyze the mutations present in the Hulk. Is there truly no issue? Su Jia felt a flicker of hesitation, torn by the weight of her mission. My battle armor far surpasses yours. Chen Mu, equally eager, was exhilarated by the prospect of acquiring Hulk's technology related to gamma radiation mutations. However, due to the considerable distance, his analysis had only reached a mere 10 and had stagnated. This was far from satisfactory for Chen Mu, prompting him to resolve to personally confront Hulk, determined to elevate the analysis process to a full 100. Indeed, Hulk was formidable, yet he had yet to attain the strength necessary to overcome the power of vibranium. Moreover, with Chen Mu clad entirely in vibranium, he felt no trepidation regarding Hulk. Very well, I shall take the lead. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's eyes brightened, and she charged toward Hulk. Just like the previous warrior, she initiated with a barrage of micro-missiles as a greeting, subsequently deploying her palm cannon to bombard Hulk. She began to circle around him at a rapid pace, occasionally delivering a fierce strike. This fellow truly exhibits a propensity for violence. Chen Mu couldn't help but shiver, but nonetheless approached Hulk, launching his own energy blasts in an assault. The system's analysis of the technology did not necessitate close proximity. It merely required contact with the opponent at the final stage of 99 to fully comprehend their technique. Thus, Chen Mu gradually analyzed the Green Giant's capabilities. Perhaps due to Hulk's immense size, the analysis progressed at a sluggish pace. Yet Chen Mu found acceptable. At this rate, by the time they defeated Hulk, he would likely have completed his analysis. Hulk's power was undeniably formidable, yet he found himself utterly helpless against the shameless onslaught from Chen Mu and his companions. Forced to retreat in one direction, in a fit of rage, he uprooted a nearby tree and hurled it towards the airborne trio, but they evaded it effortlessly, leaving Hulk with no recourse. Grounded and unable to fly, Hulk became an easy target. As the battle raged on, more warriors arrived, joining the fray. This guy is truly tough. Everyone, follow my lead and unleash a concentrated assault. Prepare the barrage. After several minutes of skirmishing, Hulk began to show signs of fatigue, prompting the squad leader to issue a command. 3, 2, 1, attack. Alongside Su Jia, 11 warriors clad in Qilin battle armor simultaneously activated the missile launchers on their shoulders. Each warrior unleashed dozens of micro-missiles, culminating in a deluge of hundreds of projectiles raining down upon Hulk. Faced with such an onslaught, Hulk could only roar in frustration. Stop! Once the barrage ceased, the squad leader decisively commanded everyone to halt their assault. As the smoke dissipated, Hulk's whereabouts were obscured, revealing only a tattered figure lying in a crater, seemingly unconscious. Bruce Banner. The recent display of firepower nearly claimed the life of Bruce Banner. Observing the unconscious figure, Chen Mu wiped away a cold sweat, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, they had not executed him outright. Number 5. Investigate the situation, he commanded, the squad leader remaining in a state of alertness as he issued instructions to a nearby soldier. Number 5 said little, cautiously flying over to Bruce Banner's side to assess his condition. Captain, he is unconscious, came Number 5's report after a brief examination. Is he the same colossal being we encountered earlier? Su Jiao pondered, intrigued yet opting to stow his weapon for the moment as he approached Bruce Banner to further investigate. It must be him. We need to find a way to rouse him and ascertain the circumstances. The squad leader furrowed his brow, sensing that this mission had taken an unusual turn. Their objective was to capture the Green Giant if possible, if not to eliminate him. However, the mission parameters had not indicated that the monstrous figure could transform into a human. It was inconceivable for these soldiers to aim their weapons at an unarmed civilian. In truth, when SHIELD had passed this matter to the Spear Bureau, much information had been concealed, including the fact that the Hulk was indeed a human. Let us bind him for now. Once he regains consciousness, we can inquire further, suggested Su Jia as several helicopters approached. Within the detection range of the armor, numerous large military helicopters are swiftly making their way here, he noted, recognizing them as exclusively military aircraft. It must be the U.S. military, those persistent nuisances, Su Jia remarked with irritation. The system quickly identified the incoming personnel. What should we do about him? Shall we take him with us? A soldier inquired, clearly aware that the current state of Huaqiangbei was not inclined to engage in direct confrontation with the American forces, despite their capability to easily overpower them. Yet, what would follow such an act would undoubtedly lead to endless complications. Let us first remove this individual from the area, the squad leader stated, wishing to avoid any entanglements with the U.S. military. Number 2, utilize your armor to secure him. Number 3, you will accompany him and leave at once. The optimized Qilin armor was remarkably straightforward to operate, allowing the pilot to enter or exit through a panel at the front. Number 2 emerged from the Qilin armor, a robust man in his 30s with a resolute expression and the signature military buzz cut, exuding an air of vitality. Understood, Captain. Several other warriors, without hesitation, executed his command and swiftly lifted the unconscious Bruce Banner, placing him directly into the second Qilin battle armor. The Qilin armor, capable of autonomous operation, allowed for Bruce Banner to be inserted within its confines, as no pilot was present. Mr. Chen Mu, you and Colonel Su Jia should proceed with the second team and depart first, the captain instructed after a moment of contemplation. I will remain here with 5 warriors to stall for time. Aware that American forces would soon arrive, the captain quickly devised a strategy and made arrangements. He instructed the second unit to remove the Qilin armor, secure the unconscious Bruce Banner inside, and then have the other members escort the second unit away. avoiding any confrontation with the opposing forces. Units 6 through 10, I will retain here to delay, he declared. In truth, this squad possessed the strength to easily eliminate the adversary. However, given that China and the United States were not in a state of open hostility, despite mutual disdain, an outright attack was unwarranted. Moreover, striking first would provide grounds for the nation to be placed in a diplomatic quandary, a scenario none of these warriors wished to witness. Very well was the response. Initially, the captain contemplated retrieving another set of armor for the second unit to wear while departing, but he refrained from disclosing the location of his armory and thus adhered to the squad leader's directives, preparing to leave with Bruce Banner. If his assumptions were correct, the relentless pursuit of the Hulk was undoubtedly led by his father-in-law, General Ross. Indeed, fate is a peculiar force. For Bruce Banner's girlfriend is none other than General Ross's daughter. With a plan established, the squad promptly set it into motion. Within the advance team, soldier number 3 shielded the unarmored second unit, accompanied by Su Jia and Chen Mu, as they swiftly departed in 7 Kirin battle armors. They headed towards the Y-20 transport aircraft bound for their homeland. Upon returning to the airport in Venezuela, after approximately an hour, the squad leader and his 6 companions arrived safely, though their expressions betrayed their dissatisfaction. The arrogance of the American forces was infuriating. At that moment, Su Jia approached, visibly displeased, and stated, "The American side has lodged a protest, claiming we have apprehended their leading scientist, Dr. Bruce Banner, who studies gamma-ray energy." Su Jia, gritting his teeth, continued, "Now they demand the return of the kidnapped Dr. Banner." It was evident that the American military, having witnessed the defeat of the Hulk and his subsequent capture by China, was agitated and eager to retrieve Banner. However, with no means to confront China directly, they resorted to international protests. Had it not been for their inability to contend with the warriors clad in Chilean battle armor, they might have impulsively seized individuals earlier. Do not doubt that, had it been America, such an act could indeed transpire. Once upon a time, only foreign nations protested against America. It was unheard of for America to issue a protest. While secretly pleased, Su Jia found the demands of the opposing party particularly irksome. They urged us to assault that green giant, yet spoke of disregarding life and death. Now that they see we have successfully captured their foe, they hastily emerge, claiming we have abducted their scientist. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Do they believe that green giant could vanquish our entire squad? Not a chance. That Dr. Bruce Banner does not appear to be malevolent. There could very well be a deeper conspiracy at play. Su Jia, visibly displeased, remarked that Dr. Bruce Banner must have been harmed by these American forces. Ha! If they want him, let them have him. Chen Mu chuckled lightly, harboring no significant thoughts on the matter. Setting aside everything else, he had already acquired from Dr. Banner the technology regarding the Hulk's mutation and had drawn a considerable amount of blood. With the system having broken through this capability, controllable Hulk mutation could now be realized. Thus, the current Dr. Banner, to be honest, held no utility for him. "Mr. Chen Mu, Dr. Bruce Banner has awakened. He wishes to see you." At that moment, the captain, still adorned in Chilean battle armor, approached them. They had returned to the Y-20, delivering the aid supplies to the Venezuelan forces, and the Y-20 had now become their temporary command center. Dr. Bruce Banner, who had been unconscious, had also been released and placed inside the Y-20 transport aircraft, considering the potential for him to transform into that previous monstrous green form. Consequently, all Special Forces members remained on high alert. Fortunately, upon regaining consciousness, Dr. Banner displayed no signs of aggression, which relieved everyone. No one wished to be trapped in an aircraft with a ticking time bomb. "Awake, are you? Well, let us go take a look." Hearing the captain's words, Chen Mu nodded in agreement, nonchalantly making his way toward Bruce's direction. Now fully awake, Dr. Bruce Banner sat up from the hospital bed. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bruce Banner." Upon noticing Chen Mu and Su Jia approaching, Banner quickly stood up, expressing sincere apologies while introducing himself. "We're already aware of that," Su Jia said, regarding him with curiosity. "What about that green behemoth from earlier?" Although everyone present speculated that the Hulk was indeed Dr. Banner's transformation, Su Jia couldn't help but inquire. Are you referring to the Hulk? Bruce Banner forced a bitter smile and continued, "He is me. In moments of extreme anger or elevated heart rate, I transform into that monster, losing all reason and attacking everything in sight." Clearly, at this moment, Banner harbored a profound disdain for the Hulk, as the Green Giant had, in many ways, obliterated his life. "Is that really you?" Su Jia and the others looked at Banner with astonishment, their eyes reflecting their disbelief. How could they fathom that a seemingly frail individual could metamorphose into such a colossal beast? Had the law of conservation of mass been devoured by that green monstrosity? Chapter 66. The Gamma Bomb. So, your current state stems from a laboratory accident? Bruce Banner did not shy away from explaining the origins of his transformation. During an experimental mishap, I was struck by gamma rays, which gave rise to another entity within me. Hulk, he recounted somewhat helplessly. By the way, after becoming the Hulk, my memories are rather fragmented. If I recall correctly, it was your group that managed to subdue him? Banner had only a vague recollection of the incident involving Hulk's defeat. Indeed, Su Jian nodded in agreement. The Department of Homeland Defense reported that a colossal creature was wreaking havoc, hoping we could subdue it. Naturally, they suggested that eliminating it outright would be ideal. Su Jia felt a surge of irritation at SHIELD's tendency to withhold information, leading her to speak rather curtly. Of course, this is not slander. The message transmitted from SHIELD to the Spear Bureau explicitly stated the objective was to eliminate the Hulk, with the possibility of capturing him alive, if feasible. However, the U.S. military has approached us, seeking to take you back. Su Jia glanced at Bruce Banner and added, "They even claimed we had abducted you." Quite amusing, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner wore a pained smile. "If possible, I hope you won't hand me over to the U military." "Oh, why is that?" General Ross has long sought to capture me for research on my mutations. He wishes to harness this power to create more monsters like the Hulk. See? I told you. The U.S. military is always driven by such motives, eager to control any form of power, regardless of the inhumanity involved. Su Jia expressed her disdain, continuing, "They often preach about humanity, yet they are the most inhumane of all." To Su Jia's remarks, Bruce Banner offered no rebuttal, suggesting he conceded to her perspective. Yet, controlling the Hulk's power was no simple task. General Ross was indeed overestimating his capabilities. Fully aware of the formidable power possessed by the Green Giant Hulk, Bruce Banner has long been in flight, not believing that General Ross could easily harness such strength. His evasion serves a dual purpose, primarily to safeguard himself, and secondarily to prevent General Ross from conducting inhumane experiments on others. After all, surviving the gamma rays was merely a stroke of luck, one that he does not believe can be replicated. Thus, you were indeed involved in the military's research endeavors, were you not? Chen Mu regarded Bruce Banner with calm intensity and continued, "I cannot believe that the military's interest in gamma rays is purely for the advancement of science. It must pertain to the development of some form of weapon." In truth, Chen Mu was acutely aware that Bruce Banner was researching the gamma bomb, and an unfortunate incident had led him to be struck by high-energy gamma radiation, resulting in his transformation. The gamma bomb, as it is known, is an exceedingly inhumane weapon with an extensive range and immense destructive capability. Any ordinary person struck by high-energy rays would be doomed to death. The reason Bruce Banner survived, however, lies in his unique genetic material. It is this genetic factor that enabled him to endure the gamma radiation and subsequently give rise to the Hulk. Chen Mu, having acquired the means to control the Hulk's transformations, was well aware of this fact. In essence, the Hulk's strength is inherent to Bruce Banner himself. The genetic factors within his body are the true source of this power. Without the bombardment of high-energy gamma rays and the infusion of energy into these genetic factors, they would remain dormant within Bruce Banner. At this moment, however, the genetic factor within him had absorbed sufficient energy, allowing him to transform into the Hulk at will. Creatures like the Abomination, too, owe their existence to the infusion of Bruce Banner's blood, which endowed them with a degree of this genetic factor. Thus, Even without exposure to gamma radiation, they possess the ability to become formidable beings capable of contending with the Hulk. Yet, given that the abomination only has a limited supply of Bruce Banner's genetic material, its strength remains constrained and lacks potential for growth. Earlier, during Bruce Banner's unconscious state, Chen Mu had extracted a considerable amount of his blood, intending to bring it back to his homeland for research. This would pave the way for the creation of a controllable Hulk. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. He tacitly acknowledged that the incident had occurred during the development of the Gamma bomb. Had it not been for this misfortune, the bomb might have already been brought to fruition. Perhaps, even in his absence, the military's laboratories, equipped with comprehensive data, had already succeeded in developing such a bomb. In the years since his escape from a U.S. military base, Bruce Banner has reflected upon his past and expressed regret for the development of such weaponry. Consequently, Chen Mu spoke candidly about this matter, causing Bruce Banner to feel a twinge of conscience. If memory serves, gamma rays, as a potent form of high-energy radiation, would undoubtedly spell doom for any ordinary individual they ensnare. In essence, gamma rays are a type of radiative energy, and gamma bombs can be classified as radiation bombs. To be struck by such an explosive would lead to dire consequences. Perhaps radiative weapons are even more abhorrent than biological ones. Bruce Banner, a scientist by profession, dedicated his research to these inhumane devices. Despite his later transformation into a superhero, his dark past is extensive. Setting aside the havoc wreaked upon innocent civilians when he morphs into the Hulk, his culpability in the creation of these weapons is indefensible. It is infuriating. Indeed, only the U.S. military would develop such instruments of destruction. Su Jia struck the table beside him with a fierce punch, his face a mask of fury. Day in and day out, they espouse human rights, yet behind closed doors, they engage in such unspeakable dealings. It is unfathomable to consider the devastation that would ensue should such radiative weapons be deployed on the battlefield. If they were only directed at enemies, it might be bearable. However, these weapons indiscriminately strike all within their range. Innocent civilians would inevitably be caught in the crossfire, and the damage inflicted upon them by the high-energy rays would be unimaginable. To be struck and die instantly would be a stroke of luck for those who somehow survive. The torment of radiation would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Chen Mu watched Bruce Banner with a calm demeanor and continued, stating that even survival would ensure that their descendants would be grotesque. In Chen Mu's original world, the U.S. military instigated wars across the globe, utilizing depleted uranium munitions, which carry a degree of radiation that not only contaminates the land, but also results in the deformation of children within the affected areas. This inhumane weaponry is still brazenly employed by the U.S. military. Now, with the gamma bomb invented by Bruce Banner, the radiation is even more severe, rightfully earning the designation of an anti-human weapon. In light of this, Su Jia and others could no longer regard Bruce Banner with any semblance of favor. Chapter 67. The absorption of Bruce Banner. It has come to light that the U.S. military has recently deployed a new type of weapon on the battlefield in Afghanistan, characterized by its immense power and radiative properties. However, due to its non-nuclear status, the military has employed it shamelessly. Su Jia, with a grim expression, looked at Bruce Banner and continued, stating that this new weapon has indiscriminately inflicted casualties upon what the military calls terrorists, as well as impacting numerous Afghan combatants engaged in conflict. Certainly, it appears that a significant number of civilians have fallen victim to such weaponry. After this remark, several individuals cast cold glances towards Bruce Banner. Regarding this radiation-emitting area denial weapon, Dr. Bruce Banner, what do you have to say? Chen Mu scoffed, observing the silent Banner, and continued, as the architect of this weapon, Dr. Banner, do you not feel a sense of pride, a sense of honor? Chen Mu's words, though somewhat acerbic, bore an undeniable truth. Some might argue that prior to the weapon's development, who could foresee its application? Just as Einstein's discovery of the equation of mass energy equivalence paved the way for nuclear armaments, the advent of nuclear weapons, despite their destructive capacity, has significantly accelerated the advancement of human civilization. Every technological inception, while it may harbor its dark facets, invariably possesses its merits. Nonsense. The application of nuclear energy indeed holds promise for humanity. Yet what of the gamma bomb? It serves merely as an instrument of destruction. This inhumane radiation weapon, what beneficial aspects can you possibly cite? Conventional explosives, at least, can be utilized for mining or demolition. But your radiation bomb? Is it intended to serve as a mere light bulb? Just like biological weapons and bacterial bombs, can one truly assert that they bear any advantageous qualities? Shall we claim that they enhance the biodiversity of our planet? After all, viruses are also forms of life, are they not? I am quite eager to witness how you might defend such blatantly inhumane weaponry. Apologies. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Bruce Banner, aware that his creation had precipitated ghastly tragedies, appeared somewhat tormented. I have attempted, on numerous occasions, to end my own life, but the Hulk always ejects the bullets. Bruce Banner displayed a semblance of sorrow. In truth, he had indeed tried to take his own life more than once. Yet the existence of the Hulk rendered such an act a distant luxury for him. Thus, if possible, I hope you will end my life rather than hand me over to the military. I do not wish to inflict further misfortune. So, you wish to evade responsibility? Chen Mu regarded Bruce Banner with a cold gaze and continued. Do you believe that by dying, you can escape all accountability? Do you think your death can restore the lives of the innocent? What then should I do? Looking at the young man before him, barely in his 20s, Bruce Banner seemed to grasp at a lifeline, urgently inquiring. Atonement. Use your remaining years, your intellect, to uphold peace in the world and strive to rectify your transgressions. Chen Mu chuckled softly and continued. Evasion has never been a solution. Only through diligence can you hope to amend your faults. Atonement, then? A flicker of determination passed through Bruce Banner's eyes. Chen Mu's words were indeed a lifeline for him. Ultimately, those who contemplate suicide after making a mistake are merely cowards. However, the existence of the Hulk often leads to considerable destruction. Yet, the mere thought of the Green Giant brought a shadow of sadness to Bruce's gaze. As long as the Hulk remained, he could never pursue his endeavors with peace of mind. This is simple. Perhaps I can assist. A smile graced Chen Mu's face as he remarked. Indeed, Bruce Banner does possess certain merits. After all, he is an exceptional scientist, having conducted profound research in the field of high-energy radiation and holding multiple doctoral degrees. He is a truly deserving genius. Even Tony Stark recognizes Bruce Banner's brilliance. Therefore, persuading Banner to join him as a member of the Shield of God would indeed be a favorable choice. Chen Mu harbored no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D., and siphoning away their future talents would be advantageous for him in every respect. Can you truly do it? Bruce gazed at Chen Mu with hopeful anticipation. In truth, due to Chen Mu, Su Jia, and others consistently donning the Qilin battle armor, coupled with Tony Stark's flamboyance, the world had come to recognize the prowess of the Iron Man suit. This instilled in Bruce the belief that Chen Mu was not an inferior genius to Stark. Despite Chen Mu appearing to be in his 20s, Bruce held no contempt. Anyone capable of crafting armor that could defeat the Hulk must possess considerable skill. Is there really a way? Bruce was deeply concerned about this. The problem should be manageable, Chen Mu replied with a smile. In reality, the system had fully analyzed the technology behind the Hulk's transformation, making it possible to assist Banner in achieving perfect control over the Hulk. Can I leave with you? Bruce Banner inquired, filled with anticipation. He was acutely aware of his own value, so if he wished to accompany these individuals, it was not an impossible endeavor. Doctor, Bruce Banner, Chen Mu said with a serious expression, fixing his gaze on Bruce. We are the Shield of God, affiliated with Huaqiangbei. You must understand what it means for you to follow us. I understand, but please allow me to go to Huaqiangbei. Science knows no borders. I wish to continue to contribute my abilities in Huaqiangbei to make this world a better place, rather than aiding in the creation of inhumane weapons. After a moment of inner turmoil, Bruce made this decision. He sought to resolve the troubles posed by the Hulk while distancing himself from the American authorities. Thus, traveling to Huaqiangbei was undoubtedly the best course of action. As for his remarks, they were undoubtedly mere offhand comments. Whether he will actually be willing to proceed in such a manner in the future ultimately lies within his own discretion. However, The decision regarding his relocation to the Celestial Empire is genuine. If the nation can address the latent concerns associated with his Hulk persona, then working for the Celestial Empire may indeed be a viable option. Thus, we extend a warm welcome to Dr. Banner as he joins the Spear Bureau. Chen Mu displayed a smile and extended his right hand toward Bruce. Thank you. By the way, I still do not know how to address you all. Bruce shook hands with Chen Mu, then awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, I am called Chen Mu, a member of the Spear Bureau. Chen Mu smiled and casually replied. Chapter 68. Departing with Hulk Chen Mu. Will our actions incite trouble? Although there was a genuine reluctance to hand Bruce Banner over to the military, directly taking him away seemed somewhat inappropriate. After all, the American side claimed they had kidnapped Bruce Banner. If we were to depart with him directly back to the Celestial Empire, it would undoubtedly provoke a significant diplomatic dispute. Trouble? Chen Mu paused. Then a slight smile crept across his face as he continued. Dr. Bruce Banner has pilfered our Chilean armor, and we have yet to confront the Americans about it. How could they dare to trouble us? Everyone present was taken aback. After all, Bruce Banner was still standing right there. How could he have stolen their Chilean armor? However, enlightenment dawned upon them as they grasped Chen Mu's intent. Number 2. The operations captain gestured to the earlier Number 2 with a knowing look. Understood. Number 2 nodded, albeit somewhat speechless, and reluctantly activated the Chilean armor, wearing a look of resignation. After all, both Number 2 and Bruce Banner shared a similar physique, which was why Bruce had previously donned his armor while unconscious. The armor was already programmed to head directly to the Spear Bureau in the Celestial Empire, so Dr. Banner need not worry. Chen Mu smiled reassuringly at Bruce Banner. All right. Bruce Banner wore a wry smile, nodded, and obediently stepped into the Chilean armor. Although he was reluctant to bear the label of a thief, this was presently the most effective means of navigating the situation, and it would also prevent any complications for the Celestial Empire. I shall take my leave first then. Having understood Chen Mu's intentions, Bruce did not linger unnecessarily and promptly entered the armor. As the armor sealed once more, it swiftly ascended toward the Y-20, executing a turn and disappearing into the sky. It's a rather simple solution. You claim Bruce Banner was abducted by us. Now we shall counter your assertion, stating that Bruce Banner stole our armor and fled. I even suspect you might have orchestrated it. We have refrained from causing you any trouble, and yet you still have the audacity to trouble us. Given the situation, subsequent handling should indeed be quite straightforward, shouldn't it? Upon reaching this point, Chen Mu found no further inclination to linger, delegating the matter to Su Jia and their team, which sufficed. He genuinely wished to avoid any dealings with the American side. By the time he returned to the homeland, it was already that very evening, as the operational team had engaged in protracted negotiations with the American military throughout the afternoon. Ultimately, since Bruce Banner had already escaped, General Ross was left with no recourse but to allow Su Jia and the others to depart. As for pursuing the matter of their abduction of Bruce Banner, it was no laughing matter. The fact that Chen Mu and his team did not retaliate was already a considerable leniency. After all, the cost of a set of Chilean battle armor was no trifling sum, amounting to an impressive 600,000 RMB. Naturally, in official declarations, the price would be inflated by 100-fold, reaching a staggering 60 million, and in US dollars at that. Given the immense research funding expended in developing a single suit of armor, what's wrong with a slightly elevated price? Just ask Tony Stark how much one Iron Man suit is worth. $30 billion? Apologies for the interruption. In the end, Chen Mu and his companions safely returned to the embrace of their homeland, where they encountered a long-awaited Bruce Banner. Mr. Chen Mu, when shall we commence? Upon his return to the industrial park, Chen Mu found Bruce Banner waiting eagerly. There's no need to rush, Dr. Banner, Chen Mu responded calmly. The issues you are facing are not particularly difficult to resolve. There's no need to be hasty. By the way, are you finding your stay here comfortable? After all, Bruce Banner was a foreigner, surrounded by the elite scientific minds of Huaqiangbei in the industrial park. Most of these individuals were from the Spear Bureau, where they could acquire a wealth of knowledge while also ensuring the security of the industrial park. Consequently, Chen Mu was indifferent to the matter. sharing no technical secrets with the Spear Bureau's researchers. As long as they were eager to learn and confirm to be part of the Spear Bureau, they had access to knowledge. Of course, the Spear Bureau had its own hierarchical system for determining access. The more advanced the technology, the higher the level required to engage with and learn it. This effectively mitigated the risk of advanced technology being pilfered by spies. After all, it is common knowledge that SHIELD consists of a cadre of American lackeys, populated entirely by agents. Who knows when they might infiltrate the Spear Bureau and steal confidential technology. And make no mistake, SHIELD has indeed been known to engage in such underhanded activities. Petty theft is truly their forte. Is it really that simple? Bruce Banner appeared somewhat speechless. However, with Chen Mu having expressed his views, he felt compelled to cease his inquiries and replied, "I speak Chinese, so I encounter no difficulties here whatsoever." Truly a genius. Bruce Banner possesses mastery over numerous languages, including Chinese, thus he does not feel discomfort when transitioning to a different environment. "Dr. Banner," Chen Mu remarked with a smile, "your inquiry stems from within yourself. Perhaps you should first delve into self-exploration. You may find the answers without my assistance." He continued, "I surmise that a certain power within you has absorbed the energy from gamma rays, enabling your survival and the emergence of the formidable Hulk." Me, Bruce Banner, astutely intelligent, pondered Chen Mu's words, which indeed contradicted his previous research directions. He had been investigating gamma rays, seeking answers within them, never contemplating that the origin of Hulk might lie within himself, although he was cautious not to allow his blood to fall into the hands of others. He had previously sent samples to an unfamiliar scientist in a bid to resolve his bodily issues. If Chen Mu's hypothesis held true, then those blood samples could potentially cause significant trouble. Moreover, if my blood, Hulk's blood, were mishandled, it would result in considerable chaos. By the way, when you defeated me in the Amazon rainforest, was there any cleanup of the blood at the scene?" Bruce Banner inquired with a wry smile, glancing at Chen Mu. It seems there wasn't," Chen Mu replied, rubbing his nose. They had not had the time to address it before General Ross arrived. Without him, there was certainly no opportunity for further cleanup. Thus, the blood must have fallen into General Ross's hands. But what of it? The most the military could produce from it would be a creature like abomination, a matter Chen Mu felt was of no concern. Chapter 69. Nick Fury's Humiliation Clap. 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 "Look who I see. Isn't this Dr. Bruce Banner, the one who pilfered a Chilean armor from SHIELD? It is indeed astonishing to encounter you here in the industrial district of SHIELD. A round of applause erupted, accompanied by sardonic remarks as Chen Mu and Bruce Banner turned to see Su Jia approaching with another individual. The speaker was none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, adorned with an eye patch and a stern expression, although, to be fair, his complexion was naturally dark. "I thought it was someone of importance, but it turns out to be the director of that agency. What brings you here?" Chen Mu, indifferent to SHIELD, displayed little cordiality. "It is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division," Nick Fury replied, seemingly unfazed by Chen Mu's brusque demeanor. In fact, he nodded in agreement, adding, "That name is indeed rather lengthy. Let us just call it SHIELD. After all, the abbreviation of your agency resembles a shield." Chen Mu casually remarked, "What a fine name, SHIELD. It is precisely our duty to shield the world from all dangers, and this title aligns perfectly with our responsibilities." He chuckled at Nick Fury's shameless self-aggrandizement. "However, if you call it SHIELD, isn't your country's Spear Bureau directly opposed to us?" Nick Fury, as if at home, boldly approached Chen Mu and his companion, settling into a sofa and perusing a document laid upon the coffee table. Gamma bomb? The file before them contained Bruce Banner's research, detailing certain principles and technologies of the gamma bomb, which he intended to present to Chen Mu. His aim was to leverage Chen Mu's technological prowess to develop a device capable of harnessing gamma radiation, thereby addressing the very weapons he had once created. Alternatively, he sought to formulate remedies to alleviate the suffering inflicted by gamma radiation. His actions were driven by a desire for atonement. Reports from Afghanistan indicated numerous innocents afflicted by radiation-induced ailments, and Bruce Banner wished to contribute to rectifying his past transgressions. So your Spear Bureau is engaged in such research? Such inhumane weaponry? It appears we must re-evaluate your intentions at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury declared, slamming the documents onto the table, his face a mask of fury. The sight of Chen Mu and his companion delving into such weaponry incensed him. It seems you remain oblivious to the situation, or perhaps you're merely putting on a performance. Who are you attempting to intimidate? Chen Mu chuckled, continuing, this is not my research. It is the work of your military, which seems to have already deployed these so-called inhumane weapons in active combat. This very weapon that you condemn is currently wreaking havoc on the battlefields of Afghanistan. You dare to call yourselves a shield protecting the earth? Your military brazenly utilizes such atrocious arms, orchestrating unspeakable carnage. Yet where is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response? Or is it that you and the military are merely two sides of the same coin? Such extensive destructive weaponry could very well have S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance in its development. I find it hard to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no knowledge of the military's use of this weaponry. Perhaps S.H.L.D. and the military are colluding, experimenting with these weapons amidst the chaos of war. Who knows? There might be a cache of such arms within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Is that so? It seems we ought to investigate the military further. Chen Mu concluded. Nick Fury maintained a calm demeanor, suppressing his anger as he replied, spare me the theatrics. Everyone knows your S.H.I.L.D. is comprised of agents, and you, the so-called king of agents, are merely play-acting here. If there is something to discuss, then speak plainly. If not, I must kindly ask you to leave, for your presence is unwelcome. Regarding the insincere Nick Fury, Chen Mu offered him no semblance of cordiality. My purpose this time is solely for the esteemed Dr. Bruce Banner. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's resolute demeanor, Nick Fury refrained from further delay and candidly articulated the intent of his visit. The Hulk, a manifestation of overwhelming danger, must be removed. Remove me? Is it to obliterate me entirely, or to confine me for experimentation? Bruce Banner's countenance darkened at the mention of himself, casting a frigid glare at Nick Fury as he pressed on. Pray tell, Director Fury, why is it imperative for you to take me away? Your power is excessively formidable. It necessitates oversight to avert greater devastation. Nick Fury explained, his expression inscrutable. The S.H.I.L.D. facility is the most suitable containment location. His implication was clear. The Hulk's strength was too great to be left unregulated, and only S.H.I.E.L.D. could ensure safety, as other locales would be perilous. Furthermore, within S.H.I.E.L.D., you could pursue your research and lead the life you yearn for. No, I believe the Spear Bureau would be far more appropriate for me. Bruce Banner was unwilling to heed Nick Fury's counsel and outrightly rejected his proposition. The Spear Bureau possesses sufficient power to subdue the Hulk. It is other places that would become the stage for greater destruction. After all, Bruce had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for curing the Hulk under Chen Mu's care. He had no desire to depart with Nick Fury. Moreover, in terms of research, he found the conditions here quite favorable, allowing him to engage in the studies he cherished. Bruce Banner's face was a canvas of defiance against Nick Fury's insistence. He recalled Su Jia's earlier statement that S.H.I.E.L.D. had solicited the Spear Bureau to eliminate him. How could Bruce possibly display any goodwill toward those who wish to see him gone? Research is universal. It knows no borders. Yet Nick Fury was not ready to concede. Continuing, however, the research facilities in Huaqiangbei cannot possibly compare to those in America. Moreover, look around you. These are all Chinese scientists. As a foreigner, you would find it exceedingly difficult to assimilate. Return to America? To continue developing those inhumane weapons you speak of? Bruce's anger flared as he slammed his palm against the table, glaring at Nick Fury, a hint of green veins flaring in his eyes. Observing this, Nick Fury recoiled. He truly wished to avoid death, lest the Hulk deliver a fatal blow. Ahem. Well, should you wish to return to America, it shall always welcome you. Nick Fury forced a smile, though his eyes betrayed his displeasure. As the exalted director of SHIELD, he had never experienced such setbacks in these past few days. It felt as though he had endured more humiliation than in the preceding 30 years combined. Chapter 70. Compromise Safe Travels. No need for a send-off. Chen Mu remarked coolly as he watched Nick Fury's departing figure. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, but did not look back. He simply exited the premises. Remaining here only invites further suffering. The lofty director of SHIELD can hardly endure such indignities. Ah, at last, a sense of relief washes over me. Once Nick Fury departs, Bruce Banner cannot help but exhale with relief. How hypocritical can this individual be? Chen Mu inquires with a smile directed at Bruce Banner. To my knowledge, SHIELD has numerous collaborations with U.S. military. Even the gamma bomb I developed was part of this. Yet now, feigning ignorance is not enough. He even has the audacity to turn the tables, claiming that researching such perilous weapons is inhumane, oblivious to who actually manufactured them. Moreover, who is it that brazenly employs these weapons on the battlefield, disregarding the presence of innocent civilians? Nick Fury is truly a man with a skin thicker than a city wall. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, one must have a thick skin to reap rewards. The progress SHIELD has made cannot be divorced from the audacity of director Nick Fury. The negotiations between the Spear Bureau and SHIELD have reached a conclusion. As Nick Fury's figure fades from view, Su Jia turns to Chen Mu and continues. SHIELD has recognized the power of the Chilean armor, facilitating smooth negotiations. They have agreed to withdraw from Huaqiangbei and establish a defensive alliance with the Spear Bureau. Of course, this so-called alliance is merely a scrap of paper, contingent upon the willingness of both parties to adhere to it based on their whims. However, SHIELD's sole request at this juncture is for 2 sets of armor, with 2 agents coming shortly to tailor them specifically. 2 sets? What did Zhang Xian say? The director has consented. For Chen Mu, 1 set or 2 makes little difference. To him, the armor is merely a product of mass production, devoid of any personal impact. Very well then, when SHIELD personnel arrive, we shall deliver it straight to the industrial park for customization, with 1 male and 1 female style. The individuals will personally come to the industrial park, as they also desire to customize their weaponry, though Director Zhang Xian has declined this request. A male and a female, and they wish to customize their weapons individually. It is likely that these refer to Hawkeye and Black Widow, as only their weapons would stand apart from the ordinary. Hawkeye will undoubtedly require a bow and arrows, while Black Widow, having employed a myriad of weapons throughout her career, will determine which armaments to equip with the armor. However, the Huaqiangbei Industrial District is not officially a weapons manufacturing company, thus lacking the qualifications to produce such arms. The Chilean armor has always been a mere shell, designed with space allocated for weapon integration. The weapons are produced by esteemed domestic manufacturers, with the designs provided solely by Chen Mu. Consequently, the Spear Bureau has outright declined SHIELD's demands. The SHIELD organization was not overly concerned. Although the Kirin armor showcased impressive weaponry during its confrontation with the Hulk, compelling the Green Giant into a dire predicament, it did not seem overly advanced. It was merely equipped with miniature guided missiles and energy projection devices. These 2 technologies were not lacking within SHIELD. Consequently, in light of the rejection from the Spear Agency, Nick Fury harbored no resentment. Acquiring 2 sets of armor was already a source of great satisfaction for him. The fact that his most trusted subordinates, Hawkeye and Black Widow, could don such formidable weaponry represented a significant enhancement of SHIELD's capabilities. However, after extensive inquiries regarding the number of Kieran armors currently possessed by the Spear Agency, Nick Fury felt a twinge of discomfort. Observing Chen Mu, who, after developing the Kieran armor, unhesitatingly entrusted it to his nation's organization, resulted in a swift augmentation of the country's strength within just a month or two. Not to mention, with the existing 100 sets of Kieran armor, the Spear Agency could ascend to a position of global supremacy. At this juncture, no other organization could rival the Spear Agency. Furthermore, as the Spear Agency continued to produce more armors, their power would only continue to grow. In contrast, one could look at Tony Stark of his own nation. Despite being the pioneer behind the Iron Man suit, such a formidable weapon, kept it hidden away as if concealing a precious object, ensuring that not a single suit slipped into the public domain. If Tony Stark were to follow Chen Mu's lead and authorize the Iron Man suits for SHIELD, the organization could swiftly equip a substantial number of Iron Warriors. At that point, a formidable SHIELD would have no trouble dominating the world. Nevertheless, unlike the scheming elites of America or the profit-driven capitalists who instigated various wars across the globe, Nick Fury held a certain disdain for such individuals. He was acutely aware that numerous extraterrestrial beings existed within the cosmos. In his youth, he had repelled alien invasions, and his friend, Captain Marvel, was likely battling against evil forces in some distant corner of the universe. The universe was teeming with other civilizations, and Earth would inevitably be drawn into that fray. Although SHIELD served as a mere pawn of America under Nick Fury's leadership, it remained vigilant against extraterrestrial threats. In this regard, Nick Fury was deserving of some commendation. SHIELD was not without its merits. The choice for SHIELD to compromise with the Spear Agency stemmed from an acknowledgement of the latter's strength. While it was somewhat regrettable not to wield this power independently, it was still a terrestrial force. Should the day arise when faced with an alien invasion, the Spear Agency would indeed be a formidable ally not to be overlooked. Perhaps, when confronted with significant crises in the future, the Spear Bureau could indeed serve as a formidable ally in navigating such challenges. Unlike other organizations, the Spear Bureau is affiliated with the official structure of Huaqiangbei, a nation that exhibits remarkably little aggressiveness. At the very least, the existence of the Spear Bureau does not instill fear in Nick Fury. Although America often amplifies the narrative of a threat from Huaqiangbei, the higher echelons of American leadership are acutely aware that, as long as they do not overstep, risque pose minimal danger. After all, analyses conducted by think tanks indicate that the probability of Huaqiangbei initiating an invasion of another country is virtually zero. Of course, Nick Fury's swift concession is not solely attributed to this understanding. The primary reason lies in the overwhelming strength of the Spear Bureau, for which SHIELD possesses no means of resistance. Thus, he must endure. Acquiring 2 such suits of armor has rendered Nick Fury somewhat satisfied. Chapter 71, Hawkeye and Black Widow. The following day, the SHIELD agents tasked with customizing the armor arrived punctually at the industrial park. As Chen Mu anticipated, it was indeed Hawkeye and Black Widow. It is only logical, as these 2 individuals serve as the martial backbone of SHIELD, possessing the sole qualifications to wield such advanced technology. Furthermore, they're the only ones who have earned Nick Fury's complete trust. Presently, SHIELD has been so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra that agents who enjoy Fury's unwavering confidence are few and far between. Hawkeye, whose real name is Clint Barton, is a senior agent of SHIELD, proficient in close combat and marksmanship with exceptional sniping skills. He can achieve perfect accuracy with any firearm, making him an exemplary agent. However, his true prowess lies in archery, where he embodies the phrase hitting a target from 100 paces. The other agent, with a graceful figure and captivating visage, is Black Widow, originally named Natasha Romanoff, a former operative of the Soviet Red Room. She possesses a sharp intellect, agile movements, and remarkable combat skills, exuding a fierce demeanor. Her allure is often a deadly weapon, making her an elite operative within SHIELD. Black Widow boasts an impressive figure, with flowing auburn hair, and every movement she makes is imbued with temptation. Upon noticing Chen Mu's gaze, she playfully cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. This did not sit well with Su Jia. With a disdainful huff, shot an irritable glare at Chen Mu. Puzzled, Chen Mu could not comprehend Su Jia's sudden change in demeanor. To be frank, Chen Mu epitomizes the traditional Eastern aesthetic, favoring a type that embodies grace and elegance typical of Eastern beauties. While Western beauties are also commendable, particularly those with striking physiques if given a choice, he would invariably lean towards Eastern women. Moreover, in Chen Mu's eyes, Black Widow hardly qualifies as a great beauty. The material is indeed commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the physique of those professional supermodels. Speaking of models, the last time I met with Tony Stark, I encountered a pair of stunning supermodel sisters whose figures were truly awe-inspiring. It seems the time has come to discuss scientific matters with Tony. I should plan another trip to America to exchange various technological insights with him. Of course, after all these days, it is quite possible that Tony has developed new technologies, and I might assist him in his research. Certainly not for the purpose of indulging in extravagant pleasures or being swayed by those mesmerizing models. These two individuals are agents of SHIELD, equipped with 2 sets of custom-made Kirin armor. Observing Chen Mu lost in thought, one might mistakenly believe he was captivated by Black Widow's beauty. Su Jia shot an irritated glance at Chen Mu and remarked, "Do you need a fitting?" Black Widow smiled alluringly, inquiring with a tone full of charm, "Wouldn't that make the measurements more accurate?" At first glance, it's clear. If you need a fitting, that's no problem. Chen Mu shrugged nonchalantly, jesting. Hong Meng, please measure their physical data. Though he stated this casually, Chen Mu still issued a command to the Huaqiangbei system. Evolved from JARVIS, Hongmeng's intelligence is even more advanced, with sensors connected throughout the industrial park. Upon his command, 2 infrared beams scanned Hawkeye and Black Widow from head to toe, compiling their body information and creating models within the database. Your measurements are complete. The production of your armor will take approximately 2 hours. You may enjoy some tea while you wait. Once the armor is ready, you can simply take it with you. Hawkeye and Black Widow are not yet superheroes. They are merely seasoned agents of SHIELD. As for interacting with individuals in such a profession, Chen Mu preferred to maintain his distance. These individuals typically have ulterior motives, and prolonged contact could lead to his belongings mysteriously disappearing. While it is said that thieves are not spies, a competent agent certainly possesses the skills of a proficient thief. Thus, Chen Mu chose to keep a respectful distance from them. Black Widow has an impressive figure and is reasonably attractive, yet she does not pique Chen Mu's interest. If he were to seek a stunning partner, it would be wiser to engage with Tony for technological exchanges rather than pursuing fleeting pleasures. Compared to those top-tier supermodels, Black Widow simply does not measure up. With sufficient funds, one can easily find the finest young models. Why settle for less? Black Widow, driven by her mission and willing to employ any means necessary, is of no interest to Chen Mu. You seem rather experienced, Black Widow remarked, intrigued by Chen Mu's immediate assessment of her physique, and couldn't help but tease him. There is nothing more to it, merely the familiarity of one's hands. As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand, mimicking a grasping motion in the air. Chen Mu smiled indifferently, not taking it to heart. He chuckled lightly. In response to Chen Mu's frivolity, Su Jia laughed derisively, her face displaying disdain. "Mr. Chen Mu, since we are all here, why not lead us on a tour to visit your esteemed company?" However, Hawkeye was not one to forget his responsibilities. As an agent, he was perpetually inclined to probe the Spear Bureau, seeking to thoroughly comprehend certain aspects of the industrial zone. Casually, it doesn't matter. After all, once the battle armor is produced in 2 hours, our people will inform you. regarding the two individuals who were to become members of the future Avengers. Chen Mu's demeanor was far more amiable compared to his attitude towards the S.H.I.L.D. Although the Avengers were established by S.H.I.L.D., their members ultimately diverged from it due to differing ideologies. The Avengers, indeed, fought primarily for humanity rather than merely for America. Regardless, within the industrial park, they would derive little of value. The sensitive information or restricted areas were all under the control of Huaqiangbei, making it impossible for the two to gain access. At most, they could only gather intel regarding the Spear Bureau, which had little need for concealment, with Huaqiangbei commencing the production of battle armors for Hawkeye and Black Widow. Chen Mu's office finally enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility after seeing the two off. Bruce Banner was indeed a genius. After Chen Mu suggested that Hulk's transformations might stem from a genetic factor within him, Bruce began his self-research. He compared his own genes with those of ordinary individuals and swiftly identified a discrepancy. Within his genetic makeup, there existed a peculiar hereditary substance that induced symptoms akin to schizophrenia. Coupled with the absorption of substantial amounts of gamma radiation, these elements underwent a remarkable transformation, giving rise to the consciousness of Hulk. This explains why Hulk's intellect resembles that of a child, rendering him incapable of coherent communication, as he has only recently come into existence. Hulk has been alive for approximately 5 years. Yet his appearances have been so fleeting that they scarcely amount to a few months, akin to a child not yet a year old. Although his temperament is volatile and his destructive tendencies alarming, it is undeniable that he embodies the essence of a child. Chapter 72. The Emergence of Abomination and Truth. Resolving Bruce Banner's predicament is remarkably straightforward, with a body housing two consciousnesses vying for control. The solution lies in suppressing or extinguishing one of these consciousnesses to effectively address Bruce Banner's issues. Currently, Bruce Banner finds himself in a profound dilemma. He is acutely aware of the present circumstances and recognizes that the most effective solution lies in the complete obliteration of the Hulk's consciousness. Should he choose this path, the Hulk would cease to exist, allowing Bruce Banner to attain flawless control over his own body. He would possess the ability to transform into the Green Giant at will, though he does not relish the Hulk's form. Thus, he could maintain his human appearance, effectively mitigating the inherent risks associated with his condition. However, what leaves Chen Mu speechless is Bruce Banner's hesitation regarding this solution. He believes that the Hulk possesses a life of his own, and he feels he has no right to execute such a merciless annihilation. This perplexity frustrates Chen Mu. Nevertheless, as Bruce Banner's body belongs solely to him, if he is unwilling to resolve the matter in this manner, alternative solutions must be sought. One such alternative would be to merge the consciousness of the Hulk with that of Bruce, creating a new entity, much like the synthesis witnessed in Avengers Endgame, where Bruce and the Hulk became one, their minds and bodies united. In that scenario, Bruce Banner would perpetually embody the Hulk's form, yet retain his own intelligence, thereby eliminating the potential for uncontrollable outbursts. This solution is one that Bruce Banner himself has contemplated. He merely finds himself confronting it prematurely. In his respect for the Hulk as a sentient being, a life deserving of dignity, Bruce Banner opts to retain the Hulk's physique and chooses to merge with him. Is this a proclamation of the Hulk's human rights? Thus, Bruce Banner feels compelled to honor the Hulk's rights. Chen Mu has always found it challenging to comprehend this Western ideology. Not only Chen Mu, but even any casual individual from China would likely advocate for the immediate eradication of the Hulk's consciousness. In simpler terms, Bruce Banner's current predicament resembles that of a person suffering from schizophrenia, with one consciousness belonging to Bruce and the other to the Hulk. To treat schizophrenia, one would typically strive to preserve the healthier aspect of the psyche while endeavoring to extinguish the detrimental one, thereby forcing a choice between Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Naturally, when comparing the two, Bruce Banner holds greater intrinsic value. It is a straightforward sacrifice, sacrificing the Hulk to enable Bruce's survival. Yet in the current scenario, Bruce has chosen to abandon himself, allowing the Hulk to sacrifice instead. He willingly relinquishes his humanity to perpetually remain in the form of the Hulk. Bruce chooses not to be human, Much like his portrayal in Avengers Endgame, the Hulk excels in combat, akin to a beast. Yet due to his youth and lack of moral discernment, Bruce Banner perceives the Hulk as innocent, and his compassion prevents him from outright dismissing the Hulk's existence. Speaking of compassion, one might wonder if such sentiment ever crossed your mind while you were engaged in crafting various destructive weapons for America. Chen Mu found it difficult to comprehend the values held by such individuals, and fortunately, he felt no inclination to concern himself with them. Do as you will. If you wish to merge with the Hulk, then by all means, go ahead. After all, I possess the technology to facilitate that. Chen Mu thought it prudent to take a look at what was unfolding. At that moment, Su Jia approached him, holding a tablet and presenting it before him. In New York, an unexpected situation had arisen. The American military was engaged in combat with a grotesque monster, and it appeared that they were not its match. Upon glancing at the screen, Chen Mu could not help but chuckle. Was that not the abomination? He had inadvertently brought Bruce Banner to China, and this monster had been conjured by the American military. During the previous attempt to capture the Hulk, the Chilean battle armor had shown no mercy, unleashing a barrage of weaponry upon him. Despite the Hulk's formidable regenerative abilities, which made it seem as though he had sustained little injury, he was, in fact, bleeding profusely. The battlefield bore witness to numerous bloodstains left in his wake. When the American military arrived, the combat units had no time to clean up, leaving behind traces of the Hulk's blood. Naturally, this blood fell into the hands of General Ross, who had become somewhat obsessed with the Hulk's power and was not inclined to let such a resource go to waste. He commanded his troops to collect it. General Ross was not the only one harboring resentment. One of his soldiers, Emil Blonsky, an arrogant mercenary, had previously been recruited by Ross to capture Bruce Banner in Brazil. However, he had been soundly defeated by the Hulk, and the proud Blonsky could not tolerate such humiliation. Thus, he sought to gain strength and confront the Hulk once more to prove his superiority. Coincidentally, General Ross was in need of a test subject. He had previously acquired a batch of physical enhancement serum from Stark Industries, purportedly developed based on the super soldier serum used by Captain Steve Rogers. However, due to incomplete data, it was merely a prototype, and Stark Industries had disclaimed any guarantee of its effectiveness, leaving it stored in a military base. With Tony Stark now having become Iron Man, the enhancement serum received even less attention. To General Ross, this serum was akin to a tasteless morsel, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. However, since Blonsky was willing to serve as a test subject, Ross was more than agreeable to the idea, and they readily proceeded with the injection. Yet, the super soldier serum possessed a fatal flaw, particularly since this was a flawed imitation crafted from incomplete data. It rendered good individuals even better, while those of ill intent only became worse. Clearly, Blonsky is not a virtuous individual. After administering the enhancement serum, his physique was augmented, yet it concurrently intensified his competitive spirit and desire for power. Aware of his current limitations, he recognized that he could not yet triumph over the Hulk. Consequently, he resorted to subterfuge within the ranks of the U.S. military, seeking further opportunities. Eventually, he stumbled upon the blood of the Hulk. It must be noted that the military possesses an abundance of talent. They had successfully purified the Hulk's blood, transforming it into a semi-finished serum. However, it was the sole vial available, rendered nearly useless due to the lack of clinical testers. Feeling a sense of desperation, Blonsky, still acutely aware of his own frailty, unhesitatingly injected the Hulk's serum into himself, disregarding the potential consequences. Subsequently, much like the original narrative, he transformed into the Abomination. The difference this time was the absence of the Hulk to thwart him. Feeling immensely powerful, the Abomination escaped the military base, wreaking havoc while preparing to flee America and live freely. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated desire to confront the Hulk in battle. His immediate objective was to eliminate the pesky flies of the military. The capacity for narrative correction is indeed formidable. It is unexpected that, despite the Hulk's removal, the Abomination still came into being. Chapter 73. The Abomination. Intriguingly, it appears that the military has developed something new. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Abomination, Chen Mu reclined with an air of leisure, prepared to observe the unfolding drama. He mused that perhaps Bruce Banner should be invited to join in the viewing. With a grin, Chen Mu continued, "The military's current predicament is certainly something Dr. Banner ought to scrutinize closely. Although this creature is not green, one can undeniably discern elements reminiscent of the Hulk within it. This monster is unquestionably related to the Hulk. It may very well be a product of the military's exploitation of his blood." While Chen Mu was aware of these developments, he chose to express them as speculation rather than outright statements. Though speculative, his assertions bore truth. Dr. Banner remained ensconced in his laboratory. Sujia, observing Chen Mu's carefree demeanor, refrained from comment, perhaps believing it to be a matter that did not concern her. The troubles created by the military should rightly be resolved by the military itself. Furthermore, they were situated across the ocean, rendering any assistance impractical. "Is this a live broadcast? Send the link to Dr. Bruce Banner," Chen Mu lamented, wishing that Banner could join in to witness the spectacle. The absence of direct provocation diminished the excitement significantly. However, it is also possible to send the live stream link to Bruce Banner, allowing him to witness firsthand the conduct of the American military. Very well. The Huaqiangbei Industrial Park can be regarded as the most advanced technological industrial area in China at present, rivaling even Tony Stark's facilities. Each laboratory is interconnected through the Harmony network and possesses the technology for void projection, making it exceedingly easy for Bruce Banner to view the live broadcast. "You certainly possess a rather morbid sense of humor." Su Jia was quite speechless at Chen Mu's peculiar amusement. This is not mere whimsy. Rather, it is to enable Bruce Banner to perceive the true nature of America, so that Dr. Banner will not harbor thoughts of returning to the United States in the future. Chen Mu shrugged. He was not truly idle, but rather had a purpose. If memory serves, Bruce Banner has been quite infatuated with General Ross's daughter, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might return to America for love. Even if General Ross's daughter has long since found a new boyfriend and has been living together with him for quite some time, a man well-versed in human nature. However, as long as love exists, forgiveness is always a choice. The Abomination, unlike the beastly Hulk, is a bona fide soldier, possessing formidable combat abilities. Even after transforming into the Abomination, he retains his keen awareness, enabling him to effectively harness his strength. Consequently, to him, the military personnel are merely fodder. The Abomination, who can easily disregard conventional weaponry, wreaks havoc on the streets, sending the American soldiers into disarray, effortlessly lifting nearby cars to use as weapons against them. As for whether there are innocent bystanders in those vehicles, the Abomination pays them no mind. Thus, amidst the chaos, many innocent civilians met their demise. But what concern is that of Chen Mu? After all, the casualties are merely Americans, and if they do not mourn for their own, why should he? It is worth noting that in Chen Mu's original world, America was on the verge of losing millions due to the pandemic. If the Americans themselves are unconcerned, what reason does an outsider like Chen Mu have to worry? In their eyes, death is a commonplace occurrence. After all, life, aging, illness, and death are natural processes. It is merely the death of a single individual. What is there to be astonished by? Although the loss of life has been repeated numerous times. Indeed, the might of the American military is formidable, yet their firepower seems lacking. Watching the scenes unfold on the video felt akin to viewing a blockbuster film. Chen Mu could not help but applaud in delight as he witnessed American soldiers being crushed into pulp by the Abomination, finding it exceedingly gratifying. It must be said, the American military is indeed impressive, capable of creating monsters like the Abomination. As Chen Mu expressed a sense of regret, he continued, "It seems the technology is lacking. This creature does not appear to heed the commands of the American military. Many civilians have perished." Su Jia, gazing at the screen, displayed a weightier demeanor than Chen Mu. Although, as he noted, these unfortunate civilians were merely international friends, her compassionate heart could not bear the thought of their suffering. Yet, what could she do from across the ocean? "Chen Mu, have you heard about the incident in New York?" At that moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had been touring the facility, rushed into the office, their faces etched with urgency. "Oh, I see. Are you referring to this monster?" Chen Mu, having set aside his amusement and schadenfreude upon their arrival, gestured toward the computer on the desk. The live broadcast continued, showcasing a fierce battle between the creature and the American forces, which appeared to be quite thrilling. In the heart of New York City, where a multitude of civilians resided, it was challenging for the military to deploy heavy artillery, and conventional firearms merely served to tickle the beast. After such a prolonged confrontation, the strongest firepower at their disposal amounted to rocket launchers. However, even those proved ineffective against the creature. The only aspect that seemed to intimidate the monster was the heavy machine guns mounted on helicopters. A direct hit could indeed inflict damage. Do not worry. Isn't Iron Man still in New York? This creature won't reign for long, Chen Mu remarked nonchalantly. You Americans do admire individual heroism, don't you? Besides, Tony Stark is in town, isn't he? Your Iron Man will come to your rescue. Yet, it appeared that even the current Iron Man struggled against the creature. But what did that matter to Chen Mu? We hope to contact you, sir, Hawkeye stated, producing a mobile phone and placing it before Chen Mu. Oh, it's a Mu Company phone, he observed. The screen displayed the familiar visage of Nick Fury, resembling a boiled egg. Ah, esteemed director of SHIELD. What brings you to seek my assistance? Chen Mu greeted him with a smile, appearing unfazed, as though unaware of the dire circumstances unfolding. Mr. Chen Mu, I seek the assistance of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Nick Fury replied, disregarding Chen Mu's demeanor and stating his purpose directly. I believe, Director. You may have mistaken me for someone else. Chen Mu shrugged helplessly, continuing, if you are seeking help, I suggest you reach out to our Director Zhang Xian. Furthermore, I do not believe we, situated on the opposite side of the earth, can offer you any assistance. Chapter 74, A Call for Help from SHIELD. Moreover, I doubt that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division in Huaqiangbei can provide any support to you Americans. In response to Nick Fury's plea for assistance, Chen Mu harbored no intention of offering help. Moreover, even if he wished to assist, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, the Spear Bureau was currently situated in Huaqiangbei, rendering it impossible to aid the United States, located at the opposite end of the earth. No, you can help, Nick Fury asserted solemnly in the video, gazing intently at Chen Mu. You possess the capability to provide armor technology to the Spear Bureau, and I believe you are a person who cherishes humanity. Our mission at SHIELD is to safeguard the Earth and protect mankind. Since you are able to assist the Spear Bureau, I hope you can extend the same support to SHIELD. Are you still not giving up? Chen Mu's lips twitched as he gained a renewed understanding of Nick Fury's audacity. I do not wish to repeat myself, yet I must assert once more, I refuse. With a cold expression, Chen Mu unwaveringly declined Nick Fury's request again. Do you truly believe that Earth is the sole bastion of life in this vast universe? Nick Fury pressed on in the face of Chen Mu's obstinacy. Beyond our planet lies an expansive cosmos teeming with countless civilizations. Earth is but a mere speck among them. Nick Fury stated calmly, as long as these extraterrestrial civilizations exist, our planet remains at risk. Only by fortifying ourselves can we confront the challenges of the future. I am fully aware that humanity is not the only life form in the universe, Chen Mu retorted, rolling his eyes with exasperation. The universe is so immense. Who would be so arrogant as to assume that life exists solely on Earth? How many years has the universe existed, and how brief has humanity's existence been in comparison? If we were to condense the universe's timeline into a single day, humanity's existence would occupy less than the last millisecond of that day. Furthermore, with such boundless expanse and eons of time, to believe life only exists on Earth? Ridiculous. Hence SHIELD requires all available strength to protect our planet, Nick Fury declared earnestly. You may not be aware, but 30 years ago, long before your time, Earth faced an alien invasion. And you would assert that it was your SHIELD that saved the world during that incident? Chen Mu scoffed, his face betraying disbelief. What a classic American movie trope. Alien civilizations capable of traversing the cosmos came to Earth, and each time, it was the United States that purportedly saved the day. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Look at the footage displayed on the screen. Your forces are retreating in disarray. You expect me to believe that these soldiers can repel an alien invasion? Nonsense. In response, Nick Fury unabashedly adorned his own visage with embellishments. For after such a passage of time, who possesses evidence to contradict him? Nevertheless, during the last attempt by the Kree Empire to invade Earth, SHIELD undeniably contributed to the effort. But is this truly the underlying reason? Nick Fury surmised that, since others remain oblivious to the specific circumstances in the absence of witnesses, he could dictate the narrative as he pleased. Given that you managed to repel extraterrestrial forces 3 decades ago, it stands to reason that your technological prowess must be formidable. Thus, my rudimentary armor technology need not embarrass itself. Chen Mu scoffed, rendered speechless by Fury's shamelessness, and prepared to terminate the call, severing all ties with him. Mr. Chen Mu, Fury pressed on, just as with the emergence of this monster, if we possessed formidable combat capabilities, we could prevent such situations from arising. Although Chen Mu had countered him effectively, Fury was still determined to persist, attempting to persuade him further. Do not presume I am oblivious, Chen Mu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Fury. Dr. Banner has long informed us that research on gamma radiation is not solely the domain of the U.S. military. It seems your SHIELD has also contributed significantly. He continued, this monster's appearance likely bears your fingerprints, does it not? Could the U.S. military's scientific prowess alone have produced the serum for the Hulk? I find that implausible. Therefore, it is clear that SHIELD has a hand in this matter. I could easily believe that the emergence of Abomination is inextricably linked to your agency. Perhaps you sought to experiment with Hulk's blood to create a similar creature. Regrettably, it seems you have failed and can no longer control the situation, prompting you to seek my assistance, all while attempting to morally manipulate me in hopes of acquiring my armor technology. Alas, Chen Mu, who had long seen through all, would not be so easily deceived. Even if unaware of the full scope of these events, his indifference toward SHIELD and his awareness of Hydra's infiltration within it would ensure that he would never relinquish his armor technology into their hands. Are you truly indifferent to the plight of innocent civilians who might perish at the hands of this monster? Fury appeared oblivious to Chen Mu's words and pressed on with his inquiries. Your own nation shows apathy towards its citizens. Why should I, a person situated on the other side of the earth, care? Chen Mu offered a cold smile. You dismiss your own citizens' lives. Yet you fret over matters that do not concern you? Unlike the United States, which relishes in meddling with the affairs of other nations while turning a blind eye to its own crises, our nation, Huaqiangbei, refrains from interfering in the internal politics of others, focusing solely on the welfare of its own. Cease your pretense. Do not forget that you, in collaboration with the American military, have birthed that abomination, and the resultant casualties should be attributed solely to you, not to anyone else. Every action has its consequence, and the deaths of innocent civilians are entirely at your behest. Chen Mu expressed profound displeasure towards the military and SHIELD for their attempts to shirk responsibility while engaging in moral coercion. He was prepared to sever all connections forthwith. When your armor is completed, take it and return to your homeland, and if time permits, you should be capable of resolving the matter of that creature yourselves. As he spoke, Chen Mu gestured towards Hawkeye and Black Widow, indicating the live feed on the computer screen, and continued, the monstrosity you and SHIELD have conjured must be dealt with by you, rather than seeking to absolve yourselves of blame or, worse, attempting to profit from the situation. Such behavior is utterly repugnant. He had no desire to engage with someone like Nick Fury, and at that moment, his demeanor toward Hawkeye and Black Widow was far from cordial. What is this talk of saving humanity and protecting the Earth? Is it for the sake of the planet that such monstrosities are created? Is it to forge weapons that slaughter our own kind? The actions of these individuals left Chen Mu feeling nauseated. Watching the live footage of the two behemoths clashing, alongside the actions of SHIELD, ignited a fury within him. What does it matter to him how many civilians perish? Wait, two behemoths? Could it be that Hulk has ventured over there? Chapter 75, Hulk and Abomination. How did Hulk manage to get there? Observing the broadcast, where two colossal monsters engaged in a fierce battle, Chen Mu wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. Was that not Hulk? Wasn't Bruce Banner in his laboratory? How did he suddenly find himself on the other side of the Earth, grappling with Abomination? Everyone present, including Nick Fury on the other end of the video, was equally baffled. No one could fathom how this scene had unfolded. How could the Hulk, so far away in Huaqiangbei, suddenly appear in America and engage in combat with Abomination? Confusion reigned supreme among all. Huaqiangbei accessed the surveillance feed from Dr. Bruce Banner's laboratory. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Mu instructed the Huaqiangbei System to seek answers. Understood, sir. As Huaqiangbei relayed this, a screen projected onto the desk, revealing Bruce Banner's laboratory. At that moment, the laboratory was desolate, devoid of any sign of Bruce Banner. Play the recording. I must see how Dr. Banner has vanished. Chen Mu was keenly interested in uncovering this mystery. After all, within his industrial park, protected by layers of the Spear Bureau, he could hardly fathom who could silently abduct Bruce and transport him across the ocean to the United States. Unless it was a video broadcast, expertly edited by the primordial forces, directly displaying the moment Dr. Bruce Banner vanished. Dr. Bruce Banner, or rather the Hulk, appeared anxious as he gazed at the screen, which showcased a live feed of the Abomination wreaking havoc in New York. In this present moment, Bruce Banner had chosen to coexist with the Hulk, successfully merging with him through the technology provided by Chen Mu, fully accepting the presence of the Hulk. They had become one, evolving into a new incarnation of Bruce Banner. Naturally, akin to the unfolding narrative of Avengers 4, Bruce Banner could only maintain the form of the Hulk while retaining all of his original memories. The Bruce Banner on the screen perpetually bore the visage of the Hulk. As he anxiously observed the screen, a golden portal materialized before him. Even through the monitor, it was easily discernible that on the opposite side of the golden circle lay New York, the very streets where the Abomination was causing chaos. Faced with this situation, Bruce Banner did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped through the golden portal, vanishing from the laboratory. Through this portal, he suddenly appeared in New York, standing directly before the Abomination. Unsurprisingly, a confrontation ensued. Indeed, a sorcerer. In the Marvel Universe, there exists a plethora of extraordinary professions, and sorcerers are among them. Portals are the hallmark of Earth's sorcerers, allowing them to effortlessly create connections between two locations. So, who could have transported the Hulk to New York? Observing the bald Nick Fury on his phone screen, Chen Mu arrived at an answer. Another bald figure, the supreme sorcerer of Earth, the Ancient One. As a being who had survived for millennia, the Ancient One possessed immense power and had established a sorcerer organization that had secretly protected the Earth for 1,000 years. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., the sorcerers were the true guardians of the planet. However, now that the Hulk had been sent to New York, Chen Mu found himself helpless, silently watching the live broadcast on television. What is this? Is it your new technology? Black Widow inquired, blinking her eyes in curiosity as she looked at Chen Mu. No. Chen Mu replied curtly, casting a glance at her. This technique resembles that of a sorcerer. A sorcerer? Black Widow questioned, intrigued. Are there sorcerers on Earth? How would I know? Chen Mu retorted, exasperated by Black Widow's incessant quest for information. Do you speak like a mage? Black Widow inquired with unwavering curiosity. As a seasoned agent, she never neglected her duties, regardless of the circumstances, always vigilant in gathering intelligence. Isn't this a common scene in your American games? Chen rolled his eyes, commenting that the skill of teleportation seemed to appear in numerous games. With a hint of boredom, Black Widow nodded, realizing there was little she could do with the obstinate Chen Mu. Consequently, she focused intently on the screen, genuinely concerned about the clash between Hulk and Abomination in New York. Hulk's strength far surpassed that of Abomination, yet their battle had reached a deadlock. The sight of two muscular men brawling in the streets of New York, surrounded by enormous craters, was quite a spectacle. In the original movie plot, Bruce Banner had injected himself with a gamma energy suppressor, significantly diminishing Hulk's capabilities. Faced with the imposter abomination, Hulk was initially overwhelmed. Fortunately, as time passed, Hulk's strength gradually returned, eventually leading to Abomination's defeat. In the current scenario, although Bruce did not administer the suppressor, he chose to coexist with Hulk. Thus, despite the Green Giant's appearance, it was, in reality, Bruce Banner. As a dedicated scientist, Bruce was never adept at fighting. Hence, Hulk's formidable power was only partially unleashed under Bruce's control. As a result, he found himself evenly matched with Abomination. A person's strength in combat is greatly influenced by their fighting instincts. Despite Hulk's childlike awareness and lack of wisdom, his primal instincts rendered him a formidable opponent, allowing him to fully harness his power. However, with Bruce Banner's consciousness at the forefront, the situation became rather awkward. Though he possessed immense strength, he found himself being subdued by Abomination. Had someone else, or even Hulk himself, been in control, Abomination would likely have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Yet, here in Huaqiangbei, Chen Mu felt utterly helpless to assist, merely watching as the Green Giant endured a beating at the hands of Abomination. Boom! The situation escalated as the American military, witnessing yet another monster, hastily grabbed their rocket launchers and commenced a frenzied assault. This was the epitome of counterproductive efforts, achieving far less than intended. Just when Bruce Banner appeared to regain a semblance of control, the onslaught of rockets left him disoriented once more. One must admit, the American military was truly remarkable in their inefficacy. Chapter 76. A display of acting skills. The military of your esteemed nation is indeed remarkable. Witnessing the relentless bombardment of Bruce Banner by the American forces, even Su Jia could not help but voice his criticism. Is it too much to ask for the military to notify their counterparts in the States? Hawkeye found himself in an equally awkward position. Bruce Banner had come to assist them, yet the American troops' actions left him utterly disoriented. I have already informed the American side, Nick Fury remarked, his expression darkening further, though he maintained a facade of calm. Naturally, he was indifferent to the notion of friendly fire. After all, the Hulk was resilient and impervious to harm, leaving him free of any psychological burden. However, the fact that the Hulk had evidently become controllable was a source of considerable irritation for Nick Fury. For years, the Green Giant had been the subject of extensive research in America without any significant progress. Yet within mere days of arriving in China, he had achieved self-control. Although he may not appear as formidable as the irrational Hulk of the past, the potential for combat awareness is something that can be cultivated. Thus, the current Hulk possesses even greater potential than before. Moreover, it was vexing to see that the Hulk's newfound self-control had rendered him an asset to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, effectively becoming a force for the Chinese. This was deeply unsettling for Nick Fury, who preferred to be in command of everything. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of Bruce Banner's activities in China, only to find that this individual could suddenly appear in New York in the blink of an eye. Such alarming capabilities of rapid deployment filled Nick Fury with apprehension. If the Strategic Scientific Reserve had mastered this power, where in the world would be beyond their reach? With the ability to project force globally and the formidable Iron Legion at their disposal, contemporary China may very well be the most powerful nation on the planet. As Nick Fury was unaware of how the Hulk had arrived in New York, he inevitably concluded that this was a new technology developed by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Chen Mu, too, bore a look of ignorance. Would Nick Fury believe him? As the director of SHIELD, his inherently suspicious nature meant he trusted no one. Naturally, he suspected that Chen Mu was merely putting on a show, given that he often engaged in such acts. How could he claim to care for the American civilians, while simultaneously striving to save them? The Chinese truly possess a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart. Indeed, Chen Mu was something of a bleeding heart, and such individuals are easily manipulated. There might still be an opportunity to acquire the armor technology. However, this was merely Nick Fury's wishful thinking. Consequently, upon receiving word from SHIELD, the American forces ceased their blind assaults, redirecting their efforts towards the Abomination, causing him considerable trouble. This inadvertently aided the Hulk, granting Bruce Banner a moment to breathe. However, Dr. Bruce Banner's combat awareness remained rather lacking. As Su Jia observed Bruce Banner, who could barely contend with the abomination despite the assistance of the American military, he remarked on the paradox of possessing immense strength, yet lacking the ability to harness it effectively. It appeared evident that Dr. Banner was in dire need of rigorous training. Given that soldiers from Huaqiangbei often exhibit tendencies of obsessive compulsiveness, Su Jia found himself similarly affected. Witnessing Bruce Banner's formidable power lying dormant was somewhat disconcerting and hard to accept. It seemed to Su Jia that Dr. Banner might not be inclined towards training. Although he had transformed into the Hulk, Chen Mu believed that his consciousness remained intact, and it was likely that he held little interest in military drills. Therefore, Chen Mu confidently proposed that once Dr. Banner returned, they should arrange for an instructor to see if he would acquiesce to such training. After all, Bruce Banner had effectively joined the SHIELD, and Su Jia hoped that he would embrace the opportunity for proper preparation. While it was not necessarily about sending him to the front lines, there was a desire for him to acquire some self-defense skills to prevent him from being thoroughly overpowered, as he was currently by the abomination. However, it was not the right moment to discuss this. At the very least, Bruce Banner needed to secure a victory over that monstrous foe first. Chen Mu chuckled in exasperation as he observed the screen, where Bruce Banner found himself once again in a disadvantageous position, which was indeed frustrating. The abomination was merely a flawed imitation of the Hulk, a creature birthed from a mere trace of the Hulk's blood serum. It was quite embarrassing to witness the original Hulk being so thoroughly defeated. By the way, isn't the SHIELD supposed to safeguard peace on Earth? How is it that this creature has been rampaging unchallenged for so long without any intervention from your agency? Seeing Bruce Banner in such a vulnerable state, Chen Mu turned to Hawkeye and Black Widow, posing this very question. Naturally, since the video feed was still active, Nick Fury heard Chen Mu's inquiry. In the face of such a formidable monster, the SHIELD lacked the sufficient power to confront it. Thus, delegating the matter to the military was deemed the most prudent choice. Nick Fury replied calmly, "Then what is the purpose of the SHIELD?" Chen Mu smiled wryly, directing his gaze at Nick Fury as he continued. "Did you not mention earlier that decades ago, an extraterrestrial force invaded Earth and was thwarted by your agency? How is it that you can repel aliens capable of traversing the cosmos, yet find yourselves stymied by this creature? In truth, given the current resources of the SHIELD, subduing either the Hulk or the abomination was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the inherently cautious Nick Fury would never reveal his trump cards. Even though the abomination had wreaked considerable havoc, the SHIELD opted to remain a passive observer. Based on the abomination's capabilities, it was evident that the American military could neutralize him without incurring significant losses. The abomination, cunning and malevolent, strategically chose New York as the battleground, rendering the U.S. military somewhat hesitant to unleash heavy artillery. Was it not the case that decades ago, your SHIELD expelled extraterrestrial forces from Earth, relying on your agents to infiltrate and sabotage the enemy from within, causing them to flee in disarray? Chen Mu seized every opportunity to mock Nick Fury, jesting. It seems that Danvers indeed played the role of spy within the Empire, didn't she? In response, Nick Fury fell silent. Could he really admit that the expulsion of the aliens hinged solely on the efforts of a single woman? This would imply a failure on his part as a man. Although SHIELD possessed the power to halt this monstrosity, time was of the essence, and their personnel could not swiftly reach the battlefield. Fury, maintaining his composure, gazed at Chen Mu and continued, "As for your Spear Bureau, since you managed to send Bruce Banner to New York, why not dispatch a few more warriors? Are you truly willing to stand idly by while innocent civilians are slaughtered by this creature?" Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words. Who could fathom what the Ancient One was contemplating? Why send Bruce Banner to New York? As for Fury's moral coercion, Chen Mu could hardly be bothered to engage. Apologies, but the Spear Bureau is merely a small military organization dedicated to safeguarding the citizens of our nation. We can only express our helplessness regarding the tragedies in your country. Moreover, as a military entity, the Spear Bureau lacks authorization to operate on American soil. Thus, you shall have to rely on your own devices. Observing the abomination hurling vehicles as weapons and dispatching soldiers with ease, Chen Mu felt a secret thrill, though he feigned a demeanor of sorrowful compassion. After all, acting is an art that anyone can master. Chapter 77. The Iron Man emerges. It must be said the U.S. military truly deserves its reputation as the most formidable force on Earth. With their adept coordination and overwhelming firepower, one can only surmise that any adversary bold enough to challenge them would be utterly annihilated. Watching the live stream on his computer, Chen Mu could not help but utter such remarks, albeit in irony. A contingent of U.S. soldiers alongside the Hulk constituted a formidable lineup. Yet, faced with the abomination alone, they found themselves utterly disoriented. This sight was almost unbearable for Chen Mu, who was far away in China. After all, the abomination was merely a creature enhanced through the purification of Hulk's blood, perhaps with a touch of Stark Industries' flawed super soldier serum. Yet, how could these two elements possibly confound the U.S. military and the Hulk? Setting aside the underwhelming performance of the Hulk, who, despite possessing the strength of his prime, had been relegated to the role of a diligent researcher and thus failed to unleash his full potential. This was somewhat understandable. However, one cannot help but question the efficacy of the American military. The battlefield has persisted for a considerable duration, and the U.S. forces have mobilized several armored vehicles and even tanks from nearby military districts, while armed helicopters hover overhead. Yet, in the face of the elusive abomination, they find it nearly impossible to land a blow, and instead, their heavy artillery transforms the streets into a chaotic ruin. Whether it be the eyes before Chen Mu, the Black Widow, or Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, all could discern the mockery in Chen Mu's words. Yet they are left with no room to counter his derision, as the performance of the American military is, indeed, somewhat difficult to bear. Undeniably, the individual combat equipment of the U.S. military is among the finest in the world, boasting a plethora of advanced weaponry with formidable power. However, no matter how great the power, it must be able to strike a target. The nimble abomination, agile as a monkey, evades these weapons with ease, rendering them mere decorations in the face of such might. The loathsome creature, seething with anger as it maneuvers through the streets, has, after injecting itself with the serum of power, attained the strength it has long desired. Originally intent on confronting Hulk directly, it finds itself targeted by the American forces instead. To be candid, the current Blonsky, or abomination, with its immense power, wholly disregards these troops. Initially inclined to spare them, is incensed by their audacity to attack. With a vengeance, the abomination launches a fierce assault on the U.S. military. The once reliable firearms are nothing more than a mere tickle to it. The bullets from automatic rifles fail to pierce its skin, only fueling its arrogance further. Unless they wield anti-material rounds, these weapons pose no threat. Thus, the battle devolves into a one-sided massacre, with the abomination effortlessly hurling cars weighing several tons as if they were mere stones, reducing anyone struck by such projectiles to a mere pulp. In the midst of its rampage, the abomination suddenly spots the Hulk, the very foe it has yearned to encounter. Without a thought for anything else, the creature charges forward, engaging the Hulk in a fierce melee. One must admit, Hulk's strength exceeds the abomination's expectations, proving indeed formidable. Yet, he is somewhat lacking in intellect. In the eyes of the abomination, Hulk is merely a child wielding great power, oblivious to how to harness his physical advantages, thus allowing the abomination to seize every opportunity to overpower him. You are unworthy of such strength. With a renewed ferocity, the abomination once again brings the green giant crashing to the ground, pressing its spiked elbow against Hulk's neck to temporarily rob him of his capacity to resist. Jealousy swells within the abomination at the sight of Hulk's immense power. Perhaps this is precisely the side effect brought about by the super serum, magnifying the loathsome jealousy to an infinite degree. Cough, why must you harm the innocent? What further incites loathing and rage is that the Hulk, ensnared by him, continues to utter such words intermittently. The Hulk possesses wisdom, yet what of it? Although loathing is taken aback, it does not seem overly strange, for he himself retains his own intellect. Thus, upon witnessing the Hulk's preservation of his wisdom, he remains largely unfazed. Despite the discrepancy from the intelligence gathered during his time in the military, loathing has become indifferent at this moment. Why? Because, for us who wield power, we are akin to gods in their eyes. A sinister grin spreads across Loathing's lips as he delivers a brutally fierce elbow strike to the Hulk's face, sending him crashing away. And you, despite possessing immense strength, are merely a coward. Loathing strides toward the Hulk, his eyes brimming with disdain. To me, those ordinary people are but mere ants, and their demise is a deserved fate. Soon, you shall meet the same end. You are unworthy of the power you currently possess. Yet, deep within Loathing's heart, a yearning emerges. He desires to completely usurp the Hulk's strength. Behold, witness as I trample those ants beneath my feet. Gazing at the feeble Hulk, Bruce, Loathing's mouth stretches into a wide grin as he tears off the door of a nearby car. In his hands, the massive door resembles an axe, which he suddenly hurls toward a nearby soldier. With a shrill sound, the door cleaves the hapless pedestrian in two, leaving only the upper half of his body pitifully sprawled on the ground. Under such formidable force, all objects appear razor-sharp. The unfortunate Americans remain perpetually ensnared in dire straits. Enough, cease at once. At that moment, an enraged roar reverberates, and a searing laser beams from afar, accompanied by a swift crimson figure. It is Iron Man, Tony Stark. Oh, look who it is. Is that not the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark? Effortlessly blocking the attack, Loathing glances at the newcomer and cannot help but scoff. You monster! Observing the loathsome creature speaking, Tony Stark, encased in his Mark armor, is filled with fury. Having spent time in his laboratory refining his suit, he would have been oblivious to the current events had it not been for Pepper entering the lab. In pursuit of enhancing his armor, Tony, having acquired a new element from Chen Mu, immediately begins to upgrade his suit. Now, the suit of armor he wears is already designated as number 6, utilizing a completely new energy source that bestows upon it a formidable power, surpassing even the Mark III by leaps and bounds. Chapter 78. The old Yin-Yang master, upon learning of the events transpiring here, Tony hastily made his way over, determined to put an end to this creature. Tony Stark, do you see the power I now possess? Glaring at Iron Man with a mix of loathing and mockery, the Abomination inquired, Thanks to you. Without the enhanced serum produced by your Stark Industries, I would never have acquired such strength. Huh. In truth, I ought to express my gratitude to you. With that, the Abomination erupted into a boisterous laugh. The super soldier serum? At this, Tony Stark felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Fortunately, within the confines of his armor, no one could discern the pallor of his face, which had turned ashen. Thus, the current predicament was indeed inextricably linked to him. Tony Stark. So, I should be thanking you indeed. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel. Tony Stark gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat pained by the Abomination's words. He recalled that he had indeed provided General Ross with the super soldier serum in the past. At that time, Stark Industries was merely a weapons manufacturer, and he had yet to become Iron Man. In truth, in the context of Europe and America, they had no concept of a hero. It was more fitting to refer to him as a man of iron. Collaborating with the American military, he had hoped to replicate the miracle of Captain America, aiming to utilize the remnants of data left behind to develop the super serum. Due to its incomplete nature, even after Tony's own research and improvements, it still posed significant issues, lacking a test subject, thus it remained shelved. After handing over the semi-finished product to the U.S. military, Tony never inquired about it again. In fact, this endeavor could be considered somewhat successful, greatly enhancing the user's capabilities, though the side effects, or flaws, were even more pronounced than the original version. The serum used by Captain America, Steve Rogers, has the effect of amplifying the goodness in good individuals and the wickedness in the bad, whereas the serum crafted by Tony Stark appears to yield even more potent results. After successfully injecting the serum, Blonsky experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities. In the film, during his second confrontation with the Hulk, his displayed strength was markedly greater than before, a true metamorphosis. Although he ultimately could not withstand a single kick from the Hulk, resulting in catastrophic fractures throughout his body, this nonetheless revealed an astonishing regenerative capacity. Despite suffering such extensive injuries, he astonishingly managed to recover completely in a remarkably short period, showcasing impressive resilience. In this context, one cannot help but acknowledge the brilliance of Tony Stark, who seems to excel in every scientific domain. However, after deciding to terminate all arms dealings, Tony severed ties with the military, which naturally included the development of the serum. What took him by surprise was General Ross's audacity to utilize the serum directly, and even more so, to hand it over to the abominable creature before him. It was as if he had unwittingly aided in the malevolence. Indeed, distancing himself from the military was the wisest course of action. Each recollection of Chen Mu's derision towards the military left Tony somewhat disheartened. Witnessing the chaos they wrought, it became evident that the military was the true instigator of turmoil in this world. Although Tony felt a twinge of regret, as the serum was indeed his creation and the emergence of the abomination was partially linked to him, the connection was minimal. After all, he was merely the creator of the tool. The responsibility for its consequences lay squarely with those who wielded it. Thus, the burden of accountability rested with the military and General Ross, rather than Tony Stark himself. Nevertheless, the words of the abomination gnawed at Tony's spirit, fueling his determination to eliminate this foe as a means of atoning for his missteps. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of silencing a threat. Dr. Bruce Banner, could he continue to fight? With a resolute intent to vanquish the abomination, Tony turned to the Hulk beside him. No problem. With the arrival of formidable support, Bruce Banner regained some confidence. On the way, Tony had gathered a substantial understanding of the situation, learning the details from Nick Fury, and thus recognized that the Hulk was an ally against the abomination. While Fury would undoubtedly obscure certain aspects of the events that transpired, Tony grasped the general circumstances. Though the proud Tony was reluctant to collaborate with others, he realized his own limitations. The capabilities of the Mark VI had significantly increased, yet he harbored little confidence in defeating the abomination solo. However, with the Hulk's assistance, the chances of victory were greatly enhanced. Consequently, after swiftly devising a battle plan, Tony and Bruce re-engaged the abomination, gradually gaining the upper hand. Far across the globe in Huaqiangbei, Chen Mu observed the live stream with fascination, quipping with a sarcastic tone. The surveillance in New York was extensive, with Hong Ming controlling the cameras to broadcast the battlefield without any blind spots. Thus, he was keenly aware of the abomination's utterances. Chen Mu's words caused the faces of several members of S.H.I.E.L.D. to darken. It is often said that one should not expose the flaws of others when criticizing, yet you have blatantly unveiled the ugliness of the American side. I'm quite curious. In your esteemed America, how would you handle such incidents, where at least hundreds have perished, including dozens of innocent civilians? Chen Mu, filled with curiosity, pressed further. Given the severity of such events, how would your authorities respond? Can mere public opinion truly resolve the matter? In America, which prides itself on being a land of freedom, particularly in terms of freedom of speech, such claims seem mere child's play. In reality, regardless of the nation, be it your homeland or elsewhere, certain inappropriate expressions are simply not permitted, albeit with varying degrees of control. The level of control in America is particularly formidable, arguably the strictest in the world, and yet there are those who boast of their freedom of speech. If true freedom existed, I challenge you to post videos praising life in China on platforms like Facebook or Twitter. Would you not be swiftly met with restrictions? You might even find your post deleted and your account banned. Are you not afraid? Chapter 79. The cover-up will proceed as per protocol. Families affected by this incident will receive compensation from the government. Nick Fury stated expressionlessly. Moreover, this was merely an accident. No one wished for such a tragedy to occur. Yet, he remained silent on how the abomination came to be. Let us not forget that this creature was entirely a creation of the military, injected with a flawed super-soldier serum, which led to Blonsky's arrogance. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, he seized the Hulk's serum from the U.S. military and injected it into himself once more, thus birthing the abomination. Therefore, one could argue that the military bears the brunt of the responsibility for this incident. However, ordinary citizens in America will forever be ensnared in the web of information crafted by their government, only privy to the narratives the authorities wish them to see. Thus, incidents resulting in hundreds of fatalities are hardly viewed as significant in America. Furthermore, it is worth noting that hundreds fall victim to gun violence daily in the United States. The abomination's massacre of hundreds pales in comparison. After all, tens of thousands of Americans succumb to gunfire each year. Scientific advancement invariably comes with sacrifice. In response, Nick Fury merely dismissed the matter with indifference. Ah, how noble, how powerful! These American citizens truly are remarkable for their devotion to science. Chen Mu scoffed, gaining a deeper understanding of SHIELD's shamelessness. Indeed, such is the essence of America. Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words. At times, when unforeseen calamities struck China, and a handful, or even dozens of innocent civilians suffered harm or faced death, America reacted with a fervor akin to a shark sensing blood in the water, displaying an excitement unmatched by others. Yet, when it came to their own affairs, they chose to turn a blind eye. Take the recent conflict involving the abomination, which resulted in hundreds of casualties and incalculable economic losses. Both SHIELD and the American government merely sought to suppress the matter. The principles of democracy, human rights, and freedom were merely rhetoric intended for others, conveniently disregarded within their own borders. The emergence of the abomination was simply perceived as a laboratory accident, easily manageable if they chose to downplay it. Should that prove difficult, they could simply paint the abomination as a quintessential supervillain. After all, the Marvel Universe has never been peaceful, with supervillains frequently surfacing. Furthermore, the tradition of governing through deception is deeply ingrained in American culture. What harm is there in lying? The only time the invasion of the Chitauri alien army could not be concealed was during the events of the first Avengers film, when the entire world was watching, making it impossible to keep the truth under wraps. In comparison to that future extraterrestrial incursion, the destruction wrought by the abomination now seemed trivial. How impressive it is that public opinion is so easily manipulated at their discretion. Chen Mu could not help but reflect on this. It was hard to fathom what the worldview of the American populace must be, living in a world woven from lies. Thus, to claim that these civilians were entirely innocent, that is debatable. In the decades following World War II, America has initiated numerous invasions, and without the support of these so-called innocent civilians, the U.S. military would not have dared to launch such brazen attacks. In Chen Mu's view, these purportedly innocent civilians were, in fact, accomplices deserving of their fate. Of course, there were indeed those who were genuinely innocent, tragically falling victim to the abomination. For them, Chen Mu could only express regret. If even the American government showed no compassion for its own, why should he, from afar in China, concern himself? Fortunately, all of it was recorded on video, and one day, the world would witness their true faces. Chen Mu felt deeply dissatisfied with Nick Fury's specious arguments and sought to provoke him in return. In a lapse, Fury had allowed himself to fall into Chen Mu's trap, unwittingly providing evidence of his own words. It was akin to a seasoned hunter being pecked in the eye by the very prey he sought. Nevertheless, Huaqiangbei, with its grip on the global internet, harbored little concern. Even if Chen Mu were to release the video, it would likely fail to gain traction, and should it circulate, they could easily dismiss it as a forgery. Ultimately, it was merely a game for him. No need to take it to heart. Observing the increasingly grim expression of Nick Fury, Chen Mu waved his hand, casting his gaze upon the battle nearing its conclusion in the live broadcast, and addressed Nick Fury. Dr. Bruce Banner has been conducting research in our country, exploring techniques for afforestation in desert regions to combat desertification. He has now reached an impasse, and I hope you can expedite his return. In the quintessential superhero realm of Marvel, heroes invariably triumph over villains. With Tony Stark, the indomitable Iron Man, and Bruce Banner, the formidable second lead, both graced by the aura of protagonists, the Abomination was swiftly overwhelmed. Although the current battlefield appeared intense, the outcome was all but determined. The Abomination, despite drawing strength from the Hulk, was significantly inferior in power and was now on the verge of exhaustion. After such an enduring battle, the creature found itself at its limits. Faced with the combined might of Iron Man and the Hulk, the confrontation was close to its end. Hence, Chen Mu felt compelled to convey this to Nick Fury. After all, Bruce Banner had already joined SHIELD as a technical advisor for the agency. Chen Mu naturally wished to ensure Bruce Banner's safety, facilitating his secure return to our homeland. Dr. Bruce Banner is a renowned figure in America, and here he has his girlfriend and students. Whether he will travel to your country is a decision for Dr. Banner to make. We do not possess the authority to decide for him. Nick Fury, mindful of the Hulk's formidable strength, was reluctant to allow him to reach China. The power of SHIELD had already grown excessively formidable. The thought of the Hulk joining their ranks was unfathomable to Fury. Moreover, he harbored concerns regarding Chen Mu's research capabilities, fearing that Chen Mu might master Hulk-related technologies and produce controllable Hulks. Such a scenario would spell disaster for any faction. Thus, in the matter of returning Bruce Banner to SHIELD, Nick Fury contemplated setting obstacles. Chen Mu, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and turned to Su Jia, inquiring, did the production department not report a malfunction in the machinery? It seems all product manufacturing has come to a halt. Indeed, the machinery has failed and is currently undergoing repairs, the timeline for which remains uncertain. Consequently, the production of the battle armor has also ceased, Su Jia responded, understanding immediately. Hawkeye and Black Widow remained silent. I assume Dr. Bruce Banner, having discovered a new research avenue, is quite eager to return, Chen Mu remarked. Chapter 80. Bruce's growth faced with Chen Mu's implicit threat. Nick Fury's countenance darkened further, yet he calmly articulated his response before abruptly severing the call. He feared that upon gazing at Chen Mu again, he would be unable to restrain himself from smashing his phone. Nick Fury had conceded. In comparison to Bruce Banner, it was evident that Hawkeye and Black Widow's Kirin armor held far greater allure. Bruce Banner was an individual with his own thoughts. And after 5 years of being pursued by the military, Nick Fury was acutely aware of the animosity Banner harbored towards the United States. Even if he were forcibly detained, Banner would inevitably seek an opportunity to escape. Weighing the pros and cons, Nick Fury swiftly arrived at a decision. He abruptly terminated the call, for the battle on the other end had also reached its conclusion. Together, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had vanquished the Abomination. As Tony restrained the creature, Bruce finally succeeded in mastering his strength. With a fist filled with wrath, he struck the Abomination squarely on the forehead, dislocating its head. With a shattered cervical spine, the Abomination succumbed to death, not to mention the overwhelming force that likely reduced its brain to pulp. This was the true power of the Hulk. Previously, Bruce Banner had been timid and restrained in his battle against the Abomination, his strength severely limited. Now, having fully harnessed the Hulk's power, Bruce Banner had genuinely integrated with the Hulk. This was the first time Bruce, in his green giant form, had killed an enemy. Although many had met their end at the hands of the Hulk, Bruce had never experienced it firsthand. Yet this time, under the guidance of Dr. Bruce Banner, his consciousness was remarkably lucid. Did I kill someone? Bruce Banner gazed incredulously at his hands. Strangely, for the first time in taking a life, he felt no remorse. Rather, he experienced a strange sense of pleasure. Perhaps this was the influence of the Hulk's consciousness on Banner. This creature was no benevolent being. It disregarded life and had slain many innocents. I am delivering justice, Bruce Banner thought quietly, recalling the ordinary people mercilessly slaughtered by the Abomination before him. He found solace in this realization. The Abomination's demise was well-deserved. Bruce felt no discomfort or guilt regarding it. Dr. Banner, that punch you threw is incredible. Upon confirming the Abomination was defeated, Tony Stark, elated, landed beside Bruce, kicking the fallen creature's body and addressing him. "Stark, is what you said true?" Bruce Banner, ignoring Tony's teasing tone, gazed at him with concern, a heavy heart prompting him to ask, "Is this monster truly a creation of the military?" Tony remained silent, the smile on his face fading, revealing a hint of melancholy. Emil Blonsky, born in Russia and raised in England, ultimately joined the British Armed Forces as a Royal Marine, swiftly rising to the rank of captain. Recently, he had been contracted as a mercenary by General Ross to undertake a covert mission in Brazil. Upon his return, he quickly ascended to the rank of colonel in the U.S. Army. Tony Stark effortlessly unearthed Blonsky's dossier and recounted with precision. The secret mission to Brazil was undoubtedly well known to Dr. Banner. It was indeed an operation to capture him. Furthermore, after returning to the military base, Blonsky had injected himself with the super soldier serum. His already obsessive nature had morphed into something far more irrational. Seizing an opportunity, he acquired a purified sample of Banner's blood and injected it into himself, thus transforming into the monster he had become. He exhibited remarkable efficiency, unraveling the intricacies of the situation in a remarkably short span of time, reconstructing the truth with impressive accuracy. Tony had never placed his trust in Nick Fury and his associates, hence he had dismissed Fury's earlier assertions. Indeed, the findings of his own investigation revealed a significant divergence from Fury's narrative. Throughout the entirety of the affair, HILD had played a shadowy role, providing technical support and deliberately steering Blonsky towards his abhorrent transformation, which could not have occurred without SHIELD's machinations. However, the organization, which fancied itself in control, had evidently faltered. While the Hulk serum had indeed proven effective in significantly augmenting the abilities of its recipients, it appeared utterly uncontainable. Thus, Tony's disdain for SHIELD's actions intensified. Is everything truly as it seems? Bruce Banner's expression darkened, for he recognized that Tony's words held an undeniable truth. He understood all too well the nature of SHIELD in the U.S. military. Yet, as he surveyed the chaotic ruins surrounding him, a profound guilt washed over him. He pondered whether, had it not been for him, SHIELD would still possess a sample of his blood. Bruce felt a gnawing apprehension. He knew that if SHIELD retained any of his blood, they would undoubtedly persist in their experiments, and such tragedies as the current one would inevitably recur. Surely not anymore, right? Who can say? Tony shrugged and continued. However, if we are speaking of the super soldier serum, there's indeed only that one vial. Fortunately, it has already been utilized by Blonsky. It remains uncertain whether SHIELD or the military has managed to replicate the serum. The super soldier serum is not easily duplicated, so Tony found little cause for concern. As for the Hulk serum, well, Tony was genuinely unaware of how much SHIELD had in their possession. It was best not to dwell too much on that issue. Tony patted Hulk's arm reassuringly, saying after this incident, "I trust the military will no longer pursue research on this matter." He wished to pat Bruce Banner on the shoulder, yet the disparity in their heights rendered it impossible. To leap and achieve such a gesture would be rather awkward. After all, the emergence of the abomination indeed instilled fear in some, deterring them from further research. Even HYDRA, concealed within SHIELD, was intimidated by the abomination, apprehensive of inadvertently creating another uncontrollable monster. One can only hope. In response, Bruce Banner could only sigh, silently praying that his blood had not fallen into SHIELD's possession. Wait, blood, Mr. Blue? During his escape, Bruce had been striving to resolve his predicament and had contacted a certain doctor who referred to himself as Mr. Blue, sending him a considerable amount of blood. Should Mr. Blue be discovered by SHIELD, then naturally Bruce's blood would also be at their disposal. Chapter 81. Analyzing Magic. Dr. Banner. You need not fret excessively. To endure the transformation of the Hulk serum, one must inherently possess a robust physique, a trait that, for ordinary Earthlings, is nearly unattainable. Tony, displaying remarkable rationality, continued, Blonsky could withstand the Hulk's power only due to the super soldier serum he received, yet that particular serum is no longer available. Thus, the likelihood of encountering that monster again remains exceedingly low. Tony's assessment was indeed accurate. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been secretly coveting the Hulk's power, and the recent emergence of the abomination bore their fingerprints. Yet it was precisely this event that illuminated the formidable challenges associated with acquiring the Hulk's strength. Dr. Banner, I heard you ventured to Chen Mu's industrial zone for research. Please enlighten me. How many generations of Chen Mu's battle suits have been developed? How do they compare to my current armor? The competitive Tony Stark exhibited a keen interest in Chen Mu's Qilin armor. Previously, he had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network via Jarvis and learned of Hulk's defeat at the hands of multiple warriors clad in Qilin armor within the Amazon rainforest. Thus, upon encountering Dr. Bruce Banner, Tony's curiosity was piqued, eager to ascertain the superiority of his armor over Chen Mu's. I'm not quite sure. Bruce Banner scratched his head, about to respond when suddenly, a golden portal appeared beneath his feet. In an unexpected turn of events, Bruce fell through, and as the portal vanished, only a note remained where he had stood. Dr. Banner has returned to his rightful place. Tony was startled, finding it difficult to comprehend the sudden appearance of the portal. Glancing at the note on the ground, he couldn't help but read aloud its contents. So, this is Chen Mu's new technology? A spatial transportation device? Before him lay a singular explanation for all that he beheld. It appeared prudent for me to visit Chen Mu's industrial district, as he seemingly possessed an array of remarkable inventions. Clearly, Tony had misconstrued the sorcerer's portal as a product of Chen Mu's ingenuity. Yet, should Chen Mu come into contact with the sorcerer, he might very well unravel the mysteries of the portal's magic, interpreting it through the lens of science. Such an endeavor is not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps in a not-too-distant future, Chen Mu could wield technological means to perform magic. Sir, Dr. Bruce Banner has returned. Within Chen Mu's office, Su Jia had just escorted Hawkeye and Black Widow away when the voice of Hong Meng rang out. Returned? Chen Mu exclaimed in surprise, yet upon reflecting on the sorcerer's capabilities, he found it less astonishing. What perplexed Chen Mu, however, was why the Ancient One had sent Bruce Banner to America to confront Abomination, yet chose not to appear before him. Was it not said that the Ancient One was the protector of Earth, tasked with assessing all potential instabilities and quelling threats in their infancy? Moreover, the Ancient One's current responsibilities involved repelling invasions from other dimensions. As a traveler from another world, Chen Mu should, in theory, be regarded as an outsider. One would expect that, given her profound understanding of time, she would have recognized this at a glance. It was curious that she had never sought him out for a conversation. After all, in the months since his arrival, Chen Mu had accomplished numerous feats, significantly altering the fabric of this world. The absence of the Ancient One in seeking him for a discourse was indeed puzzling. Let's go and see. After some contemplation, Chen Mu resolved to visit Dr. Bruce Banner. Just as he prepared to depart, a golden portal materialized upon the desk before him. Indeed, it was a diminutive portal, scarcely the size of a hand, from which a note emerged before vanishing into thin air. Portal spell analysis in progress. Analysis level at 50. The system swiftly detected the portal nearby, Chen Mu. Yet due to the lack of direct contact and its rapid disappearance, only a portion of the spell was analyzed, achieving a level of 50. Thus, it became evident that in this world, magic was in essence technology, or rather, the two were indistinguishable. Contemplating the system's display, Chen Mu fell into silence. The 50 analysis of the teleportation magic did not grant him the ability to wield it. In essence, although the system had deciphered part of the spell, providing him with some foundational knowledge, it was merely superficial, rendering him incapable of actual execution. Moreover, the mages have yet to wield the magical artifacts necessary for casting spells, particularly the suspended rings. With a resolution insufficient at 100, conducting research proves futile. Chen Mu gazed at the meager resolution of 50, feeling a twinge of helplessness. If only the portal could endure a tad longer. It would allow the system to fully decipher the magic of the portal. Once this is accomplished, he could harness its power independently. Engaging in research may even lead to a profound understanding of the essence of magic, enabling the casting of spells without the need for artifacts. Furthermore, such understanding could pave the way for the implementation of spells through specific instruments. Mastering spells entirely might even allow for a fusion of magic and machinery, akin to Asgard, leading to the creation of various magical weapons and tools that would significantly bolster the strength of Huaqiangbei. Perhaps Huaqiangbei could ascend to become a second Asgard. However, setting aside other spells, if I were to master this magical portal and utilize technology to activate it, wouldn't that equate to Huaqiangbei acquiring control over the Rainbow Bridge? The reason Asgard can dominate the 10 realms, aside from its formidable strength, is its critical ability to teleport via the Rainbow Bridge. The capacity for swift interstellar transport is a veritable nightmare for other realms. Imagine two worlds embroiled in conflict. Asgard deploying a select few powerful individuals through the Rainbow Bridge to execute a decisive strike, eliminating the enemy's most vital figures. Such an act would effectively conclude the war. Not to mention, the Rainbow Bridge serves not only as a transport mechanism, but also as a formidable annihilation weapon, akin to nuclear arms on Earth, embodying immense deterrent power. Thus, I must find a way to master the magic of the portal. Chapter 82. Volunteer registration. I am determined to learn the magic of the portal. Other spells hold far less utility for Chen Mu than the magical portal. Consider the implications. If the portal's magic could be fully deciphered and its essence understood, one might employ technological means to devise a device that directly utilizes the magical portal. This would indeed represent an alternative form of spatial teleportation technology. Envision every warrior clad in formidable battle armor, capable of opening a portal with a mere gesture, facilitating swift support or retreat with unparalleled convenience. Most astonishingly, Chen Mu has also gained control over the mutation abilities of the Green Giant. Should any warriors volunteer for transformation into Green Giant warriors? Imagine the scenario, engaged in fierce combat while donning their Qilin armor. If the adversary were to breach their defenses, the warrior emerging from the armor could instantly transform into a Green Giant, initiating a second wave of battle. Who could possibly withstand such a spectacle? The mere thought is exhilarating. Dr. Bruce Banner requires this growth, while for you, the time to learn magic has not yet arrived. Glancing at the note that had fallen from the portal onto the table, Chen Mu read its contents. Dr. Banner needs this growth? As he examined the handwriting on the note, Chen Mu found himself enveloped in silence. To be candid, Bruce Banner's fate had been entirely altered by Chen Mu. Moreover, due to Chen Mu's intervention, Bruce Banner and the Hulk had merged almost a decade earlier than intended. While this resolution alleviated the latent dangers within Bruce, it also deprived him of many future experiences and growth opportunities. The current Bruce Banner possesses immense physical strength, yet his ability to harness it remains profoundly limited. Furthermore, during his confrontation with Nick Fury, Chen Mu did not speak falsely. After handing over the Gamma Bomb data to Chen Mu, Dr. Bruce Banner's research focus shifted away from weaponry. He was now genuinely engaged in afforestation. In recent years, China has placed significant emphasis on environmental issues, grappling with the increasingly severe problem of desertification. This predicament is not unique to China. Globally, every nation faces this challenge, with the exception of a few small countries that remain oblivious to the concept of deserts. Natural disasters have never subdued the great nation of Huaxia. In response to the encroaching desert, the people of China have initiated extensive tree planting efforts, and scientists have begun researching effective methods for cultivating trees in arid regions. Over the past 2 years of exploration, Chinese scientists have discovered viable solutions, selecting suitable tree species and developing appropriate adhesives to bind the shifting sands into fertile soil, commencing reforestation efforts in the deserts of China. Having long sought to distance himself from weapon research and contribute to the world, Bruce Banner was astounded by this scientific endeavor and eagerly wished to immerse himself in it. Previously, when the Hulk emerged, Bruce was engrossed in research. Indeed, the Green Giant had arrived in China, intending to plant trees in the vast northwestern desert. Does the note imply that Bruce Banner's strength will be needed in the future? Upon reading the note, a smile crept upon Chen Mu's lips as he casually discarded it, his heart filled with skepticism. I shall not allow Bruce Banner another opportunity to act. If he finds joy in tree planting and healing the earth, then let the Green Giant proceed to the northwest. As for the Hulk's strength, Hongming informed Director Zheng Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau to recruit soldiers willing to participate in the Hulk experiment on a completely voluntary basis. If the experiment proves successful, it will bestow the power of the Hulk and provide invaluable experimental data, laying a more solid foundation for future endeavors. Conversely, should it fail, death would ensue. However, in truth, the technology derived from systematic analysis poses no real risk. At this moment, Chen Mu has already mastered the flawless and controllable Hulk mutation technology. As long as the soldiers are willing, Chen Mu can grant them the perfect power of the Hulk without the complications of a second personality, as Bruce experienced, nor will they remain in the Hulk form indefinitely. The advanced Hulk mutation technology allows soldiers to harness the Hulk's strength without any flaws, while they maintain their ordinary human appearance. They can consciously enter or exit the Hulk state, rendering it manageable. Therefore, Chen Mu did not take to heart the words of the Ancient One regarding Bruce Banner's need for growth. Whether Bruce matures or not holds no significance for him. After all, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, will no longer have the opportunity to manifest. In the ranks of the Chinese military, there will be countless individuals capable of perfectly controlling their own powers as Hulks. As for me, although I am eager to master magic at this moment, it is indeed still a bit premature. While I remain ambivalent about the first statement on the note, I wholeheartedly agree with the latter. Even having deciphered 50 aspects of magical knowledge, Chen Mu understands that casting spells requires a source of magical energy. This magical essence, from a scientific perspective, can be likened to cosmic energy, encompassing more than just one form. The practice of magic primarily demands a controllable energy source, and currently, Chen Mu lacks any such energy within him. Thus, the pursuit of magic seems far-fetched. Chen, have you begun researching the Hulk's mutation? In the midst of her musings, Su Jia pushed open the laboratory door and stood before Chen Mu, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had first-hand experience of the Hulk's power. During their time in the Amazon, it took 10 warriors, clad in Qilin battle armor, to subdue that formidable giant. She had witnessed his strength firsthand. Su Jia vividly remembered Hulk's robust physique that could disregard most firearms on Earth. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? Given that Chen Mu had not claimed the experiment would be a guaranteed success, and had even mentioned the fatal consequences of failure, coupled with the brief time he had spent engaging with the Hulk, it was unlikely that any significant progress could be made in research. Therefore, he harbored little hope. The risks were too great, and with the looming threat of death, it was expected that few would step forward to volunteer. However, what Chen Mu truly required was merely a single volunteer, and thus he still harbored some anticipation. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 comrades had submitted their reports, with many more still forthcoming. Many? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a situation, where everyone eagerly volunteered to participate in an experiment that lacked guarantees and could even be deemed perilous. Chapter 83. The responsibility of soldiers. The overwhelming number of comrades who signed up swiftly responded to the notification, with over 20 registrations occurring in under a minute. Su Jia remarked wryly, "If I hadn't halted the registration, we would undoubtedly have hundreds of volunteers by now." In response, Chen Mu fell silent. Were they all motivated by the desire to grow stronger? Chen Mu hesitated to inquire. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Yet, the primary motivator for their enlistment is a sense of responsibility. Su Jia rolled her eyes and added somewhat irritably, "If it weren't for the fact that turning into a green giant is so unattractive, I would have considered volunteering myself. After all, as a young woman who values beauty, the thought of becoming a green giant was certainly unappealing. While a green giant might possess considerable elasticity, one must question if such elasticity would suit a woman. I did mention that there is a certain danger involved. Failure in the experiment could result in death, Chen Mu said with a bitter smile, astonished by the number of soldiers who volunteered. He worried that Zheng Xian had not conveyed his message completely, particularly regarding the potential consequences of failure. Of course, there is no experiment that is entirely safe. Su Jian nodded affirmatively, unfazed. If it's essential research that necessitates sacrifice, the majority of comrades would step forward without hesitation. For them, their sacrifice would yield tangible success, which makes it worthwhile. Just like mine detection, if one's sacrifice increases the chances of survival for comrades, then it is deemed valuable by these brave soldiers. The soldiers of Huaqiangbei have never feared sacrifice. Those who volunteer often leave behind letters of farewell. Hearing this, Chen Mu felt a swell of emotion within him. These individuals approached the endeavor with a sacrificial mindset. The recruitment for the Divine Spear Bureau was a rigorous process, selecting only the most loyal and patriotic soldiers. Individuals who possess a profound spirit of sacrifice, even within the military. Do they fear death? Of course they do. Huaqiangbei, Su Jia said with a wry smile. Continuing, they're all fathers, sons, and husbands. No one is immune to the fear of death, and our simulated army shares this sentiment as well. However, more than death itself, we dread the humiliation of our motherland by foreign powers and the derision of our compatriots by outsiders. The current society appears tranquil, yet war is but a mere step away from us. Despite the prolonged peace that our nation has enjoyed for many years, in a world where Chen Mu originally resided. Even by 2022, our homeland had not experienced war, leading many to mistakenly believe they existed in an era of serenity. This is a grave misconception. The present age is far from peaceful. It is merely that you inhabit a nation of tranquility while a formidable motherland shields you from external threats, obscured from your view. Our peace-loving nation would never instigate conflict, yet provocateurs inevitably emerge, always seeking to undermine the well-being of others. Open your eyes and observe. Elsewhere on the planet, flames of war rage fiercely. Even in the Marvel universe where Chen Mu finds himself, the situation remains dire. Though our nation may appear weak, it has managed to preserve a rare peace. In a world dominated by Western powers, our homeland strives diligently to protect its citizens amidst adversity. This is truly commendable. Consider the plight of other nations. The countries of the Middle East are currently engulfed in turmoil. In stark contrast, one can appreciate the preciousness of our nation's peace. The experiment concerning the Hulk diverges from others. It can commence with animals, lacking the conventional laboratory mice. The first individual to lie upon the experimental table, in other words, becomes the test subject. Chen Mu's tone carried a weight of gravity, for with just his words, the members of the Spear Bureau eagerly volunteered, stirring a profound sense of emotion within him. This almost unconditional trust rendered him speechless. Should the Hulk's experiment succeed, our sacrifices would be justified. At that moment, Zheng Xian approached, exuding an aura of authority after several days apart. Any opportunity to strengthen our nation is worth pursuing. With the acquisition of the Qilin battle armor, the Spear Bureau undeniably ranks among the elite on Earth. Yet, this is insufficient. Relying solely on a suit of armor will not suffice to elevate our nation to the pinnacle of nations. Therefore, the Spear Bureau, or rather our homeland, requires more potent and formidable forces. Perhaps due to a long-standing state of weakness, the enthusiasm for any means of empowerment among the populace is palpable. Your words place tremendous pressure upon me, Chen Mu said with a wry smile, reflecting on the situation. Thus, you must strive to ensure the success of the experiment. Su Jia smiled at Chen Mu, feigning nonchalance, yet her eyes revealed the burden she carried. Rest assured, I will not risk the soldiers without absolute certainty. To this, Chen Mu responded with utmost seriousness. On this matter, he felt a deep-seated confidence. Through the system, groundbreaking advancements in research have been achieved. At this moment, the mutation technology of the Green Giant is exceedingly refined, with all pertinent information residing within Chen Mu's mind. Therefore, by following a systematic approach to experimentation, success is assured. Given the perfection of the Green Giant mutation technology, The exposure to gamma rays is imperative, necessitating a substantial energy supply to power the gamma apparatus. Fortunately, Chen Mu has mastered the technology of the arc reactor, alleviating any concerns regarding energy requirements. The mutation of the green giant demands an immense amount of energy, approximately equivalent to the daily output of one arc reactor, to stimulate the transformation. Within the industrial zone, 2 arc reactors have been established, meaning that, while maintaining existing production capabilities, 1 reactor can be allocated for experimentation. Zhang Xian nodded, fully cognizant of all operations within the industrial park, having previously advanced his studies there. The production of the Qilin battle armor cannot cease, thus only 1 reactor can be diverted for experimental purposes. Currently, the industrial park continues to manufacture Qilin battle armor. Although the superior material of gold titanium alloy is unavailable, special alloys are still being utilized for production. Consequently, nearly 20 sets of Qilin battle armor are produced daily. These armors are primarily dispatched to the Divine Spear Bureau for distribution, allowing the warriors to familiarize themselves with the equipment at the earliest opportunity.